Chapter 1. An Unconventional Beginning. Which wretched soul has pilfered my chickens? A son born without a backside, devoid of virtue, how can one indulge so gluttonously without choking? Curse it all! Are they without hands and feet? Always sneaking about. My ducks, that scoundrel has stolen them. I hope that wretch does not cross my path. Within the confines of a humble stone dwelling in a coastal fishing village, Zhao Qin sat despondently at the edge of his bed, his gaze vacant as he observed the two women outside exchanging vitriolic insults. To be an exemplary angler, one must possess two essential traits. To be a solitary bachelor and to have a home in disarray criteria he met perfectly. Originating from an inland city, Zhao Qin, dissatisfied with freshwater fishing, yearned for the thrill of deep-sea angling. He gathered a few fishing companions and rented a speedboat, eager to savor the joys of ocean fishing. However, midway through their venture, the winds picked up, compelling them to retreat. In an unfortunate misstep, he lost his footing and tumbled into the sea, rendering him quite disoriented. Awakening early in a daze, he pondered how he found himself in this predicament. It was only upon washing his face and gazing into the mirror that he realized he had unwittingly occupied another's body, leading him to a state of profound introspection. Surveying the dilapidated bed beneath him and the dust-laden environment, complete with cobwebs in the corners, he could easily discern the unfortunate state of this new existence. Before long, unfamiliar memories began to flood his mind, revealing that he had traversed time to inhabit the body of a stranger in the year 2005. Zhao Qin, aged 22, had once enrolled in a prestigious university but had only attended for 6 months. Following the death of his mother and the betrayal of his childhood sweetheart, he succumbed to the dual blow and chose to withdraw from his studies. Returning home, he had become a languid drifter, aimlessly wandering for 2 years. Once lauded as an exemplary student, he had transformed into a figure of disdain, indulging in petty theft, drinking, and brawling. As Zhao Qin wallowed in his thoughts, contemplating whether a second immersion could return him to his former life after all, the original owner of this body was quite meek just then. A head peeked through the door. Noticing him seated on the bed, the visitor entered with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Brother, brother, look what I brought for you." With that, he shook a bag in his hand, evidently eager for praise. "My grandmother made rice dumplings today, and I brought some for you." The newcomer was around 18 or 19 years old, with a dark complexion and a hint of youthful innocence. He was Zhao Qin's little aide, Ahi. When he was merely 6 years old, a tragic accident claimed both of his parents during a fishing expedition, and since then, he had lived with his grandmother. Perhaps spurred by Ahi's arrival, the two women outside escalated their quarrel, and one wondered aloud if they ever grew weary of their tirades. Do they not tire of this? Zhao Qin, genuinely hungry, frowned as he stuffed a rice dumpling into his mouth while observing the two women bickering. They're just making a fuss over nothing. It's merely a chicken and a duck they've lost. We men are merely honoring them by indulging in their fare. Speak kindly, Zhao Qin admonished, lightly tapping Ahi on the head, inadvertently resembling a bandit in the act of pillage. Brother, isn't this what you taught me before? Zhao Qin rubbed his forehead and glanced at Ahi. Do you have any money in your pocket? Brother, yesterday there were 7 pieces left. A pack of cigarettes costs 3.5, a bottle of liquor 3, which originally left us with 50 cents. Yet, you insisted on purchasing a pack of peanuts, claiming they would complement the drink, and now it's all gone. All right, you may leave now. If there's anything, they'll come find you. Brother, which target are we aiming for today? Shall we visit Gusan's place? He has a few sheep grazing on the hillside behind his house. Get lost. It's one thing to occasionally pilfer a chicken or duck, but stealing a sheep will land you in prison. Do you understand? Now scram. After some shoving and drinking, he managed to send He away. Damn it. Not only is he worthless himself, but he's also leading others astray. He thought about heading to the seaside and discovered there was still a rice dumpling left uneaten. Well, I might as well finish that first. As he sat down again, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, and before he knew it, a translucent LCD display appeared before him, resembling a transparent tablet. Thinking his eyesight had faltered, he shook his head, only to find the display remained. With the motion, information began to appear. The screen displayed 2 values: luck value, 0.5, wilderness mare value, 20. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Intrigued, he shook his head again and noticed the displayed content remained unchanged. He tentatively touched the luck value, and a description box popped up. The harvest from seaside excursions and wilderness adventures can enhance the host-based luck value. The higher the luck value, the more continuous good fortune you will experience. In addition to the base luck value, the host possesses a fluctuating luck value. The larger the number following the plus sign, the better the host's luck for the day. Could this be a system? His hand next grazed the wilderness merit value. For every new species unlocked from a sea or wilderness, depending on the rarity and value of the species, the host will earn corresponding merit points. These merit points can be used in the system mall to purchase equivalent seaside tools. Only tools acquired through the system can enjoy the benefits of the luck value, so the host should promptly head out to the seaside or wilderness. A system mall? Zhao Qin attempted to swipe the screen, and lo and behold, there were indeed quite a few seaside tools: sand shovels, iron spades, seine nets, fishing lines, and hooks. To his delight, there was even a fishing rod, his favorite. However, upon glancing at the price below, his spirits immediately dampened. A single fishing rod cost a staggering 3,000 merit points. Currently, he possessed only 20 points. After some contemplation, he realized he could only afford a sand shovel. He recalled that only tools from his system could benefit from the luck value boost. Well then, I shall purchase a sand shovel for now. He clicked on the sand shovel icon and then hit purchase. In an instant, a brand new small shovel appeared beside the door. Just as he intended to pick it up and examine it closely, the door darkened, and a man in his 30s entered, carrying a snakeskin bag over his shoulder. Zhao Qin recognized him as Zhao Ping, the original owner's elder brother, a diligent and hardworking man. He had contracted a portion of land on the hillside, cultivating pomelos and loquats, and during the off-season, he would take on odd jobs at the dock. Now married, he had a son and a daughter. This is 50 pounds of rice, sufficient for you this month. Let me know when you've finished it, Zhao Ping said, placing the rice down. He glanced at Zhao Qin, seemingly wanting to say something, but instead, he let out a long sigh. Did you kill those chickens and ducks from that family to eat? Seeing Zhao Qin still silent, he glanced outside the door again, then turned his back to the entrance and pulled out a 50 yuan note from his pocket, handing it to Zhao Qin. Don't tell your sister-in-law. This is the money I made from selling 2 large crabs I caught while beachcombing a couple of days ago. Be sure to save some, Zhao Ping said as he turned to leave, but couldn't help adding, Qin, you're already 22. Just as he was about to walk away, he heard Zhao Qin say from behind, I understand, brother. Zhao Ping paused, fixing his gaze on him for a long moment before replying, Good, as long as you understand. Did I manage to send those 2 women away for you? This elder brother was quite straightforward. His so-called sending away merely meant compensation. Zhao Qin did not respond to Zhao Ping, grasping the 50 yuan tightly as he approached the 2 women. The 2 women were in the midst of a heated argument, but upon seeing him approach, they grew somewhat apprehensive, contemplating whether to continue their tirade or to flee home and summon their husbands. However, when they noticed Zhao Ping behind him, they gradually relaxed. How much for your chickens? Zhao Qin inquired of one of them. 30. If you're compensating, 20 will suffice. And your ducks? He asked the other. 20, or even 15 will do. Zhao Qin presented the 50 yuan before them, stating, 50 for both of you. That settles everything, right? That works, the 2 replied, taking the money with smiles and departing, relieved that their morning's efforts had not gone to waste. Qin, there's no need for compensation. When your sister-in-law returns to her family, I can easily catch one from home to replace it. Raising them doesn't cost anything, Zhao Ping remarked. Zhao Qin turned to his somewhat naive brother and said, 50 counts as a loan. I have hands that can earn. All right, you can earn. You're a college student, after all, sharp-minded. Chapter 2. The First Beachcombing Adventure. Watching his elder brother return with a beaming smile, Zhao Qin contemplated that perhaps staying here wasn't such a bad thing after all. Back in his room, he began to admire the shovel, only to find it was no different from an ordinary one. Perhaps due to the purchase of the shovel, the luck value on his system tablet had risen to 0.18, an increase of 13 points compared to before. Men remain youthful at heart until death. Who doesn't enjoy play? Though he was unfamiliar with beachcombing, he was filled with enthusiasm. He casually grabbed a bucket, wielding the shovel in his right hand and the bucket in his left, intending to try his luck at the beach. However, he barely took a few steps outside before retreating back into the house. At just 22 years of age, he needed to take care of himself. He didn't want to be called grandpa, before hitting 30. Returning to his room, he first changed into long sleeves and pants, then found a straw hat. He wrapped a cloth around his face, tucking the end into the hat, leaving only his eyes and nostrils exposed. After rummaging through his belongings, he located a pair of yellowed work gloves to wear. Unfortunately, he lacked sunglasses. With these thoughts in mind, he finally stepped out to head towards the beach. Passers-by regarded him with puzzled expressions, and he mused that even his brother might struggle to recognize him now, at the present time. Those who make a living by fishing along the shoreline, regardless of gender, are often sun-kissed to a deep bronze, showing little concern for appearances. One individual, in particular, donned an outfit that was not only eye-catching but somewhat intimidating, resembling a mummy that had escaped from the confines of a pyramid. Upon arriving at the beach, Zhao Qin encountered several women harvesting oysters on a rocky shore. One of them, upon suddenly spotting him, let out a startled gasp, which not only startled the other three women, but also caught Zhao Qin off guard. "Qin, are you trying to scare me to death?" Recognizing the voice, she tentatively inquired, "Is that you, Zhao's second son?" Zhao Qin pulled down his cloth slightly, allowing her a clearer view. "My goodness, what are you wearing?" she exclaimed. "Your skin is too delicate for the sun. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping at home? What brings you to the beach?" "Sleeping is dull. I'm here to fish," Zhao Qin replied before walking westward, maneuvering around a large stone to venture into a different area of the sea. However, he did not stray far, fully aware that the women would surely gossip about him. Haha, look at him trying to fish, he doesn't even check the tides. People go fishing at low tide, and he shows up just when the tide is about to rise. Honestly, how can a grown man admit his skin is too sensitive for the sun? I can't stop laughing. There's a saying about missing the boat, and he embodies that. With his kind of demeanor, he can't possibly get into college. I bet he's been copying answers. Old Chu, your Nana was right to cut off any hopes he had. If she were to marry someone like him, her life would be ruined. Indeed, Chu Ying was the mother-in-law of Zhao Qin's betrothed from a childhood arrangement. That's impossible. Who would want someone like him? Like father, like son, he's just like his father. Before, Huai Ping was somewhat respectable, but now that she's gone, their family is finished. Huai Ping was Zhao Qin's mother. Hearing them mention her and his father ignited a surge of anger within him, despite not being the original Zhao Qin. He stepped out from behind the rock, clearing his throat, and the women, noticing his presence, exchanged awkward smiles. "Aren't you here to fish? Hurry up, the tide is about to rise, and we need to head home," one of them urged. Even the thickest-skinned individuals feel a twinge of embarrassment when caught gossiping. As Chu Ying finished speaking, the others chimed in, agreeing that it was getting late and they should return. "Chu Aunt, when I was betrothed to Yin Na, your family accepted a load of rice for mine. Now that the engagement is null, shouldn't you return that rice to me?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ying no longer felt any shame and scoffed. "You dare ask for that bag of rice? I should say you've hindered my Nana, ruining her reputation with your previous association. Please don't mention the engagement again. Look at yourself in the mirror." Zhao Qin, unfazed, replied with a calm smile. "Do you know why Ina declared the engagement void? Are you certain you won't return that load of rice?" "There's no such thing as rice," Zhao Qin said to the other women. "Let me tell you something. When Ina just started university, she was caught in a small grove with a boy, and I just happened to." "Zhao Qin, do you dare tarnish my daughter's reputation? Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart." The other women's eyes sparkled with intrigue, their gazes encouraging Zhao Qin to continue. "Well, forget it. Talking to you all is pointless. Let's see if I can borrow a loudspeaker from the village committee. If the old guard, Xing, doesn't agree, I might as well give him a good beating." Turning back to the women, he added, "Don't rush. I'll provide all the details at 6 tonight. I followed them secretly, and oh, what a scene it was." The 2 clicks of his tongue left the 3 women itching for more, while Chu Ying almost choked on her breath. "Zhao Qin, fine. You'll return a load of rice to your family by tonight at the latest, or I'll broadcast it," Zhao Qin replied, watching Chu Ying's frustration with a smirk before he finally rounded the large stone and truly departed. Old Chu, so it turns out Nana did something to wrong the Zhao family? Indeed, if that's the case, Zhao Shower isn't at fault. So, Nana got herself a new friend right after starting university? Huh? What does he look like? When will you bring him back for us to see? No, that's absolutely not true. Zhao Qin is just making things up. Don't believe him, and certainly don't gossip about it. Chu Ying shouted at the group. The more she protested, The more the others believed Zhao Qin's tale, their eyes filled with amusement. Chu Ying was so furious that tears streamed down her face as she hurried home with her bucket. Meanwhile, Zhao Qin dismissed the earlier incident entirely, feeling rather pleased with himself for acquiring another load of rice. What a stroke of good fortune. Let them call him shameless, his reputation was already in tatters. So what did it matter? Besides, in a community, being the villain is far more comfortable than being the virtuous one. The tide was indeed rising, although he knew little about tides. It was evident that the water level had increased since earlier. The beach was now deserted, leaving him to claim the entire stretch of sand for himself. Yet, it was of no use, for there was nothing to be found. The beach was barren, even less promising than the rocky area he had just passed, where shells clung to the stones. In truth, those who had never foraged by the sea found it challenging to discover seafood. In his former life, he was a child from the inland, and this body had only seen the sea at the age of 4 or 5. By the time he reached school age, he had become a diligent student, which explained how he gained admission to a prestigious national university. Now that he was here, he glanced at his empty bucket, thinking he would be the laughingstock among those women. Lost in thought, his sand shovel instinctively began to dig into the wet sand, while the waves occasionally splashed against his feet. And what's this? A clam. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly dug a hole in the sand, revealing a clam from within. Chapter 3. Digging on the vast beach on the expansive sands, he dug fervently, uncovering clams measuring a dozen centimeters in length, roughly the girth of an adult's thumb. Indeed, quite plump. Each clam bore a segment of tender meat, which, upon contact, astonishingly detached. He recognized this as the clam's siphon, utilized for respiration. Just as he reveled in the fact that he was finally free from the labor of the Air Force, the system's tablet materialized before him once more, revealing a shift in the data displayed. Luck value, 118. The base luck value had finally surpassed 0, merit value, 20, having previously spent it on a sand shovel. He had not anticipated that one clam would yield an additional 20. Witnessing the increase in both metrics brought Zhao Qin immense joy, fueling his motivation to continue working diligently. He resumed the expansion of the pit he had previously dug, yet after a while, the bounty ceased. Not one to be foolish, he recognized the ineffectiveness of his method. To dig blindly like this was not a solution. After all, he could not turn the entire beach upside down. Scanning the sands with keen eyes, he soon spotted a small hole about the size of a fingernail. Convinced that something lay beneath, he set to work excavating once more. The sand in this area was relatively firm, allowing the shellfish to rest not too deeply. Before long, he unearthed another clam, even larger than the last, weighing around 2 liang. As this clam entered his bucket, his luck value transformed to 218. It became apparent that utilizing the system's tools to harvest a piece of seafood incrementally raised his luck value. Indeed, the harder one worked, the luckier one became. However, the merit value remained unchanged at 20, and Zhao Qin surmised that only the discovery of new species would augment that figure. At this moment, he was not in haste to seek out others, for he had spotted a cluster of breathing holes on the beach. It was essential to earn some money first. Thus, he continued with resolve. Squatting down, he selected the largest hole and resumed his digging, humming softly. On the vast beach, I dig, earning a little money. Never enough to spend. In this modest job, I dig, consuming the pie for my boss and a melon for my colleagues. The labor was exhausting. His back was already drenched in sweat, and even the cloth covering his face was nearly soaked through. Yet, he preferred to endure the heat rather than shed his long sleeves. The ultraviolet rays by the seaside were no trifling matter, capable of burning one's skin. Thirst gnawed at him, a miscalculation on his part. So focused on protecting his skin, he had forgotten to bring water. Despite the multitude of breathing holes still visible on the beach, he was reluctant to depart. "Brother, is that you?" A figure approached, glancing down at Zhao Qin. Uncertainty lacing their tone. It was not Zhao Qin's attire that caused the hesitation, but rather the incongruity of his presence there, laboriously digging in the sands. Upon seeing a he, Zhao Qin felt as if he had encountered a savior. "A he, please fetch some water. I'm on the verge of dying of thirst." "Wow, brother, it really is you. What else with the digging? Let us just head home for a drink." Quickly, stop dawdling. Seeing that persuasion was futile, He reluctantly turned to leave, casting back glances, pondering if perhaps the previous night's drunken fall had somehow impaired Zhao Qin's mind. Zhao Qin resumed his digging, his bucket already half full. There must be 3 or 4 jin of clams amassed. At this moment, he had ascended slightly higher. Fortunately, today was a minor tide, and the sea water had merely reached his feet before ceasing to rise. Otherwise, it would have posed a genuine inconvenience. As he dug and muttered curses at He for his sluggishness, He finally approached, cradling a jug in his arms after he had unearthed 3 more shells. Standing up, he realized that squatting for too long had left his way sore. He took the jug and greedily gulped down several mouthfuls of water, letting out a contented sigh before shoving the jug back into He's hands, determined to continue working. He was resolute in his goal to excavate a full bucket today. "Brother, are you really all right?" "Get lost," Zhao Qin retorted with irritation. "Should I help you dig for a while?" Zhao Qin paused, contemplating the idea. After all, would allowing someone else to use his shovel grant a stroke of good fortune? "All right, you can dig for a bit, but don't just laze about all day." He accepted the shovel, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Qin, who had unwittingly suggested idleness. "Hey, why can't I find anything? This should be the king clam hole." After a few minutes, he had dug a sizable hole, but after probing for a moment, he found nothing. Undeterred, he switched to a more evident spot. However, the outcome remained disappointingly the same. Zhao Qin sighed, realizing that even laziness would elude him. It seemed that the tools rewarded by the system were meant solely for his own use. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a prompt appeared on the system tablet. "Would you like to bind a tool user?" "Huh." The system has detected that the host is allowing another person to use the tool. Upon binding a tool user, the other party will enjoy the same luck bonuses, and the host can unbind at any time. Zhao Qin was elated. Such a stroke of fortune. Without hesitation, he selected to bind, and in the next moment, He's voice rang out, filled with excitement. "Brother, I found something. Wow, this is quite plump. Very good. Keep it up. We'll sell it for money and drink tonight." "Oh, so you're out of money, huh? All right, let us see how much we can dig up." Upon hearing this, he became intrigued and selected another spot to dig vigorously. "You dig first, I'll find another tool." "Brother, don't worry, I've got this." Zhao Qin circled around to the back of the large rock, hesitating for a moment before purchasing a sand shovel from the system, expending all of his newly acquired 20 merit points. Yet he felt no regret. At this moment, nothing felt more tangible than money. "Brother, where did you find another sand shovel?" he asked curiously as he squatted beside Zhao Qin and continued to dig. "I picked it up from the stony beach over there. Stop chatting and dig faster." "Brother, you're really lucky. This shovel is practically brand new. It would cost several bucks to buy one, yet you just found it. Shut up and dig." "Okay." Before long, he tossed a clam into the bucket and said, "Brother, let us chat. Otherwise, it's so boring." "All right, what shall we talk about? How about what university is like?" He suggested quietly. "University, it's a place that can expedite your journey to adulthood. So, what is going on between you and Ina?" He, filled with curiosity, dared to ask a question he typically refrained from, aware that it would often lead to reprimand. Today, however, Zhao Qin appeared more amiable, prompting his cautious inquiry. "It's nothing much. Being left behind due to a lack of ambition is quite commonplace." He, remember, money is a man's courage. Nothing holds more weight than wealth. With riches, beautiful women will flock to you, and soon you will find it hard to choose. "Brother, I heard a foot massage parlor is open in town. Shall we pay a visit one day?" He remarked with a mischievous grin. How ambitious. Zhao Qin was at a loss for words. Realizing that this child had strayed considerably from his former self, the earlier discourse on money had fallen on deaf ears. "Hurry and dig. Sell what you find. And I will introduce you to the true essence of being a descendant of a dragon. Let us stick to the foot massage. I've heard it's quite hands-on, and I've never experienced it myself. Go away." The two continued to converse while digging, and Zhao Qin felt that, in contrast to his solitary efforts before, this camaraderie made the task somewhat lighter. Chapter 4. Zhao Ping's fright around 9 o'clock in the morning, they set out, and now it was nearly noon. The jug of water they had brought was entirely consumed. In between, he had not only returned to refill a jug, but also brought an additional bucket. The new bucket was already filled to 2/3 capacity. This stretch of beach had been excavated by the two of them to the point of resembling the aftermath of a dog's chewing. Zhao Qin initially intended to fill this bucket as well, but no clam holes could be found on the ground anymore. Undeterred, he opened the system tablet. The displayed luck value now read 193.0. Although the additional luck points for the day had been exhausted, the basic luck value remained. What could be the reason? His finger lightly brushed the screen, and the system seemed to understand his thoughts, promptly revealing a message. The higher the basic luck value, the more valuable the seafood the host may encounter, while the timely luck value determines the quantity of the harvest. It became clear that with the timely luck value at 0, there would be no possible harvest of seafood. Ahi, let us tidy up and head to cellar hall. Ah, brother, shouldn't we search a little longer to fill this bucket? Zhao Qin shook his head, recognizing that further searching would be futile. Let us go and see how much we can sell today. Brother, I'll carry the extra. Why don't you say you will carry both buckets? Oh, right, both all right, enough with the nonsense, let us hurry. The two meandered toward the nearby dock, encountering people along the way. Upon seeing the contents of their buckets, passers-by gasped in astonishment. Wow, you two actually dug up so many clams. Look at that. The sun must have risen in the west. You two are the only ones who can find clams. Where did you dig up so many? My goodness, there must be dozens of pounds of clams. Some familiar faces teased them lightly, while strangers merely expressed their awe at the bounty. Upon reaching the dock, they found 3 or 4 seafood purchasing shops. Brother, this one. He tugged at him, leading them to a shop in the middle. At the entrance stood a girl of about 18 or 19, slender and no taller than 5'3", with delicate features, albeit somewhat tanned. Brother Qin, you're here. The girl's face brightened with a smile upon seeing Zhao Qin. Wow. Ping Ping, you're becoming more beautiful, Zhao Qin complimented casually, causing Lin Ping to blush with delight. I'm here too, Ping Ping. I brought my brother along. We found some good goods and thought we would sell them to your family. We can negotiate the price. His chatter seemed incessant. Ah, it's you again. You little rascal. If you come to my doorstep again, do you believe I will break your legs? Just then, Lin's father peered out from the window, presumably having spotted a he. Grasping a stick, he strolled outside, blocking his daughter's path and turning back to say, you go back inside. Lin Ping shot a glance at Zhao Qin, gave a small huff towards her father, and then turned to retreat indoors. You little brat. You think you can just loiter around my house every day? Scram. With Lin's father's roar, more and more people gathered around, eager to witness the commotion. Old Lin, it is all your daughter's fault for being so extraordinarily beautiful. Old Lin, what is happening? Is the new son-in-law visiting? What are you wielding that stick for? The nearby collection stations are all competitors. Although we usually maintain a cordial relationship, they seize any opportunity to annoy Lin's father whenever possible, jesting amongst themselves. Old Lin's eyes nearly blazed with fury as he cast a menacing glance around the crowd before raising his stick and directing it towards Zhao Qin and his companion, saying, Aren't you two leaving? Zhao Qin exchanged a silent glance with a he, pondering what this fellow usually occupied himself with. Old Lin, we are vendors. If you refuse to buy, I shall seek someone else. Selling what? Your petty schemes. Do you truly think I am unaware? Before he could finish, Zhao Qin pointed to the bucket resting by his leg. In the midst of the commotion, no one had noticed it until now. Where did you acquire so many clams? As Old Lin approached to examine the bucket, he picked up one and remarked, This is quite sizable and appears freshly dug. My goodness, how did you two manage to procure such a bounty? Did you venture out to sea? Which island did you scour? Oh, this is impressive. They are so plump. Qin, you managed to dig up clams? Surely, you did not pilfer them from someone's farm? Qin, Old Lin is still brandishing that stick. Why not sell them to me at a price you deem fair? Not far from here, Zhao Qin had become somewhat of a local celebrity. Having previously basked in the glory of entering university, he was now a figure of ridicule after dropping out, thus transforming into the subject of gossip once more. Wild or farmed, how could they escape your discerning eyes? Old Luo, I would gladly sell to you, but my brother insists on dealing with Old Lin. He has set his sights on this place, he added, pointing to the jovial Ahi behind him. Old Lin's mouth twitched, but he refrained from cursing. After all, one does not drive away customers in business, especially when the clams were undoubtedly of high quality. given the relentless foraging along the coast. It was virtually impossible to unearth such a substantial quantity at once. As Zhao Qin noted, discerning between farmed and wild was child's play for them, given their daily haul. In this day and age, the likelihood of gathering such a vast number of wild clams in a single day was exceedingly slim. I shall buy them at 16 yuan per pound, Old Lin declared, dragging over a basin for Zhao Qin to empty the bucket's contents. Eager to ascertain whether the quality was consistent and to sift out the sand. At the dock, one could always find a throng of people carrying bags, assisting with loading, stacking, or helping to sort nets and goods. As long as one was diligent, there was work to be found. Zhao Qin's elder brother, Zhao Ping, had not gone up the mountain today. After delivering rice to Zhao Qin, he had come to work at the dock. Currently, it was the fishing ban period, a perfect opportunity to repair the dock. Zhao Ping, skilled in masonry, assisted in smoothing the cement between the stones, earning 80 yuan a day, an acceptable wage, albeit unstable. With work available one day and not the next, Ping, and now he once again sought to flirt with Old Lin's daughter. And now it seemed his younger brother was also on the verge of confrontation with Old Lin, brandishing a stick. Voices rose from the dock as someone shouted, and those nearby caught wind of the situation, calling out to Zhao Ping. Ping, your brother is teasing Old Lin's daughter, and Old Lin is about to confront him, stick in hand. Soon, another voice chimed in. Ping, your brother is attempting to elope with Old Lin's daughter, but Old Lin has intercepted them with a stick. The final message sent a jolt through Zhao Ping. Ping, your brother has gotten Old Lin's daughter pregnant and intends to run away with her. But Old Lin has caught him. Hearing this last piece of news nearly caused Zhao Ping to lose his footing on the slope, and he hurriedly flung down the tool in his hand, racing upwards in a panic. As he ran, his scalp prickled with anxiety. If it were true that his brother had indeed compromised the girl, it would spell disaster. Old Lin had two sons who would undoubtedly oppose his younger brother being accepted into their family. If marriage were to be considered, it was a farce. Just the two dilapidated stone houses of a Qin would never earn Old Lin's approval, even if he were blind. No matter what, he could not allow his brother to suffer. With this thought in mind, he noticed a wooden stick by the roadside and grasped it instinctively, heart pounding with trepidation. He arrived at the seafood gathering spot, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. His brother was embraced by Old Lin, both with cigarettes in their mouths, engaged in jovial banter. And although Old Lin's smile seemed somewhat forced, he was indeed smiling. Chapter 5. The price is quite reasonable regarding the price of 16 yuan per pound quoted by Old Lin. Zhao Qin was uncertain about its fairness. At that moment, the other procurement stations remained silent. Any deviation from this silence would lead to irreconcilable enmity. After a brief contemplation, he extracted a cigarette and offered it to Old Lin, lighting it for him before igniting his own. With an arm draped over Old Lin's shoulder, he remarked, "Uncle Lin, you cannot shortchange me. These farm clams are being sold for around 20 yuan. Mine are wild caught, and you're offering only 16, which is far too low. I specifically came to you because I know you are an honest businessman. Could you possibly raise the price a bit?" Old Lin took a drag from his cigarette, bemused by the encounter. Although they were familiar with each other, they had never engaged in any significant dealings. Zhao Qin's friendly demeanor, addressing him as uncle, made Old Lin feel somewhat bashful. 18 yuan is the best I can offer. I must account for the risks involved, as unsold stock would become a burden. Uncle Lin, I must ask, have you come across any clams of this size lately, especially wild ones? Old Lin, rather earnest, shook his head. While there had been some, the maximum quantity received at once was merely 2 or 3 pounds. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such a substantial catch. Such exquisite quality. If you take these to the seafood market, I fear they might be snatched up before you even arrive. If a discerning buyer takes a liking to them, the price could soar beyond your expectations. You know my situation. I once made foolish decisions, but now I am striving for a better life. Is it fair for you to press down on my price like this? Old Lin chuckled at his words. You still remember your past foolishness? Huh? Your tongue is quite persuasive, able to breathe life into the lifeless. Very well. Given your earnestness to improve, I will take a loss and buy them at 23 yuan, the highest I can go. All right, I trust you, Uncle Lin. Whatever price you set is acceptable to me. Zhao Qin replied decisively, mentally calculating that this price was reasonable. Old Lin thought to himself, this lad has squeezed every bit of profit from me, yet speaks so assuredly. Ah Qin, did you dig these clams yourself? Zhao Ping, who had been listening nearby, asked uncertainly, cursing the unreliable messengers in his mind. Brother, what brings you here? Zhao Qin exclaimed in surprise upon realizing his elder brother had arrived. I heard you dug up quite a few clams and came to see for myself. He and I spent the entire morning to unearth this little amount. The surrounding crowd rolled their eyes, tempted to confront Zhao Qin, incredulous at his characterization of this little amount. Digging up dozens of pounds in a single morning was no small feat, even over 3 or 4 days. Such a haul would be cause for celebration. Zhao Ping was genuinely delighted. Earlier that morning, he sensed a change in his younger brother, initially dismissing it as mere imagination. But now it was evident that Zhao Qin was indeed making money. His clumsy speech was filled with laughter as he repeatedly exclaimed, Good, good, good. Uncle Lin, let us weigh them. Wait, not yet. Noticing his brother's realization, Zhao Qin quickly selected a dozen large, plump clams from the basin and placed them in a bucket, instructing Old Lin to weigh the remainder. The scale stood nearby as Old Lin placed a basket atop them. After peeling the clams, he weighed them, totaling 42 pounds and 1,092 pieces. Uncle Lin, I don't have any change to give you, so shall we just settle on 1,100? As Old Lin fumbled with his keys to open the box, he paused upon hearing this, reflecting, You have no change, but I do. After a moment's thought, he decided not to quibble over a few coins and handed Zhao Qin 11 red bills. After confirming the amount, Zhao Qin noticed a pack of cigarettes beside him, took one, and waved his hand, saying, Uncle Lin, I'm off. I'll sell you more good stuff next time. Old Lin couldn't help but chuckle. This lad certainly knew how to avoid loss, having just taken a cigarette for himself and now asking for another. Where did you get that from? Zhao Ping then recounted his work at the dock, mentioning that it was lunchtime and he would head home to eat, returning in the afternoon. At the nearby convenience store, Zhao Qin purchased 2 packs of soft red cigarettes, priced at $6.50 each. After paying, he requested a plastic bag from the owner, into which he poured a dozen clams from his bucket and handed it to his elder brother. These are quite good. Take them home for my nieces and nephews. At over 20 a pound, what are you keeping them for? You might as well kill a chicken, Zhao Ping replied. I don't want them. Keep them for yourself. At the collection station, Zhao Ping felt compelled to speak when he noticed the clams being withheld, yet he restrained himself. As long as his brother was diligent in his work, it was acceptable for him to keep a little for himself. However, seeing that he was reserving them for his own sustenance stirred both gratitude and a tinge of heartache within him. Take them. By the way, I want to be returning the money for now. When I earn more, I'll repay you in full. Over the past 2 years, he had accrued quite a debt to his elder brother, with amounts ranging from 10 to 50. His brother had discreetly provided him with much, and merely repaying the 50 from this morning felt a bit inadequate. He couldn't give away everything he had without retaining something for himself. So he figured it best to wait until he made more money to settle the debt in one go. After all, they were brothers, and there was plenty of time ahead. Why bother counting the money? It's what an elder brother deserves, Zhao Qin remarked, handing over the clams. This is my duty as an uncle. Hearing this, Zhao Ping smiled broadly and accepted the clams without further protest. Upon returning home, Zhao Qin went back to the convenience store to buy 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages. Time was short, and preparing a proper meal would be impossible, so he opted for a quick fix. Once back in his room, Zhao Qin busied himself boiling water for the noodles. While waiting, he took out his money, counting 220 yuan and placing it on the table. Ahi, if you join me in fishing by the sea, you'll receive 20% of the haul. We brothers must be clear about money. If you think it's too little, you can go off on your own. He stared at the money on the table, momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. I don't want it. I'm happy to join you, and accepting money would be shameless. Zhao Qin playfully kicked him, but he nimbly dodged, laughing heartily. Sit down and listen to me, Zhao Qin said seriously, prompting Ahi to pull up a stool and take a seat opposite him. You have also reached the age of 19, and your grandmother must be around 60 this year. My grandmother is 63. Indeed, she is already 63. One must ponder how many more years she can continue. You lack parents, but having a father is almost the same as not having one. I have an elder brother, yet he has his own family, with children and a wife, so I cannot rely on him. Given your grandmother's age, you should be contemplating how to provide for her in her later years. Ahi, a man without wealth is destined to live a life of timidity. We, as brothers, possess the strength and intelligence. Why should we remain impoverished while others prosper? Therefore, from this day forward, we shall adopt a new way of life, ensuring that when the villagers see us, they will raise their thumbs in approval, surpassing those around us. He may be impulsive, yet he is not foolish. Although he may not fully absorb these words, he truly has no one else to turn to but Zhao Qin. Brother, I will heed your advice. Then, quickly set aside some money. Keep 20 for your personal use, and save 200 for your grandmother. She will surely be delighted. P.S. The author is not a native of coastal areas, but simply has an affinity for rural charm and decided to write a book. The narrative may encompass a plethora of seafood, not specific to any particular region. I wish to clarify that as long as it is found along the domestic coast, it may be included. So, let us refrain from disputes. If there are others with similar interests, please consider adding this to your bookshelf. I will strive to update and enhance the writing. Chapter 6. Cleaning up after indulging in instant noodles. Zhao Qin glanced at his luck value once more. It remained unchanged at 193.0, despite his hunger being sated. Consequently, his aspiration to continue beachcombing in the afternoon was dashed. Brother, what shall we do this afternoon? He inquired. Zhao Qin surveyed their abode, resembling a pigsty, and replied, This afternoon, let's tidy up this place. It hardly resembles a dwelling fit for humans. I'll stay and help you, he said, finishing the last sip of broth from his noodle cup and casually tossing the container outside. Zhao Qin, bemused by this nonchalant gesture, thought to himself that he might as well let Ahi experience that cleaning is far more exhausting than beachcombing. All right, you go back first. Give some money to Grandma, and while you're at it, pick some vegetables from your garden to bring to me. This time, I won't pay you. In the future, I will compensate you for each harvest. Off you go. Why should I pay for what Grandma grows? Zhao Qin's face suddenly turned cold. It's not your labor. If it were, you could generously give it away. What right do you have to use your grandmother's hard work for favors? Enough, just go. Remember, you are growing up now. Your grandmother will rely on you for support in the future. I understand, brother. This time, it seemed he genuinely grasped the sentiment. He dashed out, but not before kicking the noodle cup he had discarded. Pick it up and throw in the trash. Reluctantly, he retrieved it and hurried away. Zhao Qin found a bamboo pole and tied a broom to it, sweeping the ceiling and the surrounding walls first. One could only say that his parents' genes were commendable. Both he and his elder brother were not short, with his brother standing around 178 meters, while he himself was approximately 182 meters tall. After finishing the ceiling and walls, he noted that he had yet to return. As he mentally criticized his brother's unreliability, he noticed Ahi stealthily entering, grabbing the broom without a word and starting to sweep the floor. Do you not understand the order of tasks? The floor should be cleaned last. If you sweep it now, it will need to be done again later. Ahi replied with a soft "oh," then took a rag to start wiping the table. Zhao Qin then realized something was amiss. What is going on, brother? Grandma cried when she saw the 200 yuan I gave her. She laughed and cried at the same time. Was I a terrible person before? Zhao Qin chuckled softly, placing the bamboo pole on his head and giving a light pat. You felt remorseful, realizing your past mistakes, didn't you? It's all right. I only awakened to this today, and you merely lagged half a morning behind me. We, as brothers, will surely make something of ourselves in the future. You will undoubtedly become a source of pride for Grandma. Brother, can I really do it? If others can, then you certainly can. By the way, what about the vegetables I asked you to get? He then remembered. I forgot because I was preoccupied. No worries. Let us finish cleaning first, and then I will help you pick them. Make sure to wipe every visible surface. I will wash the bedding. Though there was no washing machine, Zhao Qin was no stranger to laundry, having spent 3 years in another realm as a soldier where he washed his own clothes by hand. This took quite some time, as I had to wash while intermittently supervising Ahe. His attitude was correct, but it was evident that he had little experience with work. Many areas were subpar. When wiping the table, he merely attended to the surface, neglecting the corners and the legs. At the entrance stood 2 trees, one a camphor tree, the other. The clothesline previously tied was still usable, so I could simply hang the clothes up. Zhao Ping's wife, Xiaorong, was not conventionally beautiful. One might describe her as delicate. After bearing 2 children, her waist had thickened slightly. She was busy chopping vegetables when she noticed her husband returning. "Why did you come back so late from the dock?" Zhao Ping, however, did not respond, only chuckling foolishly. He had found money and was overjoyed. What did he carry in his hands? Xiaorong took a glance and remarked with irritation, "Look at you, so easily pleased. You dug up a few clams and are elated? Wash your hands and rest. Dinner will be ready soon." "I didn't dig these up. Did you buy them? Tell me, where did you get the money? You just squander it. These cost over 20 yuan a pound, and it's not a holiday. Why are you buying this? If you really want to eat, I can go catch some oysters this afternoon when the tide recedes." With that, she directly tugged at Zhao Ping's ear. "I didn't buy them. Akin dug them up." Xiaorong had only pretended to pull his ear, but upon hearing his words, she exerted more force. "Oh, so you've learned to lie now? You might as well say they fell from the sky. Why don't you believe me? It's true." "Believe you? That's absurd. Go see if our daughter has woken up. Our son has an exam today and should be back soon. It really was Akin who dug them up." All right. I believe you. Hurry up." Watching her husband disappear, she sighed, well aware that whenever he asked her to help Zhao Qin, she would always speak well of him. This time, however, he had made progress, knowing to return with something to impress. Glancing at the still-living clams, she decided to wash them, planning to stir-fry them with scallions. Their daughter, only a week old, spent most of her time sleeping. Zhao Ping peeked into the room and saw her sleeping soundly, the small fan swaying gently from afar. He touched the child's head, finding no sweat, and felt reassured as he stepped outside. Just then, their son returned with a school bag, immediately grabbing the large tea mug on the table and gulping down a generous amount. "How did you do?" Zhao Ping inquired. Their son, Zhao Junyuan, had just finished his final exams for the 2nd grade and would be advancing to the 3rd grade next year. He had only taken math and Chinese that morning, so it was all over quickly. "I should score full marks," Zhao Junyuan replied naturally. Zhao Ping, having only completed 3 grades of schooling himself, felt powerless regarding his son's education. But fortunately, the boy was as studious as his uncle had been in childhood, requiring little concern. "Mom, you know I did well. So you specifically bought clams?" Zhao Junyuan exclaimed, reaching for them, only to have his mother swat his hand away. "Have you washed your hands? Go wash your hands first." The dishes were ready. A plate of cucumbers, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a plate of stir-fried clams, and a bowl of seaweed soup. Once at the table, Zhao Ping picked up a large clam and offered the meat to his son. "Eat more." He then slurped the clam shell before discarding it onto the table. "The chickens and ducks have been captured and placed in a snakeskin bag. You are to deliver them to those 2 families this afternoon. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of their unkind words." With a heavy sigh, Xiaorong expressed her thoughts. "How do you know?" Zhao Ping was taken aback. The 2 families walked by early in the morning, cursing as they went, deliberately lingering at our doorstep to ensure we heard their grievances. They lamented our support for Qin, questioning when it would cease, while we have 2 little ones at home and another larger one to raise. What a misfortune this is. As she spoke, tears unexpectedly fell. "What has happened to my uncle?" Zhao Junyuan inquired with curiosity. Children should not interrupt when adults are speaking. Zhao Ping admonished lightly, offering him a clam. He then turned to his wife, saying, "Qin has truly changed. Why do you not believe it?" This clam was genuinely dug up by him and sold for over 1,000 yuan. Many people at the dock witnessed it. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire yourself. He also paid for the chickens and ducks. Otherwise, why would those 2 families cease their complaints? I happened to pass by the dock after work, and he noticed me, selecting around 10 clams, claiming they were for Xiao Jun's nourishment. Xiaorong was momentarily taken aback. The man's words seemed credible enough, even offering to let her investigate. Yet, contemplating Zhao Qin's nature, she found it exceedingly difficult to trust. Chapter 7. A peach kills 2 scholars in the afternoon. Zhao Ping returned to work once again. Zhao Junyuan, having finished his examinations, was already on summer break. And after his meal, he mysteriously vanished. After feeding her little daughter and lulling her back to sleep, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock. Xiao Rong noticed the chickens and ducks still resting in the burlap sack. Her husband had neither taken them nor given them to anyone else. Could it be that they were truly no longer needed? Unable to contain her curiosity, she headed towards the dock's receiving station. Without needing to inquire, upon her arrival, she overheard that Zhao Qin had unexpectedly struck luck that day, digging up 2 buckets of clams and selling them for over 1,000 yuan. Goodness, the effort of a single morning equated to what one would earn in an entire month. Remarkably so, she was quite astonished. Her little brother-in-law had engaged in all sorts of activities over the past 2 years, aside from his legitimate work. Had he truly changed his ways? After returning from the dock, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to head towards the old residence. From a distance, she noticed a line of garments hanging on the clothesline at the entrance. This did not surprise her, despite her little brother-in-law's lackadaisical nature. He had never asked her for assistance in washing clothes. However, he was not particularly diligent either. Sometimes, a single piece of clothing could be worn for several days. And as she approached, a peculiar smell wafted towards her. Yet this time he had washed so many. Upon reaching the door, she found it closed. Calling out, she received no response. Cautiously, she pushed the door open, and everything appeared familiar, yet somehow wrong. After a moment of bewilderment, she realized the reason. Everything was impeccably clean. Not only the floor, but all visible areas, every nook and cranny, were spotless. Even the windows gleamed as if polished. She was astonished, feeling that this place was cleaner than her own home. With wide eyes and an expression of disbelief, she pondered, was this truly the abode of her notoriously careless brother-in-law? Who dared to intrude upon my home to steal? Are they seeking death? Hearing a sound, she quickly turned, managing a forced smile. It's me. She saw Zhao Qin holding a basin containing 2 cucumbers, several half-red, half-green tomatoes, and 3 eggs. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Is my brother looking for me? In her memory, this sister-in-law was rather pleasant. It was primarily the original owner's faults that had marred her perception. At 22, still relying on her elder brother for support, seemed somewhat unreasonable. Perhaps the original owner felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but at that moment, Zhao Qin saw clearly. She had indeed become a rare, good sister-in-law. It's nothing serious. I just heard from your brother that you earned over 1,000 today and even brought clams for Xiaojun. I wanted to come and see. Oh, sister-in-law, this money hardly suffices to repay the debt I owe you and my brother. Please give me some time. Once I save enough, I'll return it to you. Xiao Rong quickly waved her hand. No, that's not the intention. Your brother and I never expected repayment. You earned this money, so keep it. Spend it wisely. When the time comes for you to marry, if you're short on funds, your brother and I can contribute, but if you're in dire need, we may not be able to help. She then pointed towards the house. Did you clean this place? Yes, and he helped me for an afternoon. After exchanging a few more words, Xiao Rong took her leave. She had intended to suggest that if they were short on vegetables, they could pick some from her garden. But she restrained herself, uncertain whether Zhao Qin was merely momentarily enthusiastic or genuinely considerate. If she were to be overly polite now, it might lead to complications later if Zhao Qin became overly reliant on her. Zhao Qin, indifferent to her musings, had resolved not to take anything for free, regardless of whose garden it came from. Lying back on his bed, he turned on an old fan that his mother had purchased years ago, intending to catch a nap. Sighing, he wondered when he could exchange his merit points for a fishing rod, line, and hooks. As an avid angler, he felt a familiar itch in his hands at the thought, an impulse to cast a line. He dozed until the sun was nearly setting, then roused himself to prepare dinner, quickly whipping up a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Cooking in the summer was a trial, and he was drenched in sweat before he could even take a bite. Just then, he heard a commotion outside and peeked out to see the scowling Chu Ying and her husband carrying a load of rice. Upon noticing Zhao Qin, she huffed and quietly walked away, abruptly dropping her burden. Yin Na's father, Yin Jianjun, was decent enough after his daughter left. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing. Uncle Yin, why not stay for a meal? Zhao Qin offered. No, my meal's already prepared at home. he replied curtly. Just as Zhao Qin was about to say more, Chu Ying's voice rang out from a distance. Still embarrassing yourself out here? Don't dirty yourself. We're all innocent here. Hurry back home and take a shower. With a sigh, Yin Jianjun turned and left. The childhood engagement between their families had been arranged by their fathers, and now that both patriarchs had passed away, returning to Rice eased his heart a little. Zhao Qin, disinclined to engage with Chu Ying's provocations, began to eat. However, just as he lifted his bowl, he rushed over. Have you eaten? Not yet. There is still some in the pot. Let us split the dish, Zhao Qin replied. He waved his hand with a cheerful expression, his intentions unclear. Brother, the wives of Lai Bao and Lin Lao got into a fight this afternoon. I heard they even tore each other's clothes, but I missed it, he lamented. Zhao Qin's mind raced as he recalled the two women who had been arguing at the door earlier. Hadn't T50 Yuan settled their dispute? Why were they fighting again? Why? He asked. He burst into laughter, shaking with mirth, and gave him a thumbs up. Come on, what did you eat, B-droppings? Why are you so happy? Brother, you're just too clever. Ha ha ha, so impressive. He exclaimed, banging his hands on the table as he laughed. What does that have to do with me? Zhao Qin retorted. When you asked them how much their chickens and ducks were worth, both families, fearing you wouldn't compensate them adequately, gave low estimates. You offered 50, and Lai Bao's wife used that to pay Lin's family 15. Naturally, Lin's family was unhappy, claiming their duck was worth 30, at the very least wanting half. Lai Bao's family insisted their chicken was worth 40, claiming they were already losing by accepting 35. Living next door, the women were already on bad terms, and this pushed them over the edge. They began to argue, and when words weren't enough, they resorted to blows. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qin shook his head in disbelief, not expecting such a turn of events. He did not take pleasure in the misfortune of others and continued to eat his meal. Brother, you have no idea. They're all speculating that this is your scheme. They talk about how in ancient times, 2 peaches led to the demise of 3 warriors, claiming that those who have attended university possess sharper wits than others. The 2 families initially intended to seek you out, yet they dared not approach. Zhao Qin felt utterly bewildered. What nonsense is this? I paid, believing that after feasting on chicken and duck, I ought to settle the bill. I only have 50 yuan in my pocket and no change. Which fool is spreading these rumors? I shall confront him on another day. No, brother. They are merely bestowing you with a reputation. Who would dare provoke us again? A simple stratagem can incite them to turn against one another. Nonsense. This was never my intent. It was purely an accident. Indeed, an accident it was. We must not allow anyone to seize upon our vulnerabilities. Zhao Qin, feeling drained, decided against further explanation and resumed his meal. Brother, did you cook a large portion? What is the matter? Haven't you eaten? I have. But seeing you enjoy your food has made me hungry again. Serve yourself. Chapter 8. Nighttime clam digging. Zhao Qin, of course, would not squander his time engaging in lawsuits between the 2 families. Although his prior decision to take without notice was somewhat ignoble, he recognized his error and rectified it by returning the money. The meal expenses were modest, and he had not indulged in extra bites, thus leaving Zhao Qin unsated. At the tender age of 22, having skipped breakfast and consumed only a solitary bucket of noodles by midday, he had been relying on this evening's meal to satisfy his hunger. Naturally, he had no intention of cooking again, nor did he feel inclined to purchase instant noodles. After sending Ahi on his way, he completed a shower and lay down. Once asleep, hunger ceased to trouble him. Having napped excessively in the afternoon, he found himself devoid of drowsiness at this hour. After some contemplation, he rose and rummaged through his box, retrieving his mobile phone. Since dropping out of school, this device had remained untouched for nearly 2 years, and he was uncertain if it was still functional. It was a Nokia 1100, a gift from his mother before her passing, purchased with great enthusiasm upon learning he had been accepted into a prestigious university. It lacked sophistication, yet its durability was commendable, serving primarily for calls and occasionally doubling as an improvised tool. He plugged in the charger and, after a brief moment, the phone powered on successfully. However, there was no TikTok or similar app to scroll through, and he presumed his phone number had long expired without signal. No matter, in a few days, he would earn some money and acquire a new number. He navigated to a game and began playing Snake, a nostalgic pastime that engrossed him until well past 10 o'clock. Setting his phone aside, he drifted into a hazy slumber. The aging fan, lacking in power, failed to disperse the mosquitoes, and he was soon roused by their bites. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was only 2 in the morning. He turned over to resume sleep, but as he did, the familiar system display appeared before him. Luck value, 193.28. Achievement points, 0. Irritated, he dismissed the display and attempted to sleep again. Yet, mere seconds later, he sprang up as if revived from the dead. Wait, I earned 1,000 with a luck value of 18. Now it's 28. Sleep? What a waste of time, he exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. He switched on the light and, in a swift motion, discarded his shorts and tank top. Glancing at the large clock pendulum below, he felt a surge of confidence. His resources were abundant, and his spirits lifted. Dressing quickly, he contemplated that he need not don a hat or cover his face at night. But a shiver ran through him at the thought of the mosquitoes that had just troubled him, prompting him to bundle up once more. He tossed 2 sand shovels into a bucket and carried it outside. The night air was pleasant, and the moon illuminated the path ahead. Arriving at Ahia's house, he tapped gently on the back window. This was their secret signal, executed quietly so as not to disturb the elderly lady sleeping on the other side. "Brother, is that you?" The lad was surprisingly alert for someone who had been asleep. "Boil some water. By the way, do you have a flashlight at home?" "Yes, I brought one." "Hurry up." Before long, Ahi cautiously opened the door, and the two joined forces. "Brother, didn't you say you were done with this? What's the situation now? Are you just talking nonsense?" Zhao Qin handed him the bucket and playfully smacked his head. "You're full of chatter. Are you planning to pursue further studies? Come on, let us go clam digging." "What? Clam digging in the middle of the night? In order to surpass others and bring pride to your family, one must indeed be more industrious than the rest." "All right, I will heed your advice. Shall we head to that beach from before?" "There's no rush, however. One flashlight will not suffice. It would be best to procure headlamps as well. Let us visit the convenience store." Upon arriving at the store by the pier, Zhao Qin resumed his previous impetuous demeanor and began banging on the door loudly. The village's security was decent, but even the convenience store dared not operate without a presence at night. "Who is it? It's late at night. Why are you banging about? Do you believe I won't smash your face?" "Old Jew, open the door. If you don't, I will turn your store upside down." The sounds of creaking bamboo from within indicated that Old Jew had awakened. "Qin?" The voice from inside inquired again before the door opened. "Knowing is one thing. Hurrying is another," Old Jew grumbled, though his words were somewhat incomprehensible. Upon seeing the two, he added, "Petty theft is one thing, but robbery is a crime. You two better not act foolishly." This reflects the prevailing mindset of the village. As long as theft does not exceed 100 yuan, if the perpetrator is known, they can be made to compensate. If unknown, one simply accepts their misfortune. No one would genuinely report it. It would only cause unnecessary delays. "Do you have headlamps? Bring me 2, along with 2 pairs of gloves and 2 packets of soft Tower Mountain noodles." "Could you not come during the day to purchase these items?" "If I could remember during the day, I wouldn't be knocking at your door at night, now would I?" "Hurry up. Besides, why sleep so much? One need not rest excessively in life. There will be plenty of time to sleep after death." Old Jew, bemused, raised his hand to gesture at him. "You truly are a cultured individual, speaking so eloquently. Tell me, did you orchestrate the fight between the wives of the Lai and Lin families?" "Get lost. Hurry up. I have your headlamps ready. One cost 25, 250. 2 packets of Tower Mountain noodles 13, gloves 2, totaling 65. Never mind, just give me 60. I fear your cunning might one day ensnare me." As Zhao Qin fumbled for money, he retorted, "You just can't keep your mouth shut, can you? I've told you countless times that matter has nothing to do with me." After stepping outside and taking a few paces, he suddenly recalled the need for sustenance after engaging in physical labor at such a late hour, prompting him to return and resume banging on the door. "What on earth do you want?" Old Jew lamented, feeling quite defeated. He could neither fight nor scold these two. "Do you have hot water at home? Please help me prepare 2 buckets of noodles." "Are you my father?" Old Jew replied, exasperated. "Those 2 buckets of noodles don't require payment. do they? Old Zhu. In truth, old Zhu was not particularly old, merely in his 30s. He had once worked at the pier, but an accident had left him with a limp. The compensation from the pier, along with some contributions from home, allowed him to establish this small convenience store. While it may not lead to wealth, he was able to live comfortably. Old Zhu, your thermos needs replacing. It hardly retains heat. The noodles barely cooked. He commented between bites. Old Zhu rolled his eyes. This was also thanks to the local custom of drinking tea. Otherwise, who would prepare hot water in the scorching heat? One bucket of noodles barely sufficed for the two, and this time they truly departed with their buckets in hand. Old Zhu watched them descend the embankment before cursing under his breath and shutting the door to return to sleep. Upon arriving at the stretch of beach illuminated by daylight, I noticed several flashlights flickering in the distance. After inquiring further, it became clear that Zhao Air had indeed been digging in this very area. My mother, while collecting oysters, had coincidentally encountered Zhao Air as he was foraging by the sea, confirming it to be this spot. Overhearing a conversation between two individuals, Zhao Qin patted a he on the shoulder and said, "Let's depart. There is nothing left to unearth here. Should the system be advantageous, it might allow him to discover treasures that others could not. Yet such an explanation would be exceedingly difficult to convey. Regardless, this marshland is abundant. We can simply move to a less crowded section. Damn it, what a bunch of fools. They have no right to intrude on our discovery." He fumed. "Brother, why don't we go over and teach those few a lesson? Are you out of your mind? Look at the lights. There are at least 7 or 8 people over there. Can we possibly take them on? Besides, the sea does not belong to us. Anyone can come here. Let's move on," Zhao Qin replied. As night fell, it seemed that the tide had just receded, and there were indeed many people out by the shore. It was no surprise, given that summer vacation had begun. Young lads were out not only to enjoy, but also to earn a bit of pocket money. "Brother, what do you say we head over to the muddy flats? We might even find some crabs," he suggested. "Very well, let us proceed to that area." Chapter 9. 2 buckets. The two men arrived at the tidal flats on the western edge of the village, where the illumination was nearly non-existent, save for the distant glimmers of lights from fishing boats engaged in nighttime operations. "We shouldn't venture too far down. The tide will rise before long. Let us explore the vicinity," Zhao Qin suggested. This area was characterized by a mixture of mud and sand, with the ground somewhat soft. A careless step could easily leave one's shoes trapped in the muck. Zhao Qin, cautious of the deepening mire, preferred to remain nearby. "Let us see what we can find," he added, handing a shovel from the bucket to a he. The two men took their positions, bent over, and began their search. Before long, Zhao Qin's spirits soared as he noticed numerous holes beneath his feet, from which fine particles of mud were expelled, resembling tiny blades of grass or small clumps of excrement. "Brother, what have you found?" he inquired. "I discovered clam holes. Let me dig a bit," Zhao Qin replied. However, he lamented the original owner's lack of discernment, mistaking various holes for clam burrows. After a short while of digging, his shovel suddenly unearthed a soft, worm-like creature, a delicate pink hue, measuring nearly 10 centimeters in length. "Wow, the sea worms are quite plump," Zhao Qin exclaimed, recognizing it immediately as something familiar to any angler. "Behold, it's a sandworm," he remarked, squatting down to grasp the creature, rolling it in his hand before handing it to Zhao Qin. "Brother, this isn't an earthworm, it's a sandworm. Take a look." Zhao Qin took in his hand, marveling at how, just moments ago, it appeared soft and indistinguishable from an earthworm, yet now it seemed significantly shorter, slightly thinner than his little finger, and firm to the touch. "You're not mistaken. This is also referred to as a marine earthworm. Are we going to use it for fishing?" Zhao Qin inquired. "What a waste. This is quite expensive," he replied. Upon hearing expensive, Zhao Qin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "How much does it cost per pound?" he asked eagerly. "I've never sold any, so I can't say for sure, but it's definitely pricey, likely more than the clams we dug yesterday. I've heard it's an aphrodisiac. Many affluent businessmen have a penchant for it." Zhao Qin pondered for a moment, considering that perhaps today's stroke of luck was tied to this small creature. "What are we waiting for? This area appears to be abundant. Let us dig." The density of the holes meant that they no longer needed to search for individual burrows. They simply overturned the ground in patches. Brother, I've never tasted this before. If we dig up a lot, shouldn't we save some try? He suggested. We're both young and single. Are you not concerned about sleepless nights after eating? Zhao Qin teased. He fell silent for a while before murmuring. I was thinking of saving some for my grandmother to taste. Zhao Qin chuckled. That's a good idea. Let us set aside a pound or two. Thank you, brother. He replied. Enough chit-chat. Let us get to work. We should finish this area before dawn. Luckily, we didn't venture too deep. The tide shouldn't reach us here. The mud was stickier than the beach from the previous day, making it somewhat more challenging to dig. Fortunately, having eaten instant noodles, both young men felt energized. As long as they weren't hungry, their spirits remained high. The seaside was not only home to mosquitoes, but also to biting flies, which were more painful. He, clad in shorts and a tank top, was seen slapping his skin after a few digs. Brother, you're truly clever. He remarked with a hint of annoyance upon noticing Zhao Qin remained unbothered. Next time, you might consider doing the same, before venturing out at night to gather seafood. A spritz of floral water could enhance your efforts significantly. Brother, how many have you dug up? I'm not certain, perhaps half a bucket. Hurry. We must work swiftly before dawn reveals our haul to others, or will no longer belong to us. Indeed, Zhao Qin felt fortunate. This body was not entirely without merit, as it had granted him a commendable little companion. Were he alone, he would dare to venture out at night. But the monotony of digging alone was quite unbearable. Fishermen are audacious, willing to sit atop graves all night, as long as there are fish to catch. Let us take a break and drink some water. After bending over for 2 hours, both were beginning to tire, disregarding the dirt beneath them. They plopped down and filled their water bottles. After a brief respite of more than 10 minutes, they resumed their task. As dawn began to break, the number of sandworm holes diminished significantly. Previously, they could unearth 3 worms with 2 shovelfuls, but now it took more than 10 attempts to find even one. Stretching his back and surveying the area, they had turned over 1,000 square meters in 3 to 4 hours. Observing the system's luck value, which had dwindled to a mere 1 point, he tossed aside his shovel and said to He, "Stop digging. It's all gone." At that moment, the system's luck value displayed 493.0. That doesn't seem right. After all this time, only 300 worms? Glancing at the 2 buckets beside him, it was evident there were far more than that. A gentle tap on the panel revealed a notification. A single type can yield a maximum fixed luck value of 300 points per day. Damn, there's a limit. Meanwhile, the merit value now read 50. This indicated that the system assessed the value of sandworms to be superior to that of the clams they had dug the previous day. Within the system, aside from the sand shovel, the cheapest tool was the iron spade, which required 100 merit points. Clearly, they needed to find 2 more items to unlock new tools. Brother, my back feels like it's about to snap. Where'd a child find a back? Zhao Qin rubbed his aching back and moved a few steps forward, seeking a dry patch of ground before sitting down once more. Not only did his back ache, but his right hand, which gripped the shovel, felt as if it could no longer straighten. His entire arm throbbed with fatigue. He staggered over to his side and collapsed on the ground, muttering, "Damn, money is truly hard-earned." At that moment, the tide began to recede slowly, and with the brightness of day, individuals arrived at the tidal flats to gather seafood. Upon seeing the 2 of them, curiosity drew them closer. "What a rarity to see you digging at the beach at such an hour," one remarked lightheartedly. Both were so exhausted they could barely muster a response. Ordinarily, they would have exchanged banter. "Were those 2 buckets? Sandworms. You've actually dug up so many sandworms right here?" With that exclamation, others nearby perked up and rushed over. "Good heavens, so many sandworms. What would they be worth? Did you 2 strike it lucky? First clams yesterday, now sandworms today." Some individuals pointed at the buckets while others began to dig beside them, only to discover, unsurprisingly, that aside from a few clams, nothing else surfaced. "Akin, would you be so kind as to bring back a couple of pounds for me to enjoy a meal? My back has been troubling me lately." The speaker was Zhao Kain's paternal uncle, Zhao Haidong. The 2 families did not have much interaction. Zhao Haidong's family was considerably better off. It was only when Zhao Kain had just been admitted to university that Zhao Haidong regarded them as close relatives. However, once Zhao Kind dropped out, he immediately severed ties, fearing any association with their family. Upon hearing Zhao Haidong request sandworms, Zhao Kind merely gestured towards the tidal flats, indicating there were plenty to be found, and he should dig for them himself. Zhao Haidong's expression darkened, and with a scoff, he muttered something about having merely stumbled upon good fortune. Zhao Kind chose to ignore him. Asked if you all had any serious business. Why do you keep surrounding my brother and me? Ahe stood up and brushed aside those who were about to reach into the bucket to inspect the sandworms. At this moment, it seemed the crowd remembered their purpose for coming and gradually dispersed. Brother, with the tide low, should I go see if I can turn over a few rock crabs? We could boil them for lunch and enjoy a drink together. I'm so tired. Zhao Kind couldn't help but chuckle. There was a certain contradiction in the statement, being so fatigued yet still wanting to venture out to search for crabs. Chapter 10. Prosperity. Ahi initially expressed his weariness, suggesting that a drink might alleviate his fatigue. A sentiment Zhao Qin readily comprehended. I shall remain here. If you wish to move, descend, and take a look. If you can manage to turn over 4 or 5, that will suffice. If not, return quickly. We have goods to sell. Very well, I can manage alone. You rest, Ahi replied, rising to make his way down to the tidal flats. Zhao Qin brought 2 large buckets of sandworms closer and, succumbing to exhaustion, reclined on the ground, biting into a blade of grass. Its youthful crispness mingled with bitterness, yet surprisingly invigorating. After nearly half an hour, as his eyelids began to falter, Ahi finally returned, clutching a plastic bag he had scavenged, within which were several rock crabs. These creatures held little value, their shells being hard and their flesh scarce. Locals rarely favored them. If sold, they would fetch a meager price. However, when fried, they could be quite delightful as a side dish to accompany drinks. Let's go 1 bucket each. To sell, Ahi stated. Hearing the mention of selling, Ahi regained his vigor. Brother, shall we sell to old Lin then? Certainly. As long as the price is fair, selling to anyone is the same. Zhao Qin inquired, do you truly fancy Lin Ping? A rare, shy smile graced Ahi's face. That girl is quite remarkable. You have a discerning eye, young man. Work hard and earn well. Opportunities will surely arise. Indeed, the two conversed as they walked, and upon reaching the dock, they encountered old Zhu opening his shop, who greeted them with a grin. Ah, the sun must have risen from the west. I thought you two were out last night, using the guise of night fishing to engage in mischief. Yet here you are, genuinely fishing. Old Zhu, did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? Shall I give you a poke or 2? Please don't. I'm afraid if you do, I might lose my teeth altogether. Old Zhu chuckled, leaning closer to inspect the contents of their buckets, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, where did you procure so many sandworms? A few years back, they were quite cheap, but lately, this area has become increasingly difficult to harvest, and prices have skyrocketed. Shall I reserve 2 pounds for you? Are you willing to part with them? 2 taishan, a very fair price. Wouldn't you agree? Old Zhu huffed in mock annoyance before turning to enter his shop. Zhao Qin had anticipated a refusal, but unexpectedly, after just a few steps, Old Zhu emerged carrying a basin. Upon seeing the 2 taishan in the basin, Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had undervalued their catch. Yet it was too late to retract his words. They had nearly 100 sandworms in the basin, 2 pounds being neither less nor more, much to Old Zhu's delight. My goodness, how long did it take you two to gather such a bounty? Old Zhu exclaimed in astonishment. Just along the shore. It only took about 2 hours. Nothing too strenuous. He waved dismissively. Zhao Qin shot him a disapproving glance, silently chastising him for hogging all the credit, then placed his cigarette beneath his arm and made his way to the purchasing point without a word. Engaging in seafood procurement can indeed be quite laborious. One must rise early, and many nearshore vessels return late, often laboring until midnight. Old Lin was enjoying his breakfast, which consisted of a few steamed buns paired with thin rice porridge, as the dock was still relatively quiet at this early hour with few patrons around. Spotting the two, Zhao Qin directly entered Old Lin's room with his bucket, and Ahi, after a moment's hesitation, promptly followed suit. What do you intend to do? Leave at once, Old Lin exclaimed, brandishing his chopsticks as he attempted to shoo the 2 individuals away. Zhao Qin set down the bucket, took a seat on the adjacent stool, and upon spotting some steamed buns, he picked one up with his right hand and began to devour it, while his left hand pointed towards the bucket. Old Lin, initially ready to scold him, couldn't help but glance at the bucket he was indicating, and in the next moment his eyes widened in astonishment. Sandworms. Are they all at the bottom? Upon noticing another bucket set down by Ahe, his voice rose further in pitch. 2 large buckets. Is that correct? You should pour some out and see for yourself. To be honest, Old Lin, I had intended to sell this at the town market. It was only because Ahe insisted that you are a fair man and wouldn't inflate the price that I brought it here. Given that Ahe was his younger brother, it was only natural for him to speak a few words in his favor. Old Lin's expression twitched, and as he glanced up, he caught sight of Ahe grinning widely, which only added to his disdain. Let us step outside. The light is better there. If you can't manage that, then turn on the light. Old Lin continued. In the future, I will handle your catch from the sea, but you must promise not to disclose how much I sold it for. Old Lin retorted with irritation. With the 2 of you, do you really think anyone would be envious? If you 2 aren't coveting others, that would be fortunate enough. Besides, how much can you truly gather from the shore? The clams from yesterday and the sandworms from today are surely a stroke of luck from your ancestors. If you refuse to agree, then consider this morning as if I never came. Old Lin glared at the 2 buns that had vanished from the table, trembling with frustration. You say I never came? My 2 buns were snatched by a dog. Understanding the importance of discretion is wise. You 2 have been surprisingly diligent this time, which is commendable. Rest assured, my lips are sealed. I heard that Widow Wang has a mole on her backside. That rumor originated from you. Upon hearing this, Old Lin's ire surged, causing him to leap 3 feet in the air. Which wicked soul spread such nonsense? I haven't even seen it. How could I possibly know? How shameless. Is it on the left or the right? Right. Old Lin suddenly realized, glaring at Zhao Qin. Are you toying with me this early in the morning? I won't take your goods anymore. Be gone. All right. Since I know it's not you who spread the rumor, let us get down to business. Old Lin scoffed. Isn't it you who steered the conversation astray? Let us first weigh how many pounds we have. What is the price per pound? This used to be quite abundant in our area, back when it was only a few dimes per pound. It has been many years since I've seen such a quantity. People would occasionally dig a little and take it home. As for the current market conditions, I am uncertain. First, inquire about the price. If it is too low, even if you promise to marry Ping Ping to Ahe, I will still take it to town to sell. Ahe looked at Zhao Qin with a pained expression. Brother, my lifelong happiness. Old Lin felt weary. He genuinely wished to rid himself of these 2. Conducting business with such sharp tongues, he could hardly hear a single word of praise. He pulled out his phone and dialed several numbers, seemingly all restaurants. There is a restaurant in the city that offers any amount at a price of 60 per pound. I can give you 55, and with a discount and the round-trip costs, making a profit of 5 per pound should not be unreasonable, right? Zhao Qin rolled his eyes. Had the other party quoted 60 yuan, he would have been willing to gouge out his own eyes to make up the difference. 58 yuan it is. Let us proceed with the weighing without delay. Old Lin felt a surge of secret delight, yet maintained a facade of feigned annoyance. You could at least leave a little profit for me, couldn't you? Well, since you 2 are finally attending to business, consider it as an advance support for 2 welfare recipients. Following this, he chuckled, feeling that he had regained a measure of control. Old Lin, just you wait. I will eventually take off with. No, I'll have he elope with Ping Ping. 2 buckets of sandworms, heavier than clams, left Zhao Qin with approximately 4 jin, while the remainder weighed 67 jin and 4 liang. Accepting the over 3,900 yuan handed to him by Old Lin, Zhao Qin was surprised to find his hands trembling slightly. In his previous life, with savings in the 7 figures and 3 properties to his name, he had never felt such exhilaration at the prospect of receiving money. P.S. If anyone is aware of the prices from 2005, please feel free to share, as I am unsure and have simply adjusted based on current market conditions. Chapter 11. Repayment after receiving the money. Zhao Qin tore off 2 convenient bags and divided the remaining sandworms in the bucket into 2 portions, tossing the 2 sand shovels back into the bucket. Let's go. First, we shall have breakfast, and after that, return home to rest. I felt a tinge of regret for not having seen Lin Ping. At that moment, Droplets of rain began to fall from the sky. Such was the nature of the seaside, where one moment the sun shone brightly, and in the next, ominous clouds gathered. "Hurry, let us eat noodles." The two hastily made their way to a nearby beef noodle shop. As Zhao Qin settled down, he called out to the proprietor, "2 bowls of beef noodles, with extra beef and extra noodles, please." The owner chuckled without engaging further and began to boil the noodles. "Brother, is that Pingu?" Zhao Qin followed the direction. He pointed and indeed spotted his elder brother hurrying home. "Brother, over here." Zhao Ping had arrived at the dock early in the morning. But after barely half an hour, the rain forced him to cease work. As he rushed home, he vaguely heard someone calling out. And upon stopping to listen for a moment, he finally spotted Zhao Qin at the entrance of the noodle shop. Upon seeing his elder brother approach, Zhao Qin instructed the owner, "Add another bowl." "Are you planning to go clamming?" Zhao Ping remarked with satisfaction, noticing the bucket and sand shovels at Ahi's feet. "We just returned from the night trip. Sit down. The noodles will be ready shortly. I've already eaten at home. My sister-in-law made taro porridge. You two enjoy. I'm not hungry." Moments later, 3 bowls of noodles were served, and Zhao Ping smiled, no longer holding back, as he picked up a bowl and began to eat. After they had finished their meal, Zhao Qin stopped his elder brother from paying $2.50 for a bowl of noodles. What a reasonable price. Besides, the owner has not shown off his knife skills. The beef slices are not translucent at all. By this time, the sky had turned to a light drizzle, and the 3, without umbrellas, could only return home drenched. "Ahi, you go to my house and wait for me." Zhao Qin handed the bucket and sand shovels to Ahi, carrying only a convenient bag and a cigarette. He accompanied his elder brother back to his home. "It seems we won't be working today. Just stay home for lunch. I'll ask your sister-in-law to stir-fry a couple of dishes, and we can have a drink." Although Zhao Ping was the elder brother, he also bore the heart of a concerned father. Last night, he had heard his wife unexpectedly speak well of his younger brother, which filled him with joy. This morning, hearing that Zhao Qin had gone clamming in the middle of the night, he felt that regardless of the catch, diligence would inevitably lead to prosperity. Zhao Qin said nothing about whether it was good or bad. He was worried that if he returned home and fell asleep, he might not awaken until afternoon. Xia Rong was knitting with yarn. On a rainy day, she found it inconvenient to venture outside. Upon seeing the two enter, she greeted them. If previously the atmosphere had been less than pleasant, it was now somewhat improved, albeit still cautious. "What do you have there?" Zhao Ping inquired curiously as Zhao Qin placed a bag on a small table beside him. "These are sandworms, dug up at midnight. I saved some for you to stir-fry." As he spoke, he placed a cigarette he had tucked under his arm on the table. "You can keep this to smoke." Upon hearing that it was sandworms, Xia Rong curiously approached to open the bag, exclaiming with delight, "Indeed, they are sandworms. I haven't seen these for years. I heard they are quite valuable now. Why not sell them? It would be a shame to eat so many. I dug up quite a few. This is what I saved. My brother works hard every day. I thought to bring him a little something." Zhao Ping's mouth nearly stretched to his ears as he complained, "We have chickens and ducks at home. You should sell this instead. As for the cigarettes, I have some. Take them back for yourself." Hearing that it was Zhao Qin who gave them to her husband, Xia Rong felt it inappropriate to decline any further. "Here, keep them for yourself," Zhao Qin remarked, reaching into his pocket to extract 2,000 yuan, causing the couple nearby to stare in astonishment. When did a Qin become so affluent? "This is 2,000 over the course of 2 years. My brother has surely gifted me much more than this. If you suffer a loss, that is just the way it is. This is all there is." "No, that is for me. And my sister-in-law, we cannot accept your money. Quickly put it away." Xia Rong inquired with concern. "A Qin. Where did this money come from?" "I had good fortune while night fishing. I stumbled upon a sandworm nest, dug out about 70 pounds, and sold it to old Lin. I earned this with my own hands, so don't hesitate to accept it." He didn't mind telling his brother and sister-in-law, as they were not the type to flaunt their wealth. However, he refrained from letting old Lin know, as he truly wished to keep this lucky occurrence discreet. A stroke of luck once or twice could be explained, but consistently good fortune would be hard to justify. He even contemplated finding a purchasing point in town to alternate selling good finds with old Lin. "Then keep it. We shall not take it." Xia Rong felt relieved. although she had no intention of accepting her younger brother-in-law as money. Zhao Qin placed the money on the table and, feeling exhausted, turned to leave, not wanting to linger. You keep it then? Brother, if you're not worried I might squander it, just give me more. Zhao Ping hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. All right, I will help you save it with your sister-in-law. Very well, I shall take my leave. Come over for lunch. I will have your sister-in-law prepare a chicken. Okay. Zhao Qin called back from a distance, thinking to himself that if he were to distance himself from such wonderful siblings, it would be pure folly. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Ping sighed. He must not have slept a wink last night. With that, he turned and handed the money to his wife, chuckling with delight. It feels like eating something sweet, yet it's evident that a Qin has truly matured. Noticing her turn to head inside, he asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to kill a chicken. You've promised a Qin, and he has been thinking about those few chickens at home. The sooner we eat them, the sooner we can relax." "Ha! Then I shall help you boil water." Upon returning home, Zhao Qin found he slumped over the table, drooling, and shook him awake. "Brother, why did you just come back?" Zhao Qin ignored him, pulled out the money, and handed him 800 yuan, then opened another pack of cigarettes, dividing it into 5 bags. "Take the money and cigarettes and go back to sleep." "Oh, then I shall take my leave. Don't forget the sandworms in the bucket." "Oh, brother, you should get some rest too. I'll be off." Zhao Qin waved his hand, lit a cigarette, and began searching for clean clothes. After taking a shower, he lay back on the bed, contemplating that with only about 2,000 yuan to his name, he needed to make money swiftly. In truth, having traversed to this place felt somewhat surreal. His current mindset resembled that of playing a game, where earning money was akin to the joy of leveling up. May fortune smile upon him tomorrow, bestowing an abundance of luck. With such thoughts, he soon drifted into slumber. At midday, he was roused by his elder brother. With a sudden jolt, he sat up, momentarily disoriented as he adjusted to his surroundings. "Brother, what time is it?" he inquired. "It's past 1 o'clock. I knew you must have had a restless night, so I asked your sister-in-law to prepare a late meal. Hurry now, if you're still tired. You can sleep again after eating." After a brief freshening up, he and Zhao Ping made their way to the new residence. Chapter 12. Taking my nephew to town, as Zhao Qin walked alongside his elder brother. He found it perplexing that there remained such a multitude of people idling about in the middle of the day. "Oh, Akin, I heard you dug up 2 large buckets of sandworms last night. How much did you sell them for?" He overheard someone boasting. "Listen to their nonsense. They can turn 2 or 3 jin into 2 or 3 buckets. That was just a little extra for my brother's lunch," he retorted, casually dismissing them as he continued on his way. 2 or 3 jin is still quite a lot. It could be worth 100 or so. Why not sell it? He added, thinking aloud. Why shouldn't I benefit from it if others can? His words seemed to catch the interlocutor off guard, rendering them speechless. Instead, they pointed at his back and muttered to a bystander, "A second-rate fellow is still a second-rate fellow, utterly oblivious to family responsibilities. Alas, a useless endeavor." Their voices were loud enough for the brothers to hear, prompting Zhao Ping to halt and engage in a retort. "Brother, let us go, I'm starving," Zhao Qin urged, prompting Zhao Ping to hesitate momentarily before resuming their journey home. Before they could even cross the threshold, Zhao Qin heard his nephew's lament. "Uncle is so lazy. It's already past 1, and he is still in bed. I'm nearly starving. Is this my fate to be scolded? A yuan." Speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a commendable habit. "Uncle, I didn't say anything untrue. You are indeed lazy. All right then, if you're so bold. Don't come asking me for help with your homework in the future." Zhao Ping had completed 3 volumes of schooling and graduated from Xiaorong Primary School. And now he was quite busy. Thus, neither brother had the time to assist the child with his assignments. Consequently, whenever Zhao Junyuan encountered difficulties, he had no choice but to seek guidance from his uncle, who was a prospective university student. "Fine, if you want to, he asked. I'm sure I'll outperform you in exams. Such ambition. If you truly achieve that, your uncle will gift you a bicycle." "A bicycle? That is hardly impressive. I see everyone riding those electric scooters now." "Ah, always aiming for 2 wheels. With your current demeanor, I wouldn't dare imagine you on 3. Zhao Ping chastised lightly as he playfully tapped his son on the head. Once settled, Xiaorong wiped her hands and returned to the house, shortly emerging with a bottle of wine. "You two enjoy this. There is also a fried egg ready." Sister-in-law, the dishes are sufficient. You needn't fret. Let Yuan eat first. It's indeed quite late. Xia Rong retreated to the kitchen in the backyard, and Zhao Qin could not quite catch what she said. I'll handle it. Zhao Ping began to open the bottle, but Zhao Qin snatched it from him, pouring a full glass for his elder brother first, then filling his own glass before raising it to clink with his brother's. Here, let us eat. This chicken is quite plump. Zhao Ping promptly placed a large chicken leg in his Zhao Qin's bowl. Zhao Qin was both amused and bemused, in another time and place. Such treatment had only been afforded to him before the age of 10. To his surprise, at 22, he could still enjoy a hefty chicken leg. Naturally, he could not simply gnaw at it, and just then, Xia Rong brought his nephew's meal, prompting him to transfer the chicken leg into a Yuan's bowl. Eat well and study hard. Xia Rong was momentarily taken aback. Although she had often found her brother-in-law tiresome over the past 2 years, she still invited him to family meals during holidays, where he would consume everything without regard for others. Why are you serving him? There's still a thigh left. Brother, I can manage on my own. I'm not an outsider, so why do you keep serving me? Yes, we're all family. Zhao Qin picked up a piece of chicken neck, the most exquisite part of the free-range chicken. He also tried a bite of the stir-fried sandworms with chives, and had to admit that the price was justified. The taste was exceptionally fresh and delightfully crunchy. Before long, Xia Rong finished her tasks and began feeding the little girl, who was just over a year old and thriving, with adorable chubby arms that made one want to pinch them. Upon seeing his older brother Scooter in the backyard, Zhao Qin had an idea, so he sipped his drink slowly, mainly to keep his brother company. He finished 1 glass while his brother had 2.5 before they finally started eating. Hey Qin, if you don't want to toil in the fields or at the dock, consider learning a trade. A skill will always ensure you have food on the table. With your education, you'll surely learn quickly. Brother, have the fruits on the back mountain ripened yet? He wished to divert the conversation, not wanting to dwell on such matters. A few mangoes would be ready for picking in a few days, but the loquats and pomelos wouldn't be ready until August. After the meal, Zhao Qin wouldn't feign humility by helping his sister-in-law wash the dishes. Instead, he pointed to the scooter and said, Brother, may I borrow it this afternoon? I need to go to town. Just take it. Zhao Ping stood up and retrieved the keys from the cabinet, placing them on the table. Uncle, you're going to town? I want to go too. All right, then let us go together. He hadn't drunk much, and riding the scooter would only take a little over 10 minutes, so he wasn't particularly worried. After exchanging greetings with his sister-in-law, he rode off with Zhao Junyuan. Xia Rong looked at the leftover dishes on the table and remarked, This is the first time Qin has left so much food after a meal. He is really becoming considerate. He didn't let me serve him, and he hardly served himself either. I wonder if he is full. Zhao Ping mused as he lit a cigarette and took a puff. The soft Tower Mountain wasn't particularly appealing, but he cherished it. Zhao Qin had given him one, and that morning he had gone to Old Zhu S to add 10 yuan, exchanging it for 2 peonies. Their village required crossing an arch bridge to reach the town. This bridge had been built only about a decade ago. Zhao Qin recalled that in his childhood, they had to take a ferry to the town, and he had heard that several people had died during its construction. At the bridge's entrance stood a game hall and a billiard room. Uncle, the game hall. You're aiming for a prestigious university. You shouldn't indulge in such distractions. Just a little indulgence now, and then. Zhao Qin chuckled, amused by the boy's cleverness. Wait a moment. I need to take care of some business first, then we can discuss it. He found a mobile store, parked his scooter, and walked inside. Learning that his phone card had been inactive for only half a year and could be reactivated, he opted not to change his number. After paying and confirming that his phone had signal, he rode off again. Uncle, did you come here just to recharge your phone? Yes. And can we go play games now? Just a moment. The town was merely a provincial road, flanked by a few shops. The location is in close proximity to the sea, with a dock not far away. He mused that the acquisition station should be near the dock, so he rode in that direction. Upon arrival, he encountered a row of 3 or 4 two-story buildings. As he parked his vehicle, he promptly emerged, instructing Zhao Junyuan to wait while he casually entered one of the establishments. Inside, a woman clad in a dress was sweeping the floor. Zhao Qin found himself directly facing her. The hem of her skirt was slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. With even the faint outlines of her veins visible, both pale and ample. Zhao Qin, not being a paragon of virtue, did not miss the opportunity to indulge his gaze and looked at her for a moment longer. It seemed that she only then noticed someone was watching, and at the instant she lifted her head, Zhao Qin averted his gaze to a nearby fish tank. "Are you purchasing fish? Just browsing, are you?" Zhao Qin then discerned the woman's features. Her fair, youthful visage appeared to be of a similar age to his own. "Yes, what do you have?" he inquired. "How much are sandworms per pound?" "That depends on their size. If they're all plump, I can offer 60 per pound." Although Zhao Qin did not present himself as a fisherman, she candidly replied, "Oh, very well, thank you. I'll come by if I have stock." As he turned to leave, the girl hurried to the entrance and said, "If the quality is good, the price is negotiable." She assumed Zhao Qin was merely inquiring about prices next door. "Understood. If I have stock, I'll sell it to your establishment, not to others." With that, he smiled, causing the girl to blush faintly. The young women of this era are still quite charming, unlike a decade later when one might find oneself needing a castle to win the heart of a fairy. Chapter 13. Sea fishing. As Zhao Qin traversed the distance from the acquisition station to the motorcycle, he vented his frustrations, cursing the ancestors of old Lin repeatedly. How absurd it was that the restaurant offered a mere 60 yuan, while the acquisition point immediately quoted the same amount. If he were to bring the goods in, he could surely negotiate for 65 yuan. 7 yuan less per pound added up to 300 or 400 in total. "Uncle, do you have anything else to do? Accompany me to the supermarket." Zhao Junyuan, who had initially appeared somewhat dispirited, perked up at the mention of the supermarket. "Uncle, how did you know I was thirsty?" He settled into his seat without fuss. The lad was rather clever, even employing subtle hints. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Zhao Qin gathered all the essentials: floral water, mosquito coils, soap, and the like. His previous lifestyle had been rather rough. Given the proximity to the sea, the supermarket surprisingly stocked fishing gear. The sight of numerous fishing rods ignited a desire within him, yet he ultimately restrained himself, deciding to accumulate merit points for future exchanges. After selecting his items, he purchased 2 bags of Su Fuji Shikima for Zhao Junyuan and retrieved 2 bottles of soda from the freezer before proceeding to check out. "Have you played games before?" "You mustn't tell my parents," he instructed. "Oh, it seems you have indeed played. Has no one come to ask you for tokens?" Zhao Qin recalled his own school days, often encountering upperclassmen seeking to mooch. They never dared to extort money outright. Instead, they would approach anyone who had purchased tokens. "I won't let him get away with it." Zhao Qin lightly tapped the boy's head. A true man must be adaptable. Acknowledging one's limitations is not a sign of weakness. "Uncle, you're really timid." Ignoring him, Zhao Qin knew from experience that the wisdom he imparted was indeed valuable. How ridiculous! 1 yuan only yields 2 tokens. Back in the day, it was 4 tokens for an entire afternoon, until the owner chased us away with a broom. He spent 2 yuan to buy 4 tokens, allowing them each to indulge a little, but he was determined not to lead the child astray. 2 each, what will you play? "Uncle, I want to play King of Fighters. Let me tell you, my Yagami can take on 3 opponents. How about we have a match?" "All right." Zhao Qin selected a monkey character while the other 2 were chosen randomly. Zhao Junyuan opted for Chizuru, Yagami, and Daimon, forming a formidable lineup from 97. "Uncle, your monkey can't fly." "Of course, monkeys don't fly. They stand there to take a beating. But when you fly, I can't tell if you're on my left or right." "What are your eyes for?" "I can see, but my hands can't react in time." In less than 2 minutes, Zhao Junyuan lost his first token, having been swiftly defeated by Zhao Qin's monkey. "Let us play again. You can't use the monkey." "Fine." After a moment's thought, Zhao Qin chose Hyo Kusanagi. The other 2 characters were again selected randomly, and with just 1 move, he swiftly subdued the boy once more. Zhao Junyuan's expression darkened as he faced defeat again. "Don't sulk. Here is the last token for you to play against the machine." Zhao Junyuan accepted the challenge with a grin. He had no desire to play with Zhao Qin's coin, as he was already well-versed in the game of kings and found little interest in this endeavor. After finishing another round, he inquired, "Shall we continue?" "Let's call it a day. A brief indulgence suffices." This remark genuinely impressed Zhao Qin. The love for play is indeed an inherent trait of youth, and at just 9 years old, Zhao Junyuan's self-restraint was remarkably commendable. "All right, Keep up the good work. You will surely outshine your uncle. Absolutely. I aspire to be the top scorer. They say it's quite the spectacle with drums and gongs. If that happens, your father might just laugh crookedly. Once again, mounting the motorcycle, the pair returned to the village. After returning the vehicle to his elder brother, Zhao Qin carried his belongings back to the ancestral home. From a distance, he spotted a figure squatting near the entrance, only to realize it was Ahe. Brother, why didn't you call me when you went to town? I went to purchase some necessities, but there wasn't enough room for Xiao Yuan on the motorcycle. Zhao Qin opened the door, and Ahe followed him inside. The cigarettes lay on the table, and Ahe helped himself. Without hesitation, he took one, lit it, and inhaled deeply. Brother, I have some good news. My uncle just bought a new fishing boat. Sometimes he takes guests out to sea for fishing. Tomorrow, there'll be people going, and there are 2 fishing spots available. I've already arranged it. Let us go together. Zhao Qin's face lit up with joy, but the next moment, he recalled that the system would not provide rewards, and there was a chance that using other fishing gear might lead to disappointment, which would squander a day's time. Currently, what he needed most was money. If fortune favored him tomorrow, he planned to go clamming as well. What time tomorrow? If you're going, we need to be at the dock by 5. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment. He could agree for now and assess his luck later. If it was favorable, he would go clamming. Otherwise, he would simply enjoy a day of fishing. But I don't have a fishing rod. My uncle has everything ready. Don't worry, there won't be any issues. All right then, I'll agree for now, and if it comes to it, we could decide not to go later. Having made a decision, Zhao Qin organized his purchases, planning to take a shower and then catch up on sleep. Brother, there's one more thing. My grandmother wants you to come over for dinner tonight. I think I'll pass. I can manage a quick bite. You should go. My grandmother received 800 yuan today and cried, saying that I've finally become sensible. I told her it was your teaching, and she insisted that I must invite you over tonight. Fine then. I'll drop by in the evening. Hearing his agreement, Ahe cheerfully got up, planning to return home to catch a chicken. Zhao Qin slept for 2 hours, this time without needing to be called. After washing up, he wandered over to Old Ju's shop. Akin, how much did you sell the sandworms for this morning? I didn't sell them. I was in a bad mood and had a falling out over the price with Old Lin. In a fit of anger, I tossed them all back into the sea. Given his words, even punctuation marks would not be trusted by Old Ju. What is this? Did Old Lin offend you? And now you're taking out on me? Enough chatter. Give me a box of milk and 2 bottles of liquor. Is Wang Zai fine? Zhao Qin initially intended to dismiss the matter, but upon noticing the box presented by Lao Zhu, his irritation became palpable. Lao Zhu, if you dare to sell counterfeit goods again, I swear I shall dismantle your little shop. This is nothing but imitation Wang Zai milk. Lao Zhu forced an awkward smile. Justifying himself, the taste is quite similar to Wang Zai, and the price is the key factor. Wang Zai costs 45 yuan per box, while this one is merely 35 yuan. That's absurd. You barely make a profit of 5 yuan on a box of Wang Zai. Yet with this, you stand to gain at least 15 yuan. Fine. I'll take a box of... Zhao Qin began, pointing toward an adjacent box. However, upon closer inspection, he was rendered speechless. For the label boldly proclaimed, Hachi Wang, there is a genuine product, let me fetch it for you. Lao Zhu genuinely feared Zhao Qin might lash out. If Zhao Qin were to strike him, the word would spread, and the public would undoubtedly side with Zhao Qin, leaving him not only bruised, but also subject to the scorn of others. I'll give you 42 yuan for a box of Hachi Wang, and 25 yuan per bottle for 2 bottles of liquor, totaling 90 yuan. 80 yuan, consider it a lesson learned. Very well. Encountering a shrewd dealer like you is indeed my misfortune. You sell counterfeit goods and still have the audacity to argue. Achin, this is not counterfeit. It comes from a legitimate manufacturer. I assure you it's safe to consume. Zhao Qin took the 20 yuan change, grasped the alcoholic beverages, and departed, unwilling to endure any further interaction with the unscrupulous merchant. Chapter 14. Setting sail, Ahi's grandmother is indeed a woman of misfortune. Having endured 3 of life's 4 great sorrows, the loss of her mother in her youth, the passing of her husband in middle age, and the bereavement of her son in her twilight years. Fortunately, she still has a grandson by her side. Otherwise, her spirit would surely have waned. Grandma, I'm here. Zhao Qin greeted, addressing her in the same familiar manner as Ahi. The young man from the Zhao family has arrived. Come in and make yourself at home. Ahi, Achin is here. Hurry and brew some tea. She then glanced at the items he had brought. What is this? Bringing things on a day like this? Where's the wine? We'll save that for tonight. If you're thirsty, feel free to have a can of soda. That must have cost quite a bit. You two work hard for your money, so spend wisely. Understood. Is there anything you need my help with? Everything is ready. Sit down and enjoy some tea. Dinner will be served shortly. With that, the elderly lady bounced toward the kitchen. Brother, take a seat. I've helped Grandma quite a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. Good. It's nice to see you helping her. You're making progress. The two exchanged light-hearted banter, and as they noticed the grandmother bringing out the dishes, they both rose to assist her. Living in a rural coastal area, there was no need to rush to the market to prepare a feast. The grandmother had laid out 4 dishes and a soup, stir-fried sandworms with scallions, a plate of spicy shrimp and mushrooms, likely bought at the dock that afternoon, sought egg greens, and a chicken cut in half, one portion braised and the other simmered in broth. It seemed the day revolved around chicken. They had had it for lunch, and now for dinner again. The grandmother, ever gracious, kept offering them food with her serving chopsticks. Akin, did you really work with Ahi for that money? Rest assured, we dug up clams yesterday and collected some sandworms at night. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone at the dock. There were plenty of witnesses. Of course I believe you. The grandmother chuckled, her eyes crinkling with delight. Trust me, Ahi has grown up. He will surely honor you in the future, and you can look forward to enjoying your days. Her heart swelled with emotion, and tears welled up in her eyes once more. Grandma, why are you crying again? Don't worry, I'll learn well with brother. You'll be able to enjoy a drink. I'll pour you one. All right, then I shall have a drink tonight too. The grandmother retrieved a small handkerchief to dab her eyes and smiled again. Zhao Qin felt more at ease here than at his elder brother's home, though the grandmother, much like his brother, delighted in serving dishes. After a few drinks, he felt pleasantly drowsy and, upon returning home, quickly fell asleep, with matters weighing on his mind. He awoke just past 4 o'clock. Rubbing his hands together, he summoned the system panel and was greeted by the luck value, 493.3. What a disappointment. Only 3 points of luck. At this rate, he might come back with just half a bucket of stone crabs. Well, at least there was the prospect of fishing at sea. Brother, are you awake? Zhao Qin rose and opened the door, only to find Ahi holding a lunchbox. Grandma reheated the leftovers from last night for breakfast. I've eaten, and this is for you. It's early, so I doubt there is breakfast at the dock. Why make the old lady get up so early? Despite his words, after freshening up, he proceeded with his usual preparations, a hat concealing his face, long sleeves, and extended trousers. Ahi observed him, feeling the heat. Carrying the meal, they headed to the dock. Upon their arrival, it was just past 4 o'clock. Zhao Qin consumed his portion from the lunchbox, which he then hung on the door ring of Old Ju's shop. Planning to ask him for a replacement tomorrow, should it be lost, given that he sold counterfeit milk. At that moment, others began to arrive, laden with bags and fish boxes, while the two remained empty-handed. Uncle, let me help you with that, Zhao Qin offered. He was unfamiliar with Ahi's uncle, presumably named Qian Kuan. Their eyes met briefly, merely exchanging smiles as a form of greeting. As the daylight gradually brightened, the boat began to sway and drift away from the dock, moving further into the vast sea. Zhao Qin felt a twinge of anxiety, gripping the railing with increasing intensity. He was certain his complexion betrayed his unease, but thankfully, the cloth wrapped around his face concealed it, continuously reminding himself to relax. He assured himself that the waves were gentle today and that he was unlikely to fall overboard. He closed his eyes, diverting his gaze from the water, and it took nearly half an hour for his nerves to settle. With the sun rising, the beauty of the sunrise over the ocean captivated him. After nearly 2 hours, they finally reached the fishing spot, and preparations for fishing commenced. Ahi handed him a fishing rod, indicating the live bait compartment filled with lively shrimp. Once he grasped the rod, any lingering apprehension dissipated. Deep-sea fishing gear differed significantly from freshwater setups. Typically, a double hook was employed for bottom fishing, with a bait cage affixed above the hooks. This, however, was not the true setup for deep-sea trophy fishing, which required a powerful spring loop to enhance line elasticity. With everything in place, he could not resist casting his line for the first time. "Ahi, your friend is quite a skilled technique," remarked Qian Kuan. "I'm Zhao Qin. You can simply call me a Qin." He felt comfortable addressing Ahi as bro, but struggled with the term uncle. Uncertain of how well it would be received, ultimately opting for a more neutral address. After all, there's a saying, in the midst of chaos. 9 out of 10 are managers and 1 is a CEO. Achin, fish well today. Let us see who breaks the draft first. "Thank you, Mr. Chien," he replied, acknowledging their use of his boat with gratitude. Standing alongside Ahi, while the other two positioned themselves on the opposite side. Qian Kuan took his place at the rear of the boat, occasionally adjusting its direction. Before long, Ahi's rod began to tremble vigorously. "Brother, I've hooked a fish." Without electric reels, everyone relied on manual cranking, which proved strenuous for Ahi. The water was favorable today, revealing fish just a few meters below the surface. "Oh, it seems to be a rockfish quite sizable," Qian Kuan exclaimed with delight. "Brother, I'm the first to catch one, huh?" Ahi was brimming with excitement. Zhao Qin glanced over. The rockfish was meaty and substantial, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds, promising some value. The speed at which the fish was pulled, coupled with the sudden change in water pressure, caused the fish's intestines to rupture, rendering it unable to survive without any need for deflation. It was best to place it directly into the fish box for chilling. Over the next half hour, the other 3 companions also began to catch fish. Qian Kuan even reeled in a red-spotted fish, albeit weighing just over a pound. The other 2 caught catfish, while Zhao Qin's fishing rod remained utterly motionless. Patience is a virtue in fishing, yet after waiting for an hour, Ahi grew restless as he had already landed his second fish. Retrieving the line, he discovered that the shrimp on both hooks had been reduced to mere heads. Clearly the work of smaller fish. Undeterred, he replaced the shrimp once more, only to find the same outcome after another hour. "Brother, shall we switch places?" Seeing his distress, Ahi felt a pang of concern for him. Although the boat drifted across the sea, equipped with a flow device, it still swayed, rendering the choice of fishing position relatively inconsequential. However, the notion of feng shui lingered in their minds, prompting them to swap spots. "Brother, I've hooked a fish." Chapter 15. Rescuing, Ahi had just taken over Zhao Qin's original position when, to his astonishment, he hooked a fish almost immediately. Zhao Qin, however, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He finally realized that his flawed system was nothing more than a double-edged sword. Without the tools acquired through the system, he would likely struggle to even collect a sea snail shell. As Ahi reeled in his 4th fish, he handed the rod to Zhao Qin, saying, "Brother, give a try." Zhao Qin, not one to refuse, eagerly accepted and began to reel in with gusto. Yet, just as the fish broke the surface, it suddenly exerted a powerful surge, snapping the line. "Ahi, the fish got away," he admitted with a hint of guilt. "Let go, we'll try again," came the response. At noon, as they consumed instant noodles aboard the boat, the sight of Zhao Qin unveiling the fabric brought a grimace to everyone's faces. Even Qian Kuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Qin, what mischief did you get up to last night? You must have touched something unsavory." The 5 men aboard lit cigarettes, the smoke curling around them as they exchanged familiar banter. "I think I'll take a nap this afternoon." Zhao Qin's remark elicited another round of laughter. After their meal, they seamlessly reached for their pockets, extracting cigarettes to light up. With the water's current subdued, the fish were not biting, and everyone took a moment to rest. Around 1 o'clock, they gradually resumed fishing. Ahi's fortune was remarkable today. Within half an hour, he had caught a 7 or 8 pound grouper. Zhao Qin decided against fishing further, reasoning that it was pointless to cast and retrieve, only to find the shrimp had been stripped down to their heads. An hour later, they experienced a flurry of catches, but the sky began to darken, clouds gathering ominously overhead. "It looks like rain. Let us head back," Qian Kuan noted, glancing at the sky as he began to reel in his gear. It was 3 o'clock, and they figured they would reach the dock by 5. Since fishing was not their livelihood, there was no need to rise early and stay late, and everyone concurred. After more than an hour of navigation, Zhao Qin spotted a larger boat towing a speedboat even bigger than theirs, with several people aboard the towed vessel. It appeared that the speedboat had encountered trouble and required assistance. They maintained a steady pace in the same direction, but ultimately, they could not evade the impending rain. It was not heavy, yet coupled with their speed, it quickly turned them into drenched figures. Zhao Qin, with his hat shielding him, managed to keep his eyes open, but the boat ahead became increasingly indistinct. Just as he was about to divert his gaze, he noticed something being blown into the water from that vessel. He froze for a moment, and then an icy shiver ran down his spine. Mr. Qian, a bit to the left, it looks like someone fell from the boat ahead. Startled, Qian Kuan turned the helm sharply in the direction Zhao Qin indicated. Scanning his surroundings, Zhao Qin spotted a nearby rope. He quickly wrapped it around his waist. Turning to Ahi. Ahi, if I don't resurface in 2 minutes, pull the rope. He couldn't risk his life for another. But the thought of standing by as someone perished was unbearable. Fortunately, it was only raining, and the waves were still manageable. Feeling that the time was right, he took a deep breath and leaped into the water from the side of the boat. Due to the intensity of the rain, the underwater visibility was severely compromised. Fortunately, they were nearing the shore, and the water was not very deep, perhaps only around 10 meters at most. He was uncertain whether it was a matter of fate that spared the other party or if his own luck had returned at that moment. Within less than a minute of diving, he unexpectedly grasped the other person's arm and began to swim upwards. He was continuously scanning the surface of the sea, while Qian Kuan kept glancing at his watch, reminding him of the time. Upon spotting Zhao Qin's head break the surface, he was elated and quickly pulled on the rope. Zhao Qin first hoisted the girl onto the deck before climbing aboard himself. Without a moment to rest or untie the ropes, he immediately began assessing her condition. The lack of movement in her chest and abdomen was troubling. He brushed aside the hair obscuring her face, revealing a pale and delicate visage. She was a girl. Without pausing to examine her further, he pinched her nose and commenced artificial respiration. After 2 attempts, he knelt beside her to perform chest compressions, internally pleading for her to awaken. After 3 sets of compressions, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of water, her chest heaving violently. Thank goodness, he thought, they had managed to save her. He let out a dry laugh and sat down heavily on the deck, at that moment unable to discern whether the moisture on his body was water or sweat. As the girl slowly regained consciousness, she sat up and began to cough incessantly. It took her a while to focus on the unfamiliar faces around her. Asking in a low voice, "Where am I?" Noticing that her clothes were soaked through, revealing the color of her underwear. Zhao Qin swiftly removed his shirt and draped it over her shoulders, assuring her that everything would be fine and they would soon reach the shore. "Brother, you are amazing. Do you have a cigarette?" she asked. Zhao Qin extended his hand, his fingers still trembling. "What do you have? It's all soaked." The girl tightened the shirt he had given her, hugging her knees in silence, likely still in shock. "Brother, she is quite beautiful," he remarked quietly, glancing at the girl. At that moment, the rain began to subside, allowing Zhao Qin to take a closer look at her. He had to admit she was indeed lovely. With her small cheeks still pale, large eyes cautiously darting towards the group, and long eyelashes fluttering. After a brief glance, he averted his gaze, instinctively reaching into his pocket, only to curse inwardly as he realized his phone had fallen into the water. He had intended to discuss compensation with the girl, but seeing her condition, he refrained from speaking up. "What is wrong, brother?" she asked. "I forgot to take my phone out. It fell into the water," he replied. After a while, a boat hurriedly approached them, and the occupants inquired if they had seen a girl fall overboard. Qian Kuan pointed to the deck, and upon seeing the girl sitting there, some of them collapsed onto the bed, while another girl began to cry uncontrollably. Upon reaching the shore, Zhao Qin disregarded the girl and, shirtless, stepped off the boat to confront the others, asking who had been operating the boat that had just passed. The group hesitated before pointing to a young man nearby, a local named Gu Daoheng, who was known for owning 2 fishing boats, making him one of the wealthier families in the village. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Qin approached him and delivered a swift kick. As he forcefully toppled the individual, he began to unleash a flurry of blows, exclaiming, "How could you have operated the boat so recklessly? Did you not notice that someone fell overboard? What are your eyes for? Just wait until I make you regret this." His anger intensified as he pondered whether a parallel version of himself might have met a similar fate in another realm. The other party, perhaps feeling guilty or simply caught off guard, bore the brunt of the assault, rendered momentarily dazed and unresisting, curling up and shielding his head with his arms. Enough! Cease this violence. If you truly injure him, it will lead to dire consequences, interjected Qian Kuan, who had unexpectedly disembarked and approached to intervene. As Zhao Qin was pulled away, his frustration compelled him to deliver a couple more kicks. Thank you for today, Qian. I'm feeling a bit chilled, so I shall take my leave, he said. I will return home for a warm bath and brew some ginger soup. Otherwise, I might catch a cold. Very well, Qian replied as Zhao Qin made his way toward the dock, shivering at the sudden gust of wind. Brother, wait for me. Are you not selling your fish anymore? I have asked my uncle to assist with the sale. He will not cheat me. He will hand me the money this evening, and I shall give it to you then. Why would you give it to me? That fish is yours. Guarantee we suppose to split the profits 80-20? My share. All those fish belong to you. Do not bother me with this. Go to Lao Zhu and retrieve your lunchbox. I must hurry home, lest I freeze to death. Chapter 16. Gathering shells on a lonely island as Zhao Qin walked along the path. A string of curses echoed in his mind. What a stroke of misfortune. In attempting to rescue someone, he had inadvertently sacrificed his mobile phone. With a net worth barely exceeding 2,000 yuan, the prospect of purchasing a new phone would plunge him directly into bankruptcy. He decided to postpone the acquisition of a new device. Upon returning home, he took a shower. Lacking a water heater, he boiled water manually. Afterward, he prepared a bowl of noodles, considering it his dinner. With everything in order, he turned on the old, bulky television set and randomly tuned into a channel broadcasting the historical drama The Great Emperor Wu of Han, which he rather enjoyed. Captivated, he immersed himself in the show. Having finished the episode, he switched to another channel and discovered Home with Kids, which also piqued his interest, featuring characters like Xia Shui, Xia Yu, and Xia Bingbao. Just as he was engrossed in the episode, a knock at the door interrupted him. Brother, are you asleep? It's me. He stood outside, clutching several bottles of beer and 2 bags of groceries. I bought some marinated dishes from old Zhang's place, he announced proudly. In the absence of disposable food containers, villagers either brought their own bowls or used convenient bags to carry their purchases. The sight of the marinated dishes made Zhao Qin's mouth water. The bowl of noodles he had earlier was hardly sufficient to quell his hunger. He retrieved 2 pairs of chopsticks from the kitchen, and he had already opened the beer. How much did it cost? Zhao Qin inquired, curiosity piqued as he observed he laying out the cash on the table, totaling 546 yuan. My uncle contributed 4 yuan to round it off. My share is 110 yuan, and the rest is yours. Zhao Qin took a sip of the beer, pleasantly surprised to find it cold. He exhaled contentedly and gestured towards the money on the table. Put it away, or I'll give you a reason to regret it. Despite his financial troubles, he would not accept money from Ahi. Brother, we had an agreement. Zhao Qin found himself at a loss for words, ultimately instructing Ahi to pocket the money and leave if he was going to be obstinate. Seeing Zhao Qin's seriousness, Ahi complied and tucked the money into his pocket. With their appetites satisfied, Ahi soon departed, and Zhao Qin lay down to sleep, quickly succumbing to slumber. He awoke around 5 o'clock, checking his system and feeling invigorated. The luck value today was even better than the day before, standing at 493.29. Although it had only increased by 1 point, the previous day's increment of 28 luck points had yielded nearly 4,000 in earnings. At that moment, he returned. Brother, this morning someone contacted my uncle about going fishing. He said you were a good person and called to ask if we would like to join him today. Zhao Qin instinctively considered declining the offer, but then thought better of it. Constantly digging for treasures along the shoreline might raise suspicions. Even if he managed to sell his finds in town, the bustling seaside would render such activities unremarkable. Ahi, my fishing was dismal yesterday, but I recall a lonely island not far from the fishing spot. How about I accompany the boat to that island to gather shells while you fish? Just come back to pick me up when it's time. I, too, am merely casting my line aimlessly. Should you venture to the shore, I shall undoubtedly accompany you. Very well, let us proceed together, gathering our equipment swiftly, for we must not keep others waiting. With a bucket and a sand shovel in hand, the two hurried towards the pier. Upon arrival, they chanced upon Mr. Qian and his companions boarding a boat. Mr. Qian, I must trouble you again. Your act of heroism yesterday, diving into the sea to rescue someone, was no small feat had it not been for your kind heart. I would not have informed he of your noble deed. Today, there is but one fishing spot remaining. Perhaps you, and he might, I intend to go to the nearby deserted island to gather seafood. If you happen to see me, could you kindly stop? Observing the tools they carried, Mr. Chien waved dismissively, assuring them it was a trivial matter. After nearly 2 hours at sea, upon reaching the deserted island, Mr. Chien glanced at his watch and remarked, "It is around 4 o'clock. You shall wait for me here." A hint of embarrassment crossed Zhao Qin's face as he replied, "Mr. Chien, my phone fell into the sea yesterday, and he has no phone either. We also lack a watch. Should we be late, could you possibly wait for us? Rest assured, I shall cover the boat fare this time. Let us discuss that later. This trip is a reward for your courageous act," Mr. Chien said, removing his watch and handing it to He. "Use this. Return it to me after boarding." Zhao Qin expressed his gratitude once more, watching as the boat turned around before the two made their way toward the island. "Your uncle is a good man. Indeed, my grandmother often speaks highly of him. Throughout the years, every time he visits, he brings her money, unlike my uncle, who only brings 2 bottles of cheap liquor during the new year." It stands to reason that Chien Kun shares no direct relation to He's grandmother, as he is a relative on He's maternal side. Thus, his generosity is commendable. Do not take it too much to heart. Every family has its struggles. Perhaps your uncle's family is not faring any better. He opened his mouth to respond, but then nodded resolutely, declaring, "I do not require their pity. I can earn my own living." Indeed, that is the spirit of a true man. Let us see what treasures today may yield. With a bucket and a sand shovel each, the two parted ways on the small island, which was not particularly large, intending to traverse the intertidal zone. After walking for a while, a dark shape beneath a stone by the sandy shore caught his attention. He initially presumed it to be a fish. However, upon closer inspection, he gasped. It was a sea cucumber, quite sizable, weighing approximately 2 to 3 taels. Just as he was about to pick it up, he recalled the peculiarities of the dog system and opted instead to use the sand shovel. Upon opening the system panel, he noticed that the merit value had changed to 140. Indeed, the previous sandworm had increased his score by 50 points, and now this sea cucumber added another 90. He chuckled. He could afford a shovel now. Setting aside thoughts of monetary gain for the moment, he turned to the other side of the stone and discovered yet another sea cucumber. What fortune! Today truly seemed to be a day of great blessings. It appeared that luck had indeed favored him with the sea cucumbers, for he soon spotted another dark shape not far away, and upon retrieval, he found it to be even larger than the previous two, though he was unaware of the precise price of this delicacy. Wild sea cucumbers undoubtedly belonged to the realm of luxury. Discovering them was an exhilarating experience, and he pondered whether he had indeed been fortunate. While it was possible to bind a helper to assist with the task, any treasures unearthed by the assistant would not contribute to his own fortune or merit points. Otherwise, hiring 2 laborers, each armed with a spade, would allow him to rest leisurely while they toiled. Truly, the system offered him no leniency whatsoever. As he spotted Ahi in the distance, over an hour had elapsed, and he had managed to collect around 20 sea cucumbers. "Brother, can you guess what I found?" He exclaimed excitedly as he approached. "Sea cucumbers. You found some too, right? I gathered 16, each weighing over 2 taels, purely wild. We're going to strike it rich." Although Zhao Qin felt a surge of joy, he mentally calculated their collective bounty. Altogether, they likely had around 40 sea cucumbers, estimating each at 2.5 taels, which amounted to merely 10 pounds. Wait a moment. Glancing at the system's luck value, he noted 518.22. With an additional 22 points of luck, he should still be able to uncover something remarkable. Chapter 17. Treasures abound according to the data displayed on the system panel. Zhao Qin should still be able to unearth some intriguing items. However, after wandering about with He, they failed to discover anything of value. Could it be hidden in the sand? With that thought, he bent down again to search through the sand, and soon he spotted a breathing hole. Indeed, he eagerly began to dig, and, to his dismay, unearthed only a flower clam. This was something he often consumed inland. costing merely 5 to 6 yuan per kilogram after more than a decade. Glancing at the system panel revealed an increase of merely 1 point in merit value. Although his luck had also risen by 1 point. This was not what he was hoping for. Brother, I just realized that the center of this island is a flat mudflat, and there's nothing left by the sea. Should we check up ahead? All right, let us go. Following Ahe, they climbed over 2 rocks and discovered that the island's topography was surprisingly U-shaped, with the sides elevated and the center lower. When the tide reached its peak, the water would overflow the rocky edges, flooding into the low-lying area at the center. Perhaps this was the reason for the accumulation of silt here. The world is indeed vast and full of wonders. In the middle, there was a narrow channel, and at that moment, the seawater was flowing gently from one side to the other. The current was minimal, and when Zhao Qin stepped in, he found the mud interspersed with a considerable amount of gravel, making it relatively easy to traverse. Wow, brother. It seems there's a row of holes along the edge of this channel, resembling crab burrows. He, clearly more knowledgeable, exclaimed with delight upon seeing the holes and began to dig with his sand shovel. Zhao Qin observed closely and indeed found that, as he had stated, there was a hole every couple of steps, each opening slightly larger than an adult's fist. He chose one to excavate and soon reached water. After contemplating for a moment, he reached in, bracing himself for the painful pinch of a crab's claw. To his surprise, the hole was not very deep, and as he reached the bottom, he felt something slippery, which frightened him far more than the prospect of encountering large pincers, prompting him to swiftly withdraw his hand. He could not fathom what might be inside, but he was certain it was not a crab. Just as he hesitated to delve further, he noticed he also probing a hole. In the next moment, he pulled out a fish resembling a freshwater bullhead. For fishermen, bullheads are particularly vexing due to their voracious appetite and tendency to disrupt fishing spots. However, the fish in Ahe's hand was significantly larger than a bullhead, measuring nearly 20 centimeters in length. Brother, it's a crab-eating fish. I can't believe there are crab-eating fish here, Ahe exclaimed with delight, tossing the creature into the bucket before plunging his hand back into the previous hole, murmuring, "These usually come in pairs." Sure enough, in the next moment, he extracted another fish, slightly smaller than the first. Well, having heard about crab-eating fish, Zhao Qin had a vague understanding and felt less apprehensive. He reached into the hole he had just dug, and to his astonishment, he pulled out 2 crab-eating fish, which were even larger than Ahe's earlier catch. Brother, do you think these holes could all be crab-eating fish burrows? If so, we might strike it rich. Ahe then expressed his doubt, but wait. Crab-eating fish typically inhabit the brackish water at the confluence of fresh and salt water. How could they exist on such a small island? Having spoken, he did not mind the dirt, scooping a bit of water from the ditch to taste, and was astonished to discover it was fresh water. The crab-eating fish, known as the Chinese mudskipper, is a prized delicacy, rich in protein and low in fat, with tender flesh and exquisite flavor, adored by seafood enthusiasts. It typically inhabits shallow seas and brackish waters of estuaries, which is why he had previously expressed his curiosity. Zhao Qin was equally intrigued. How could a small island surrounded by the sea possess natural freshwater? Though unfamiliar with geographical knowledge, he was not concerned with such matters at the moment, urging Ahe to dig faster. "Ha, brother, I've unearthed 3 here. Wait, 1 more, so that makes 4 in total." Zhao Qin glanced over, pleased to see 2 adults and 2 juveniles, an entire family captured in 1 scoop. Alas, these 2 should have produced a few more. Enough with the banter. Save your strength and dig. The holes were somewhat deep, requiring several scoops before their arms could reach the bottom. The 2 were racing against time. If the tide rose, they would be unable to excavate the remaining holes. Since their expedition was impromptu, they had only brought water and no food, and Zhao Qin hadn't eaten since breakfast. By the time it was past 1 o'clock, he contemplated giving up, seriously doubting his blood sugar levels. "Brother, I can't dig anymore. I'm so hungry." Zhao Qin was barely holding on, seeing that they had already filled half a bucket, weighing at least 30 to 40 pounds. The larger specimens weighed around 3 or 4 taels, while the smaller ones were over 1 tael. Any smaller, and they would discard them. Just as Ahe finished speaking, he looked up to see the tide rising rapidly. "Brother, dig faster, the tide is coming in." We'll suffer a great loss if we don't finish these holes. Though exhausted, the urgency of the rising tide spurred both to summon every ounce of strength and press on. Finally, when the water reached their ankles, Zhao Qin's system panel indicated that his luck was nearing zero. The values displayed: luck, 793 merit points, 201, and the unlocking of the crab-eating fish, awarding him 60 merit points. He felt a pang of regret. He could have exchanged for a shovel just moments ago. The sand shovel was too small and cumbersome, but he quickly reconciled himself to the thought that they would need to return by boat and had not brought a shovel with them. Explaining a new shovel upon their return would be difficult. "Aye, what time is it?" Each carrying a bucket, they ascended to higher ground, and Zhao Qin inquired. He glanced at his watch. "It's 2:30. We have another hour and a half to endure." Reaching a flat rock, they simultaneously set down their buckets and collapsed onto the ground to rest. "Brother, look at the sky. It's so blue," he grunted in response, pondering that if a woman had said that instead, it would have made more sense. "Aren't you hungry? Just drink some more water and stay awake. Remember to keep track of the time." Despite his words, he could feel his eyes growing heavy. After a while, Ahi sat up, glancing around, and declared, "I can't just sit here and fall asleep. Brother, you rest. I'll see if I can find anything to gather, perhaps a bowl to complement our meal." Zhao Qin remained silent, suddenly pondering the whereabouts of the stone crab that he had brought back last time. He had not seen it during dinner at his home, and it was certain that the lad could not wait until noon to consume it. He was not asleep, merely keeping his eyes closed, reluctant to move. Damn, earning money is indeed challenging. In that moment, he found himself echoing Ahi's sentiments. As time passed, he sat up and was surprised to see Ahi energetically jogging towards him. "Aren't you tired? I just had 2 oysters cracked open with a sand shovel. Rinsed in seawater, simply delightful," he exclaimed. Zhao Qin did not harbor much aversion to raw food. Having once dined at a buffet where salmon was rumored to be expensive, he indulged in several plates of it, feeling compelled to partake lest he miss an opportunity. However, that night he found himself making 7 trips to the restroom, spending the better part of the night seated on the toilet, thoroughly exhausted from the ordeal. "Brother, it's about time. Shall we make our way to the island to wait for the boat?" "All right, you've eaten, and you're carrying both buckets." Ahi, showing no pretensions, hoisted the 2 buckets and led the way back to the spot where he had previously opened oysters, gathering the items they had collected. The 2 then arrived at the rocky outcrop where they had previously embarked for the island, waiting patiently. After a considerable time had passed without sight of a boat, Zhao Qin inquired, "Ahi, what time is it?" "It's 4:30. Surely your uncle wouldn't forget about us, would he?" "No, once he remembers, he will surely come to fetch us even in the dead of night." As they chatted, a small dark appeared in the distance, gradually making its way towards them. Chapter 18. A bountiful harvest. To my astonishment, I found a sea cucumber of considerable size. Originally, Qian Kun believed that their trip to the island was merely for leisure, as even a secluded isle would occasionally see visitors arriving by boat to forage from the sea. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover such a remarkable treasure. "Sea cucumber? Let me see," he exclaimed. Upon hearing about the sea cucumber, the 3 business owners also gathered around. "This specimen must be entirely wild," one remarked, his face alight with delight as he gazed at Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin discerned the intent behind the man's expression. He clearly wished to purchase it. For these businessmen, money was not a concern, but they feared that even if they paid handsomely, they might end up with counterfeit goods. The 2 young men's empty buckets indicated that they had indeed foraged from the island, leaving no room for doubt about authenticity. Qian Kun nodded, turning the boat around while explaining, "Mr. Yi, distinguishing between wild and farmed sea cucumbers is quite straightforward. Firstly, consider their size. Wild specimens vary greatly, while farmed ones tend to be uniform. Look at these sea cucumbers. The smaller ones weigh around 1 or 2 taels, while the larger ones approach 4 taels. Then there's the coloration. Wild sea cucumbers exhibit uneven hues, while farmed ones are typically a consistent brown. Lastly, observe the spines. Wild cucumbers face significant natural threats, resulting in sturdier spines. It may not be evident at first glance, but if you visit the market, the difference will become apparent." Mr. Yi rubbed his hands together, inquiring about the finder of this sea cucumber. My brother found it, Zhao Qin replied. Mr. Yi turned to Zhao Qin and asked, Young man, is it for sale? Yes. Mr. Yi, this is indeed wild. You can rest assured. How much are you willing to offer per gene? Both men directed their gazes toward Qian Kun, who pondered for a moment before responding. Farm sea cucumbers are currently priced at around 60 yuan per gene, and you certainly won't find any of this size. The price for wild specimens might be double that, and given the size, it could be even higher. You two can negotiate, or if it doesn't work out, we can check the purchase station at the dock for their offer. Qian Kun hesitated to state an exact price. He wished to avoid Zhao Qin and he losing out, yet he was cautious about quoting too high, fearing Mr. Ye's disapproval, as they hoped to cultivate a repeat business relationship. Thus, he spoke ambiguously, leaving the final price to be determined through negotiation. Young man, I do have a penchant for this. How about I take it for 150 yuan per gene? What do you think? Zhao Qin was taken aback. That price was quite steep. His ideal expectation was around 100 yuan per gene, especially considering it was 2005. A far cry from the prices of 300 to 400 yuan per gene that would emerge a decade later. All right, since you made an offer, I shall certainly sell it to you. Both men smiled, believing they had secured a favorable deal. Old Yi, tomorrow I'll pay you a visit for some autumn wind. Shall I prepare a dish? Of course. Old Lu, you should join us as well. Let us enjoy a drink together tomorrow night. It turned out that the three men who had shared the boat were friends. Young man, what is your phone number? Feel free to contact me anytime you come across something rare. I guarantee you won't be at a loss. Zhao Qin felt a touch of awkwardness. I had one before, but it's gone now. Qian Kun explained the situation to the others, recounting the harrowing tale of Zhao Qin rescuing someone the previous day, which elicited a round of praise from the three businessmen. Akin, today my boat will dock at the town's pier, and tomorrow it will undergo maintenance. I have a motorcycle at home. Would you and Ahe prefer to ride back? It's not far. We can walk back. Thank you, Mr. Qian. In summer, darkness falls late, and by the time we reach the pier at 6:30, visibility remains excellent, with the sun having only set halfway in the distance. Upon arriving at Mr. Qian's home, Zhao Qin deliberately selected 4 sea cucumbers to keep, choosing ones of moderate size, neither the largest nor the smallest. The remaining ones weighed in at 8 jin and 7 liang, costing a total of 1,305 yuan. Mr. Yi, let us round it off to 1,300. Mr. Qian took a small basin from his home, filled it, and handed it to Mr. Yi to place in his car. Mr. Yi retrieved his bag from the vehicle, counted out 13 red bills, and handed them to him while reiterating, should you come across good goods, please have Mr. Qian contact me. Understood. For the remaining 4 sea cucumbers, he asked Mr. Qian for a small bag, packaged them neatly, and then handed them back, saying, having used the boat twice, I feel it would be inappropriate not to let you taste these as a reward for yesterday. Mr. Qian, this isn't merely a one-time transaction. If you are overly courteous, it would hinder my future request for you to take me out to sea, and besides, I found these, not purchased them. Such eloquent words elicited hearty laughter from Mr. Qian, who accepted the bag, saying, Akin, you will undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. Mr. Lu, who had been listening nearby, felt intrigued and remarked, Akin, you are kind-hearted and articulate. My company is in need of a sales manager. Would you care to give it a try? Qian Kun's eyes brightened, while Zhao Qin remained unaware of Mr. Lu's profession. Yet he understood that aligning himself with such a figure would undoubtedly lead to an unlimited future. Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Lu, but I am accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle. I wouldn't want to jeopardize your interests. I am quite content as I am. Noting his polite refusal, Mr. Lu naturally did not press the matter further, though Qian Kun felt regret for him, recognizing it as a splendid opportunity. After declining Qian Kun's invitation for dinner, he and Ahe departed, heading towards the main road, where he made his way to the purchasing station he had inquired about earlier, conveniently located in town, hoping to sell the crabs as well. Brother, there's a place selling fried oysters over there. It's a bit far, but Ahe seemed to catch a whiff of the aroma and swallowed hard. Why don't you buy 2 to tide us over? By the time we return, your grandmother will likely have finished dinner. Let us also purchase some marinated dishes and cook the raw oysters you harvested for drinking. Ahe nodded in agreement and dashed off in that direction, while Zhao Qin arrived at the purchasing station. Unfortunately, it wasn't he the fair young woman he had seen earlier, but rather a man in his 30s. Could this be the young woman's partner? He inwardly cursed the old ox for grazing on tender grass, yet outwardly inquired, "Do you buy crabs?" "Yes." Just then, a voice echoed from the second floor, "Brother, Mom wants you to come upstairs for dinner." Moments later, the previously seen young woman descended the stairs. "No rush. There are people selling goods. I will take care of it." Good heavens! Where did all this come from? The man exclaimed midway through his sentence, startled, as Zhao Qin had lifted the cover off the barrel. "Harvested, purely wild and quite sizable." The man instinctively nodded, reaching into the barrel to confirm its contents, which were indeed all genuine. "This requires some selection. For those weighing over 2 taels, I can offer you 85. For those under 2 taels, how about we set a uniform price of 60? Boss, I'm uncertain about the market rates, but I will inquire further upon returning. If I sell for too little, it will merely be a one-time transaction. If the price is reasonable, I will bring all my quality goods to you in the future." The girl beside him glanced at him, and in the next moment, she seemed to recall. "You were the one who inquired about the sandworms yesterday, weren't you?" "Yes. I sold several dozen pounds of sandworms at a loss the day before yesterday, and came to you yesterday, feeling that your price was fair, which is why I brought some today." The man smiled and said, "I am Qindong. My pricing here is certainly fair. Let us do this. Since this is our first business transaction, I'll add 5 yuan per pound for you, as I have little profit margin left." "All right, then we shall proceed as you suggest. Shall we begin selecting now?" Qindong fetched 3 plastic baskets and instructed him to pour out the crab tigers. Of course, the so-called benchmark of 2 taels is merely an approximation. It is impractical to weigh each one, as long as they appear sufficiently large. By the way, what price can you offer for wild sea cucumbers weighing 2 taels each? If they are confirmed to be wild, I can offer around 130. Do you have any? I picked up 2 or 3 and gave them to an elder. Qindong nodded. These are nearly impossible to find along the coast now. To be able to gather 2 or 3 of such size is indeed quite fortunate. He walked in and asked if the sale was not yet complete. Zhao Qin replied that it was nearing completion and did not require his assistance. After selection, the total weight was measured. The larger ones weighed 21 pounds, while the smaller ones weighed 17 pounds, amounting to a total of 2,995 yuan. The other party was quite agreeable, directly counting out 30 red bills without requiring him to deduct that extra 5 yuan, merely advising him to bring over any quality goods he might have in the future. Chapter 19. Gratitude after receiving the money. Zhao Qin instructed He to carry the bucket and greeted the siblings before departing. As he walked along the roadside, he accepted the oyster omelet that He handed him and devoured it hungrily. He, buy some marinated dishes. Let's call a car to head back, he suggested. Sure. How about pig ears? He replied. Sound good. Go ahead and buy them. Zhao Qin pulled out 100 yuan and handed it to He, who proceeded to a crossroads where several 3-wheeled vehicles were parked. These diesel-powered contraptions, equipped with canopies, were capable of transporting both passengers and goods. The distance was merely 3 kilometers, and after negotiating the fare, He returned with the marinated dishes. The 3-wheeler halted at He's doorstep, and he paid 8 yuan as they disembarked. Zhao Qin advised He, go home, take a shower, and let your grandmother know you'll be over. Got it, brother. He replied. Upon returning home, Zhao Qin first placed the money beneath his pillow, then proceeded to wash rice and prepare a meal. As for the oysters, he simply tossed them into a small pot to steam. Just after finishing his shower, He arrived, carrying several bottles of beer. Zhao Qin took out the money, noting that they had made a total of 4,300 yuan that day. Having just given He 100 for groceries, he counted out 800 and handed it to him. Put this away for your grandmother when you get back. Make sure you don't lose it. Don't worry. Let's eat. He urged, clearly famished. Having grown accustomed to the arrangement, he accepted the money without hesitation and handed Zhao Qin an open bottle of beer. Hold on. The oysters need to be steamed thoroughly first, Zhao Qin said as he retrieved them. They found a small bowl to serve the dish, and soon began to eat and drink, each consuming 2 bottles. He then rose to serve rice. Brother, what shall we do tomorrow? He inquired. We'll decide in the morning. Eat up you need to gain some weight. You're as thin as a reed. But he was indeed quite lean. Zhao Qin had mistaken him for a monkey when he had squatted at the doorway last time. However, he wasn't in much better shape himself, as he could easily pinch his waist with both hands. After dinner, he assisted in tidying up before heading home. As was his routine, Zhao Qin turned on the television and lay on his bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. Early the next morning, he opened the system as usual and checked his luck value, 794.19, neither good nor bad. Contemplating his merit points, he hesitated over purchasing a shovel, pondering its utility, as it seemed redundant alongside a sand shovel. Thus, he decided against rushing into a purchase. Today, he felt no urgency, with his luck value in mind. He planned to take a nap at noon and venture out in the afternoon when the sun was less intense. Unmotivated to cook breakfast, he decided to head to the dock for a bowl of beef noodles. However, upon opening the door, he was greeted by a group of people standing outside. "Are you Mr. Zhao Qin?" one of them inquired. Scanning the group, he recognized a familiar face, the girl he had saved 2 days prior, thus understanding their purpose for visiting. "That would be me," he replied. Noticing that they arrived empty-handed, Zhao Qin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although he had rescued them without expecting anything in return, their visit without any token of gratitude felt somewhat disingenuous. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Had it not been for your selfless act in saving my sister, I would likely have faced expulsion from my home upon returning," the young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, said as he firmly grasped Zhao Qin's hand and shook it vigorously. Seeing the sincerity in the other's demeanor, Zhao Qin's expression softened slightly. He gently withdrew his hand and glanced at the girl behind him, who wore a grateful look. "Is everything all right now? I went to the hospital for a checkup the day before yesterday, and the results came back yesterday, saying I was fine." "Thank you." The girl blinked her large eyes and bowed deeply to Zhao Qin after speaking. "Are you from the capital?" Zhao Qin noticed her accent, having had a few friends from Beijing before. "Yes. My name is Luo Tian, and this is my sister, Luo Xiao Yi. These three are our friends, and we came here to have some fun." "Oh, thanks for the gratitude, but I must be on my way. I have some matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Luo Tian took out a business card and a card from his pocket. "This is my business card. Mr. Zhao, if you ever come to Beijing, please do get in touch. I will make sure to arrange everything for you." Zhao Qin accepted the card but did not examine it. Instead, he observed the bank card, which belonged to the construction bank, with a small note attached on the back containing a password. "How much is on it?" "Huh? Oh, 100,000. Please don't think it's too little. Is your sister's life worth only 100,000? The remark turned both siblings' faces crimson, and a hint of anger emerged on the faces of the three friends nearby. Zhao Qin took Luo Tian's hand and placed the card back in his palm. "Life is far more valuable than money. Let us refrain from quantifying it. I saved her willingly. This is unacceptable. We merely wish to express our gratitude." Brother, Lai Laosin dug up a lot of blue crabs last night," he shouted as he ran over. Upon getting closer and noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the group, he exclaimed upon seeing Luo Xiao Yi, "It's you? My brother saved you the other day. No, I mean he rescued you." His words made Luo Xiao Yi's face turn an even deeper shade of red, and Zhao Qin felt an urge to kick a he. In emergencies, one must prioritize. Artificial respiration, he shot a he a glare and hurriedly clarified, hoping that the act of saving wouldn't be misconstrued. "I know, but I still want to thank you, Luo Xiao," he said softly. "Zhao! Just call me Zhao Qin. We are all young here. I'm not accustomed to Mr. Alright. Zhao Qin, please accept this money. You risked your life. We just want to express our appreciation." Zhao Qin certainly wished to accept it, but taking 100,000 was not without its complications. "How about this? When I saved your sister, my phone fell into the sea. Could you help me buy a new one? By the way, the captain of the boat was also a tremendous help. Perhaps you should also express your gratitude to him. If it weren't for Qian Kun taking the boat out that day, we wouldn't have been able to rescue anyone. This money, brother, let's do as Zhao Qin suggests. We can go buy a phone right away." Luo Xiao Yi then turned to Zhao Qin. "We don't know the captain. Could you take us to meet him?" He asked my uncle by marriage. Let him take you." Zhao Qin indicated a he beside him. The Luo siblings expressed their thanks once more and prepared to head to the town. Zhao Qin asked He to accompany them to find Qian Kun, who had mentioned he would not be going out to sea that day. As the group walked away, Zhao Qin turned and smacked himself on the face. Is money not appealing? Why refuse? Do you expect the lady to offer herself in devotion? Indeed, she is quite lovely, fitting the type I admire. As I murmured to myself, I locked the door and set off to the dock for breakfast. Qin, where are you headed? The village aunties have an insatiable curiosity. I'm going to have a bowl of noodles at the dock. I continued without pausing, responding as I brushed past them, only to hear a few of the aunties resume their chatter. I heard that the clam king unearthed a fortune of over 1,000 recently. I thought he had changed his ways. To believe he would change is akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. A glutton cannot resist a feast. I wager that over 1,000 will vanish in less than half a month. I also heard that he got into a scuffle with the young man from the Gu family the other day. Old Gu is adamant about seeking revenge. A hopeless case. Thankfully not my son. Otherwise, he'd find no time during the day and would have to carve out moments at night to be punished. Zhao Qin paid no heed to their discussions. Even if he had, he found no merit in arguing with them. Squandering breath was hardly worthwhile. The last time he confronted Chu Ying was only because the latter had mentioned the parents of this body. Chapter 20. Working in the mountains, the dock was bustling with activity throughout the day, serving as a veritable hub for gossip. Qin, I heard you dealt with that boy from the Gu family. What was the reason? Old Zhu from the convenience store inquired curiously as he spotted him passing by. Nothing much. I just found him displeasing, Qin replied nonchalantly. Perhaps it was because he had left immediately after the altercation, and Luo Tian and the others preferred to keep it under wraps. Thus, his act of heroism remained unknown to many. Good for you. I've long harbored a disdain for that Gu fellow, but lacked your courage. Hearing that you gave him a beating made my day yesterday. Zhao Qin paused, observing the still jubilant old Zhu. Do you have a grudge against the Gu family? Well, not particularly. My family's land is adjacent to theirs, and they're quite unscrupulous. They often divert the water from my fields to theirs at night. I've confronted them a couple of times, but they steadfastly deny it. Zhao Qin replied with a light chuckle. My beating of the Gu fellow could be considered avenging your grievance. Old Zhu, grinning foolishly, remained oblivious to Zhao Qin's subtle persuasion. Since I've avenged you, how about treating me to a bowl of noodles? Let us go to Old Peng Lu's beef noodle shop, shall we? Old Zhu's smile abruptly faltered, and he felt a sudden urge to slap himself. He pointed a finger at Zhao Qin, then broke into laughter again. Locking up the convenience store, the two of them strolled to the noodle shop, arms linked. Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles with extra beef and noodles, please. You always order the same thing. Do you think Old Peng Lu will give you more? Old Zhu remarked, sensing that Zhao Qin merely sought the satisfaction of his own words. However, when their bowls were served, he noticed that Zhao Qin's had noticeably more meat, which left him rather displeased. Old Lu, we see each other daily at the dock. Why does his bowl have more than mine? Old Peng Lu, sitting nearby, lit a cigarette with a smirk. Well, he comes to my stall 10 times a month, while you grace me with your presence once in 10 months. Who do you think I should favor? Moreover, every time I visit your little shop, you never offer me a discount for being neighbors. Zhao Qin burst into laughter. Addressing Old Peng Lu, Old Zhu is just a shrewd businessman. You couldn't be more accurate. Hey, Qin, I'm treating today. Do you believe I'll just walk out in a huff? If you leave without paying, I might just go to your store for a $0 purchase. What do you mean by $0 purchase? It's a shopping method for the impoverished in America. Zhao Qin explained the concept of $0 purchasing, leaving both men dumbfounded. Wow, that sounds thrilling. I've heard Americans live well. It turns out they have such a good deal where things cost nothing. Old Peng Lu mused. Just listen to Qin's nonsense. They have guns. The law is merely a joke. Old Zhu assumed Zhao Qin was rambling, and Zhao Qin was too lazy to further elucidate. After their meal, Zhao Qin patted his backside, indicating to Old Zhu that he should settle the bill. They ambled over to his elder brother's house, where they found his sister-in-law sitting at the door, knitting a sweater. Sister-in-law, where's my brother? He went up the mountain. He went to take a look yesterday and said the mangoes were ripe for picking. He took supplies with him today. Then I shall go take a look as well. You need not concern yourself overly. It is not much, and your brother will likely be done by midday. Noticing Zhao Qin's indifference, Xiao Rong continued. If you truly go, please take a kettle of tea, Your brother forgot it when he left, especially in this sweltering heat. He accepted the kettle and proceeded towards the rear mountain. The so-called rear mountain is not particularly high, comprising several hills belonging to their village. In times past, the elderly remained, while the younger generation ventured out for work or studies, granting Zhao Ping the opportunity to lease the land. At the mountain's base, several small streams meandered, their waters scarce yet perennial, and as he paused to observe, he spotted schools of small crucian carp along with some young crayfish. Local residents seldom consume freshwater fish, deeming them to possess a muddy taste, preferring the succulent flavor of sea fish. He mused that on a leisurely day, he could come here to fish. He rather enjoyed crucian carp soup and the delicate taste of crayfish. Zhao Ping primarily cultivated loquats and pomelos. Upon ascending, he realized that Zhao Qin had seldom visited and had to search diligently to locate his elder brother. "What brings you up here?" Zhao Qin inquired. "I came to see how much we have left." As he spoke, he handed over the kettle, and Zhao Ping grinned as he accepted it, taking several hearty swigs from the spout. There are still about 10 trees left. This year the sunlight has been ample, and the weather has been neither too dry nor too wet, resulting in a good yield of mangoes. I wonder how the prices will fare? It is a local saying that mentioning a few trees implies a modest quantity, yet Zhao Ping had planted over half an acre, approximately 20 trees in total. Have any fruit merchants come by? Who would come for just these few? Zhao Qin observed his brother's method and began to emulate him. Zhao Ping, seeing his genuine desire to assist, silently smiled and did not deter him. Working together proved efficient, and by nearly noon, they had almost finished harvesting. Zhao Qin glanced at the baskets on the ground and estimated they contained nearly 1,000 pounds. As they rested, he discovered that his merit points had increased, albeit by just 10, yet it was sufficient to bring him joy. Curiously, his luck remained unchanged. Disregarding these thoughts, he rose to assist his brother, and the two commenced transporting the mangoes down the mountain. Zhao Ping could carry 150 pounds in one trip, but Zhao Qin dared not attempt so much. Carrying around 100 pounds sufficed. After completing their haul, Zhao Ping had little else to attend to while Zhao Qin felt utterly exhausted. "What will we do next?" Zhao Qin asked. "I've called for a small truck. There's a factory in the county that processes dried mangoes, and they purchase them, though I am uncertain how the market will perform this year. Last year, the price was favorable too. 6 yuan per pound." Before long, the small truck arrived, driven by 2 men, a fellow villager who was quite rotund, struggling to fit into the driver's seat, his breaths heavy and labored. "Oh, Qin, you've joined in picking fruit as well?" he remarked. "Just trying it out," Zhao Qin replied, wishing to evade constant gossip concerning his reformation, thus responding with a nonchalant remark. 2 men chuckled, but did not pursue the conversation further. As they continued loading the truck, Zhao Qin's sister-in-law arrived with meals. 2 generous bowls of rice accompanied by a sumptuous spread, including pickled salted fish, cucumber stir-fried with eggs, and a small basin of seaweed and shrimp soup. The 2 individuals swiftly completed their meal and proceeded to finish loading the goods. "Brother, if you're tired, I can accompany you to sell. I was just planning to visit the county town," Zhao Qin suggested. "Tu mean awadli scoffed." Having believed that Zhao Qin had changed for the better, it turned out he was simply waiting here, seemingly intent on pocketing the money from selling mangoes. 2 men had thought Zhao Ping would surely decline, and even if Zhao Ping agreed, Xiaoron would refuse. To his astonishment, Xiaoron was the first to speak up. "All right, it will be a bit of a chore for you, Qin. Your brother can just tend to the vegetable plot at home this afternoon." Seeing 2 men's mouth agape in disbelief, Zhao Qin retorted, "Let us go. It's sweltering." As they passed by the entrance of the old residence, Zhao Qin asked 2 men to stop for a moment. He entered the house, stuffed some money into his pocket, and retrieved his identification. "Old Liu, how much for a trip to the county?" he inquired. 50 yuan for the round trip. For our village, that's a decent rate, considering it's 30 kilometers one way. Fuel prices have skyrocketed. I just filled up yesterday at 36 yuan per liter. It's unbearable." Zhao Qin replied, too. 36 per liter is unbearable? You haven't seen the prices at 8 or 9 yuan. Chapter 21. Minor issues. How many kilometers is it from the county to the city? Zhao Qin inquired. Approximately 20 kilometers, was the reply. Zhao Qin noticed a piece of cardboard on the windshield. He picked it up and saw an old phone number written on it. He mentally noted it before placing it back down. Tu Min was familiar with the address, which reassured Zhao Ping in allowing Zhao Qin to come. Upon arriving at the factory and locating the receiving department, Zhao Qin stumbled upon a heated argument. "You are merely a laborer, while the boss is my cousin. Do you dare to challenge me, you lowly wretch?" A man in his 50s yelled, pointing a finger at a young man. The young man's face fluctuated between shades of red and green, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. "Uncle, the mangoes you brought for inspection are mostly spoiled. We cannot accept them. Which of my eyes saw any spoiled fruit? You are intentionally making things difficult for me, aren't you? Do you think I haven't given you your kickback? Fine, tell me how much you want. I'll give it to you. Do you dare take it, you dog?" Zhao Qin grew increasingly impatient, as a vehicle ahead of him was also there to sell mangoes. A middle-aged man squatted by the side, wiping the sweat from his brow, equally anxious. "Brother, what's the situation here?" Zhao Qin offered a cigarette to the middle-aged man. Though the man feigned indifference, he accepted the cigarette and replied, "That old man seems to be a relative of the boss. The mangoes he delivered are all fallen fruit, a real scam." The buyer initially said they wouldn't accept them, but seeing the old man make a scene, they halved the price. The old man was also displeased, hence the quarrel. Once mangoes have fallen, they're generally considered overripe. While they may appear fine on the outside, the insides are often rotten. "How long has this been going on?" "It's been about half an hour, and it remains at a standstill. I'm at my wit's end." Half an hour. Surely the boss would need to make an appearance. Yet a moment later, Zhao Qin realized that the young man might simply be a pawn for the boss, who would naturally avoid the confrontation. After a few more minutes of waiting anxiously, Zhao Qin approached Tu Min Old Tu. "Do you know the name of that buyer?" "I don't know his name, but everyone calls him Manager Qin." "Do you have a description of the little thug?" "What do you mean?" Tu Min replied, perplexed. "Just tell me if you know. Is there anything unclear?" He stands with a slouch, smokes a cigarette at an angle, and has no decorum, much like you right now. Zhao Qin's face twitched slightly. Then he leaned in and whispered a few words in Tu Min's ear. "Is that feasible? We wouldn't want to offend Manager Qin. Let's give it a try." Tu Min, who was more sensitive to heat, was drenched in sweat and eager to resolve the matter. Thus he ceased to resist and began to reverse the vehicle. Zhao Qin then approached the middle-aged man once more, whispering a couple of sentences in his ear, as Tu Min parked the vehicle at a distance. Zhao Qin unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt, rolled up his sleeves, lit a cigarette, and sauntered over to the 2 disputants. "Silence," he bellowed, startling the old man into immediate submission. Zhao Qin swiftly winked at Manager Qin, then placed a hand on his shoulder and inquired, "Where's your boss, Zhao Qin?" Manager Qin, somewhat bewildered, glanced at Zhao Qin and then at the stout man behind him, who was nervously shaking his leg. This individual seemed somewhat familiar, as he frequently delivered goods to the factory. Manager Qin replied, "The boss isn't here today." Zhao Qin continued, "Inform your boss that constantly avoiding us is not a viable solution. The factory has been established for 4 to 5 years now. When funds were scarce, he borrowed from my brother without a word of complaint. Now, during the repayment phase, he has become increasingly elusive. Could it be that he is deliberately avoiding us?" He emphasized his point with a wink, and Manager Qin, being astute in procurement, quickly understood that Zhao Qin was attempting to extricate himself from a precarious situation. Grinning ingratiatingly, he said, "Mr. Wang, surely that cannot be the case. Our boss truly has pressing matters to attend to. Perhaps you could grant an extension?" Nearby, an elderly man overheard their conversation, his mouth agape in astonishment. He had assumed his nephew's factory was thriving, but it turned out to be merely a shell, burdened with debt. After the initial shock, a faint smile of satisfaction crept across his face. Human nature can be quite unpredictable. "An extension? Nonsense. My brother specifically instructed me to come today to collect something. I won't resort to any underhanded tactics, yet you continue to stall." He then gestured toward the truckload of mangoes, directing the stout man, "Go, seize that truckload of mangoes, and consider it a modest fee for our troubles today. This does not belong to Chi Boss. It is mine, and payment has yet to be received." The middle-aged man, now visibly anxious, jumped into the driver's seat and hastily reversed the vehicle. Zhao Qin seething with anger, kicked a nearby empty crate, sending it flying, suppressing the pain in his foot. "So you think my words are mere wind, do you?" He then pointed at a nearby tricycle. Before he could finish speaking, the elderly man, electrified by the moment, scrambled towards the vehicle, exclaiming, "This is mine. I heard you claim to be the boss's relative, so it is indeed fitting that I take what is rightfully mine. That doesn't seem appropriate. I have no connection to the boss here. Truly, I do not." The tricycle was manually operated, making it challenging for the elderly man to escape as easily as he might have hoped. "Xiaoqin, is this old man a relative of your boss? If so, just say the word, and I shall retain the goods." Manager Qin now fully grasped Zhao Qin's intentions, struggling to suppress a smile while feigning a troubled expression. Seeing his hesitation, the elderly man clasped his hands in apology. "Manager Qin, I was merely speaking nonsense earlier. Please do not take it to heart. I will not sell. I will return home with my goods." Manager Qin felt a surge of satisfaction, but feared the situation might spiral out of control. He sighed and said, "This elderly gentleman has no relation to our boss. Please do not put him in a difficult position." "That's incorrect. I distinctly heard him claim to be related to your boss. I was merely speaking frivolously. Do not take my words seriously." Manager Qin positioned himself protectively in front of the elderly man's vehicle, giving the impression that he was shielding it from Zhao Qin. He turned to the old man and urged, "Hurry, start the vehicle, and leave quickly." The old man let out a grunt, trembling for a while before finally thrusting the handle into the slot. Summoning all his strength, he shook the vehicle to life and leaped aboard, preparing to turn around. Zhao Qin feigned a lunge forward, while Manager Qin pretended to block him, as they watched the old man speed away in a cloud of dust. Manager Qin could not contain his laughter, giving Zhao Qin a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Brother, you truly have a way with things. In these times, the bold fear the dauntless." Manager Qin, being a cultured man, surely finds it difficult to deal with such ruffians. This remark was quite eloquent, implying that it was not so much a matter of superiority, but rather that Zhao Qin, as a refined individual, would disdain to employ such tactics. Behind them, Old Two silently cursed. "Damn it, it's not the blind who are to be feared, but the educated blind." Zhao Qin managed to secure admission to a prestigious national university, and he possesses a certain audacity. Previously, he had heard rumors that Zhao Qin had used 50 yuan to instigate a feud between two daughters-in-law of the Lai family. Initially, he thought it was nonsense, but now he realized, indeed, it was all part of this fellow's scheme. Chapter 22. To the city, in any case, I must express my gratitude for your timely assistance. Are you also here to sell mangoes? After Manager Qin spoke, he went inside to fetch 2 bottles of mineral water, which he offered to the 2 men. 2 men was feeling quite disheartened, despite having delivered goods to this factory dozens of times since purchasing his vehicle. This was the first occasion he had tasted the factory's water. Zhao Qin was also parched. He opened a bottle and took a sip before saying, "Yes, Manager Qin. Rest assured, my brother and I personally picked each mango this morning. Not a single fallen fruit among them. We don't engage in unscrupulous practices." He then turned to the elder two and urged, "Hurry and bring the vehicle over. We shouldn't delay, Manager Qin." The middle-aged man's truck soon arrived, and Zhao Qin once again offered a cigarette to him. "Brother, I have an urgent matter to attend to in the city. Would you kindly allow me to weigh my goods first?" "Just a matter of words, young man. You certainly have a way with things," the man replied with a smile. Zhao Qin waited for Elder Two's truck to come to a halt, then asked Manager Qin to inspect the goods. Manager Qin casually selected 2 fruits, peeled them, and tasted them, nodding in approval. "Brother, today's market price is 273 yuan, slightly higher than last year. However, I must thank you, for you're in this gentleman's goods. I can offer 3 yuan per pound. I cannot promise more." "That is perfectly fine. Please do not feel pressured," Zhao Qin replied. An additional 30 cents per pound amounted to only 300 yuan for 1,000 pounds, which he found inconsequential. However, the middle-aged man was quite exhilarated. With over 2,000 pounds in his truck, this could yield an extra 600 to 700 yuan, equivalent to half a month's wages. He quickly pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Manager Qin, but when the latter waved his hand, he turned to Zhao Qin, saying, "Thank you, young brother. This is all thanks to you." And Manager Qin, weighing the goods, was straightforward, The factory had a scale, and they merely drove the truck onto it. After unloading, they tossed the baskets back onto the truck and weighed again. The total came to 105 pounds, selling for 315 yuan. After receiving the receipt with Manager Chin's signature, he was instructed to head to the finance department for payment. Once back in the vehicle, he said to two men, "Let us not return just yet. I will give you an additional 40 yuan to go to the city. Are you not truly considering absconding with your brother's fruit money? If I take you, I would become an accomplice," two men teased. "Get lost. It's just over 3,000 yuan, not 3 million. Why would I run away? Drive faster. I hope they haven't closed yet." Elder 2, being a driver for hire, was more than willing to accept the extra 40 yuan, and they soon set off on the provincial road to the city. "You're quite cunning. How are you so sure the old man will be frightened?" In truth, those who often shout the loudest tend to have the smallest hearts. "Ah, you wasted your opportunity to continue your education. Had you studied a bit longer, you might have become quite astute. Do you know how to converse? If not, then be quiet." Elder 2 chuckled, not all offended. By the time they arrived in the city, it was just past 3 o'clock. Zhao Qin first sought out a bank. With a total of over 100 yuan, he opened an account and deposited 600 yuan, leaving a little for personal expenses. He had intended to activate online banking, but upon realizing he lacked a mobile phone number, he settled for an electronic payment card. However, this card had its downsides, as the maximum single transaction was limited to 500 yuan. After sorting everything out, he inquired about the address of the stock exchange, instructing Elder 2 to drive them there. "What exactly are you planning to do? Rest assured, you shall not lose a single penny. Simply wait for me here, and I shall emerge within the hour at the latest." Upon arriving at the exchange, he first opened an account and checked the current price of Matai, which stood at approximately 10.09 yuan per share. Without hesitation, he purchased 4 lots, expending over 4,000 yuan. Is Matai's stock valuable? He recalled a friend who once engaged in stock trading, claiming that had one invested in Matai stocks back in 2004 or 2005 without doing anything else, they would have reaped enormous profits. At that time, he had jokingly remarked that buying property was the safest bet, only to be scolded by his friend for being foolish. Property prices had surged by 2 or 3 times at most, while Matai had skyrocketed by a staggering 180 times. The current price of 10.09 yuan per share could potentially soar to over 1,800 yuan in the future, truly astonishing. Regrettably, his funds were limited. Had he been able to invest a few hundred thousand, he could have simply awaited the inevitable appreciation. The reason he did not purchase the entire amount was twofold. First, the remaining funds were insufficient for a complete lot. And second, the few hundred yuan left on his card had other impending uses. Once he concluded his business, he exited and entered his vehicle, seeking a nearby internet CAF. "Good grief, are you ever going to finish? This is taking far too long. Why don't you head back now, and I'll take the bus home later." Two Men was momentarily taken aback. Knowing Zhao Qin as character, he suspected he wouldn't even pay the 50 yuan fare to the county, so he could only drive in silence. Soon enough, within half an hour at most, he reminded Two Men once more before stepping into the internet CAF. After paying a 10 yuan deposit, the attendant allowed him to select a computer, and he casually chose an empty one before proceeding. Upon opening the computer, he immediately searched for domain registration service providers on Baidu and began to register an online account, ensuring all entries were under his real name to avoid any potential issues with future buyers reaching him. The fee for registering a domain was 35 yuan. He began by attempting to register 360.com, which he easily secured, much to his delight. Subsequently, he tried JD, Kong, Wei, Kong, Me, Com, XCOM Wanda, Kong, VP, Com, and several others, contemplating as he registered. Some had already been claimed, but he felt no disappointment, as engaging in this was akin to collecting money. It was not until he received a notification of a transaction failure due to insufficient balance that he finally felt satisfied and exited the CAF. "Can we return now? Let us go. Drive quickly. Otherwise, it will be dark by the time we get home." Two Men rolled his eyes, realizing the urgency now, and thought to himself that they should have been hasty earlier. "Oh, and when we return, do not mention that we went to the city. Just say there was a disturbance, and we have been queuing ever since." With that, Zhao Qin pulled a red bill from his pocket and placed it on the dashboard. indicating that an extra 10 yuan need not be returned, acknowledging the time lost that afternoon. Tu Ming grinned and replied without hesitation, generous indeed. Meanwhile, at home, Zhao Ping was in a state of anxiety. Had he known, he would have never allowed him to go. He wondered what was amiss and hoped for a safe return. Before he could finish his thought, he chastised himself and muttered a few prayers for protection from Ma Zhu. Xiao Rong felt a sense of urgency. She wondered if her younger brother-in-law had once again become unreliable. However, upon seeing her husband tirelessly circling about like a donkey on a mill, she offered words of comfort. There's likely nothing to worry about. Perhaps there are just many fruit sellers today, and they have been waiting in line for quite some time. Indeed, last year I waited for half an hour. This year, maybe even longer. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes brightened at the sight of a car approaching in the distance. The vehicle had barely come to a halt when Zhao Ping, unloading baskets, inquired, "What took you so long?" The factory offered a good price this year, so there were many sellers, and we had to wait a bit longer. Once the baskets were unloaded, Zhao Kun responded to his elder brother while waving off Tu Min, who was also hungry and eager to leave, quickly turning around and driving away. "Make sure to recharge your phone. We can still stay in touch if anything comes up." Zhao Kun nodded, deeming it unnecessary to inform his brother that his phone was out of credit. Knowing his brother's disposition, it would only lead to unnecessary concern. The couple had refrained from asking how much they had sold for. Upon entering the house, Zhao Kun pulled out the receipt and the money. A total of 105 jean at 3 yuan per jean. "Sister-in-law, please count the money." "What a splendid price." "It is what it is. Whatever you say is what it is." Zhao Ping appeared delighted. Xiao Rong took the money and began counting. After finishing, she glared at her husband and said, "You covered the transportation fee, right? And considering you helped your brother all day, how about we round it to 200 altogether? Give me the transportation fee, and you can keep the rest. Don't mention any wages." Zhao Kun, eager to avoid further discussion, swiftly departed, with Zhao Ping trailing behind and calling out, "If you don't bring the money, you must come over for dinner." "No need. I have other matters to attend to tonight." Chapter 23: The Troubled Girl. As the sun began to set, the visibility remained decent. From a distance, Zhao Qin noticed several individuals squatting by his doorstep. "Zhao Qin, what have you been up to?" "We've been waiting for 2 or 3 hours," exclaimed another girl, who seemed to be named Yu Fan, as introduced by Luo Tian. "Miss, I am but an ordinary citizen striving to earn a living," Zhao Qin replied, opening the door to let them inside. "Brother," I inquired with Ping Gu, "and he mentioned you went to the county to sell mangoes. Why the delay?" He had been patiently waiting with them. There were many people, and I had to queue. Luo Xiao, he handed him a box, saying, "I picked this out. I wonder if you will like it." Zhao Qin opened it and, upon seeing the contents, exclaimed in surprise, "Not bad at all, a Motorola V3. He was quite familiar with this model, as it was his very first mobile phone. When he received a call, it would greet him with "Hello, Moto." He had purchased it back in 2006 for over 2,000 yuan, and now it was worth at least 3,000 to 4,000. "Thank you, I really like it. Why don't you insert your SIM card and give it a try?" urged Luo Xiaoyi. Upon unboxing, he discovered it was an ice blue color, but he couldn't test it yet as he had not replaced his SIM card. "Brother, Luo go bought me one too." Look at you, getting a phone as a gift and immediately calling a brother, he thought, albeit reluctantly taking a glance at it. It was a Samsung D508. When it was first released, it was exorbitantly priced, yet now it should be under 3,000, slightly cheaper than his V3. Returning the phone to Luo Xiao, he took the large bag from Luo Tian's hands and placed it on the table. "I accidentally lost the shirt I borrowed from you at the hospital. This is to compensate you. I couldn't find anything better in town, so please don't mind." Zhao Qin was taken aback. The girl indeed had a thoughtful side. After expressing his gratitude and accepting the item, he inquired, "Have you eaten?" "Not yet. We were about to starve waiting for you." As they conversed, Zhao Qin turned to Luo Tian and said, "Brother, life in the countryside is quite different from the city. There is not much to offer. If you don't mind, shall we make do with what we have?" "Sure, let us have a meal together." After they settled down, Zhao Qin rummaged through his pocket and handed some money to He. "Check to see what more braised dishes old Zhang has, and then see if old Lin has any seafood." "I have money," He replied promptly and dashed out. "Don't forget to buy some alcohol and beverages." "Got it." By this time, the sun had completely set. Zhao Qin moved the table outside, as the space inside was too cramped. As soon as he started cooking, it would get hot and the smoke would be suffocating. He lit 2 coils of mosquito repellent under the table and invited everyone to sit outside. The evening by the seaside was surprisingly pleasant. The cool sea breeze made it bearable. "Do you need any help?" Luo Xiaoyi asked as she noticed him busying himself alone. "No need. I just need to simmer some rice and prepare a dipping sauce for the seafood later." "Are you the only one at home?" Luo Xiaoyi inquired, glancing around the shabby yet relatively clean room. "My elder brother is married and has built a house down in the village. My father works away, and my mother passed away from illness 2 years ago." After a moment of silence, Luo Xiaoyi inquired, "I heard from Ahe that you were a student at Peking University. Why did you drop out? Furthermore, being so young, why not venture into a big city? What is so great about a big city? As for dropping out, it is merely a lack of interest in attending school. By the way, could you please take the kettle outside and pour some water for them? The disposable cups are on the counter nearby." "All right," Luo Xiaoyi cheerfully agreed, then took the kettle and cups and stepped outside. Zhao Qin secretly sighed in relief, thinking that this girl had quite a plethora of questions, and cursed Ahe for being so talkative. While Ahe had not yet returned, Zhao Ping arrived first. "Akin, is this your friend?" "Yes, my friend." "Brother, what brings you here?" "Perfect timing. Stay for a drink. Ahe has gone to buy groceries." Luo Tian, overhearing their conversation but not fully comprehending it, could infer a bit from their appearance. He stood up and addressed Zhao Ping. "You must be Zhao Qin's elder brother. We are friends from the capital." Zhao Ping glanced at the ages of the group and initially thought they were former classmates of his younger brother. He had assumed that, after dropping out, they would have lost contact. Surprised to see them visiting his hometown, he quickly welcomed them. "Please have a seat. Akin is late returning with mangoes. I apologize for the delay." This statement was perhaps the most gracious Zhao Ping could muster. After speaking, he hurriedly returned home and soon reappeared with his wife. "Akin, let me help. You go chat with your friends. By the way, I just slaughtered a duck tonight, and it's all cooked. I've brought it along. We can just heat it up shortly." "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" "What about Miao Miao?" Miao Miao was Zhao Ping's young daughter. Ayuan is home watching her. "I'm here to help. You go on." Zhao Qin, no longer occupying space, stepped out of the room. Just as he sat down, Luo Xiaoyi unexpectedly poured him a cup of water. "Thank you. This is my home. You needn't be busy. Sit and rest. Let us eat and drink while we wait for Ahe to return." He then turned towards the elder brother, who seemed uncertain whether to sit or stand, and said, "Elder brother, please have a seat. You all sit. I'll assist your sister-in-law." He felt uncomfortable being urged to sit, so he turned back to Luo Tian and asked, "Brother, what made you all decide to come here for leisure?" "Yufan has a relative in this city, so we made plans to come together. Naturally, we wanted to visit the seaside, which led to the events of the day before yesterday. After every hardship, there comes fortune. Do not dwell on it too much. The important thing is that everyone is safe," Zhao Qin replied casually. "Thanks to you, Zhao Qin. If it weren't for you saving Yi, I would bear a heavy burden." As Yufan spoke, she raised her cup, suggesting a toast with tea instead of wine. Zhao Qin clinked his cup lightly against hers. Upon closer observation, Zhao Qin seemed to have discerned the relationships among the group. They all appeared to be well acquainted. It seemed that Luo Tian and Yufan shared a connection, while the other 2 gentlemen appeared to harbor some interest in Luo Xiaoyi, though it was unclear whom she favored. As dusk deepened, Zhao Ping rushed home to fetch a bundle of electric wires. He connected the lamp and mounted it on a bamboo pole, setting it up beside the table, which greatly illuminated the area. Zhao Qin reflected on the fact that his elder brother was indeed quite astute, skilled with his hands, quick to learn, and most importantly, diligent. Yet, he was excessively honest and not particularly fond of socializing. He returned, bringing with him a selection of 4 or 5 varieties of marinated dishes, while he could only procure a modest amount of shrimp and a 3-kilogram wild bass. "Brother, the seafood truck from Lao Lin and the others left today. I intended to keep this little bit for myself, so I bought it," he explained. "Well, in the haste of the moment, this will have to suffice." Xia Rong then brought out the freshly heated duck, adding to the growing array of dishes. Noticing the spread, Zhao Qin inquired, "Has Yuan eaten yet?" "There is rice left at home." He hurried back to his house, fetched a bowl, filled it with several pieces of duck, and added some marinated dishes before handing it to Ahi, instructing him to deliver it to his brother's home for Yuan. Ahi was in the midst of opening beers for everyone. Upon receiving the bowl, he promptly set down the bottle and dashed off. "Be careful not to spill," Zhao Qin called after him. "I want tea." Luo Tian observed the two, and, surprisingly, a hint of envy appeared on his face. "You're truly kind, Ahi." Zhao Qin was taken aback. Was he really being kind simply by sending Ahi on errands? Noticing his confusion, Luo Tian elaborated. "When we went to town, Ahi spoke highly of you, stating that were it not for your guidance, he would still be resorting to petty theft. You have shown him how to earn a living and to care for his grandmother at home." Zhao Qin pondered this. It seemed that this young man had indeed strayed onto a misguided path, and it was he who had led him astray. Chapter 24. Nighttime Crab, digging two lovely ladies. "Do you partake in libations? I can indulge. Please uncork a bottle for me." Yu Fan raised her hand, casting a sharp glance at Luo Tian as she spoke. "I shall have a bottle as well." Luo Xiaoyi earnestly lifted her hand, resembling a schoolchild eager to answer a teacher's question. Meanwhile, one of the two gentlemen beside them waved his hand, declaring his abstinence from alcohol. "Come now, let us enjoy a drink together." Zhao Qin popped open the bottle and called out to the inner room, urging them to join. "Drink up, don't mind us," Zhao Qin added, lifting his glass. "Let us not dwell on the past. We are fortunate to share this meal together. Cheers." "Indeed, let us toast to the serendipity of our encounter," Luo Xiaoyi chimed in, raising her bottle in agreement. He returned promptly, seating himself beside Zhao Qin. He addressed everyone, encouraging them to eat without hesitation, and expressed gratitude to Luo Ge for the mobile phone. "No need for formality," Zhao Qin replied. He then suggested, "Since you all are going crab digging tonight, why not take us along?" Luo Xiaoyi blinked her big eyes in excitement. "Yes, Zhao Qin, take us with you. We are strong and can lend a hand. I have never caught a crab before." After finishing a duck wing, Yu Fan playfully tossed a piece into Luo Tian's bowl, eagerly supporting Luo Xiaoyi's request. Zhao Qin glanced at Luo Tian, aware that he was the leader of the group. "If it's not too much trouble, we would like to tag along." However, nighttime coastal foraging can be quite arduous, plagued by mosquitoes and horseflies. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to stay home and rest? He nodded and turned to Luo Xiaoyi, cautioning, "Sister Yi, there are particularly many mosquitoes. You'll be covered in bites before long. Perhaps it's best if you don't go." "We are unafraid. We merely wish to join you for fun and to experience the challenges of earning a living," Luo Xiaoyi insisted. Seeing their determination, Zhao Qin agreed. "After dinner, you should change into long sleeves and trousers and see if you can find some insect repellent in town. Better safe than sorry. Also, let us purchase 2 headlamps. Then let us eat quickly." Yu Fan, being quite impatient, urged them on. "No need to rush. We can leave at 10 o'clock. A later start may actually conserve our energy." In matters of coastal foraging, he was far more experienced than Zhao Qin. Crabs tend to be nocturnal, venturing out to scavenge at night. As they dined and drank, it was only just 8 o'clock, but under Yu Fan's relentless encouragement, they concluded their meal. Luo Tian had prearranged 2 vehicles, which had now arrived, and they agreed to reconvene at 10 o'clock before departing. Brother and sister-in-law had remained inside. Upon seeing everyone leave, Xia Rong emerged to tidy the table. "Sister-in-law, hold on a moment. You and my brother have yet to eat. Sit and share a drink with us." Zhao Qin knew his sister-in-law could handle a little alcohol. After they were seated, he uncorked 2 bottles for them, rising to express gratitude. "Without your help, I would still be toiling away until 7 o'clock, and the meal would not have been so sumptuous. Why concern ourselves with such matters?" "Qin, are they your classmates?" "Not quite. I met them while foraging 2 days ago. They're merely young people with whom I exchanged a few casual words." He preferred to avoid discussing the matter of rescuing someone, thus fabricating an excuse instead. "The tall young woman is truly captivating, and I notice she has been gazing at you intently," said Xia Rong with a playful smile. It must be said that these 2 brothers are quite handsome. Considering Akin's appearance, he might indeed catch the eye of a wealthy young lady. As for those from the capital, I shan't dwell on that. "Come, brother, let us enjoy the rest of these beers with our brother and sister-in-law." After finishing, He stood up to help his older brother carry the table back inside, and then took a broom to sweep away the litter at the entrance. Once everything was tidied up and the couple had departed, he pondered for a moment before opening the system, noting that his current merit points stood at 211, just enough to exchange for 2 shovels. Feeling fortunate, he decided to redeem them all today, hoping for good luck to continue so he could dig further. After getting everything sorted, he took a shower and rested for a while. "Brother, I brought 100 ropes for binding crabs. Will that be sufficient?" Ahe, noticing the lights on inside, pushed the door open and walked in, this time having learned his lesson by wearing long sleeves and trousers. "You think we can dig out 100 in one night? We'll exhaust ourselves," he exclaimed. "But we have Luo and the others. They will help." Zhao Qin retorted with annoyance, relying on them to put in the hard work. "Have you lost your mind?" When Ahe spotted the 2 new shovels, he asked, "Brother, did you just buy those from Old Jew?" "No, I picked them up in town earlier, thinking they might come in handy." "You really plan ahead," Ahe remarked. Zhao Qin lightly tapped him on the head, "And yet you can't flatter to save your life. What use are you?" Once prepared, Ahe glanced outside the door, still hearing no sound of engines, and grew anxious. "Brother, what time is it? Don't you have a phone?" "I was afraid of getting it wet." "It's too precious," he replied. Zhao Qin chuckled, recognizing Ahe as newfound appreciation for valuable things. It was quite a step forward. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone, he heard what seemed to be a car in the distance. Moments later, a vehicle pulled up to their home, and Luo Tian was the first to step out. "We're not late, are we?" "No, we're right on time," Zhao Qin responded as he watched them exit the car one by one, all dressed appropriately in long sleeves and trousers. The 2 young women even had scarves wrapped around their necks, and from a distance, a faint scent of floral perfume wafted through the air. "I'll help you carry the buckets," said Luo Xiaoi, "with you Fan, each holding one." "All right, let us go then." "Brother, where are we headed?" Ahe inquired. "Where did Lai Bao dig last night?" Ahe shook his head. Many at the dock had asked, but he had remained silent. It is only natural to keep a lucrative spot to oneself. My grandmother told me before she passed that blue crabs tend to stay at the confluence of salty and fresh water, and that day, if we dig a bit further west while searching for sandworms, we should be just about right. She mainly feared we might venture into the mangroves at night due to the risk of snakes. Zhao Qin, perhaps we should avoid the mangroves. Luo Xiaoi quickly suggested upon hearing about the snakes. Zhao Qin nodded, and after about 40 minutes of walking, they arrived at the location Ahe had mentioned. "Let us spread out and call out if we find any holes." Everyone nodded in agreement. Zhao Qin and Ahe each took a shovel, while Luo Xiaoi followed closely behind with a bucket, beginning their search for crab holes. "I found one." Amidst the cacophony of voices, a tone of excitement pierced through. Zhao Qin approached to take a glance, and even he, despite his simplicity, understood that this hole was utterly futile to excavate. It was merely the size of a ping-pong ball. Even a blue crab would be insignificant, for unearthing it served no purpose. "Sister Fan, seek a larger one. This hole is far too diminutive, and any crab we unearth will be even smaller," he interjected with an explanation. "Ah, but I found it with great difficulty." Zhao Qin's gaze fell upon a sizable stone nearby, beneath which lay a trickle of water. He extended his shovel towards it and, in an instant, a formidable claw seized the shovel with a sharp grip. "Well, there truly is something here," he exclaimed as he pushed the shovel further into the water. His affinity for foraging was evident. Having watched numerous videos on coastal gathering, he was aware that the claws of blue crabs could easily detach, rendering them worthless. Once the crab relinquished its hold, he withdrew the shovel and called out to Ahi. With that utterance, everyone hurriedly gathered around. "Zhao Qin, have you found one?" "Where is it? Show me what the hole looks like. Is it large?" In that moment, Zhao Qin felt as though he had stepped into a duck pen, with voices swirling all around him. Chapter 25. "Oh my, it's like finding money. I hadn't even noticed it. I merely encountered the claw. Beneath this stone, you all step aside. Ahi and I will attempt to see if we can lift it." Ahi inserted the shovel into the adjacent soil and stepped forward to assist. I joined in as well. Luo Tan, intrigued, positioned himself at another corner of the stone, while Zhao Qin stood in the middle. "Let us not flip it directly. That could injure someone. Instead, let us gradually shift it to one side." The 3 of us exerted our strength to the left, and to our delight, it actually moved. "Come on, just a bit more, and we should be set." There was already a gap beneath the stone, and upon moving it, we uncovered a small pool of water, devoid of any sign of crabs. "Zhao Qin, did you misjudge?" One of the boys remarked upon seeing this. "No, I saw it too. There is indeed a large claw," Luo Xiaoyi interjected eagerly. Zhao Qin hesitated, contemplating whether to take the plunge. As a child, he had been pinched by crabs, and it had truly hurt. Those were merely freshwater crabs of modest size. He had heard tales of how a large blue crab could pinch a chunk of flesh, but he was uncertain of its veracity. Ultimately, he steeled himself and plunged his hand into the water. Almost immediately, he encountered a crab, carefully managing its formidable pincers, but the next moment, he yanked his hand back with a yelp. "Did you get pinched? Does it hurt?" Zhao Qin cast a silent glance at the two girls, realizing the futility of their inquiries. "There are two inside. It's a pair of crabs," he affirmed. He could feel the pincers of one crab, so the one that pinched him must certainly be the other crab. "Brother, shall I give it a try?" Zhao Qin shook his head. If he wished to be a competent crab catcher, he had to take this step, so he crouched down again and resumed his exploration. This time, he was wiser. He felt for the shell of one crab, pressed it down, and then used his other hand to locate the shell of the second crab. "How is it going? Be careful not to get pinched again." Zhao Qin thought that bringing this group along for crab catching was perhaps one of the gravest mistakes he had made that day, for the noise was simply overwhelming. In the next moment, he grasped one crab in each hand, one large and one small. The larger one was quite the challenge to hold with just one hand, while the smaller one was rather light. "Wow, an old bull with tender grass," he quipped proudly. The larger crab was clearly male, likely weighing around a pound, while the smaller was undoubtedly female, weighing less than half a pound. The size disparity was striking, exemplifying the phrase he had just uttered. "Woo, Zhao Qin, you're amazing, one in each hand." "Zhao Qin, that's enormous. Can I try to catch one too?" Zhao Qin observed the excited expressions on their faces and found it rather amusing. "Ahi, can you tie them up?" He had erroneously anticipated needing rope, but he didn't know how to tie a knot. "Brother, let me do it." "I can," Ahi said, motioning for him to place the crabs on the ground. He then deftly captured one crab in each hand, binding one while using his foot to hold the other down. "Let us keep searching. We can find more. Hurry, right? We're here to assist Zhao Qin, and we can't lag behind." Zhao Qin couldn't help but smile at the eagerness of the young ones accompanying him that evening. Likely motivated by the sumptuous feast he had treated them to. "Let's look beneath more stones." Zhao Qin paused for a moment, took out a cigarette, and lit it, appearing to take a break. He was actually reviewing the merit points within the system. After catching a crab, his previously dwindling points had surged to 71. Delighted, he thought about how he could accumulate more merit and earn money. Glancing over at Luo Xiaoyi, he mused that life was indeed splendid with a beautiful companion by his side. However, his joy was short-lived, and he soon picked up his shovel to continue searching. "Zhao Qin, come quickly. There seems to be one over here." A voice filled with excitement came from Luo Tian not far away. Zhao Qin hurried over and discovered a small muddy pit. Where Luo Tian pointed, only a pair of small eyes was visible, barely discernible unless one looked closely. "Well done, Luo Gu. Your eyesight is exceptional," Zhao Qin remarked. Luo Tian grinned widely, pointing at nearby crab footprints. "I noticed the prints looked like they belonged to a crab, so I followed them here." "Isn't it remarkable?" "Indeed, but since you're not wearing gloves, I'll be the one to catch it." "Wow, Luo Tian, did you find it?" Yu Fan trotted over. "Of course. Next time, you must call me first. I want to catch it," Yu Fan exclaimed with a hint of jealousy. "Stop joking. It's not a game if you get pinched," Zhao Qin replied, watching the playful banter between the two with a bemused expression. "Guys, I may not have had enough to eat tonight, but I'm certainly well fed now." "What do you mean?" Luo Xiaoyi asked, puzzled. "I've been fed a mouthful of dog food by these two." "Dog food? I didn't bring any, did you?" Yu Fan tugged at Luo Tian, looking confused. Luo Xiaoyi was the first to catch on and burst into laughter. Luo Tian, slightly embarrassed, chuckled as well. In this day and age, the term dog food indeed referred to food for dogs, but its connotation was not lost on them, and soon everyone understood the implication. "What are you all laughing at?" Yu Fan seemed utterly baffled, still not grasping the joke. "Let us keep searching. The more we find, the more rewards we'll get. Lollipops for everyone," Zhao Qin cheerfully encouraged, tossing the crab onto the ground for he to bind. Ugh, how stingy. Just lollipops? No way. I want to find one myself. Yu Fan retorted, seemingly recalling too many childhood memories of eating chicken heads and shells. Gradually, they began to search westward. Zhao Qin spotted a sizable hole, clearly marked by footprints at the entrance. Just as he was about to move his shovel, he heard Luo Xiaoi's voice call out from behind. Zhao Qin, hurry. There's one running over there. Following the direction of Luo Xiaoi's headlamp, he was astonished to see a crab scuttling across. He swiftly stepped forward to trap it, summoning a he to bind it securely. Ah! A high-pitched soprano echoed, startling Zhao Qin. Luo Tian, Zhao Qin, I found one. I finally found one. Yu Fan shouted excitedly, urging them to hurry as the crab attempted to escape. Despite having expressed her desire to catch one, the moment she found it, her courage faltered, leaving her hopping anxiously in place. Luo Tian, standing closer, approached to mimic Zhao Qin's actions, preparing to trap it. Damn it, I found one too. Another boy exclaimed from the side, equally thrilled. Zhao Qin approached and seized the object, bringing it beside Ahi. Just as he contemplated bending down to search again, he heard Ahi utter a curse in their local dialect, exclaiming in disbelief that one could even find a crab while sitting here. Turning his gaze, he indeed noticed that Ahi had caught one as well. Zhao Qin scratched his head, opening the system panel, realizing something was amiss. His luck had not diminished in the slightest, and they were not bound as assistants. Why were they so fortunate? However, before he could ponder further, two individuals simultaneously announced they had spotted a blue crab. Just as he was about to rush over, Luo Xiaoi pointed to a small puddle nearby, indicating that there seemed to be two crabs within. For the next hour, he became the busiest among them, tirelessly binding crabs without respite. These individuals were exceptionally skilled, discovering a crab within just a few steps, each of considerable size. Reluctantly, Zhao Qin had no choice but to follow Ahi's lead and learn to bind crabs. The two of them working together just managed to keep pace. How peculiar, Zhao Qin murmured under his breath as he bound the crabs. Brother, what did you say? Nothing. Hurry and bind them. Select the lean ones to take back for porridge and sell the fatties. The lean crabs would hardly fetch a good price, so he preferred to reserve them for a delicious, sweet porridge. Chapter 26. The yellow crab as the night turned into dawn. Zhao Qin observed that by 11:59, his luck value for the day remained steadfast at 18. This could only indicate one thing. The bounty of crabs he had collected was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather a testament to the abundance of crabs in the area, allowing everyone to gather their share. After midnight, he accessed the system once more, discovering that the luck value for the new day had risen to 22, surpassing the previous day's tally. The specific variety of crabs was of little concern at the moment. What mattered was the act of collecting money. Indeed, he was in the midst of a lucrative venture. A bucket soon brimmed with crabs, but he realized he couldn't load it this way, for the crabs at the bottom would be crushed. If only he had a snakeskin bag. Unfortunately, the rope was also in short supply. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to the side and asked Luo Xiaoi, "Could I borrow your phone for a moment?" "Sure," she replied. Removing his gloves and wiping his hands on his clothing, he took the phone and was surprised to find it was also a Motorola V3, a charming pink model. This was not the time for admiring mobile devices. He dialed his older brother's number, hoping he wasn't yet asleep at this late hour. After several rings, someone finally answered, their voice thick with sleep. "Hello? Who is calling at this hour?" "Brother, we're on the western side of the village collecting crabs. So many blue crabs that the bucket is overflowing. Can you bring over 2 snakeskin bags and some rope?" He glanced at Luo Xiaoi, who was occasionally licking her lips, and added, "Also, wake up old Zhu and bring a box of mineral water. By the way, my friends from Beijing are here, so just bring the mineral water." On the other end, Zhao Ping abruptly sat up, startling his wife. "Where are you off to at this hour?" Akian said that the tidal flats on the western side of the village are teeming with blue crabs, and he can't fit them all in his bucket. He asked me to bring over snakeskin bags and rope. He casually pulled on a pair of pants and began to gather his belongings. "Should I come with you? You stay home and rest. Besides, if Meow Meow wakes up, there'll be no one to take care of her." After some thought, Xia Rong complied and lay back down. Zhao Ping readied his things and took off running. The term catching the sea included the notion of racing against the tides. Upon reaching Old Ju's small shop, he called out as he opened the door, "Old Ju, I'll take a box of mineral water. I'll pay you in the morning." "What is it with you two brothers that you prefer to shop in the middle of the night?" Zhao Ping chuckled and hoisted the mineral water before dashing off. Upon arriving at the location Zhao Qin had mentioned, he could hear the lively atmosphere from afar. "Wow, look at all this. Haha, I feel cheated. My relative said that catching crabs is exhausting with little reward, but it's just gathering. Who can't do that?" One person exclaimed, "Look at this big one. I must be the champion." As he listened to their excited chatter, Zhao Ping's own enthusiasm surged. Approaching closer, he spotted Akin and Ahe, who were diligently tying up crabs. "Akin, how many have we got?" he inquired, glancing at the two buckets, and gasped, "Is that all at the bottom? This must weigh 50 or 60 pounds. No, we can't have it like this. The crabs at the bottom will be crushed." Muttering to himself, he opened a snakeskin bag and poured out half of one bucket. "Brother, you finally arrived," Zhao Qin said, his hands trembling from binding the crabs. "I'll take care of this. You go look for more." Zhao Ping moved with surprising speed, surpassing the pace of both himself and Ahe. Zhao Qin did not rush to search for crabs. Instead, he distributed a bottle of mineral water to each person. With these companions tonight, it seemed he had made a wise choice. Otherwise, just he and Ahe would likely manage only half a bucket. "Thank you. How did you know I was thirsty?" Luo Xiaoyi exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the water from Zhao Qin and took a couple of sips, thinking they were all likely parched. Zhao Qin casually handed out another bottle of water to everyone. It appeared to be a peak time, as Zhao Ping and Ahe could hardly pause for breath. Zhao Ping became increasingly delighted as he bound the crabs. After all, this was money. Ever since his younger brother had taken things seriously, their fortunes had improved. Who could have anticipated such an abundance of blue crabs in the tidal flats tonight? "Brother Ping, why are there so many crabs?" He questioned, puzzled. "I can't say for certain, but I've heard the elders mention that crabs sometimes gather in droves, stretching for a kilometer at times. Afterward, the beach can be littered with thousands of dead ones. Nevertheless, I have never witnessed it myself." As they searched, they moved forward and soon encountered a fork in the path. One route led to the freshwater area. A thought struck Zhao Qin, and he said to his elder brother, "Brother, you continue guiding them westward while I venture upward to explore. Perhaps there are more. If I find nothing, I'll return." "All right, but be careful," his brother replied, handing him a length of rope for binding. "I'll come with you," Luo Xiaoyi said, quickening her pace to follow him. The pair followed a small creek upward. Before long, Zhao Qin stumbled upon a small puddle and, with a flick of his shovel, exposed a crab. He grasped it and placed it in the water, noticing something peculiar about it. The crab appeared different, exhibiting a more vibrant yellow hue, not just on its belly but also on its claws, which seemed to radiate a yellowish tint under the light. This yellow did not resemble the shell's color. Rather, it seemed to emanate from the flesh inside. Strange, could it be a sick crab? Never mind, let's bind it first. "Zhao Qin, do you come out to catch crabs every night?" Luo Xiaoyi inquired. "Not every night. There are many ways to gather crabs. Most of the time, we do it during the day. By the way, which year are you in?" "Second year. I also attend Peking University. I'm your junior." Zhao Qin forced a bitter smile. He no longer considered himself a true Peking University student. "When do you plan to return to the capital?" "My brother was frightened by what happened the day before yesterday, so we plan to head back the day after tomorrow." "Wait, it's already past midnight. I should say tomorrow. Could you share your number with me?" "Why not? Just note it down." Luo Xiaoyi eagerly pulled out her phone to jot down Zhao Qin's number. Just as he was about to say something, he spotted another crab, curiously squatting in the puddle. He easily scooped it out with his shovel, finding it even easier to catch. Upon inspection, he noticed that the crabs in this area had mutated. This one also exhibited a translucent yellow hue. "Do you see how this crab differs from the previous ones?" Zhao Qin feared he was experiencing a visual illusion and inquired with Luo Xiaoyi. She leaned in closely, studied the matter earnestly, and shook her head, stating there was no discernible difference. "The color," Zhao Qin reminded her. "Oh, it's just a bit yellower," she replied. "Why are these crabs like this? Do they not enjoy bathing?" Zhao Qin nodded slightly, realizing he was not mistaken. "Haha, crabs not enjoying baths is unacceptable. Zhao Qin, may I come back to play again during my summer vacation next year? She asked. Of course, you're most welcome, he replied, only to suddenly realize that the girl might harbor feelings for him. Yet, moments later, he chuckled quietly to himself. The three great illusions of man. If a girl speaks a few extra words to him, she must like him. If she engages in slightly intimate actions, she must like him. And when gazing into the mirror, he thinks, ah, I truly am handsome. Setting aside these unwarranted thoughts, he reminded himself that women would only slow down his progress in his endeavors. No, rather they would hinder his speed in digging for wealth, which was of utmost importance. Curiously, he found that all the crabs he had discovered were indeed a bright yellow, each one so. In a short span, he had surprisingly located over 10 of them. Opening the system panel, he nearly gasped in astonishment. The system had inexplicably increased his merit points by 100, while his luck value had surprisingly diminished. It finally dawned on him that his luck value seemed to be connected to these yellow crabs. But wait, shouldn't these also be categorized as blue crabs? Why then was the system redundantly rewarding merit points? Chapter 27. Parting as the system awarded an additional 100 merit points. Zhao Qin, though perplexed, deemed it a fortuitous occurrence. The substantial increase indicated that this yellow crab must possess considerable value. By the time his luck had reset for the day, Zhao Ping glanced at his phone, noting the time. It was nearly 3 o'clock. He had collected approximately 30 of these yellow crabs. Exhausted? The young lady was quite stubborn, insisting on carrying the bucket herself, while claiming she could be of assistance. Zhao Qin was unable to wrest it away from her. Now, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and a few rebellious strands of hair clung to her cheeks. Fortunately, it's time to leave. There's nothing more to do here. I'll carry it, he suggested. This time, she did not protest further, and they descended the path side by side. Upon reaching a fork in the road, they continued westward, eventually catching up with the others after a considerable while. During this interval, the atmosphere had grown noticeably quieter. This was typically the most exhausting time of day, and had they not been motivated by the desire to assist Zhao Qin, the group of young ladies and gentlemen would have likely given up long ago. Ah Qin, it seems your friends are fatigued. Perhaps we should let them return while we continue for a while? Zhao Ping remarked upon their arrival. Well, it would be a shame to let such excellent free labor go, Zhao Qin replied. Luo Xiaoyi could not suppress a giggle. Zhao Ping, slightly embarrassed, retorted, what kind of talk is that? Their assistance has become an obligation now. Zhao Qin handed a bottle of water to Luo Xiaoyi and took a few swigs from another before addressing the group. This must be quite dull. How about we play a game? Sound good. What game shall we play? Yu Fan responded eagerly. Let us keep it simple. We will count to 3. Whenever we reach a multiple of 3, we shout pass. If anyone makes a mistake or is slow to respond, they must perform a task. However, if we discover a crab at the moment of error, the penalty is waived. Thus, we shall engage in both play and competition. It's a dual endeavor. Wonderful. Let us play that. The youthful spirits perked up at the prospect. Zhao Qin began the game. Let us start. 1. In the first round, Yu Fan was caught. She epitomized the blend of being inexperienced yet playful, but she was astute enough to have already spotted a crab, seizing it just in time to avoid punishment. Next, a boy was caught, who hurriedly overturned 2 stones, yet found no crab, and thus faced the consequences. Let us hear you sing a song, someone suggested, and the group readily applauded. The boy chose to sing 10,000 Reasons by Zheng Yuan. Though his performance was rather lackluster, perhaps due to fatigue, as he struggled to reach the high notes. Zhao Qin caught 2 more crabs, tossing them to the older boy for binding. He was puzzled. Under normal circumstances, with his luck depleted, he should not have been able to find anything at all. No rush. These questions could be thoroughly examined later once they returned. The next round commenced, and this time Luo Tian faltered, though Zhao Qin suspected it was intentional. If so, it indicated a high emotional intelligence, as he was considerate of others. He sang Glorious Years by Huang Jiajiu, and while his rendition was passable, the fragmented Cantonese left much to be desired. As the game commenced, the initial weariness of the group swiftly dissipated. Yu Fan, you have once again concealed a crab. Zhao Qin looked up just in time to see Yu Fan carefully stepping on a crab, and immediately called her out. I haven't. like a child caught red-handed. Yu Fan hurriedly waved her hands and pressed her foot down, burying the unfortunate crab into the mud. Zhao Qin raised an eyebrow, regretting having exposed her. Such a waste of a lovely crab. In the next round, it was Yu Fan who was caught again, and she reluctantly sang a song for everyone. Persian Cat by S.H.E. Zhao Qin discovered another pair of crabs, quite sizable, and in his excitement, he forgot to count, resulting in him being caught as well. Upon realizing it was him, the group seemed to become even more animated. All right, I am the karaoke king, the prince of KTV. What shall I sing? I know. I will sing Little One. Although this song is from a female perspective, I have always adored it. At first, it evokes a sense of melancholy, but upon further listening, it reveals a hint of cuteness. Memories flow like a storyteller, narrating in a thick accent, leaping over puddles and winding through small villages, awaiting the fateful encounter. Everyone fell silent, seemingly immersed in the song's ambience. When the song concluded, the absence of applause left him rather displeased. It was quite heartfelt and remained in tune. Zhao Qin, whose song is this? I've never heard it before. Neither have I. How could I not know such a beautiful song? Zhao Qin chuckled wryly. It's by Rome. Suddenly, he jolted awake, realizing he was a reincarnated being. Surely this song had not yet been released this year? I can't quite recall. Who pays attention to the artist when singing? Come on, let us continue the game. Zhao Qin quickly diverted the conversation, feeling relieved he hadn't slipped up. As the clock approached 4, even the game failed to spark enthusiasm among the group, and the crab catch dwindled. Even the elder brother and he joined in the search. With dawn nearing, it was time to return, as any remaining crabs should be heading back to their burrows. Zhao Qin was quite fatigued, yet with everyone assisting him, he felt it inappropriate to voice his exhaustion. Upon hearing this, the group collectively sighed in relief. Luo Tian took out his phone, dialing a number as they ascended. Zhao Qin carried a sack, while the elder brother did the same, and he carried 2 buckets. Brother, how much do you think this weighs? Zhao Qin asked wearily. It should be over 100 pounds. Goodness, your friends are impressive tonight. Upon reaching the shore, Zhao Qin expressed his gratitude to the group, inviting them to dinner to enjoy the fruits of their labor if they stayed. No, we're heading back to the city now. There are matters to attend to. We should be off to the capital tomorrow. Be sure to call us when you reach Beijing, Luo Tian said, patting him on the shoulder. All right, come back whenever you have time, and I wish you safe travels. His gaze swept sincerely over Luo Xiao Yi, Yu Fan, and the others. It has been a pleasure meeting all of you. I look forward to our next encounter. So do we. You must visit us in Beijing, Yu Fan replied with a cheerful smile. The vehicle has arrived, and the crowd, no longer lingering, promptly boarded. Before getting in, Luo Xiaoyi made a gesture as if to remind him to hurry and replenish his card, to which he merely waved his hand in acknowledgement. Akin, move closer to my side and select a few over there. I see quite a number of red mothers. Selling them like this would be a significant loss. All right, I shall heed your advice. Casting a glance at Ahe, who merely smiled without uttering a word, the trio began to lift their bags once more, only to spot Zhao Haidong approaching, leaving them puzzled about why this uncle was about so early. What are you carrying? Zhao Haidong, initially disinclined to engage with Zhao Qin, became curious upon seeing them with buckets and woven bags. Before Zhao Ping could respond, he caught sight of the crabs in the bucket. Goodness, have you stumbled upon a blue crab's nest? Are you carrying the same? We have excavated a few flower clams. Uncle, please carry on with your business. We must return. Zhao Qin, wishing to avoid further conversation with his uncle, urged his brother to hasten their departure, muttering about how exhausted he was. Observing this, Zhao Haidong let out a slight huff before departing. Chapter 28. Contacting the buyers upon entering the elder brother's residence, they promptly relocated all the items to the backyard. Hearing the commotion, Xia Rong also rose from her slumber. What on earth happened throughout the night? Goodness, why is there so much? Did you all disturb a blue crab nest? Initially, her face displayed astonishment, which soon transformed into a radiant smile that illuminated her entire countenance. Zhao Qin couldn't suppress a chuckle, noting how his sister-in-law's manner of speaking mirrored that of his uncle. You 3 have been busy all night? Oh dear, had I known, I would have joined you. As she spoke, Xia Rong busied herself arranging stools for them. aware they had likely squatted all night and would suffer further discomfort if they continued to do so now while sorting through the cash. Sister-in-law, my brother's friends are all lending a hand. Just the three of us could not have managed this. Ah He chimed in, addressing Zhao Qinqin. His initial excitement had waned, and fatigue now set in. It was evident that Zhao Qinqin and his elder brother possessed superior endurance for such endeavors. Zhao Qinqin produced a cigarette, rolled one for each of them, and assisted in lighting them before saying, "Let us endure a bit longer. Once we finish, we can eat and then rest." Zhao Ping nodded, noticing his wife preparing to sit down and assist. He quickly interjected, "Hold on, don't busy yourself just yet. Check if Peng Laoyu's place is open. Bring back a few bowls of noodles. You needn't cook breakfast, just eat some noodles and grab a few meat buns. Later, Meow Meow can steam an egg for her." Under normal circumstances, Xiao Rong would not indulge in such extravagance, as making a simple porridge at home was hardly a burden. However, observing the abundance of crabs and recognizing the trio's exhaustion from the night's labor, she turned and entered the house. After retrieving some money, she inquired of the three, "Will 10 buns suffice?" "That will do. Off you go." Once she departed, the three resumed their work. They swiftly assessed the crabs. The male crabs were pinched directly, with the harder shells indicating greater plumpness. The red female crabs were easily distinguishable, primarily by the positioning of their navels. Those leaning towards red were nearly guaranteed to be of the desired variety. For baskets were arranged before them, one for the plump blue crabs, another for those of moderate size, a third for the red females, and the last for the underweight ones. These blue crabs held little value and could later be divided for consumption. The trio worked deftly, and, as the dawnlight brightened, they completed sorting 2 large bags within approximately half an hour. Just as they were about to tackle the contents of the buckets, Zhao Qinqin suddenly recalled something. He moved the bucket he had previously collected closer and lifted a crab for Zhao Ping to see. "Brother, I found quite a few yellow ones, both male and female. They shouldn't be red females. Take a look." Initially, Zhao Ping paid little heed, but as he examined it closely, his excitement caused the cigarette in his mouth to drop to the ground. "Yellow butter crab?" "Yes, indeed. Qin, your luck is extraordinary. These are quite valuable." At that moment, Xiao Rong entered with a basket and inquired, "What is so valuable?" Qin has caught a yellow butter crab. Not just one. There are about 30, varying in size. Upon hearing the mention of yellow butter crabs, Zhao Qinqin felt a surge of delight. He had heard of them before and knew they were among the most prized varieties, never expecting to encounter them in such abundance. "Oh my, this is a windfall. How did you manage to catch so many?" Xiao Rong picked one up for closer inspection, confirming its identity as a yellow butter crab. In truth, the recognition of yellow butter crabs had only emerged in recent years. Previously, they were regarded as ordinary blue crabs. The knowledge had gradually made its way from the port cities, and as soon as it was introduced, the prices soared dramatically. Exercise caution, for these treasures are exceedingly valuable. One must not jeopardize them. Aaron, please fetch the net bags from the house. We must carefully select and pack these. Any damage would result in a tremendous loss. Xiaorong hurried inside and soon emerged with 3 or 4 net bags. Zhao Ping meticulously examined each item, keeping count, and upon finishing, he grinned broadly. Having selected a total of 31 pieces, likely weighing over 20 pounds. This haul is worth a considerable sum. "Brother, stop grinning and finish up quickly. We need to wash our hands and eat before the noodles congeal," he urged. Yes, there is still a bucket left to sort through." "All right, you two go wash your hands and eat. I'll take care of the remaining bucket." The 3 of them then ceased their insistence, as hunger had set in. After washing their hands, Zhao Ping took 3 large bowls and placed the noodles from the convenience bags into them before untying them. He divided the noodles among them, placing 2 large buns beside he to ensure he wouldn't be shy about taking more if needed. Initially, they were too preoccupied with their meal to converse. But once the noodles were finished and they began to eat the buns with the broth, Zhao Ping finally inquired, "Qin, are you planning to sell to Old Lin?" Qin pondered for a moment. Old Lin was quite unscrupulous. Selling him just a few pounds might be acceptable, but parting with such a significant amount would be unwise. Moreover, even if he kept it confidential, the nearby purchasing station could easily notice, and soon the entire village would be aware. He intended to suggest selling in town when he interjected, "Brother, didn't he that Mr. Yi say to contact him for good goods? He would surely appreciate these butter crabs." Achin considered this and replied, "Can you recall your uncle's phone number?" "I can remember. I'll give it to you." "Brother, may I borrow your phone for a moment?" Xiaoping assumed his phone was out of battery and handed over his device without a second thought. "Ah, Bodao, how amusing," he chuckled. Upon dialing the number, he greeted, "Hello, Mr. Qian, this is Zhao Qin. I apologize for disturbing you so early. I was hoping to obtain Mr. Yi's phone number. Yes, we've gathered some goods, and it's only right for them to express their gratitude. If it weren't for your assistance that day, others might not have made it to rescue them. Your kindness is commendable. Mr. Qian, may I inquire about the current market price for butter crabs?" "All right, thank you. What is the price per pound?" After ending the call, Xiaoping could no longer contain his curiosity. He mentioned that if the quality is good, it could reach 160 to 70. Xiaorong, having just entered, exclaimed with delight, "That means we could sell the butter crabs for around 3,000. Who can say for certain? What if he doesn't want them?" Xiaoping rubbed his hands together, a smile gracing his face, though he remained cautious not to celebrate prematurely. Zhao Qin reassured him not to rush and proceeded to call Mr. Yi, learning that he had been catching crabs all night. The other party immediately expressed interest in purchasing all of them at a price of 180 per pound, but insisted that Zhao Qin deliver them to the city, as he had no time to collect them himself. After hanging up, he called 2 men to ask if she had time today. "All right, it will cost 70 for the round trip to the city. When shall we depart? If you're free, you can come over now." After another call ended, he initially intended to return the phone to his brother, but then he thought, "Brother, may I use your phone again this morning? I'll return it to you afterward. Feel free to use it." Zhao Qin once again ventured into the backyard, casting his gaze upon the selected slender crabs, which weighed approximately 10 pounds. "Brother, please set aside 2 of these slender crabs for me. The remainder can be kept for your enjoyment. The delicate crabs are a delight and would be lovely for sister-in-law to send a few to her family." Having said this, he selected 3 butter crabs and set them aside. "What are you doing with those?" Zhao Ping interjected, visibly alarmed. "They weigh 180 pounds. You aren't actually planning to keep them for a meal, are you? One crab could purchase several chickens. There are only 3 crabs in total. A Yuan and Meow Meow can each have 1, and the other can be taken back by Ahi for his grandmother to taste. We shall forego it. It is simply too extravagant, and it pains my heart to indulge. There is no need for Yuan and Meow Meow to keep theirs. That is unnecessary," Xiao Rong remarked, gesturing towards the basket of slender crabs. "All right, let us proceed as I suggest. Sister-in-law, please do not resist. Brother, you should wash up and rest. Once we return from selling the goods, we can settle the accounts." "Settle what accounts?" "I merely came to lend a hand. The crabs were all gathered by you and your friends, while I only assisted in tying the ropes. If you feel indebted, simply compensate me for a day's wage." Zhao Ping, wary of receiving nothing at all and concerned that his wife might grumble, also feared that Zhao Qin might generously bestow him more than he deserved. Thus, he mentioned a day's wage, which amounted to 80 yuan at the dock. In his view, having worked for 4 or 5 hours, this was already a considerable sum. We can discuss it further upon our return. Chapter 29. A return to the city. Upon hearing the news of a trip to the city, Ahi, who had been nodding off, suddenly perked up. "Brother, I want to go too." "All right, you can accompany me. Bring the crabs along, and we shall sell the rest at the seafood market in the city." Zhao Qin turned to his brother and sister-in-law, saying when the car arrives, "Let old two wait a moment. I need to go back, take a shower, and change my clothes. It wouldn't be proper to go to the city like this. I'm covered in mud and stinking from a night of sweat." As he and Ahi left, Xiaorong's hand reached for Zhao Ping's waist. "What are you doing? Pinching me? You are quite generous. Those few bowls of noodles and buns this morning cost over 10 yuan, and you certainly won't make it to work today." Though she complained, there was no real anger, just a hint of regret that the crabs were not from their home. However, considering that Zhao Qin was still single, if he could save a bit more, it would make things easier for himself and his brother in the future, so she felt somewhat relieved. "You, my dear, look at how well Achin is doing now. The butter crabs are so expensive, yet he is willing to save 2 for his niece and nephew, without asking for one for himself. Moreover, I truly didn't assist much last night. He and his friends did all the gathering while I merely tied them up. Indeed, it is amusing how men suddenly mature. Just a while ago, he seemed so carefree, yet these past few days have been different. All right, hurry and finish your noodles. Wake up Yuan, or the buns will get cold. You go call him. I will head to the kitchen to steam an egg for Meow Meow. Otherwise, when she wakes up to see her brother eating, she will surely cry. Once Zhao Junyuan was roused and had freshened up, Tu Min's car arrived. I'm in. Have you eaten? There's still a few buns at home. Zhao Ping stepped out to offer him a cigarette. I've already eaten. No need to be polite. What a load you have. Do you need a hand? My goodness. How did you manage to gather so many crabs? Haha, I worked all night. Zhao Ping, not one to be easily fooled, refrained from elaborating, as he planned to accompany Achin later that evening to see if they could catch more. Before long, I arrived first. Can the three of us fit? Of course. Just lift the seat on the hood in the middle. Are you also coming? Yes. My brother asked me to join. While the three were conversing, Zhao Qin could be seen strolling over from a distance, not due to a lack of coordination, but rather because of his tall and slender frame. When he relaxed, it created that impression. Old 2, do you recognize this address? He presented the address previously given by Mr. Yi to two men. The city is rather small. Are there places I cannot reach? Are you questioning my professional skills? After glancing at the address, he replied, Isn't it just west of Changjiang Road? Get in the car. The earlier we leave, the earlier we return. Achin, there are 2 bottles of water. You and I should take them along for the ride. Zhao Ping handed the bottles into the car. Hey, wake up, we've arrived. Which factory is this? Tu Min was speechless, recalling how entertaining it was to ride with Zhao Qin last time, mainly due to his endless chatter. This time, however, both of them got into the car and fell asleep, with their snores echoing loudly. Zhao Qin slowly opened his eyes, still feeling a bit dazed. After a moment, he rubbed his face and distinctly sensed the dryness at the corners of his eyes. Upon exiting the vehicle, he stretched lazily and surveyed his surroundings, pointing in a particular direction and stating, Let us head over there. He instructed Lao Tu to drive while he made his way in that direction, simultaneously retrieving his phone to call General Manager Yi. The destination was a shoe factory, which appeared to be quite spacious. However, Zhao Qin did not enter. Instead, he waited at the entrance. Before long, General Manager Yi did not emerge from within, but rather drove up from outside. He arrived sooner than expected. Zhao Qin had anticipated a delay of at least an hour. After parking, Yi stepped out of the car with a smile, followed by another individual in his 40s. Zhao Qin greeted them and handed over 2 bags containing live butter crabs. General Manager Yi, please take a look. I assure you they are wild. Ha! As long as they are butter crabs, they must be wild. There is no technology in this vicinity to farm them, the man accompanying Yi remarked. Squatting down to inspect the crabs, Yi retrieved a basket from the car and placed it aside, offering an apologetic smile to Zhao Qin. This is my cousin, surnamed Liu. He asked the crab collector. I know how to cook them, but I'm not familiar with live ones. That is perfectly reasonable. Given their price, we should be meticulous. Zhao Qin replied, finding comfort in the thoroughness. It was indeed prudent, for once he departed, any discrepancies would only lead to complications. Goodness, not only are these the prize crabs, but they're also of substantial size, Liu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with desire. At 180 yuan per gene, they may seem a bit pricey, yet quality commands a premium. Those who appreciate such delicacies would certainly pay well. He added, with this quality in the port city, each crab would fetch no less than 1,000 yuan. Cousin, are they truly this exceptional? Absolutely. Each one is top-notch. Your younger brother is quite sincere. Not a single inferior crab among them. General Manager Yi beamed with delight, recounting how Zhao Qin had come to the aid of others, praising him for both his honesty and kindness. Suddenly, recalling something, he glanced at Zhao Qin's feet and then at Tu Min and He, before instructing them to wait a moment as he entered the factory. Zhao Qin assumed he was fetching a scale and did not think much of it. Moments later, he emerged with 3 boxes, placing them beside his own vehicle. He then informed Zhao Qin, let us head to the nearby fruit shop. They have an electronic scale that is accurate. He took the lead, while Zhao Qin followed closely with the basket. Upon reaching the shop, the owner gestured towards the electronic scale, encouraging Yi to use it. With the basket included, It weighs a total of 26 gene, Lou stated. My basket is marked as 4 gene, no more, no less. If you doubt it, we can weigh the crabs separately. No need. I trust you, Lou. Zhao Qin estimated in his mind that the weight seemed accurate enough. All right then, let us retrieve the payment from the car. Zhao Qin carefully placed the crabs into the trunk of Yi's vehicle and added, General Manager Yi, you certainly won't be able to consume all of them in one meal. You might want to leave some with Lou, or it would be a shame if they perished. Thank you for the reminder, Qin, but I truly plan to enjoy this meal myself. He casually mentioned that several clients from Southeast Asia would be arriving tomorrow. Initially, he was concerned about how to entertain them, feeling he had little of substance to offer. However, this turned out to be a significant assistance. If this were to be served at the table, it would undoubtedly impress. Zhao Qin was secretly astonished, as he had not expected that Mr. Yi was engaged in foreign trade, which is currently highly lucrative. The total weight amounted to 22 pounds, costing a total of 3,960 yuan. Mr. Yi directly paid 4,000 yuan and advised him to contact him if he came across any rare items. Once Zhao Qin confirmed the payment, he handed over 3 boxes. This is my line of work. It's not worth much, but we seem to have a connection. A size 43 pair is for you, a size 41 is for the driver, and Xiaowei should wear a size 40, right? He dealt with shoes daily and could easily discern the sizes others wore at a glance. How can I accept this, Mr. Yi? How about you tell me how much it is? Zhao Qin hesitated. What, do you look down on me? Mr. Yi feigned anger. At this point, Zhao Qin had no choice but to express his gratitude and accept the gifts. Mr. Liu, seeing that the two had come to an agreement, inquired, Qin, what do you intend to do with the crabs in the car? Isn't it fortunate? Qin will surely sell them, and you can take them at a fair price. We have a long future of dealings ahead, old friend. Mr. Yi, being a warm-hearted individual, spoke on Zhao Qin's behalf without him needing to say a word. Chapter 30. Dividing the fortune. Zhao Qin and the others boarded the vehicle once more, while Mr. Liu drove Mr. Ye's car, conveniently transporting the butter crabs back to the shop's tank for storage. Once inside, Zhao Qin tossed a pair of shoes to Old Tuesday. Here, keep these. I no longer need them. Take them. Rest assured, the round-trip expenses 1T cost you a dime. Hearing this, Old Two broke into a grin, tucking the shoes behind the seat. This trip is quite profitable. Not only did I earn money, but I also acquired a pair of shoes. Qin, you truly possess remarkable skills. Even with such a prominent boss, you can engage in conversation. It's nothing much. Bosses are merely people too. They need to eat, drink, and attend to their needs. By the way, Old Two, I'll be using your vehicle in the future, but you mustn't disclose what goods I sell or how much I earn. All right, for these shoes, I want to utter a word. Zhao Qin patted his stomach, feeling a twinge of hunger. Damn it, I'm not gaining weight, but my digestive system is quite robust. Upon arriving at the seafood market, they could not drive into the area, yet Mr. Liu had likely made arrangements beforehand, as someone was already waiting with a small cart. After unloading the goods, Ahi, still feeling drowsy, opted to remain in the vehicle with Old Tuesday. As the crabs arrived at the shop, Mr. Liu promptly placed the butter crabs into a water tank. The remaining crabs were pushed to the back, as there were still customers at the front. He couldn't let them know how much he paid. After weighing them, the red crabs totaled 63 pounds, while the remaining crabs weighed even more, amounting to 79 pounds in total. Being experienced in this trade, Mr. Liu didn't even need to touch the crabs. He could discern their quality merely by their coloration. Generally, the greener the crab, the leaner it was. He casually selected a few, squeezing them lightly, and remarked with satisfaction, "Did you select them at home?" "Yes, one mustn't deceive in business. So I picked out the lean ones early this morning." Mr. Liu gave a thumbs up. "No wonder my cousin praises you so much. You're quite decent. In the future, feel free to send any good goods my way. Anything my cousin overlooks, I'll take." "Mr. Liu, what is the market like today?" "The red females are priced at 45 per pound, while the ordinary ones are at 30. This is the highest price. If you're uncertain, there are plenty of buyers around. Feel free to ask. That won't be necessary. I trust you. Let us go ahead and settle the bill." As they approached the front, they noticed several people gathered around the tank containing the butter crabs. "Old Liu, with such excellent goods, you didn't even notify me. Hurry, give me a few. I'd love to taste them for lunch. These individuals appear to be regulars, pointing at the tank and requesting the nearby staff to scoop some out. Just as Mr. Liu was about to explain, he heard someone shout while rushing in from outside. Where are they? Where are the butter crabs? Oh, there really are some. Old Liu, save me for. Everyone, I sincerely apologize. These goods are not mine. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to Zhao Qin. Young man, these are yours, right? What's the price? Can you spare a few for me? No, the crabs aren't his either. A boss purchased them for tomorrow's use and is keeping them here for now. I apologize, but if we meet again, I will certainly inform you all. Upon hearing this, the crowd reluctantly dispersed, disappointment etched on their faces. It must be said that in this day and age, the number of affluent and leisurely individuals has indeed increased, particularly along the coastal regions, where many are unconcerned with money and merely seek a taste of fine cuisine. After attending to them, Mr. Liu took out his calculator and began to tally the amounts. 205 in total. He did not even bother to round off the figure, handing the entirety over to Zhao Qin. With the money securely packed, it was evident that there were no shortages of hands in this market. Upon receiving a business card from Mr. Liu, Zhao Qin expressed his gratitude before taking his leave. That year, with my hands tucked into my pockets, I was oblivious to the notion of rivals. Reflecting on this phrase, I couldn't help but smile. My hands were now full, for they held considerable wealth. Exiting the market, he surprisingly remained awake, his feet propped against the windshield, puffing on a cigarette while observing the passing women, muttering to himself. Upon noticing Zhao Qin's approach, he discarded his cigarette and moved to the center of the vehicle. Brother, I just spotted Lai Bao. He came out of the market as well. I called out to him, but he pretended not to hear and hurried away. After saying this, he glanced at Brother Tu, who also caught sight of Lai Bao. Indeed, it was Lai Bao. What business does that lad have in the market? Zhao Qin was indifferent, for who couldn't he venture into the city? Why concern himself with others? He turned to old Tu and said, Please, let us head to the bank first, then to the securities firm. Akin, I have heard that is a place for stock trading. They say investing in stocks is akin to gambling. Surely you don't indulge in that, do you? Earning a profit isn't easy. To that comment, I declared, I'll treat you to lunch today. Rest assured, I'm merely going in to meet someone regarding a matter. With 205 on him, he deposited 200, leaving 4,000 in his pocket, and then entered the securities exchange. To his astonishment, he discovered that the price of Matai had indeed risen. Last time it was 10.09 per share, and today it stood at 10.34. He purchased an additional 5 shares, depleting his card balance once more before emerging just in time for lunch. He found a small restaurant where the 3 of them had their meal. After ordering their dishes, he mentally calculated that he now possessed 9 shares. With a projected increase of 180 times over 17 years, they could be worth over 6 million. No, that was insufficient. He needed to acquire at least 50 shares, then save up to build a house in the village, a small villa for himself. Contemplating this, his motivation surged anew. The trio ordered 3 dishes and a soup, along with rice, totaling merely 53 yuan. What a relief in today's economy. After their meal, they hurried home. In town, he procured a new mobile phone card and returned to the village, instructing old Tu to drive directly to his elder brother's doorstep. Summer Rome, hearing the car stall at her home, stepped out to see Zhao Qin returning. It had been quite a while. Was everything all right? Had he sold all the goods? After inquiring, she also asked if they had eaten. Sister-in-law, please don't fuss. I've already had my meal. Is elder brother awake? If not, please call him. Let him finish his accounts before allowing him to rest. Zhao Qin then turned to 2 men and asked, Would you like to come in for a glass of water? I'll head back first. You all carry on. By the way, I'm taking these shoes with me. Summer Roan entered the house to summon the others. While Lin Junyuan tugged at Zhao Qin's sleeve, Uncle, can you take me to the city next time? It's just a matter of a quick trip. I have other matters to attend to first. He walked to the baby walker and gently pinched Meow Meow's chubby little face, which was irresistibly adorable. Although she was nearly 2 weeks old and capable of walking, she was placed in the walker for fear of her bumping into things without supervision. Qin returned. How'd it go? Zhao Qin asked as he motioned for his elder brother to take a seat. He pulled out 4,000 yuan and calculated. We sold a total of 200 yuan. That's quite a sum. Goodness, nearly 10,000. We earned over 9,000 in one night. Zhao Qin urged the others not to interrupt, continuing, the division between he and me is 8-2, which amounts to 840 yuan. Upon hearing that he would receive such a considerable share, Xiaorong's face revealed a hint of reluctance. But since the money belonged to Qin, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Though the elder brother arrived somewhat late last night, he had not shirked from his duties, so he too would receive 840 yuan. What do I need that much for? Just pack it up, Ji Yuan said, taking 3 bills from the 4,000 and pocketing them as he stood up to leave. You two can split the rest. The extra 20 will cover the morning noodle expenses. I'm exhausted and need to head home for some sleep. He was not one to be overly sentimental. He counted out 800 from the remaining amount, pocketed it, and made his way out. Pingu, the rest is yours. I'm quite tired and will head back now. Wait a moment, Qin said. I saved a butter crab for your mother. You didn't take it back this morning, so take a few thinner ones to cook porridge. Zhao Ping, as he spoke, turned and retrieved a pre-prepared net bag for him. Come over for dinner with Qin tonight, Xiaorong advised with a smile. Once everyone had left, she looked at the money on the table, picked it up and counted. 900 in total. She hesitated to put it down, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Is it appropriate for us to keep this? Let us put it away. Qin will surely refuse it. Xiaorong, her face beaming with joy, took the money and went into the back room, returning shortly with a red bill, which she handed to Zhao Ping. What is this for? He asked. First, you should have something to eat. This afternoon, go to Old Zhang's and see if there are any braised pig trotters left. Buy 2 to bring back for Qin, and with the rest, go to Old Ju's and purchase 2 bottles of wine. Chapter 31. Not so many good things on his way home. Zhao Qin spotted a familiar figure. Upon noticing him, turned away without a word and walked off. Is he not back? It makes sense. It's summer vacation, after all, and it's quite normal for someone to return to their hometown. Rather than seeking her out and feeling awkward, he headed straight home. After a quick rinse, he collapsed onto his bed and scarcely had his head touch the pillow when his consciousness began to fade. He awoke near 7 o'clock, stretching his limbs, which surprisingly cracked and popped. Could it be that he might still grow taller? No. At a height of 1.82 meters, he was just right. Any further growth was unnecessary, especially since he had no desire to play basketball. Feeling lazy and disinclined to cook, he suddenly recalled the system's peculiar behavior from the previous night and decided to check it for clarification. After a considerable amount of time, he finally grasped the situation. All items that had been unlocked or captured using the system's tools could subsequently be found naturally, unaffected by the system's real-time luck values. Moreover, the higher the permanent luck value, the greater the luck boost it provided. This meant that items like clams, crab tigers, and sea cucumbers, as long as they had been previously excavated using the system tools, could now be collected according to natural laws without consuming the timely luck value. No wonder he was still able to find blue crabs after his luck value had depleted last night. It turned out he had previously unlocked that variety using the timely luck value. Now that he understood, a thought crossed his mind. The crab from last night were likely not a result of his luck, but rather related to the crab's own migration. Perhaps he should try his luck again tonight? Just then, his brother's voice called from outside. Qin, are you up? Come over for dinner. Brother, I can manage a quick bite at home, Zhao Qin replied. He has already gone over, so hurry up. Upon hearing that he was already there, Zhao Qin ceased to dawdle, donned a jacket, locked the door, and followed his brother. Your sister-in-law said she saw Xiao Na today. Zhao Ping spoke in a lowered voice. Although his wife had advised him not to inform Zhao Qin, he thought it better for his brother to know in advance. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if they ran into each other in the village. I saw it. The bag of rice from the Yin family has been returned, so our families are no longer connected. It's good that you can think this way. Sai, why did you act so impulsively and drop out? You would have been a senior this year. Zhao Qin chose not to respond, and Zhao Ping merely expressed his sentiments, fearing it might weigh on his brother's mind. So he redirected the conversation. Are we going to catch crabs tonight? Let us head over around 10. If there are any, we'll keep them. If not, we'll return. Sounds good. With that, they arrived at Zhao Ping's house. Uncle, I've been waiting for you, and now I haven't eaten yet. You owe me a meal. Zhao Qin jested. All right, just tell me what you want. I do like a new backpack. Mine has a hole, and my mother patched it up, but it looks terrible. Such a small matter. Next time we go to the city, I'll buy you a good one. Why do you only ask your uncle for things? Why not ask your father? Summer Rong, who was serving dishes, interjected, somewhat annoyed by their conversation. My father's pockets are cleaner than my face. Asking him for something only leads to you. If I come to you, you'll just say buying new ones is a waste. I feel quite embarrassed to carry that backpack again. In such a small matter, rather than learning anything else, I've unfortunately acquired the habit of comparison. Sister-in-law, it's quite normal for boys to care about their image in class. Zhao Qin interjected, is a new backpack really a matter of comparison? My own nephew has already shown some understanding. Come, sit down and eat. Zhao Ping handed the wine bottle to Zhao Qin, who poured a glass for each of the three, then called out to his sister-in-law, Sister-in-law, there's nothing much to do tonight. You should have a drink too. In this locality, 8 out of 10 women drink, but they seldom indulge during ordinary days. When guests arrive, they hardly ever join the table, thus rarely drinking. Yes, don't worry about it. Since we are all family tonight, you should sit down and have a drink. Zhao Ping chimed in as well. Xiao Rong smiled, wiped her hands on her apron, and said, all right, I'll join for a drink tonight. Ever since I became pregnant with Meow Meow, a Haven tea had a drop. This meal felt notably more relaxed than the previous one, with Xiaorong's perception of him completely transformed. Zhao Ping no longer insisted on serving him food repeatedly. The four of them chatted and laughed, managing to finish 2 bottles of wine. Qin, if you plan to check things out tonight, then don't go back. Stay here and have some tea to sober up. Xiaorong took out a deck of cards, inviting the three to play do di zhu to pass the time. Naturally, they weren't gambling. It was purely a way to kill time. Around 9 o'clock, Zhao Qin went back to fetch some tools. Recalling last night's events, he thought that taking a shovel would be cumbersome, so he tossed 2 sand shovels into a bucket to bring along instead. His elder brother had surprisingly prepared 2 snakeskin bags and a large bundle of rope. Brother, it's not certain we'll have the same luck tonight. Better safe than sorry. What if we do need it? We would want to run back to get it, responded Zhao Qin. The three moved quickly, reaching the previous location in about half an hour, and began searching. They bent down for over 20 minutes before finally finding one. This situation caused their brows to furrow in concern. It seemed unlikely they would have the same fortune as last night. Zhao Ping sighed. If we could find something every night, this stretch of mud flats would be a gold mine. Zhao Qin, however, felt no disappointment. He had already prepared for the worst before coming. He pulled out cigarettes and offered one to each of them. Well, since we're here, let us keep looking. Zhao Qin and he had no objections. Since they were here, finding a few more to take home would be quite nice. After searching a while longer, he found a red female. At this rate, the three could gather 5 or 6 pounds tonight. Zhao Ping, instead of feeling disheartened, calculated that 5 or 6 pounds, at 30 per pound, would yield each of them a decent sum. This was certainly much easier than carrying bags at the dock during the day. However, in the following half hour, none of them had any further success. He, feeling weary, chose a rock to sit on and said, "We were too busy last night, and now we can't find anything. It's truly vexing. Maybe we should stop looking." Zhao Qin, feeling similarly discouraged, also sat down on a rock and looked at Zhao Ping. "Brother, let us call a night. It seems we won't have any luck tonight." Zhao Ping straightened his back and glanced at the pitiful 2 crabs in the bucket, as well as the snakeskin bag he carried, feeling equally disheartened. "Are we really going back empty-handed?" he asked. "Let us go," Zhao Qin replied, taking out his phone to check the time. It was 11:15. Returning now would not interfere with his older brother's plans for the following day. His brother would arrive home first, followed by he. Zhao Qin lived in the old residence, situated further up the village. As he approached his doorstep, a beam of flashlight suddenly illuminated his face, blinding him momentarily. "Who is it? What is the matter?" "Zhao Qin, where have you been so late?" Upon recognizing the visitor, Ina turned off the flashlight. "Making a living, unlike you university students, who are the favored ones, waiting for a multitude of companies to eagerly recruit you upon graduation. Are you still angry with me? What thing to say? Should I be grateful to you? Don't flatter yourself. Why are you asking me this at such a late hour? You can just go back. I assume you wouldn't dare to seek me out during the day for fear of gossip. Walk with me. I'm too busy. I'm utterly exhausted. Don't you want to know about Lu Zhongyu's current situation? Zhao Qin paused, contemplating for a moment before saying, "All right, let us go. Let us head to the seaside. It's perfect for a refreshing sea breeze." With that, Ina took the lead, walking ahead. Zhao Qin pulled out a cigarette, lit one, and after a brief wait, followed her toward the shore. Chapter 32. Anger. The breeze by the seaside today was tolerable, yet the sound of waves crashing against the breakwater could still be heard. Due to the fishing ban, there were few fishing boats operating at sea. Occasionally, one could spot the faint lights of a couple of vessels, engaged in the lawful practice of longline fishing. "How is Lu Zhongyu faring?" Zhao Qin, feeling disinclined to move further, plopped down on the embankment, switched off his headlamp, and placed the bucket he had been carrying beside him, having forgotten to leave it at home. "I have broken up with Zhang Qingji." "Well, your breakup is of no concern to me. By the way, your mother returned a bag of rice to my family. I did not demand any interest, and besides, I have dropped out of school, so technically, we are no longer classmates." Zhao Qin, must you speak so callously? Does this bring you some satisfaction? "I broke up with Zhang Qingji. Are you not pleased?" Ina's voice rose in pitch. "Let us talk about Lu Zhongyu." Zhao Qin, weary of arguing, chose not to engage. He felt it was a disservice to alter his emotions for her sake. He dropped out not long ago, and he has also left school. I heard he retook the college entrance examination and is now studying in Shanghai. Zhao Qin fell silent, eventually retrieving a cigarette and lighting it once more. Lu Zhongyu was a fine person. After Zhao Qin entered university, they shared a dormitory and classes, quickly becoming acquainted. At that time, Zhao Qin often spent time with Ina, and out of curiosity, Lu Zhongyu inquired about their relationship. Zhao Qin then revealed that they were childhood betrothed. Not long after, Ina began dating Zhang Qingji without informing Zhao Qin and would occasionally invite him out. One day, Lu Zhongyu happened upon Ina and Zhang together, and out of loyalty to friendship, he confronted them, inadvertently revealing Zhao Qin's betrothal to Ina, leading to an awkward situation. Afterward, Zhao Qin learned of this and thanked Lu Zhongyu, subsequently clarifying matters with Ina, resulting in an amicable separation. However, not long after, while out drinking, they encountered Zhang Chengji and his friends. Zhang's remarks were rather unpleasant, boasting about his intimacy with Ina and questioning Zhao Qin's abilities. In that fiery youth, Zhao Qin could not withstand such taunts and struck Zhang with a beer bottle. The three from Zhang's group retaliated, and naturally, Lu Zhongyu could not stand idly by while his friend was attacked, so he joined the fray. That night, the commotion led to the police station, and the school intervened to secure their release. A few days later, the instructor summoned him for a conversation, suggesting he should voluntarily withdraw from school, promising that as long as he took responsibility for his actions, Lu Zhongyu would only need to write a self-reflection. To avoid implicating Lu Zhongyu, Zhao Qin decisively withdrew from school. However, he harbored a simmering anger, compounded by the derisive remarks from villagers upon his return, leading him to abandon all restraint. Little did he expect that, even after dropping out, he would still implicate Lu Zhongyu. After finishing his cigarette, he stood, brushed off his pants, and prepared to leave with the bucket in hand. "I know you're still angry with me. I do not blame you. Today, I merely wish to convey that even if you are no longer in university, I do not look down upon you." Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a smile. "You wish to regard me as a mere backup, do you? Your gaze suggests some issues of its own. I am but a humble fisherman, and my pockets are so bare that I cannot even afford condom. Ah, by the way, Zhang Qingji remarked the same to me the other day, questioning whether I was unable to purchase one. Haha, Zhao Qin, you have gone too far. Apologize to me, and I shall pretend you never uttered those words." "Too far? Are you daft? Just get lost and vanish from my world. Otherwise, I could utter far more unsavory remarks." "You, Zhao Qin, do not come to regret this. I had initially intended to offer you another chance at friendship today. I'm not interested. Just leave." Ina wiped away non-existent tears and hurried off without a backward glance. She had aimed to maintain her composure, but his provocations were intolerable. Zhao Qin felt a swell of frustration. In truth, from the original owner's memories, returning to school had dissipated any fantasies regarding Ina, leaving only a sense of guilt towards his brothers. Once seated again, He lit a cigarette and pulled out his phone, only to remember that he had changed devices, leaving Lu Zhongyu's number absent. After finishing the cigarette, his mood had settled. It was unwise to let such a woman affect his emotions. Once he came to this realization, he flicked the cigarette but into the sea and stood up once more. Noticing a bucket at his feet, he suddenly recalled that night had fallen. He opened the system panel and glanced at the luck value, discovering an astonishing 1,137, his highest single-day luck value yet. Excitement surged within him. But where had that luck landed? He turned on his headlamp, contemplating a southward stroll along the breakwater, recalling that area had mudflats. As he shone his light, he noticed something on the stone pier, cautiously stepping down to investigate. To his astonishment, it was a bitter snail. This creature was cooling and detoxifying, an enjoyable summer delicacy. Yet it bore little monetary value, perhaps selling for a mere 5 yuan per pound if he was fortunate. Just as he was about to ascend, he spotted something else beside the bitter snail, an oval object that resembled a bump on the stone pier, as if bitten by a mosquito. Using a sand shovel, he pried it free and gasped in disbelief. It was a sizable abalone, weighing at least 2 taels. The system notified him that his merit points had increased by 100, and with the 5 points gained from the bitter snail, he now possessed a total of 276 points. With joy swelling in his heart, he shone the headlamp around, discovering that both sides were teeming with these treasures. Moving a few steps further, the light revealed even more. This was untenable. He needed assistance, for he could not pry them all alone until dawn. He pulled out his phone and called a he. "Hurry over. I am at the eastern breakwater. Don't forget to bring water." After hanging up, he called his elder brother. "Brother, bring a jug of water and the snakeskin bag. I am at the eastern breakwater." "What have you found?" "You'll know when you arrive." Zhao Ping had just finished washing up and was lying down when he received the call, turning over in excitement. His voice had been raised, inadvertently waking his daughter. Xiao Rong gently patted the child, equally excited as she remarked, "A Qin is calling. Did he not say there would be no goods tonight? I do not know what it is. He simply asked me to bring the snakeskin bag. He must have discovered something remarkable." "You arrived just in time. The kettle is brimming with herbal tea. Moreover, while you were out, I prepared 10 eggs, fearing you might return hungry in the middle of the night. Do take them along." "Very well. You may tuck the child in for the night." Zhao Ping, as he did the previous night, dashed out the door with his belongings. Naturally, Zhao Qin would not wait for them. After hanging up the phone, he purchased a sand shovel from the system, believing it would serve well for prying abalone, intending to use it for his elder brother shortly. Ahi, having arrived first, stood on the breakwater and inquired, "Brother, what treasures lie beneath? Lower your voice and come down quickly. Be cautious. A fall here is no trifling matter." Ahi responded softly, and halfway down he caught sight of the treasure Zhao Qin had unearthed, exclaiming in a hushed tone, "Goodness, brother, is that abalone?" "Indeed. Fetch a bucket and shovel quickly to pry it out." When Zhao Ping arrived, he was greeted by the sight of the columns densely populated with abalone, causing his tongue to quiver with excitement. Without hesitation, he secured a net bag around his waist, took the shovel handed to him by Zhao Qin, and resumed his labor. "Brother, how did you acquire an additional shovel?" "I had purchased an extra one earlier, thinking I might bring it along for you tonight. Perhaps you simply didn't notice. Keep talking as you work. Do not pause. If we are seen at dawn, it will no longer belong to us," Zhao Ping urged, diligently prying away. Chapter 33. A bountiful harvest indeed. The act of gleaning from the sea can be rather monotonous. For instance, prying open abalone involves an incessant repetition of a singular motion. Zhao Qin and Ahi possess rather spirited dispositions, and naturally, the thought of tossing a few into the bucket, each potentially worth several or even dozens of coins, renders any complaints trivial. The trio was so engrossed in their labor that they scarcely found a moment to indulge in a cigarette, let alone quench their thirst. Additionally, the piers had long been submerged in seawater, with certain areas covered in algae, making them exceedingly slippery and necessitating utmost caution. "A Qin, will we be selling these in the city tomorrow? The prices there are considerably higher. I inquired with old Lin about the crab prices today, and they're 5 coins lower per pound than in the city." Zhao Ping, unable to suppress his craving for a smoke, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and resumed prying while conversing. We'll see. I'm concerned about using two men's vehicle. I fear old two might gossip. Let them talk. We are merely engaging in honest sea gathering, not thievery. And he chimed in, lighting his own cigarette and continuing with the task at hand. A few whispers here and they are inconsequential, but if word spreads too frequently, many will surely take notice of us. When we go to gather from the sea, we might find ourselves followed by a crowd. It's unlikely we'll be fortunate enough to discover anything of value, even if we do come across something remarkable. Indeed, you have thought this through thoroughly. Your diligence during this period has indeed brought you good fortune, but we must remain discreet. Zhao Ping nodded in agreement. How about this? We'll assess when we finish for the day. If our haul is modest, you can ride your motorcycle home. If substantial, we'll use the cart to transport it to the town. Once there, we can procure a tricycle, ensuring no one is aware of our catch. After all, abalone are resilient. Once sealed in a snakeskin bag, no one will know what lies within. That's a splendid idea, Brother Ping. He responded enthusiastically. Zhao Qin concurred, noting that this method would allow them to sell in the city without arousing suspicion. Brother, look at this, he exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he held up an abalone that was unmistakably larger than any he had previously unearthed. Goodness, this one is truly magnificent. It must weigh at least 4 taels, Zhao Qin remarked, equally astonished. He had sampled abalone before, typically costing 6 or 7 coins. But the specimen in Ahi's grasp was easily twice that size. We're in for a windfall. This could weigh half a pound, double-headed abalone, worth a fortune. Zhao Ping's flashlight beam caught the gleam of the prized shell, igniting his enthusiasm. Hurry, let us dig more. We should sort through our finds later, as we're sure to fetch a handsome price. As Zhao Ping spoke, he spat, inadvertently dropping the glowing ember of his cigarette, which landed on his hand, causing a brief sting. Are you all right, brother? I'm fine. My hands are calloused, he replied. Every so often, the trio would let out soft exclamations of delight upon discovering a sizable catch. After laboring for over 3 hours, their pace began to wane, not from fatigue, but rather due to the increasing difficulty in finding more. Zhao Qin, without glancing at the system panel, sensed that their luck was dwindling. Indeed, 10 minutes had passed since their last find, and no further discoveries had materialized. He opened the system to check, seeing 1311-0, concluding there was no need to continue searching. Brothers, let's call it day. I suspect we've exhausted our luck. How peculiar. It's as if the sea has decided to yield nothing further after being so generous, he mused. Zhao Ping's voice carried a note of regret. At his previous pace, he could toil tirelessly for an entire day and night. Brother Ping, he mused, it seems that the numbers are dwindling here, particularly in this area. Abalone, being a social creature, is not particularly surprising. With his limited knowledge of foraging by the sea, he offered the most plausible explanation. Shall we head back? Zhao Qin proposed. We endured a sleepless night the day before yesterday, and yesterday we managed only 6 hours of rest. If this continues, we shall age prematurely. Earning money is important, but one's health is paramount. Zhao Ping was about to nod in agreement when he recalled the considerable amount of bitter shells they had just gathered. After all, a single piece weighed over a pound. That recent catch seemed quite large. Should we not collect some? Indeed, Brother Ping. He concurred enthusiastically. A bag could fetch us 1 or 200 yuan. The prospect of profit was undeniably addictive. He found himself stirred by Zhao Qin's fervor. With a 2-to-1 majority, Zhao Qin felt he could not object further. Although he regarded the amount as trifling, he acknowledged that 1 or 200 yuan represented several days' wages for many. Gratefully, he remembered having previously gathered 2 while alone foraging for abalone, which indicated he might not return empty-handed. They poured the entirety of their abalone catch into a snakeskin bag. My word, this is quite a haul, Zhao Ping exclaimed, lifting the bag with a grin. It must weigh over 100 pounds. I wonder what the market rate is? It surely cannot be low, Zhao Qin replied casually, handing a bucket to he while taking another one and descending the breakwater once more. Zhao Ping secured the bag tightly and placed it in a lower position for visibility, ensuring everyone could see it before preparing to descend once more with his net. Brother, why don't you return home to fetch the cart and bring along 2 more snakeskin bags. If you head back now, I fear you might awaken your sister-in-law. Zhao Ping suggested. That sounds good. I'll take the abalone back first so your sister-in-law can sort it as soon as she wakes. Moreover, it would be unseemly to be seen in daylight, Zhao Qin replied. That works, but how will you carry these 2 bags? You should fetch the cart for an easier trip, Zhao Qin remarked, unwilling to lug a bag back only to return again. I'll accompany you. He chimed in energetically. No need. You 2 continue foraging. I can manage an extra trip. Zhao Ping hesitated, then hastily set off for home. Carrying 1 bag now and returning for the cart later seemed less efficient than transporting everything at once. Let us get to work, Zhao Qin urged, and began to collect the... This task was far simpler than prying open abalone. Typically, they were found in clusters, easily grasped with a hand. There were plenty on the embankment, and a quick reach would yield a handful. By the time Zhao Ping returned with the cart, both buckets of his companions were nearly full, allowing them to transfer their catch into the snakeskin bags for sorting later. The sizes varied. The larger ones could sell for around 2 yuan per pound, while the smaller ones might only fetch 1 or 2. When Zhao Ping returned for a second time, both Zhao Qin and He appeared somewhat weary. Although there were still many to collect, the continuous bending was quite exhausting. Take a break, you 2. By the way, your sister-in-law asked me to bring some eggs, which I neglected to eat earlier. Here, you 2 have them while I take a short rest. Zhao Qin and He remained silent, obediently making their way to the embankment. Upon placing the bucket down, they lay down directly. Don't fall asleep. It's a bit chilly this morning, and your clothes are damp. You'll catch a cold. Understood, big brother, Zhao Qin replied, struggling to rise. He picked up the boiled eggs set aside and handed 2 to He. Have a bite. It will replenish your energy. Brother, how much do you think we could earn tonight? Zhao Qin chuckled and responded, What's the matter? Are you not tired? He sat up, accepting the eggs, and replied with a smile, I am tired, but just the thought of potentially earning a month's wage in 1 night brings me joy. Eat up once we finish. Let us each get another 20 pounds and head back. Hurry then, it's already dawn. At this moment, a faint light began to appear in the east, though visibility remained low. However, the remaining catch would be solely bitter clams, alleviating concerns about the villagers gossiping. Chapter 34. Unexpected circumstances. Zhao Qin truly admired his elder brother. While he and He would occasionally take breaks, his brother operated like an eternal motion machine, only pausing occasionally to straighten his back and light a cigarette. As daylight broke, the throngs of people increased in number. Good heavens, so many! A Ping, you are destined for fortune, Zhao Qin exclaimed. When did all this happen? You've already filled 2 sacks. Erzi, go back and fetch a bucket. No, a sack. I'll start collecting now. Some were still marveling at the sight, while others had already descended the embankment to begin their gathering, for the sea is unclaimed, and what one collects is fair game for all. Zhao Qin held little interest in yet the local aunties certainly did. Gathering dozens of pounds could yield a handsome profit. Observing the growing crowd, Zhao Qin sighed, Brother, let us head back. There's nothing left to collect, and it might turn into a scuffle soon. Zhao Ping, seeing the embankment teeming with people, could only nod in reluctant agreement, grumbling about the sun rising too early. If only they had a few more hours to gather. By now, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the cart was stacked with 3.5 sacks of, totaling around 200 pounds. Adding to what they had previously brought back, they had a solid 300 pounds. Upon reaching the village entrance, Zhao Qin instructed the 2 to return home first, as he intended to buy some food. Boss, 3. No, 5 bowls of beef noodles to go, and make it extra. More beef and more noodles, understood. Lao Peng, impressive. You're quick on the uptake, Zhao Qin replied, paying before heading next door to purchase a few large buns. Spotting Lao Zhu's shop open, he walked over to buy a carton of milk, ensuring it was not counterfeit before settling the bill. You rascal, you stayed out late last night. Your eyes are bloodshot, Lao Zhu teased. Yes, indeed, but not just one, Zhao Qin retorted. Lao Zhu leaned in closer, conspiratorially whispering, Na is back. You wouldn't. Enough. It's none of my concern. I'm off, Zhao Qin replied, carrying the milk to Lao Peng's house to collect the packaged noodles before returning to his brother's home. Let us eat first. We can sort things out afterward. In the backyard of his brother's house, several large basins were already filled with As for the abalone, Xiaorong had risen at 4 and begun sorting, now having categorized them into nets. Goodness, how can there be so many? How long will this take? Though she complained, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes revealed her delight. When Zhao Ping returned with the second batch of abalone, she was left astonished. For a moment, she genuinely suspected that these 3 brothers had ventured to a fish farm and pilfered from someone else's aquaculture. Of course, her maternal family also resided by the sea, and she could discern at a glance between farmed and wild abalone. The color alone presented a stark contrast. Farmed abalone bore a greenish hue, while wild ones were predominantly blackish-gray. Furthermore, the smoothness of the shell was another indicator. Farmed abalone tended to be smoother overall. Zhao Qin, gazing at the heap in the backyard, felt a headache approaching. How long would this sorting take? They could be at it until dusk. Brother, why not just sell them as they are? Sorting is such a hassle. That won't do. If we don't sort them, the collection station will only pay a meager $1.30 per pound. If we select the larger ones, we could sell them for $2 each. Zhao Ping remained silent, but Xiaorong was the first to voice her disagreement. There were over 300 gene of snails. From her cursory glance, she estimated that at least half of the larger ones could be selected, potentially yielding an additional 100 or so yuan. Akin, you and Ahe should head back to catch up on sleep after your meal. I will assist your sister-in-law with this. Zhao Ping, feeling sympathetic towards Akin, understood he was exhausted, having spent most of the previous day sleeping, while Akin had been busy in the city that morning. You cannot continue like this. You must pay attention to your sleep. Otherwise, it will be difficult in old age. Zhao Ping chuckled softly, remarking people by the sea, who isn't young and making money, only to face illness in old age. Very few escape unscathed. Therefore, it is all the more essential to take care of oneself. Turning to Xiaorong, he suggested, sister-in-law, why not see if anyone at home is free? Perhaps we can enlist 2 idlers to help for the morning. I estimate 3 people working for about 3 hours should suffice. We can offer each of them 20 yuan. Xiaorong hesitated at the thought of hiring help, but acknowledged that 3 men had stayed up all night and could no longer assist. Thus she agreed, reasoning that extracting the larger snails could yield an extra 100 yuan, making the 40 yuan spent on 2 helpers a reasonable investment. I will return home shortly and call for my grandmother. She has nothing to do at home, Ahe said. Xiaorong's eyes brightened at this prospect, realizing that they could reduce the number of hired hands. She then turned her gaze towards Zhao Junyuan, who was indulging in milk and buns. Hurry up and finish. Then help your mother collect snails. I can't, he protested. Don't worry, it's far simpler than taking college entrance exams. Zhao Qin chimed in with a laugh. Zhao Junyuan glared back. Uncle, you're not a good person. Then spit out the milk, Zhao Qin retorted. Then you open your mouth to catch it. Zhao Junyuan shot back. Zhao Qin was so disgusted that he could no longer stomach the remaining soup in his bowl. Akin, you should return and rest for a bit. I will call for you once we're done. Zhao Ping admonished his son, then turned to his brother. Elder brother, in this heat, we must ensure the abalone doesn't perish. Don't worry, I have a plan. You go rest, Akin replied. Once Akin left, Zhao Ping loaded 2 large barrels on a cart, intending to fetch seawater from the beach and then collect some ice from the dock to ensure the abalone could survive for at least 2 days. Brother, why not take a night off? Ahe suggested as they traveled. We cannot afford a rest. Such good fortune does not come often. By the way, Ahe, how many chickens and ducks does your grandmother raise? There are still 5 chickens and 6 ducks at home. If you'd like, I can catch one for you later. Zhao Qin pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Ahe before continuing. I plan to go to the town to catch some chicks and ducklings. I'll have your grandmother help raise them. Don't worry, I'll pay the proper price when they grow up. I just feel that the ones bought from outside can't compare to those raised at home. When it comes to food, Zhao Qin does not skimp in life. What is more important than sustenance? If one must suffer, it would be better to end it all now. What is the point of living? Then I will ask my grandmother. There is no need for you to buy chicks. She can find good local breeds. We aren't acquainted with them, Ahe replied. Zhao Qin considered this and realized they had reached the fork in the road to Ahe's home. If you're going to the city today, you need not accompany me. I can sell them alone. Don't worry. Brother, why not give me a beating? That comment was quite hurtful. Very well. I shall refrain from further comment. You should return to your rest. As the 2 parted ways, Zhao Qin lifted his gaze and noticed, not far off, 3 police officers. He also observed a woman conversing with them, occasionally raising her hand to gesture in his direction. Upon recognizing her as Chu Ying, Ina's mother, Zhao Qin perceived that she had realized he had spotted her. She pointed towards him once more before swiftly turning and fleeing. Before long, the 3 police officers approached Zhao Qin. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, standing tall. Although he had been a bit disoriented earlier, he had not engaged in any behavior warranting the involvement of uniformed personnel. "Are you Comrade Zhao Qin?" one of the officers asked. "Indeed, that is correct." "Then it is settled. We require your assistance in an investigation and would appreciate it if you could accompany us." "What is this concerning?" Zhao Qin responded. "Surely I have the right to be informed." One of the younger officers, displaying an unpleasant demeanor, retorted, "Do you not know what you have done? Do not attempt to mislead us." "What have I done? I truly am unaware. I have attended university and am knowledgeable about the law. Kindly choose your words with caution, or I may have to pursue a defamation claim against you." Zhao Qin maintained a polite demeanor, but he was taken aback by the officer's accusation. A middle-aged officer shot a disapproving glance at the younger one before addressing Zhao Qin with a more amiable tone. "There is no need to be agitated. We would simply like to inquire if you harvested a significant number of crabs the previous night." "Yes, indeed, I did," Zhao Qin replied, somewhat astonished, as few were aware of this matter. Moreover, crabs were not under any protective classification. He had committed no offense. Chapter 35. Who could it be? The middle-aged police officer recounted the events. The night before last, in a neighboring village, a crab farmer had released crabs into a pond for harvesting. Upon inspection the following morning, it was discovered that 7 or 8 baskets of crabs, approximately over 300 pounds, had gone missing, prompting the farmer to report the incident to the authorities. This morning, during their investigation, the police encountered a middle-aged man who, after explaining the situation, revealed that Zhao Qin had secretly taken a large quantity of crabs early yesterday morning and had been discreet in his actions to avoid detection. The crabs had been collected from the tidal flats. Why couldn't he have gathered them? "Come on, show me one that you've picked." Zhao Qin, having spent a sleepless night and already irate, retorted angrily. "So you're accusing me of theft, are you? Fine, I'll come with you. But if I am innocent, you shall personally apologize to me." "All right, as long as you have ample evidence, I shall apologize," he added defiantly. The middle-aged officer, exasperated, pulled the young man aside before addressing Zhao Qin more gently. "This constitutes a report, and as a law-abiding citizen, you are obliged to cooperate with us. Our vehicle is just over there. We will head to the station shortly to clarify the matter." At that moment, he spotted the unfolding situation and hurried over, inquiring, "Brother, what is going on?" Zhao Qin, concerned that they might take he as well, refrained from disclosing that he had been present the night before. Instead, he coldly instructed, "Someone has reported that the crabs I caught last night were stolen. If I do not return within 24 hours, call my classmate. Just leave the rest to me." After uttering these words, he turned to the middle-aged officer and said, "Let us go. I haven't slept all night. The sooner we finish this, the sooner I can return." The young man attempted to interject further, but was silenced by a stern glare from the middle-aged officer. Once in the vehicle, Zhao Qin and the officer settled into the back seat. The officer inquired, "Zhao Qin, are you still studying? Which university do you attend?" The informant did not disclose this information. "Am I not a student at Peking University? I am obliged to assist in your investigation. Yet I would appreciate it if you refrained from treating me like a suspect." At this point, Zhao Qin was indifferent, opting to display a fade of bravado to ensure he would not endure any undue rough treatment. Hearing that he was a Peking University student startled the middle-aged officer, who inwardly chastised the young man. Zhao Qin responded succinctly and then leaned back to rest, as they had arrived at the station in no time due to its proximity to the town. Upon entering the station, the initial step was to record his testimony, and Zhao Qin answered every question posed. "Why were you so secretive after catching the crabs?" The young man pressed seriously. "Firstly, your choice of words is inappropriate. I was not being secretive. Secondly, should I carry the crabs through the village or town, announcing to everyone that I caught a large quantity? Only a madman would act in such a manner. I am a rational person." The young man, taken aback by Zhao Qin's retort, contemplated using intimidation to correct his demeanor, but upon realizing he was dealing with a Peking University student, his resolve faltered. All right, even if you didn't want to be seen, there are purchasing points at your village pier and in the town. Why would you venture to the city to sell them? Zhao Qin, exasperated, could not help but laugh. Have you ever sold anything before? In the city? The price of crabs has risen by 5 yuan per pound, leading to a significant profit on over 100 pounds. Why should I not sell in the city? Your attitude. Fine, you may leave for now. I will continue with the recording. The middle-aged police officer, unable to tolerate the young man's insolence, sent him out, allowing the testimony to be completed. Upon reviewing the statement, the officer found himself in a quandary. He and Zhao Qin were friends, while Zhao Ping was his brother, making both their testimonies unreliable, especially since neither had cleared their suspicions. Then, there were the few acquaintances from the capital mentioned by Zhao Qin. Should he have him call them in for questioning? This posed quite a dilemma. After some contemplation, he believed that Zhao Qin, being a university student, would not flee over a mere 100 pounds of crabs. He decided to let Zhao Qin go for now while he conducted further investigations. Comrade Zhao Qin, you may return, but please remain within the city limits and be prepared to cooperate with our inquiry. So, I still remain a suspect, do I? For the time being, we have only heard your side of the story. We must verify it with other accounts. Zhao Qin, who had just risen to leave, sank back into his seat. I will wait here until your investigation is concluded, and until that young man offers me an apology. What do you intend to do? I desire nothing but fairness. I await the restoration of my reputation. If you disclose the identity of the informant, I shall leave immediately. Comrade Zhao Qin, that is against protocol. We cannot disclose such information. The middle-aged officer rubbed his forehead, realizing the futility of trying to compel him to leave. Zhao Qin's reluctance to depart stemmed from the ease with which the matter could be clarified. He wished to expedite the resolution, while also fearing that his brother might be dragged into this situation. While he could not prevent it, having his brother there would provide some reassurance. But he watched as Zhao Qin was taken away, muttering a few curses before returning home to retrieve his phone and call Luo Tian. After hanging up, he hurried to Zhao Ping's residence. Zhao Ping had just finished his tasks and was about to rest when he learned of Zhao Qin's arrest, leaving him momentarily stunned. What on earth happened? My brother said they arrested many crabs the previous night and suspect them to be stolen. That's absurd. We worked tirelessly all night. Xiaorong, having grasped the situation, looked at the anxious Zhao Ping and said, there is likely nothing to worry about. The truth will emerge with the investigation. By the way, do you have the contact information for Qin's friends? Yes, I've called them. They're in the city and said they would head to the town immediately. Zhao Ping, don't linger here. Take your motorcycle to the town and wait for them. We'll go together to clarify everything. Right. Zhao Ping replied as he pushed his motorcycle out. Brother Ping, I'll accompany you. As the two departed, Xiaorong gazed at the scattered bitter clams, sighing. She understood that jealousy was at play. She had forgotten to ask her partner who had witnessed the crab catch the previous day. 2 men, being the driver, should have been more astute, especially since offending a Qin would bring him no benefit. The middle-aged officer found himself at an impasse with Zhao Qin, ultimately allowing him to remain in the room. Brother Zhong, shall we allow him to sleep in there? I see him as a stubborn individual. Jin Xiaogong, please clarify. He is merely cooperating with our investigation, and as an experienced officer, I can nearly ascertain the truth based on his testimony. Did your teachers not instruct you during your school days that once the matter is clarified, one should apologize? Jin Xiaogong was momentarily taken aback by this outburst. Brother Zhong had always maintained a calm demeanor and had never lost his temper before. Now, his anger instilled a sense of fear in him. Brother Zhong, his movements are indeed suspicious, and I am eager to. Brother Zhong sighed, taking a while before responding, I will investigate further in the village. Remember to order a lunchbox for Zhao Qin at noon, and by the way, you'll need to cover the cost yourself. Order it for him. Have you forgotten the oath you took upon entering our ranks? Do you intend to treat every citizen as your adversary? If you continue to file reports for a transfer, who would wish to take you along? I was wrong, Brother Zhong. Hearing his admission of guilt softened Brother Zhong's expression somewhat as he gestured towards the inside. What good is your apology to me? Just then, 2 cars and a motorcycle drove directly into the courtyard. Luo Tian stepped out and promptly presented his identification, declaring, "I am prepared to take responsibility for every word I have uttered." Chapter 36. This matter is not resolved, thank you, Luo Ge. At the entrance, Zhao Qin sincerely expressed his gratitude to Luo Tian. "And I," Luo Xiaoyi raised her hand. "Yes, and we all made it to the airport." Yufan also jumped up, raising her small hand. "All right, thank you all for making this trip for my sake." Luo Tian replied, "That's a bit too formal. It's fine. We need to head back to the capital today. Do visit us in Beijing when you have the time." He patted Zhao Qin on the arm. "Zhao Qin, you've been staying up late again, haven't you? Your eyes are bloodshot. Earning money is important, but so is your health," Luo Xiaoyi said, her expression showing concern. "Thank you, but I won't see you off. Wishing you all a safe journey." With several witnesses, all from the capital, Brother Zhong knew that this matter was certainly unrelated to Zhao Qin. He ordered Jin Shaogong to apologize. After catching up on some sleep, Zhao Qin felt much better and had lost his previous irritability. Before the other party could apologize, he intervened. After all, the other party was in a position of authority. Why create another enemy? Sometimes, in pursuit of momentary satisfaction, one might narrow their own path. Moreover, receiving an apology would not increase his fortune. So he took the initiative to say, "It was my fault just now. I hope the two leaders can forgive me. I've been busy all night without sleep." After saying this, he walked over to his elder brother. "Let me take you back." Just as Zhao Qin was contemplating that a motorcycle could not accommodate 3 people, Jin Shaogong turned around, shortly returning with the motorcycle keys. "How could I impose?" Zhao Qin feigned politeness. "It's fine, let's go." Zhao Qin thought for a moment and decided to let his brother and Ahe ride the motorcycle back while he got on Jin Xiaogong's vehicle. "Sorry for the early inconvenience. I was just caught up in the case. Officer Jin, if you're going to discuss this with me, I'll get off. My attitude was inappropriate. I was just exhausted from a sleepless night. I trust you understand." As the ancients said, one does not truly know someone without a scuffle, though we did not fight. The process of getting to know each other has been quite interesting. Upon hearing this, Jin Shaogong nodded and smiled. "We have organizational regulations. I cannot disclose the identity of the informant." "I understand. No need for you to explain." The journey, which was not far to begin with, was even quicker by car. The two exchanged only a few words before reaching the village. Zhao Qin got out and thanked Jin Shaogong again, inviting him to visit when he was on leave. "Just don't wear that uniform when you come. It makes me uneasy. Aren't you going to school in a couple of months?" "Haha, please don't take offense. I was a student at Peking University, but due to personal reasons, I withdrew." Jin Shaogong was taken aback, then smiled and said while pointing at him, "All right, no worries. I'll come find you to hang out. Take care." After their farewells, Zhao Qin took out a cigarette and lit one, puffing away as he walked towards his elder brother's house, his mind racing. In truth, he could probably guess who the informant was, aside from his uncle. There was no one else. As for Chu Ying, she had merely pointed him out to the police, which was inconsequential. Had he tested Jin Shaogong earlier, he would have certainly garnered a response. Yet, the words lingered on his lips, and he swallowed them back, choosing to pretend he was unaware. Previously, he had been somewhat muddled in his thoughts, but now a myriad of ideas flooded his mind. Just yesterday morning, he accompanied Ahi to sell crabs, where he encountered Lai Bao, who dismissed him without a second glance. This turn of events was rather intriguing. There was no rush. He would first digest the fruits of last night's labor before contemplating his next move. Simply reporting Lai Bao was not enough. He had just confided in Jin Shaogong about the matter. When he arrived at his elder brother's home, he found that the two had just returned from a motorcycle ride. Xiaorong, upon hearing the motorcycle's arrival and seeing Zhao Qin return, breathed a sigh of relief. "Is everything all right?" she asked. "All is well. I don't know which unscrupulous person reported Ah Qin for stealing crabs, but if I find out, I shall pay them a visit and give them a piece of my mind," Zhao Ping replied fiercely. "Who saw you all?" "Sister-in-law, how did the shellfish gathering go?" Zhao Qin quickly interjected, subtly shaking his head at her. Xiaorong paused, realizing she should not inadvertently remind her husband. One never knew how far he might go if provoked. "Well, it seems we've gathered enough. It's fortunate that everything is fine. The day after tomorrow is the 15th. Ah Qin, could you buy some incense to offer at the Mazu temple?" "Of course, sister-in-law." The three of them enter the house, and as Zhao Qin leaned into the backyard, he spotted Zhao Junyuan gazing at him with a forlorn expression, likely disheartened after a morning spent gathering shellfish. Zhao Qin grinned and said, "You'll be the proud owner of the most stylish pencil case soon, and when you advance to 3rd grade, I shall gift you a fountain pen." Upon hearing this, Zhao Junyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Uncle, I think it would be even better to add a meal at the new KFC in the city. My classmates say it's delicious. That is not the healthiest choice, but indulging occasionally is acceptable. How about this? Why don't you accompany me to the city today? I'll treat you. That kind of food is best enjoyed fresh." Zhao Junyuan was about to nod in agreement when his mother gave him a light slap on the head. "All you think about is food. Don't you realize how hard your uncle works for his money? While other desires may remain unfulfilled, this small wish is still within reach. Achin, your sister-in-law is right. You ought to visit the Mazu temple. Your luck has been favorable these past few days. Let us not let today's incident disrupt that." Ahi's grandmother added supportively, "I understand, Grandma. I appreciate your help today. Such talk. I am delighted to assist. I would gladly do this every day." The elderly woman replied with a smile. "What about the abalone?" Zhao Qin inquired, noticing its absence. "They're in the tank. Your brother added seawater and ice to keep them alive since the weather is too hot," Xiao Rong explained, gesturing towards the nearby tank. Zhao Qin nudged Ahi, who was squatting down to help gather shellfish. "You should stop working and go rest. I just had a short nap at the office. While you haven tea, slept it all." "Yes, do hurry back and rest," Zhao Ping chimed in. "Elder lady, there isn't much left. You should return as well," Xiao Rong insisted, taking the small plastic net from Ahi's grandmother. Reluctantly, Ahi's grandmother conceded, thinking of preparing a meal for her grandson before he took a much-needed rest, as it was fast approaching 11 o'clock. After the two departed, Zhao Qin approached the edge of the pond to gaze in astonishment. "My goodness, how did this one become so large? Who found it?" He noticed a small basket containing a solitary abalone, which was significantly larger than any he had collected the previous night. "Haha, I had just gone down for a short while yesterday, and forgot to mention it to you all," Zhao Ping said, stepping closer with a satisfied expression. "Have you weighed it?" Xiao Rong interjected. "After your brother left, I had some free time and weighed it. It's 1 gene and 3 tails. In this maritime region, the majority of abalones were of mixed colors and rarely grew to a substantial size. An abalone weighing 1 gene and 2 or 3 heads was considered exceptional." So Zhao Qin was genuinely astonished. "Brother, can abalones in our vicinity grow to such a size? I once read in the news about someone who found an 8-gene specimen, but I've never seen one. When I was 6 or 7 years old, I encountered one that weighed 1 gene and 8 tails. Dad mentioned it sold for 80 yuan, which was quite remarkable at the time. It caused quite a stir in the village for a long while." Zhao Ping, born in 77, would have been 6 or 7 around 83 or 84, and 80 yuan back then was indeed a significant amount, equivalent to a month and a half's wages for many. Gazing at the impressive size, Zhao Qin felt it would be a pity to sell it. "Brother, we shouldn't sell this one." "Why not? For such a large specimen, it should fetch at least 5 or 600 yuan. Let us keep it for Meow Meow and a yuan to enjoy. A creature of this size might never be encountered again in a lifetime. Selling it would be a loss." Zhao Ping, why does my brother always seem to have the opposite perspective? Eating something this large would indeed be a loss. Chapter 37. Abalone Pearl. Zhao Qin, fearing his elder brother's disapproval, hurried into the kitchen to fetch a knife, intent on separating the meat from the shell of the abalone. "Achin, don't waste it. We should save it for later," said Xiao Rong, her face betraying a hint of reluctance. However, considering her 2 children, it seemed a fair trade. "Let us keep it. Who knows if we'll ever come across such a large one again. It's better to feed the little ones than to discard it." As Zhao Qin spoke, he pressed the back of the knife along the shell, and in no time, he had sliced through the adductor muscle, separating the flesh from the shell. He was no stranger to this. He had eaten abalone before and knew which parts were edible. As he removed the innards and the mouth, he was surprised to feel a sharp object graze his hand. Odd, the shell was already removed, he thought, as he pried further into the innards. He unexpectedly squeezed out a hard, tooth-like object that resembled a stone. It was a brilliant green, with a gradient to a pale red at the tip. "Brother, look at this," he called, unsure of what he had found. Zhao Ping, ever restless, was busy helping his wife sort through snails. Hearing his brother's call, he leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, "Did you extract this from the abalone?" "Yes, but what is it? Has this abalone developed a stone?" "This is an abalone pearl. I've only heard of them before. This is my first time seeing one." Zhao Ping took in his hand and swirled it in the water, confirming, "Yes, it looks just like this." Upon hearing about the abalone pearl, Xia Rong could no longer contain her excitement and approached. "Where's the pearl? Let me see." As she took it from Zhao Ping, her eyes gleamed brighter than the pearl itself. Ping, is this valuable?" "I'm not sure, but I've heard that it takes thousands of abalones to produce one." "It should be worth something," Zhao Ping replied. "Wait, brother, can pearls even form in abalones? Aren't they supposed to be round?" "Abalone pearls are irregularly shaped. Akin, it's a good thing you decided to keep it. If you had sold it, you might have regretted it." Hearing this, Zhao Qin felt quite pleased. His reluctance to sell stemmed from a sentimental attachment, and he hadn't anticipated such a delightful surprise. The three of them took turns admiring the pearl for a while. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed quite beautiful, with vibrant colors in a smooth, mirror-like surface. "Sister-in-law, if you like it, you should keep it." Noticing her fascination, Zhao Qin generously offered it to her, recalling how she would invite him to dinner during festive occasions. Xia Rong instinctively felt joy at first, but quickly shook her head, saying, "No, you should keep it. You aren't married yet. You will eventually have a girlfriend. Save it to give to her later. It's both practical and impressive." "No," Zhao Qin started to protest, but was interrupted by Zhao Ping, who agreed, "Yes, your sister-in-law is right." "All right then, it's not safe in my room. Sister-in-law, I'll leave it with you for now, and I'll ask for it back later." He contemplated whether to elaborate, thinking if his sister-in-law cherished it, he could simply retrieve it when the time came. After all, even if it were worth a considerable sum, a single piece would fetch only a few thousand at most. "Akin, it will take me about half an hour to finish sorting this out. Once that is done, I will prepare a meal, which will take at least another hour. If you plan to head to the city to sell, you should eat first. So, just lie down on a yuan's bed for a while and refrain from running back and forth." Xia Rong then told Zhao Ping, "There's no need for you to be busy. Quickly go to bed. I will return home for a moment. I haven't bathed, and my clothes have gone stale. After bathing, I will come back." He feared that if he returned home to sleep, he might doze off for an indefinite time. It would be better to sleep at elder brother's house after bathing. Just call out during mealtime, "Uncle, hurry here. I will help you wipe the mat and turn on the fan." It will be quite refreshing to sleep. The child is indeed teachable. Zhao Kun chuckled as he returned home. After his bath, he found that a yuan had indeed wiped the mat, and he didn't feel either hot or cold. He fell asleep immediately. Although he only slept for about 2 hours, he felt significantly more comfortable. Lying on the bed, he called Manager Liu. Although he did not accept abalone, he asked Zhao Kun to deliver the goods to the city, promising to help find suitable buyers at a fair price. After washing his face, Zhao Kun sat down to eat. Steamed salted fish, stir-fried shredded pork with cowpeas, stir-fried eggplant, and clam soup, all delightful accompaniments to rice. His sister-in-law's culinary skills were truly commendable. After consuming 3 large bowls of rice, he finally set down his bowl. "Yuan, it's quite hot now. Are you certain you want to come along?" "Not a problem. I'm not afraid of the heat." "Elder brother, the price of bitter snails in the city probably won't be too high. There are about 300 pounds here. Perhaps we should just sell them in the town." Had it not been for the need to use the bitter snails to conceal the abalone, he would have considered selling them directly at the village dock. "All right, then we shall sell them in the town." After the meal, the two began their chores again, first loading the packaged bitter snails onto the cart, then stuffing the nets filled with abalone into snakeskin bags, adding some ice inside, letting the water leak if it must. Though Xia Rong spoke sternly, upon hearing that Akin intended to take his son along, she still found a straw hat for him. Yuan looked at the hat with evident disdain, but he dared not voice his thoughts for fear that a single misstep would lead his mother to deny him the opportunity to accompany them. Hanging a jug of water on the handlebars, Zhao Ping set off with the cart. Nowadays, hand tractors are quite common. The family could afford one, but with limited land, it would not be of much use. The journey was noticeably slow, taking nearly half an hour to reach the town. There, he first sought a small truck to unload the abalone, then pointed out the store where he had previously sold crab tigers to his elder brother, who then headed to the city with Yuan. The safety conditions have greatly improved, and given that Yuan is quite sensible and does not wander aimlessly, Zhao Ping felt secure in bringing him along. This time, they arranged for a charter costing 100 yuan for the entire afternoon, including the return trip. Upon arriving at the seafood market, Zhao Kun had already called Manager Liu in advance, and upon arrival, he found Liu and another person waiting at the market entrance with a small cart. Business, after all, is about connections. Whether it can flourish depends on one's ability to foster relationships. If one offends everyone around them, prospects will surely falter. This is General Yang, who specializes in shellfish. Before Zhao Kun could greet him, General Yang eagerly inquired, "Are you certain they are all wild-caught? Rest assured, if even one farm specimen is found, I shall forfeit this batch." Haha, that shouldn't be the case. Let's unload the goods first, and then we can discuss further in the store. Yang smiled. Old Yang, my little brother is quite straightforward. Please offer a fair price, so I won't be caught in the middle. I have matters to attend to, so you two carry on. Chin, after the sale, come by my shop for a visit. With that, the connection was established, and Mr. Liu's task was complete. It would be inappropriate for him to linger and disrupt their negotiations. Rest assured, old Liu, we'll share a drink tonight. Don't say you lack the time. Zhao Qin also exchanged pleasantries with Mr. Liu before unloading the goods onto a small cart and beckoning a Yuan to join him inside. Upon arriving at Mr. Yang's store, as per usual, they entered through the back door. When the abalone was pulled from the snakeskin bag, Mr. Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Double-headed abalone? The term several heads of abalone refers to the quantity that could be weighed per pound. 2 pieces per pound signifies double-headed abalone. Generally, the larger the size, the more valuable it is. In this instance, they had more than that. 2 pieces weighed over a pound. Although Mr. Yang initially intended to maintain a composed demeanor, the joy swelling within him was impossible to conceal. With such exquisite abalone, the power to set the price rested firmly in his hands. When he encountered discerning buyers, he could sell it for whatever price he desired. Chapter 38. Farther in the confines of his home, the abalone was carefully categorized into 3 specifications: 2 heads, 5 heads, or fewer, and the smaller ones. Naturally, once Mr. Yang acquired them, they would be further subdivided. The price would vary with each additional head lost per pound. I shall refer to you as Chin, for it was old Liu who introduced you to me, and I cannot allow you to suffer any loss. I offer you 280 yuan for the 2-head abalone, 180 yuan for those with 5 heads or fewer, and 120 yuan for the rest. Does that sound acceptable? Zhao Qin was uncertain of the actual worth, yet it was considerably higher than his expectations, so he readily acquiesced. In total, there were merely a dozen 2-head abalones, weighing 3 pounds after being weighed. The 5-head ones were somewhat more plentiful, totaling 37 pounds, while the smaller ones accounted for 81. 5 pounds. Yesterday, the 3 of them managed to excavate over 120 pounds in just 3 hours. Accompanying Mr. Yang to the front store, he opened the refrigerator and retrieved 2 bottles of cola, offering them to both him and Yuan to cool off. Zhao Qin accepted without hesitation, taking a sip, and upon seeing him drink, Yuan followed suit. They both exhaled in unison, feeling refreshed. Meanwhile, Mr. Yang busied himself with the calculations, resetting the totals and computing 3 multiplied by 280. The sound of the calculator chimed as he handed the invoice to Zhao Qin, stating, "My dear brother, the total comes to 764 yuan. Since this is our first transaction, let us round it to 800. It's a lucky figure. In the future, should you have any fine goods, such as clams, feel free to send them my way." "Thank you, Mr. Yang," Zhao Qin replied. "I owe you my gratitude. With this batch of goods, I shall once again gain recognition in the market. Let's agree on the payment." After settling the amount, they exchanged contact numbers, and Mr. Yang cautioned him to be vigilant with his money, as there were many thieves in the market. With that, Zhao Qin departed the store. He placed the snakeskin bag filled with nets into the trunk of the car and instructed the driver to head to the bank. This time he deposited 10 yuan and acquired 9 shares of Matai stock, accumulating a total of 18 shares for less than 20,000 yuan. It might one day be worth over 3 million. Just thinking about it filled him with delight. Let us go. Where's Ken Gigi? We must visit him. The driver, hearing that they might not return soon, showed signs of irritation. Once they arrived, Zhao Qin disembarked to purchase 2 packs of Tower Mountain cigarettes and handed a bottle of cola to the driver, which brightened the driver's demeanor. Zhao Qin was not being extravagantly generous. He understood that offending anyone while out and about was unwise, especially someone at the wheel. To put it bluntly, once in the car, one's life was entrusted to the driver's hands. With a yuan in tow, he first went shopping, ensuring he had everything he needed for the visit. Initially, he intended to buy a fine pen, but reconsidered, fearing he might misplace it or damage it. Instead, he opted for 2 hero pens at 32 yuan each, along with a backpack and a pencil case. They then ventured to the sports apparel section, where he purchased 2 sets of sportswear and shoes for the boy. For urban children, these items were commonplace. However, in the current rural setting, donning a complete sports outfit along with a pair of sneakers was quite a commendable arrangement. He chose the Antab brand, having once been a soldier himself. 3 years of ideological education had ingrained a sense of patriotism deep within him. Hearing someone disparage the country in short videos would prompt him to post a lengthy rebuttal and even file a report. Thus, brands like Nike and Adidas were certainly not on his shopping list. Is Ken Gigi delicious? If one indulges once a year, it feels quite pleasant. If once a month, it is bearable. However, should it occur weekly, Zhao Qin would find it intolerable. It is indeed peculiar how foreigners can manage 3 meals a day. Uncle, is this chicken? It lacks any chicken flavor, and it is not as good as the braised chicken my mother makes. Zhao Junyuan expressed his disappointment, for his classmates had described it as a supreme delicacy. How can it possibly compare to the free-range chickens we raise at home? Can you still eat it? Zhao Qin had ordered a family bucket, but had only consumed a piece of spicy chicken wing. Zhao Junyuan finished a hamburger, nearly satisfied, gazing at the considerable leftovers on the table. Let us take it home for my parents to taste. Very well, let us go. Take the fries. Eat them on the way. Upon arriving in town, Zhao Qin decided to add 10 yuan, and the driver took him directly to the village, even calling Ahe to gather at his elder brother's house. By the time they arrived home, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the sky had yet to darken. Inside, the elder brother was already awake, mending a chair in the yard. The backrest had become loose from prolonged use. It was a simple fix, just drive a nail in to secure it. You waste money frivolously, buying so many things for a yuan, exclaimed Xiaorong, her expression a mix of joy and concern upon seeing the numerous packages. I hardly spent much. I thought the outfit for Hutu was quite nice, so I bought 2 for yuan. His grandfather is the village secretary. How can we compete with that? Zhao Qin's face twitched at the thought of such high status. Elder brother, stop for a moment. Let us settle the accounts. Where's Ahe? I called to let him know to come over. I slaughtered a duck and had him take a few pieces back for his grandmother. She helped out all morning, Xiaorong mentioned while sifting through Zhao Qin's purchases. Mother and father, this is what I saved up for you. Upon seeing the packed fried chicken, a yuan eagerly chimed in. Zhao Ping washed his hands and approached, opening the drawer of the fragrant cabinet, extracting the money inside. You mentioned that family was fair. They counted the large conch at 2 yuan and the smaller one at 1 yuan. The prices were quite reasonable. Altogether, we sold 322 jin for 558 yuan. By the way, what is the market rate for abalone? Can its income match that of blue crabs? Xiaorong paused her activity, looking at Zhao Qin with eager anticipation. It has doubled. The sales amount? Xiaorong's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, we sold a total of 18,800 yuan. Heavens, how could it be so much? Including the conch, my goodness, that's nearly 20,000 overnight. Xiaorong instinctively clapped her hands in excitement. Zhao Ping was equally elated. He had anticipated a good price for the abalone, but had not expected such a high figure. The 3 of them had worked hard for a night, earning what others might make in a year. Observing his younger brother nodding continuously, it seemed that ever since a Qin became industrious, fortune had favored them. Starting from the clams, it had been only a few days, and they had already made 30 to 40,000, and even after distributing it, At least 20,000 remained in hand. When our father returns and sees you like this, he will surely be delighted. Zhao Qin rolled his eyes. The image of his father in his mind was far from that of a good parent. His life was a true reflection of ambition without ability. He ventured into business rather early, yet lacked perseverance. In his childhood, before his grandfather passed away, the elders of the village often advised him against emulating his father. Shortly after his father had married, when his elder brother was merely 2 or 3 years old and his mother was pregnant, his father, upon hearing of the lucrative opportunities in smuggling, decided to engage in that trade. However, with no one to guide him and little money to invest, he resorted to minor dealings, assisting others in receiving goods at the seaside. Ultimately, he failed to earn any profit and was reported, resulting in a 3-year imprisonment. Not long after his release, when his mother was expecting Zhao Qin, his father grew restless once more. He heard tales of easy profits from Shenzhen and eagerly set off, lacking the necessary border pass. While others crossed the barbed wire numerous times without issue, he was apprehended on his first attempt, spending half a month in detention before being deported. Upon his return, he faced another 3 months of confinement. In essence, his father was no different from his previous self, perpetually avoiding legitimate endeavors, dreaming of wealth without the willingness to toil, and occasionally flirting with the boundaries of legality. As Zhao Qin matured, he observed that his father spent little time at home each year. When he did return, it was either to lament his ill fortune or to bemoan the misalignment of fate. It was only 2 years ago, after his mother's passing, that he witnessed his father weeping alone at night, realizing that he was not entirely devoid of emotion. Chapter 39. The contented elderly woman. Zhao Qin's father, Zhao Onghua, has never known a moment of tranquility. As for his current whereabouts, Zhao Qin is only aware that he resides in the provincial capital. Whether he is employed or not remains a mystery, even to his elder brother. Zhao Qin has an elder sister who completed high school with commendable grades. But during her final year, she became enamored and lost focus on her studies. Fortunately, this initial romance bore fruit, and she is now married in a neighboring city. Not too close, returning only once or twice a year. Her husband secured a teaching position. Though the salary is modest, it offers stability, allowing them to make ends meet. In recent years, whenever she visits, she scolds Zhao Qin for his lack of ambition. But after their quarrels, she cannot resist slipping him a few hundred yuan before departing. It is uncertain whether Zhao Onghua would take joy in observing these changes, but it is certain that his daughter would be pleased to hear of them. Zhao Qin retrieved the remaining money from his pocket and began to tally it up. Including the earnings from the bitter clams, his total income amounted to 19,358 yuan, of which he planned to keep 60, equating to 11,600 yuan. The remainder would be divided equally between his elder brother and Ahe, each receiving 3,870 yuan. Having previously saved 10,000 yuan, he took out 1,600 yuan a pocket, separating the money accordingly, and pushed his brother's share towards him. Brother, we all contributed equally last night, and you worked harder than the rest of us. However, as brothers, we must be fair. Since I discovered the abalones, I propose we divide the earnings as before. I shall take 60, while you and Ahe will take 20 each. Before Zhao Ping could respond, Zhao Qin turned to Xiao Rong, saying, "Sister-in-law, if you believe this distribution is unfair, please speak up. We can certainly divide it equally this time." He felt it essential to clarify this matter to prevent any lingering feelings of injustice. Currently, he requires funds, so he would not consider an even split. And if his brother and sister-in-law had any objections, he would simply adjust future arrangements with Ahe. What are you saying? Without your efforts, could your brother earn 5 or 6,000 yuan in 2 days? It was merely your good fortune that benefited us all. Otherwise, we would only receive a fraction. Indeed, Qin, refrain from such comments in the future. If I were working at the dock, I would barely earn 100 yuan in 2 days, Zhao Ping concurred, deeming Zhao Qin's words unnecessary. Zhao Qin was unconcerned about his brother, but rather anxious about his sister-in-law's thoughts. Hearing her response reassured him, and he smiled, saying, "Opportunities like this do not come by every day. Who knows when the next one will arise? Sister-in-law, please take the money for now." This was already a satisfactory sum. In just 2 days, his brother had earned half a year's wages. Xiaorong joyfully accepted the money and, after speaking, turned to head inside. Why is Ahe so unreliable? Where's he? Zhao Qin lamented. Shall I give him a call? I'll bring the dishes to the table first. As Xiaorong returned to the kitchen, Zhao Qin took out his phone, prepared to dial, when Ahe entered, carrying a chicken and a duck. What are you doing with those? Zhao Ping inquired. My grandmother asked me to bring them for my brother, saying it would be difficult for him to manage alone at home. It is perfect timing to deliver them here, so we can prepare them together for a meal. As Xiaorong gracefully approached with a dish, she heard the conversation and promptly responded with courtesy. It is no easy task for the elderly lady to rear a few chickens and ducks. I have some at home. Please take them back with you. If I were to take them back, I would not endure my grandmother's discontent. It would be better if you kept them, sister-in-law. Zhao Qin, witnessing the exchange, said to Xiaorong, sister-in-law, let us keep them. There will be ample opportunities for mutual exchanges in the future. Xiaorong, understanding the rationale, accepted the chickens and ducks and placed them in her own coop. Zhao Qin pushed Ahe's portion towards him, and without hesitation, he stuffed it into his pocket. Be careful. Don't let it fall out on your way home, Zhao Ping remarked, sensing a hint of precariousness in his actions. It won't happen, Brother Ping. Xiaorong then brought the prepared dishes to the table, also plating the leftover KFC that a yuan had not finished, presenting it as another dish. Tonight's feast is splendid. With meat, snails, and shrimp, Xiaorong remarked cheerfully. This afternoon, while I was idle, your brother was at home tending to the child as sleep. I intended to gather some oysters, but I found many people buying shrimp in the neighboring village, so I purchased 2 pounds for just 9 yuan a pound. Quite a bargain. A yuan, eyeing the table laden with fragrant dishes, felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have refrained from eating that KFC, and now, wishing to indulge further, he found himself unable. After enjoying a bottle of beer, Zhao Qin was eager to commence the meal. Akin, remember to buy incense and a fruit platter tomorrow to offer to Mazu. I cannot purchase them on your behalf, as that would lack sincerity. After dinner, Xiaorong reminded him. Understood, sister-in-law. I shall take my leave now. I am truly fatigued. Go on, rest early. If the laundry proves difficult, bring it over tomorrow morning. After all, there are already numerous garments at home, and adding a few more is no trouble. Zhao Qin acknowledged with a nod and waved for Ahe to return with him. Brother, my grandmother said she would feed the chickens and ducks more. But the weather is too hot now, making it difficult to acquire chicks, and they're prone to illness. If they are hard to catch, let it be. We can always buy them in the village if needed. Do not let the elderly lady worry about this. By the way, you should return home first to give your grandmother the money, and then fetch a few bottles of beer to bring to my house. All right. Upon reaching the intersection, Ahe dashed home. Once at home, he took out the money for his grandmother, but was eager to leave. Wait, how much is this? I don't know. I didn't count. Don't leave just yet. Let us count it first. Ahe had no choice but to be patient, assisting his grandmother in counting the money. As they finished, Ahe could not help but exclaim in astonishment, how is there so much? His grandmother was equally taken aback, finding over 800 yuan. Call Qin and ask if there was a mistake. Why is there so much? I will head over shortly. Why bother calling? Call now, right in front of me. Quickly. After confirming with a phone call that there was no error, his grandmother clutched the money tightly, nearly unable to hold it, murmuring blessings to Mazu, and tears of joy streamed down her face. Grandmother, why are you crying again? Tomorrow, I will go to town to see if there are any chicks. If not, I will make a trip to the hatchery. Ahe, one must understand the importance of gratitude and diligence. Follow Qin closely and do not be lazy, understand? Dear, I am quite incapable, and besides, I am indulging in a bit of laziness. My brother would not utter a word. Very well then. I initially thought you were all alone and without support, but now it seems to be quite all right. Furthermore, how much have you and Qin earned? Do refrain from boasting about it. I know, my brother insists on quietly amassing wealth, and once he has saved up several 100,000, he plans to unveil it all at once to construct a building, thereby making a statement in the village. The elderly lady chuckled and lightly patted her arm, fully aware of the nonsensical nature of such talk. Dear, I must take my leave. My brother requires my assistance. Do go ahead. And if you plan to visit the seaside again this evening, kindly inform me, and remember, do not venture into the mangroves." As she watched me dash off into the distance, she clutched the money and made her way to her room. After securely placing the money, she lifted the black cloth from a nearby counter, revealing 3 spirit tablets. She retrieved 3 small incense burners, each already lit with fragrant incense, and murmured, "Let us not compete for fortune. There is enough for all. I wish to inform you that he has prospered, bringing joy to you all. Please continue to bless him with safety and good fortune. I still yearn to cradle a great-grandchild, and once that wish is fulfilled, I shall rest easy, knowing he can stand on his own. Then I shall join you." Chapter 40. Scheming. After finishing his bath, Zhao Qin sat on the bed, his eyelids beginning to battle against each other. Yet, with matters weighing on his mind, he refrained from lying down. He turned on the television, which was airing The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. He had watched this drama before, but had honestly struggled to grasp the intricacies of the plot, only recalling that Ling Er was exceptionally beautiful. His phone buzzed, and upon glancing at the screen, he saw a message from Luo Xiaoi, informing him that they had arrived home. She also mentioned that her brother had imposed a gag order, forbidding anyone from discussing her incident of nearly drowning. He chuckled softly and replied, telling her he had been busy all day and was utterly exhausted. She quickly responded, urging him to rest early and avoid staying up late. There was a noticeable distance between them, and it was apparent that Luo Xiaoi's family possessed considerable heritage. Even if Zhao Qin were to acquire wealth in the future, he would merely be perceived as a nouveau riche in their eyes. Perhaps it had once been an illusion, but now he was certain that Luo Xiaoi harbored a vague affection for him. He also acknowledged that she was indeed his type, but the distance between them remained a barrier. Let things unfold naturally. With the passage of time, the faint goodwill stemming from her gratitude for saving her life would likely dissipate. He arrived promptly, just as the brief interlude of the advertisement concluded. He brought not only beer, but also peanuts. Today, Old Zhang's marinated delicacies had sold out, leaving only peanuts behind. Quite satisfactory. Each took a bottle and popped it open. After taking a sip, Zhao Qin inquired, yesterday morning you mentioned you saw Lai Bao. Are you certain you called out to him? Did he not respond because he heard you? Or was it that he simply did not hear you?" "He certainly heard me," he replied. "And as soon as I called out, that fellow ran even faster, as if he feared I would catch up to him. Did he have anything with him?" Zhao Qin pressed. He pondered for a moment, then said, "Yes, he was carrying a burlap sack, but it didn't seem heavy." At this point, he seemed to have a sudden realization. He abruptly stood up, only to slowly sit back down and whisper, "Brother, you suspect that Lai Bao is the true thief of the crabs, don't you?" After saying this, he slapped the table and exclaimed, "Exactly. He's acting guilty. It's possible that those blue crabs he dug up the day before were stolen, and when he realized that no one was paying attention the next day, he grew bolder and took 7 or 8 baskets. He exhibited considerable cleverness. With just a slight prompt from Zhao Qin, he had begun to analyze the situation psychologically. "Brother, we should report him for causing you trouble this early in the morning." Zhao Qin waved his hand, indicating that he could not be the one to expose him. That would spoil the fun. Moreover, he wished to take the opportunity to annoy his cousin, who besides us would surely report Lai Bao. Without a moment's hesitation, "I replied, l'un. They say a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Yet these two families have turned from neighbors into enemies." At this, his eyes lit up. "Brother, what if I inform Lin Lar?" Zhao Qin gave him a light pat on the head. "That would be no better than informing Jean, Xiaogong myself." He rose and opened the drawer of his former desk, casually tearing out a few sheets from an unfinished notebook. He then retrieved a pen from the pen holder, but after much trial, only a single pencil proved functional, while the rest lay in disrepair. "Does Lin Lar know how to read?" he inquired once more as he settled back down. After pondering for a moment, Ahe shook his head, uncertain. Zhao Qin thought for a while before calling his elder brother. Zhao Ping clarified that Lin Lar was 2 years older than him and had begun his studies late, only making it to the 3rd grade before dropping out. In the early 1980s, local parents were not particularly invested in their children's education. Those capable of learning were supported, while those who struggled often left school early. By 3rd grade, one could barely recognize all the characters, let alone write them beautifully. Zhao Ping further inquired about Lin Lar's activities, but he did not elaborate, merely advising his brother to keep the matter confidential. After hanging up, he felt somewhat dispirited. Whether it was his former self or this current body, his handwriting was quite commendable, and even when attempting to write poorly, traces of skill still emerged. After some contemplation, he decided to hold the pen with his left hand, which would solve the issue. Ahe had only graduated from elementary school, yet he could recognize all the characters and turned to observe Zhao Qin's writing. The crabs from a neighboring village were stolen by Lai Bao and Zhao Haidong, with 2 incidents in total. The first theft was minor, so the owner remained oblivious, but emboldened by their initial success, they stole again. "Brother, what does this have to do with your cousin?" Ahe asked, perplexed after Zhao Qin finished writing. "Ahe, who knows about the crabs we dug up last night? Apart from Luo Ge and the others, only 2 men, and yes, your cousin happened to be there. Right? It must have been him who reported us." At this point, Ahe's face twisted with frustration. "If not, let us prepare a sack tonight enough. Don't entertain such notions. He caused me to spend several hours at the station, so I certainly want him to experience the same. It would be delightful if Lai Bao were clever enough to implicate my cousin as well. That would provide some amusement." With this thought, Ahe's eyes brightened, and he rubbed his hands together. "What if we devise a way to give Lai Bao a heads up?" "No, that would be too deliberate. This plan is just fine. Then what shall we do next?" Zhao Qin waved his hand for silence and wrote 2 identical sheets before rising, declaring, "Let us go smash Lin Lot's windows." At 18 or 19, Ahe was in the prime of youthful exuberance and immediately felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. He grabbed the bucket and sand shovel. "Brother, didn't Tiwi say to lay low tonight? Carry them. If we are seen, we'll claim we're going to the beach." "Oh, right." Lin Lot's home was not far from his brother S. The old houses in the village were mostly situated above, while the new constructions lay below. Passing by his brother S. house, they noticed the lights were already out. After a long day, everyone had gone to bed early, taking a small path that wound around to the back of the house. Upon reaching Lin Lar's residence, Ahe was ready to throw. "We can't stand here. Let us throw from the side of Lai Bao's house, so they can have another quarrel tonight." Ahe immediately gave a thumbs up, grinning broadly. Reaching the wall of Lai Bao's home, Zhao Qin produced 3 5-yuan bills he had prepared in advance, wrapping them in paper and placing a small stone inside before tying it with a string. "Brother, what are you doing? Why throw money? Nonsense. If it were just plain paper, I fear Lin Lao wouldn't take notice. But if it's paper wrapped around money, anyone would pick it up and take a glance." Ahe sighed. "Brother, you truly leave no stone unturned. It's a pity about the 15 yuan, though. Why not come back another day and steal a duck from Lin Lao's place? That plan is feasible. After all, we've turned over a new leaf, and they probably wouldn't dare to curse at my door anymore. 15 yuan is still money, and Lin Lao would surely feel the pinch. Stealing a duck would balance it out. Ahe, on the count of 3, we toss together. You throw the 3 stones, and I will throw these 3 money-wrapped bills. Then we run. There's a slope over there. We'll see the situation from there. Brother, wait. I'll throw 2 more over the wall of Lin Lao's house towards Lai Bao's." Zhao Qin gave a thumbs up, admiring the boy's cleverness. As they executed their plans simultaneously, Zhao Qin heard the sound of shattering glass, seemingly from Lai Bao's house. Ahe's aim was indeed precise, without a moment's hesitation. They both dashed away, the sound of Lai Bao's wife cursing echoing behind them. P.S. A new book is like a seedling, requiring nourishment. If you've read this far, please leave a review or encourage updates. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 41. Purchasing incense and candles, the 2 raced down the slope, their faces alight with excitement. Peering over, they discovered that the lights in both houses were aglow. "Which audacious person dares to shatter the glass of my home?" The voice of Lai Bao's wife rang out, instantly met with a retort. "Which harbinger of misfortune throws stones at our home at night?" Lin Lao's wife chimed in angrily. Upon hearing the accusations, Lai Bao's wife became even more incensed, her voice rising in volume. "You shameless wretch, a thief, crying thief. You dare not provoke us in daylight, resorting instead to cowardly schemes at night, a cowardly scoundrel." This was not merely an indirect insult. It was a direct affront aimed at Lin Lao Air's household. Naturally, Lin Lao Air's wife was displeased, muttering about the inadequacies of sons and how some families were unable to bear male offspring at all. This remark struck a nerve with Lai Bao's wife, who had only 2 daughters. Neither seemed to mind the ruckus they were causing, their voices carrying clearly through the stillness of the night. Zhao Qin observed as the 2 families exchanged barbs across the wall of their backyards, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Ahi, let us not steal Lin Lao Air's ducks any longer. Brother, why not? Though Lai Bao's family deserved their fate, Lin Lao Air had indeed been disturbed by their antics at such a late hour. Consider that 15 yuan as our labor fee, he concluded. Brother, your reasoning is flawed. We VE provided Lin Lao Air with an opportunity for revenge. He ought to host a meal for us. Zhao Qin pondered this and found a kernel of truth in it. Eventually, it was Lin Lao Air's household that fell silent first, seemingly having realized the contents of the note. Shortly thereafter, they extinguished their lights, while Lai Bao's wife continued her tirade for several more minutes. Feeling the monotony of her solitary outburst, she too decided to retreat. Brother, let us depart. The spectacle has concluded. The 2 carried their buckets, taking a leisurely detour around the tidal flats before returning home. Once back, they refreshed themselves with a shower. Zhao Qin was utterly exhausted, having spent the day either at the office or dozing on the bus to and from the city. He resolved that regardless of his fortune the following day, he would allow himself a restful slumber. One can earn a living, but without health, what good is it? Seemingly resolved in this thought, he slept exceptionally well, not awakening until 8:30 the next morning. After washing up, he opened the system panel to find his luck value at 14,11,5. With a real-time luck value of merely 5, it seemed unlikely he would encounter any fortuitous events, so he decided to take the day off. He set out toward the dock, intending to enjoy a bowl of noodles at Peng Lao Lu's establishment. As he ambled towards the dock, passers-by, as usual, whispered behind his back. Some remarked on his inability to walk properly, while others accused him of being wasteful. In any case, there was no kind word to be heard. Zhao Qin found amusement in their chatter, not out of any peculiar inclination, but because it confirmed that his efforts to keep his affairs private had been successful. No one had yet discovered how much he had earned during this time. Qin, why are you so late today? Lao Zhu, sitting at the entrance, spotted him from afar and called out as he approached. Just woke up. Came to scrounge a bit of food. He replied casually, not lingering. I heard you were caught yesterday. What happened? The police had questions I couldn't answer, knowing I had attended university, so they drove me over to assist. You were just full of nonsense. Zhao Qin chose to disregard Lao Zhu's presence and made his way to Peng Lao Lu's residence, where he enjoyed a bowl of noodles. As he prepared to leave, Lao Lu sighed and remarked, if you wish to indulge in noodles, refrain from visiting for the next week. I must go to the city to care for the old man. Inquired Zhao Qin, what has happened to the elderly gentleman? Lao Lu responded, yesterday, my brother took him for an examination, and while the results are yet to be revealed, the doctor suggested it is likely lung cancer. Zhao Qin, lacking in the art of consolation, could only advise his companion to keep calm before taking his leave. He then wandered to his elder brother's home. Not finding his sister-in-law, he encountered a Yuan at the door, accompanied by Miao Miao. Approaching them, he playfully engaged with Miao Miao, who erupted in giggles, causing her to drool. Where are your parents? A Yuan, upon seeing him, appeared as if he had spotted a savior. My father has gone to the mountains to tend to the fruit trees, and my mother has gone to the sea. Uncle, if you have a moment, could you watch over Miao Miao? What are you thinking? You should take care of your own sister. I merely came to borrow a motorcycle. Are you headed to the town again? Zhao Qin remained silent, retreating to the backyard to retrieve the motorcycle, igniting it before departing. Upon entering the supermarket, he sought out the fragrance section, subsequently purchasing a box of pastries before proceeding to the checkout. To his astonishment, the cashier was none other than the fair-skinned girl from the acquisition station. It's you. Are you here to offer incense for the Mazu festival tomorrow? The girl, clearly recognizing him, replied, Ah, yes, do you work here? This establishment is owned by my family. Today, I'm covering for the cashier who had a family matter. By the way, your elder brother was the one selling the conch shells at the store yesterday, right? Why didn't you go? Not waiting for Zhao Qin's response, she continued, E.M. Chen Shui. May I know your name? Zhao Qin, I had something to attend to yesterday, which is why I sent my brother. He mused silently that this girl must come from a wealthy background. This supermarket, nearly 1,000 square meters, would have cost at least 100,000 to establish. That will be 16 yuan in total. Zhao Qin fished out money from his pocket to settle the bill. Just as he intended to leave, Chen Shui called out to him. She opened a refrigerator, retrieved a bottle of drink, and handed it to him, saying, "This is on me. Since you are offering incense for the Mazu festival, I can't give you a discount, but I'd like you to have a bottle of water. It's quite warm." The girl displayed quite a knack for hospitality. "No need. I can pay. Take it. It's not worth much. In the future, if you have seafood, feel free to send it to my family. My brother has his own channels for selling, so the purchase price won't be much different from the market." "Ah, so she knows I'll be selling quality goods in the city?" Sensing his confusion, Chen Shui smiled. "Yesterday, I saw you unloading 2 bags onto a small truck from a distance. Then why did you inquire why I wasn't there yesterday?" Zhao Qin felt slightly displeased, sensing the girl was teasing him. "I was merely asking to see if you would speak the truth." "Indeed, you are quite the deceiver." Zhao Qin remained silent. Observing the watermelons for sale at the entrance, he approached and casually tapped one, asking, "Are these melons guaranteed to be ripe?" "Of course. My father personally selected them. I ask you again, are these melons guaranteed to be ripe?" Zhao Qin shook his leg, repeating the question, and, after asking, he couldn't help but chuckle, leaving Chen Shui perplexed. "Rest assured, they are guaranteed to be ripe. If they aren't, you can return them." Although the distance was not far, making a round trip would still consume considerable time. "In that case, let's exchange contact numbers. When you return, should you find the produce unsatisfactory, do not hesitate to call me. Whenever you pass through the town, I will acknowledge our agreement. Is that acceptable?" Zhao Qin hesitated momentarily, but, upon noticing the other party retrieving their mobile phone, their delicate fingers poised above the keypad, awaiting his response, he ultimately relented and provided his number. Moments later, his own phone buzzed in his pocket. "Please save my number as well. If there is an abundance of seafood that proves cumbersome to transport, I can arrange for my brother to collect it." "Very well, thank you." The watermelon cost a total of over 7 yuan, and Chen Shui accepted that amount. He then boarded his vehicle, seeking out a butcher shop where he purchased some spare ribs and meat. For lunch, he planned to prepare a soup with the spare ribs, adding some kelp for flavor. Any leftover broth would serve as a base for noodles in the evening. This would conveniently address his meals for the day, as he preferred not to impose on his elder brother's hospitality daily. The surplus ribs and meat would be shared between the two families, with a portion for his brother's household and another for Ahe's. Chapter 42. Is the typhoon coming? Upon returning home and parking the motorcycle, Zhao's sister-in-law had already begun preparing dinner. She remarked, "If you need meat, just let me know what you want." Xia Rong, noticing the meat and ribs, expressed her discontent. "I went to the town to fetch some ingredients and saw that today's pork was particularly fatty, so I bought a few pounds." "Has my brother not returned yet?" "He should be back soon," replied Zhao Qin, glancing at his phone to note it was nearly 11 o'clock. He retrieved a knife from the kitchen and sliced a watermelon in half, one side larger than the other. "Sister-in-law, you keep the larger half, and I'll come by this afternoon to take the smaller half. Can I borrow your refrigerator to chill it? Are you not staying for lunch?" she inquired. "No. Ahi's grandmother has invited me several times, so I'll be dining there." Upon hearing that he would be eating at Ahi's house, Xia Rong did not press him further. He took the remaining meat home and called Ahi, asking him to come over, knowing that if he delivered it personally, the elderly lady would undoubtedly insist on serving him a meal. After cleaning the ribs, Zhao Qin noted that since the meat was fresh and had not been stored in a cold storage, it did not require blanching. He placed it directly into the pot with ginger for a quick stir-fry, then added some water to let it simmer. "Brother, what are you cooking? It smells wonderful," Ahi exclaimed as he entered the house, immediately catching the enticing aroma of meat. "Here is some leftover meat and bones for you to take back to your grandmother. Let her stew the bones so she can benefit from the broth. The elderly need their calcium." Ahi pondered aloud. "Brother, why hasn't Lin Lao Air made a sound? Did you keep an eye on him this morning?" "I merely took a casual stroll." But Lin Lao Air had already gone to work at the dock early this morning. "Surely he must have seen that letter last night," Zhao Qin replied. "Enough chatter. Take the meat back without further delay. If he hasn't seen it, then so be it. If we can't finish the meat, let your grandmother store it in my brother's refrigerator. Leaving it overnight will surely spoil in this oppressive heat. As he carried the meat, he recalled another matter. Brother, aren't we going to the sea today? Let us take a break today, rest up, and gather our strength for tomorrow's visit to Mazu. We'll decide what to do after that. After Ahi left, Zhao Qin rinsed the rice and began to cook it. In that brief moment, his shirt was already soaked with sweat. Just as he was about to curse the heavens, a sudden clap of thunder startled him, and he silently prayed for forgiveness for his earlier thoughts. Standing at the door, he noticed dark clouds gathering outside. Before long, the sky turned increasingly dim, foreshadowing an impending downpour. As he hurried to collect the clothes drying outside, the first drops of rain began to fall. Sparse, yet each drop seemed substantial, splattering on the ground and quickly evaporating. In the next instant, another drop fell, and before the previous drop could be absorbed by the earth, the rain intensified. According to the village elders, rain that falls during the scorching heat is deemed toxic and should be avoided. Zhao Qin, despite the heat, would never stand outside in a torrential downpour, though he worried whether his brother had returned home. He pulled out his phone to call, and just then, his brother informed him he had arrived home, having rushed down from the mountain at the sight of the impending rain. As the heavy rain began to pour, Zhao Qin added some rinsed kelp to the nearly finished broth. Sitting on a stool, he awaited the soup's readiness while delving into the system. Previously, he had encountered an overwhelming array of tools for beachcombing and had not explored thoroughly. However, the mere sight of fishing rods had sparked his excitement, and as he continued to sift through, he discovered even more treasures hidden within. There were drag nets, gill nets, and encircling nets, alongside various fish-attracting lamps. Of course, the merit points required for these items were exorbitantly high, often reaching 5,000 to 10,000 points. He noticed a crab trap, which was affordable at just 30 merit points each. If he were to purchase several, he could strategically place them in the mangroves during low tide, retrieving them every couple of days. While he might not catch large fish, perhaps crabs and shrimp could be plentiful. He began to contemplate his next steps. Relying solely on a shovel or sand scoop yielded a monotonous catch that would not significantly enhance his merit points. Moreover, it was exhausting, heavily dependent on the system's luck factor. With crab traps, even with less favorable luck, as long as the species had been developed by the system, he could still enjoy a steady yield, a safeguard against uncertainty. Diversifying his efforts was imperative. Otherwise, the earnings would be too slow, a crucial point to consider. However, his current merit points only sufficed to acquire a few traps, rendering the endeavor rather trivial. There was no rush. He planned to save up and purchase a larger quantity. If questioned, he would simply claim to have bought them in town. At worst, he could genuinely buy a few more to mix with those from the system. Instinctively, he scrolled further back on the panel, only to discover an entirely new section. Aquaculture. It featured options for raising chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and fish. A gentle touch summoned an explanatory box, revealing that depending on the species and quantity raised, not only could his luck increase, but his merit points could surge dramatically. His heart soared with joy at this newfound opportunity. Yet, his elation was swiftly dampened when the system informed him that the variety he had unlocked was too limited, preventing access to the aquaculture panel. Alas, patience was required. Hearing the rice cooker signal that the meal was ready, he decisively exited the system and began to feast. He ladled the soup directly from the pot and served himself a bowl of rice, diving into his meal with fervor. After dining, he cleaned the dishes, noting that a substantial amount of rice remained, eliminating the need for noodles later. A simple egg stir-fry would suffice. Outside, the rain showed no signs of abating, cascading down as if someone had pierced the heavens, and the wind seemed to intensify. Zhao Qin closed the door and reclined on his bed, digesting his meal while watching television, a rule regarding thunderstorms and television viewing he had never adhered to. Perhaps due to his youth, his sleep quality was exceptional. It wasn't long before he dozed off again. The window, not securely fastened, swung open with a bang, startling him awake. He rose to close the window, and upon opening the door, he found that while the rain had lessened, the wind had grown fiercer. It was not until evening that the wind finally calmed. He ventured out with an umbrella to his elder brother's house, feeling the tedium of solitude. Ahi, likely equally bored at home, had reportedly made his way over to this side after hearing Zhao Ping was around. Last night, he pondered. He was uncertain what had driven Lai Bao and Lin Er to stir up trouble. Even past 10 o'clock, the commotion had persisted. The neighbors. Xia Rong recounted the events of the previous night. Who emerged victorious in the quarrel? Zhao Qin replied with a smile. In a dispute, there is no real winner or loser. However, this morning, the men from both households nearly came to blows. What a calamity! Zhao Qin glanced at Zhao Ping and remarked, "Elder brother, this wind feels rather ominous. The weather forecast indicated a typhoon yesterday. Alas, I wonder if this gust will pass. Should another surge arise, the fruit on the mountain will surely be lost." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping's expression mirrored his concern. Natural disasters are beyond anyone's control, so do not dwell excessively on it. At worst, we shall work diligently in the latter half of the year to recover our losses from the sea. Zhao Ping nodded, yet his demeanor remained largely unchanged. For a farmer, witnessing the time for harvest approach only to face calamity is a source of profound distress. Qin, we must rise early tomorrow. We cannot afford to be late for the temple, Summer Rong reiterated. Zhao Qin acquiesced and, after encouraging his elder brother for a while, left with he to return home. Brother, this morning my grandmother caught 30 chicks and 20 ducklings. She says if they are well cared for, we shall have little roosters by the end of the year. Little roosters are delightful. Each weighs about 1.5 pounds, and when cooked, even the bones can be chewed to bits. Chapter 43. Unexpected at around 4 in the early morning, Zhao Qin rose to wash up and took a refreshing shower, changing into a clean set of clothes. Once prepared, he picked up a bamboo basket filled with incense and neatly arranged pastries and made his way to the Mazu temple. Mazu, the goddess of the sea, was originally constructed by the seaside in the early 1980s, and over the years, it underwent continuous repairs, sometimes funded by the villagers collectively, and at other times, by generous merchants who held reverence for her when visiting the village. Due to the auspiciousness of the day, a multitude of devotees gathered to offer incense, with some elderly members of families arriving as early as dawn. Upon his arrival, Zhao Qin encountered Ahi and his grandmother exiting with a basket. They exchanged pleasantries, and the elderly woman invited him to breakfast before departing. As he entered the courtyard, he was greeted by a dozen large incense burners designated for offerings. However, the villagers typically entered the main hall first to pay their respects to Mazu before emerging to light incense at each burner. Yet, entering the hall required standing in line, with Zhao Qin finding himself behind several individuals. If fortunate, one could exit in 3 to 5 minutes, but at times, the wait extended beyond 10 minutes, leaving him uncertain whether it was due to a guilty conscience or insatiable desires. Fortunately, the sun was not out today, and the temperature outside was moderate. In front of Zhao Qin stood a petite elderly lady, the mother of a local vendor, Old Zhang, who seemed to be in a stupor for 10 minutes after entering without any sign of movement. After a few more minutes, Zhao Qin contemplated calling for assistance, only for the little old lady to finally emerge with her empty basket, pausing at the entrance to mutter a few words behind her. At last, it was Zhao Qin's turn to enter. Being there to pay homage, he approached with utmost sincerity. He placed the pastries on a nearby altar, as each household contributed, and thus they could not all be laid before Mazu. A wooden rack had been constructed to hold the offerings, and it was customary for the elderly caretaker of the temple, Old Zheng, to distribute the pastries among the village's elders once the worshippers had finished, leaving the younger men with little hope of receiving any. Once the platter was arranged, he knelt on the mat and bowed 3 times. Rising, he retrieved 3 sticks of incense. Holding one in his left hand, he ignited it on the nearby candle. When the tip of the incense was alight, it was crucial not to extinguish it by blowing. Instead, one could either wave the incense to extinguish the flame or use the right hand to fan it out. Holding the incense, he approached Mazu and performed a bow with both hands clasped around the incense. Following the completion of the ritual, he inserted each stick into the incense burner, ensuring they stood upright without leaning, spaced no more than an inch apart to signify heartfelt devotion. Only after these acts could he kneel once more on the mat, performing a gesture of reverence before making his wishes. Ma Zu, a true deity of Taoism, could not be approached with the same reverence as one might extend to other Buddhist figures. Such a conflation would be erroneous, for their systems of belief were fundamentally distinct. O Ma Zu, before you, I dare not ask for wealth. Your benevolence is renowned. I implore you to bless my family with peace and safety, he began. Just then, two unruly children unexpectedly dashed in from outside, frolicking and causing a commotion beside the offerings, interrupting his solemn invocation. With no choice, he rose, intending to usher the children away, for this was not a place for such antics. As he rose to his feet, he noticed that one of the larger objects was swaying precariously, causing some plates to teeter on the edge of falling. Startled by the sight of the children nearby, Zhao Qin gasped and stepped forward, positioning himself to shield the child. In that instant, the entire structure collapsed, crashing down upon him and pinning him beneath the altar of the Ma Zu statue, nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, the pain did not end there. A plate fortuitously struck his forehead, causing him to nearly shed tears from the agony. The two children were utterly terrified, frozen in place, while the onlookers outside heard the commotion and rushed in to assist. As they began to lift the platform, Zhao Qin felt his consciousness beginning to fade, prompting a thought to cross his mind. Could it be that Ma Zu knew he was a reincarnated being? Was this calamity a consequence of his recent wish for safety? When he awoke again, Zhao Qin found himself in the town's hospital, with Zhao Ping and Xia Rong standing anxiously beside his bed. Zhao Ping muttered repeatedly, "Did the doctor not say it was nothing serious? Why is he still not awake? Brother, what happened?" Zhao Qin inquired as he regained clarity of his surroundings. Upon realizing he was conscious, both Zhao Ping and Xia Rong beamed with relief. Zhao Ping hurriedly asked, "Qin, do you feel any discomfort?" Xia Rong dashed out to summon a doctor, and shortly after, a doctor in his 50s entered, posing a few questions regarding his pain, dizziness, and nausea. He then advised Zhao Qin to be cautious while getting out of bed and to attempt a few steps. After observing him, the doctor concluded, "It seems there is no significant issue. If you remain concerned, you may wish to have an X-ray taken in the county, as our town lacks the necessary facilities." "No need. I'm fine, just struck on the head by a plate," Zhao Qin replied. The doctor couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "Your sincerity is commendable. It is my first encounter with someone who has fainted while praying to Ma Zu." With that, he departed. Just as Zhao Qin was about to speak, he rushed in, visibly relieved to see Zhao Qin unharmed. "Brother, how are you? I ran here as soon as I heard." "I'm fine. Who told you?" "Old Zhang was punishing his child at home, and that's how I found out. The one who knocked over the platform at the Ma Zu temple was his second child, while the other was from the local purchasing station, Old Yu's family. Now everyone is saying you shielded the Ma Zu statue from disaster." Upon reflection, Zhao Qin realized it was indeed true. Had it not been for him, the top of that high platform would have surely struck the Ma Zu statue. This thought instilled a sense of pride within him. In truth, he had only mentioned the more flattering rumors. There were women gossiping that he had committed many misdeeds, and Ma Zu could no longer tolerate his behavior, thus personally intervening to punish him. "Brother, I am fine now. Let us go home. Should we not go to the county for a checkup?" "I assure you, I am well. Let us leave." The town's health clinic was rather straightforward, and after Zhao Ping settled the payment, they were free to go without any cumbersome procedures. "Let us call for a tricycle," Zhao Ping suggested, knowing that under normal circumstances, his frugal nature would have prevented him from doing so. Shortly thereafter, they boarded the tricycle and made their way back home. During lunchtime, I casually prepared a couple of dishes to suffice my appetite. Upon arriving home, Xia Rong immediately began to busy herself with chores. Zhao Qin detailed everything that had transpired at the Ma Zu temple to his elder brother Ah, and upon hearing that he had been struck while attempting to rescue a child from the Yu family, Ah expressed his outrage. "It's nothing. I took the blow for the Ma Zu statue, so I have no regrets," he retorted. "Indeed, Ma Zu will surely bless you." Xia Rong chimed in as she entered the living room, just in time to hear Zhao Qin's remark. If Akin were to be harmed, she would feel a twinge of guilt, as it was her suggestion that prompted Akin to visit the Ma Zu temple that day. After the meal, Zhao Ping expressed his intention to explore the mountains, and Zhao Qin insisted on accompanying him. Unable to refuse, Zhao Ping reluctantly agreed to take him along. Remembering the supplies he had spotted in a nearby gully, he hurried home to fetch a bucket and a shovel. Ahe inquired about his plans and naturally decided to join as well. Just as they returned home with their equipment, a police car drove past their doorstep. "Brother, it's heading towards the village below," Ahe exclaimed with excitement. "Let's go and take a look." Chapter 44. The freshwater fish from the stream is quite good. Upon spotting the police car passing by, Zhao Qin hurriedly ran down the village with Ahe. From a distance, they saw the vehicle parked at the entrance of Lai Bao's home. As they approached, they could hear the terrified voice of Lai Bao's wife, exclaiming, "By what right do you arrest my husband? You cannot take him away." Ultimately, fear restrained her from cursing the officers. Zhao Qin and his companions did not draw closer. Standing at the door of the eldest brother's house, where Zhao Ping awaited their return. "What is this all about?" Xiao Rong inquired, perplexed. "Who knows? What on earth is happening this year? It's as if they are arbitrarily arresting people. The day before yesterday, it was a Qin, and now it's Lai Bao." Zhao Ping scratched his head in confusion. "Who knows why Lai Bao's family is involved? My uncle is innocent. Father, do not conflate the issues." Zhao Junyuan surprisingly retorted against his father. Yes. Zhao Ping instinctively nodded, but quickly realized his reaction and shot a glare at Zhao Junyuan, saying, "You are everywhere. Do you dare to argue when I speak? Yuan's not wrong. Why scold him?" Seeing her son being rebuked, Xiao Rong could no longer remain silent and chimed in. "Why is the family quarreling? While we are here to observe, why hasn't T's sister-in-law noticed that the Lin family hasn't T come out to join the commotion?" Lin Lao left early this morning with his wife and children, claiming there was some celebration at his father-in-law's house and they would be away for a few days. Zhao Qin understood. Lin Lao was quite clever, announcing his departure with great fanfare early in the morning to avoid suspicion, lingering in town until noon before reporting the incident. Why is the car heading further down? Zhao Ping wondered as the police vehicle, instead of turning back after loading Lai Bao, continued onward. "Oh, that appears to be at my uncle's house," Zhao Ping observed. Noticing the distance made it hard to see clearly. He began to run in that direction, followed closely by Ahe and then Xiao Rong, while Zhao Qin and Zhao Junyuan remained stationary. Zhao Qin took out a cigarette and lit it, and Zhao Junyuan whispered, "Uncle, this must concern you, right?" "What?" "My father said that the day you brought back crabs, only fourth grandpa witnessed it, and now fourth grandpa has also been arrested. This must be connected to you." "Enough. Do not tarnish the reputation of good people. One must speak with evidence," Zhao Qin reprimanded. "It truly is you. Rest assured, uncle, I will keep my mouth shut." He shot a disgruntled glance at the clever boy, who seemed to be almost too astute. After the police car had departed for quite some time, the three returned. "Qin, I heard it is related to some stolen crabs from the neighboring village, and that it was your uncle who instigated Lai Bao," Zhao Ping exclaimed in astonishment. "I said last time that the person who reported Qin had to be your uncle. He clearly wanted to pin the blame on Qin. If it weren't for Qin's friends from the capital, this matter would indeed be difficult to clarify," Xiao Rong said with a smile, feeling emboldened to express her thoughts. Especially since Zhao Haidong had already been apprehended, ensuring her husband's troubles were over. Alas, why must relatives be like this? Zhao Ping sighed in frustration. You consider them family, yet they do not regard you as such. Enough. Do not attempt to press your warmth against their coldness, Xiao Rong stated candidly. The way you speak is quite peculiar. Brother, sister-in-law has not spoken incorrectly. In any case, we should keep our distance from that family. You are a grounded person. Do not allow their corruption to taint your heart. Zhao Ping contemplated for a moment, nodded, and retrieved a pickaxe and a shovel from his home. Let us ascend the mountain. This matter is beyond our control. The three of them trekked upward, and as they ascended, the wind grew stronger. Brother, wasn't it said that the typhoon had passed? I heard on the news today that the typhoon has not truly arrived. It is likely to strike either tonight or early tomorrow. Alas, the pomelos are faring relatively well, but the loquats are troublesome. Zhao Qin was at a loss for words. Upon reaching the small ditch they had previously encountered, he discovered that, due to yesterday's heavy rain, the water level had risen considerably and was quite murky. Brother, I shall not go up. I will stay here with Ahe and prepare a dish. If you wish to eat fish, simply purchase one from Old Lin's collection station. These fish possess a muddy taste and are unpalatable. You carry on with your tasks. Zhao Ping, hearing this, did not dissuade him and continued on his way up the mountain with his belongings. Zhao Qin, accompanied by Ahe, followed the ditch upward, and after walking about 50 to 60 meters, he glanced to the side. Ahe, let us dig here and redirect the ditch. Brother, how shall we proceed? We shall excavate this embankment, and the soil will conveniently fill the ditch. The ditch was only 50 to 60 centimeters wide, with 2 shovels. They swiftly altered the water's course. On the other side lay an uncultivated plot, thus avoiding any flooding of neighboring lands. In recent years, the trend of labor migration has intensified, leading to an increase in uncultivated land. Many parcels lie fallow, with no one willing to cultivate them, even if offered for free. When it comes time to pay agricultural taxes, people simply spend a little money to buy grain, as land is scarce here and it does not cost much. Rice is merely 70 cents per pound, and when considering the costs of seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, and taxes, farming leaves little surplus. In Zhao Qin's previous life, things were similar. By the following year, agricultural taxes were abolished and subsidies increased, leading to a rise in those willing to cultivate the land. Once they finished their task, they sat for a while, and soon Zhao Ping descended. Brother, how is it up there? It is tolerable. There hasn't been much fruit loss. We shall see how the typhoon affects us in the next couple of days. I do not hold out much hope for the fruit. Let's hope the trees remain standing. Are you not returning? You may head back first. Zhao Ping pondered that returning would serve little purpose, so he sat aside to see what bounty might come their way. After about half an hour, the water level had been sufficiently controlled, and Zhao Qin heard the sounds of fish splashing. He dug a small pit downstream and used a bucket to siphon off the remaining water. Akin, there's a grass carp here, weighing 2 or 3 pounds. Zhao Ping felt a surge of excitement. What man does not relish the thrill of fishing and catching shrimp? While he may not enjoy eating fish, he still delighted in the act of catching them, and seeing the large one elicited an enthusiastic shout from him. Zhao Qin instructed Ahe to approach from above while he worked his way up from downstream, and together they gathered fish. The quantity of crucian carp and crayfish was abundant, and there were also quite a few eels, some burrowing into the mud, while others lay languidly in the remaining shallow water. In less than half an hour, they had collected nearly a full bucket of crayfish, amounting to around 30 pounds. The grass carp numbered merely 2, weighing collectively around 5 to 6 pounds. The yellow eel caught amounted to 7 or 8, each exceeding 3 tails. He showed no interest in the smaller ones. The remaining catch was composed of crucian carp, which were abundantly plentiful. Upon concluding their work, they decided it was best for Ahe to refrain from further fishing, as they would not be able to consume any more without waste. This catch was sufficient. The trio then began to tidy up as they made their way home. Zhao Ping took the initiative to carry the bucket of crucian carp. Qin, this must weigh 3 or 4 dozen pounds. How will we ever finish it? No worries. We can cure it in a dried fish. Dried crucian carp is quite delectable. Zhao Ping found this difficult to comprehend, as he thought it was nothing but bones and more bones. Upon arriving home, Zhao Qin retrieved 2 large basins and poured out the fish and shrimp separately, conveniently using the household water well right at the entrance. Ahe, please head to town and procure some supplies. We are lacking in various condiments. I will write a list for you. Certainly, brother. After dispatching Ahe, Zhao Qin began to process the lobsters. Due to their abundance, he decided to indulge himself by retaining only the tails, making cleaning easier and expediting the process. While he busied himself with this task, he was surprised to see that his elder brother's family of 4 had unexpectedly arrived, with Xiaorong carrying a kitchen knife and cutting board. Chapter 45. The typhoon has truly arrived. 2 wild grass carps were grilled in the evening, while the remaining crucian carp were marinated and dried, to be served later with a touch of chili sauce for steaming, a delightful accompaniment to rice. After preparing the meal, I intended to invite my elder brother and his companions to dine at home. However, upon observing their disinterest, including that of Zhao Junyuan, I decided against it. Zhao Qin also ceased to insist, asking Xiaorong to take a few eels back to cook for Yuan and Miao Miao. The locals do not kill eels, as they believe the blood is a valuable substance. Regardless, Zhao Qin is not accustomed to it. Alas, for those by the sea, river delicacies truly lack appeal. If you won't indulge, I shall relish them all. That evening, I prepared small bowls of garlic lobster and spicy lobster. As my brother and his group were not dining here, only one grass carp was cooked, while the rest were salted for preservation. The spicy dish turned out quite delectable. He was sweating profusely while devouring the food, unable to cease despite the heat. With 3 lobsters and a bottle of beer, the two enjoyed an exquisite feast. After tasting genuine wild sea bass, returning to grass carp, whether in soup or flesh, proved to be a stark contrast. He hardly touched the plate of braised fish. Fortunately, Zhao Qin had fried half of it, sprinkling some chili powder and pepper salt, which rendered it pleasantly crispy. After finishing their meal, the two tidied up, and he returned home. Zhao Qin, after a refreshing shower, lay on his bed, remembering to check his system for the day's luck value. To his relief, the real-time luck value was merely at 11. Had it been higher, he would have been filled with regret. However, he was elated to discover that the river delicacies he had caught not only increased his permanent luck value by 300, but also raised his merit points by nearly 100, bringing his total to 325. This amount could procure 10 traps, which tempted him, yet he decided to save for a bit longer. He contemplated purchasing traps in the future, realizing that without a boat, it would be troublesome. Perhaps he should inquire with his elder brother about any available second-hand boats. Even a wooden one would suffice, as he merely needed it for setting traps near the mangroves. Yes, he would have his brother ask tomorrow. Lost in these thoughts, he drifted off to sleep. In the dead of night, he was once again roused by the wind outside, which rattled the raindrops against the window pane. He intended to turn on the bedside lamp, only to discover a power outage. Never mind, the house had not collapsed, so he continued to sleep. Yet soon after, he found himself staring intently at the ceiling, genuinely worried it might be lifted away. This was his first real experience of a typhoon. Though the memories of the original owner contained such experiences, they were mere recollections, not lived moments. Though the door was secured, the wind still caused it to tremble slightly, and the windows creaked ominously. How could one sleep in such conditions? He rolled over, feeling that being outside might be safer than staying indoors. He pulled out his phone to check the time, realizing it was just past midnight. An idea struck him, and he opened the system. Upon seeing the day's real-time luck value, he swallowed hard. Oh my, 1721.72. 72 points. A historical high. The last time it was merely in the 30s, yielding nearly 20,000. With such a sum today, he could possibly reach 40,000. Now, truly excited, he imagined the flood of cash. At this moment, the typhoon seemed far less daunting. With a moment of clarity, he cleared his merit points and purchased 10 traps directly. He retrieved 2 snakeskin bags to properly prepare the fish trap before stepping outside to gauge the wind's intensity. The wind was strong, yet not fierce enough to lift a person off the ground. He deemed it manageable. All he needed to do was toss the trap into the sea, and he could collect it the following morning. Just as he contemplated this, he noticed a flashlight beam approaching from a distance, and soon, a figure drew near. "Ah Qin, why is your door open? Where are you up to?" It was Zhao Ping. The gusting winds had kept him restless at home. He worried about the fruit trees on the mountains and, of course, about Zhao Qin. The old house had seen better days, and as Zhao Qin feared, he too was apprehensive that the roof might be torn off, potentially endangering Zhao Qin with falling tiles. After much deliberation, he decided to check on him. "Brother, I bought 10 fish traps. Lao Gao mentioned that with stronger winds and waves, the fish become more valuable. I thought to set the traps in the sea, and tomorrow, once the typhoon passes, I could retrieve them." Zhao Ping, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief and refrained from inquiring about Lao Gao's identity. After a moment, he replied that it's not a good idea. The waves by the shore are over 10 meters high. The trap could easily be swept away. "It's all right. I'll be careful, Ah Qin. With waves this size, even if you manage to get the trap into the sea, you won't find it the next day." Zhao Qin pondered this and realized the truth in Zhao Ping's words. He had been rather naive. With such fierce winds, who could predict where the trap might end up? Seeing Zhao Qin set the trap down, Zhao Ping sighed in relief and said, "Grab a clean set of clothes and come back home with me. Sleep with the Yuan tonight. Don't stay here." Zhao Qin, being receptive to advice. Found a clean outfit and packed it in a convenience bag, but he still slung the 2 snakeskin bags over his shoulder. Why are you bringing that? I'll check in the morning. If the wind dies down, I'll put the trap in the sea. If it's still strong, then I won't bother. Hearing this, Zhao Ping no longer pressed the matter, taking the snakeskin bags from him and instructing him to lock the door. Brother, could you lend a hand? The door was old and equipped with a lupin pin latch that was difficult to manage alone. With Zhao Ping's assistance, they secured the latch on the other door, quickly locking it in place. Bending down, Zhao Qin tucked the key behind a brick near the door's crevice. As he turned to speak to Zhao Ping, he was met with a gust of wind, rendering him speechless. Upon arriving at Zhao Ping's home, Xia Rong, hearing the commotion, threw on a robe and felt relieved to see the two enter. There's still hot water in the thermos. You two should wash up quickly to avoid catching a cold. She then retreated to her room, soon returning with a fresh towel for Zhao Qin. While bathing, Zhao Qin suddenly recalled that water heaters had become quite common. He resolved to earn some money and install one for his brother in the future, leaving the old house for another time, perhaps once he had built a new home. After showering and changing, he made his way to a Yuan's room, where he found a young man sleeping soundly despite the tempest outside. Perhaps the comfort of being with his brother provided a sense of security, for before long, he too fell into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, while Zhao Qin was in the midst of a pleasant dream, he suddenly jolted awake, instinctively clutching his groin, ready to curse, only to quickly realize what had transpired. Just moments ago, in the midst of slumber, a Yuan inadvertently kicked his little brother, an action that left him momentarily incapacitated by a peculiar sensation. After regaining his composure, he decided to rise from his bed, and in a moment of irritation, he playfully smacked the boy's rear. To his amusement, the lad merely scratched himself and drifted back to sleep. Checking his phone, he noted the time was past 5 o'clock. Typically, daylight would have broken by this hour, yet visibility remained quite poor. Zhao Ping and his wife were still in the embrace of sleep, while Zhao Qin cautiously traversed the small courtyard to open the back door. He could feel the wind's strength, which, although still considerable, had eased since the previous night. The raindrops that fell upon him were no longer as painful, and he was able to open his eyes. "Why are you up so early?" Zhao Ping called out as he emerged to relieve himself, spotting Zhao Qin just entering the courtyard. "Brother, let us venture to the seaside." The fierce winds last night surely swept many sea treasures ashore. Chapter 46. Contracting the beach once more upon hearing Zhao Qin's desire to visit the seaside again. Zhao Ping urged him once more, "Qin, do not be deceived by the seemingly gentle breeze. The waves by the shore remain formidable. It would be prudent for us to stay at home today." Feeling somewhat disheartened, he recalled how his younger brother, previously lethargic and disinclined to venture outdoors, now exhibited an excessive eagerness. It was indeed perilous to brave the tempestuous winds at the beach. "Brother, let us not defy the waves. We can merely observe from a safe distance where the surf cannot reach us. A little caution will ensure our safety," Zhao Qin insisted. Zhao Ping shook his head resolutely, replying, "Qin, please heed my advice this time. We shall not go anywhere. Brother, the tempest last night must have stripped the fruit trees on the mountain bare, which translates to a loss of substantial revenue. The market for pomelos has been lackluster lately, fetching merely 7 to 8 dimes per pound. Yet the demand for loquats is on the rise." Discussing the fruits of the mountain brought a bitter expression to Zhao Ping's face. Zhao Qin, not wishing to exacerbate his brother's distress, continued, "Brother, we must endeavor to recover our losses. Furthermore, I protected the Mazu statue from calamity last night. I dreamt that I would discover a bounty of seafood today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so restless in the middle of the night contemplating setting traps. Surely, my recent streak of fortune is evident to you. Perhaps if we simply reach the shore, we will find an abundance of marine treasures, easily gathered with a mere bend of the back." While he did not intend to pressure his brother into accompanying him, he understood that Zhao Ping would never allow him to go alone if he opposed the idea. Hearing Zhao Qin's words stirred Zhao Ping's resolve. After all, fortune was an unpredictable entity. "Very well, let's take a look, but we must keep our distance from the water." Indeed, just a glance, Zhao Qin agreed eagerly. When Xiaorong awoke and learned of their plans, she immediately voiced her objections. The two brothers promised to remain far from the surf, and with great reluctance, she acquiesced. "What do you need the trap for?" Zhao Ping inquired, puzzled by his brother's intention to carry it. "I intend to toss it from a high spot, retrieving it once the storm has passed. If it is lost, so be it. After all, it was purchased with money." "Very well, brother, let's be off." Anticipating further admonitions from Zhao Ping, Zhao Qin shouldered the trap while gently nudging his brother out the door. Once outside, Zhao Ping took the trap from him and carried it on his own back, allowing Zhao Qin to free his hands to send a message to Ahe, requesting him to bring the bucket and sand shovel from their ancestral home, just in case they needed to dig. Although daylight had arrived, the persistent rain rendered visibility quite limited. "Which direction shall we head?" Zhao Ping asked, tilting his head in inquiry. After some contemplation, Zhao Qin concluded that they could not venture to the muddy tidal flats, and the breakwater would undoubtedly be fraught with high waves. Thus, they decided to return to the beach where they had previously dug for clams, a flat area with the least risk. As they proceeded down the path, he soon caught up with them, carrying the items they had requested. He refrained from informing his grandmother that he was going to the beach, instead claiming he was merely visiting Zhao Qin's home. "Brother, how can we possibly gather seafood with such towering waves?" he exclaimed. "We are merely coming to see if any treasures have been cast ashore by the waves. If not, we shall return. Currently, it is the fishing ban period, and with today's persistent winds, even the most industrious fishermen generally refrain from venturing out." Only Zhao Ping and Ahe remained, listening to Zhao Qin's persuasive chatter. As they approached the shoreline, Zhao Qin observed that the stone beach where the local women frequently gathered oysters had now succumbed to the rising tide, leaving only a few large stones peeking through the water's surface, their dark edges visible. The crashing waves produced a thunderous roar, propelling the surf to even greater heights. The sea, once tranquil and serene, had transformed into a tempestuous force, its azure waters now muddied with yellow hues. The route they previously navigated beneath the surface was no longer viable, yet a narrow path above still remained. As the trio ascended along this path, Zhao Qin spoke. "Elder brother, let us lower the trap here and cast it into the depths." "This is sheer folly," Zhao Ping retorted. "While they could indeed cast it, retrieving it would be another matter entirely." Zhao Qin hesitated momentarily, but resolutely asserted, "Brother, the bottom is strewn with stones. It will surely snag. Once the typhoon has passed, we can retrieve the trap." Zhao Ping chuckled cynically, bemused by the notion of finding anything, let alone recovering it later. However, he held unwavering trust in Zhao Qin, and the duo began to deploy the trap, tossing it into the sea without hesitation. Let them be. Youth often lacks prudence and seldom heeds counsel. Perhaps this experience will teach them a lesson. Though it is a shame to waste 10 traps, Zhao Ping mused, choosing to walk further ahead, preferring to avoid the spectacle. The wind had lessened somewhat, yet conversation still required proximity, for voices could hardly be heard from a distance of 2 or 3 meters. As the two completed their task, they noticed Zhao Ping waving from a short distance away, gripping a dark object in one hand, his lips moving as if he were calling out. Quickening their pace, they reached the sandy stretch where they had previously dug for clams, only to find Zhao Ping already collecting treasures from the seabed. As they drew closer, they saw him clutching several items, tossing them into a woven bag. "Goodness, more sea cucumbers!" he exclaimed in astonishment. "Have you found these before?" Zhao Ping, unable to suppress a smile, inquired. The two had indeed discovered some on their last outing near a freshwater island, but they had not brought any home, leaving Zhao Ping unaware of their previous bounty. "We've gathered a few. No time for chatter. Let us collect quickly," Zhao Qin urged, now brimming with excitement. Although there was no mass of sea cucumbers visible, their pace yielded one every couple of steps. At this rate, they could amass 100 pounds. "How much did you sell them for last time?" "They should fetch a higher price than sandworms. We are truly striking gold today," Zhao Ping remarked, glancing up at the distant Mazu temple. Could it be that Mazu had manifested her grace, aware that a Qin had shielded her from disaster, thus bestowing her blessings? Yet, the next moment, he bent down to continue gathering, feeling fortunate that he had heeded Achin's advice to come. Had they waited for the typhoon to pass entirely, even if the entire beach were filled with these treasures, they would have missed the opportunity to collect them. Can it be sold for more than abalone? The abalone fetched nearly 20,000 yuan, and if this time it can sell for another 20,000, along with the previous earnings from beachcombing, it would compensate for the losses incurred from the fruit harvest on the mountain. The more I pondered, the more exhilarated I became, and my smile grew ever broader. Brother, how did you know there would be treasures by the seaside today? He excitedly inquired while gathering his finds. It was a divine revelation from Mazu. Zhao Qin casually replied. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon a sizable shell, conical in shape like a common snail, yet distinguished by its long, hard-shell tail. He recognized it immediately, for its resemblance to a horn led to its name, the conch, a rare delicacy known scientifically as the fragrant shell. Upon picking it up, he was delighted to discover it contained meat, quite a substantial amount, at least a pound. He raised it before Zhao Ping, exclaiming, "Brother, look, a conch." Zhao Ping glanced over, equally thrilled. Goodness, what a specimen! This creature typically dwells in deeper, sandy, muddy seabeds, rarely seen along the shore. It must be that a typhoon has washed them ashore. Chapter 47. The Madness of Foraging. I, too, have discovered treasure. Shortly thereafter, Ahe excitedly raised a conch shell. As we turned back, Zhao Qin looked up and noticed that Ahe had ventured into water that reached his calves, while in the distance, a formidable wave approached. He immediately shouted in alarm. Ahe, ever obedient, clutched the conch and made his way toward the shore. Halfway there, the wave crashed against him, yet due to the beach's gentle slope, the wave diminished significantly by the time it reached him, though it drenched him from head to toe, causing him to stagger slightly. Do not venture further, Zhao Ping scolded, and Ahe wiped the seawater from his face, acknowledging his brother's command. Zhao Qin mused to himself, realizing that he had underestimated the situation. A rope would have been invaluable, allowing the three of them to tether together so that if one were knocked down by the wave, the others could swiftly pull him back. Yet, gazing at the bounty on the beach, he could not bear the thought of leaving. Look at what I have, Zhao Ping exclaimed, holding up a large sea cucumber. Its weight impressive, approximately half a pound. Zhao Qin did not fully catch his brother's words, but the joy on his face and the size of the sea cucumber allowed him to infer the excitement. None of the three lit a cigarette, not out of forgetfulness, but rather due to the strong wind and light rain, which had likely rendered the cigarettes in their pockets damp. You're risking your life. Old Zhang, who sold marinated dishes, lived not far from there. Early in the morning, he discovered that several ducks had gone missing and, braving the wind, came out to search for them. Upon reaching a higher vantage point, he spotted 3 figures by the sea and approached. Having called out several times without being heard due to the wind, he cautiously made his way to the shore. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Zhao Qin toss a dark object into a bucket, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Holy cow, it's a sea cucumber. With that, he tossed aside the stick he was holding and bent down to pick one up. Old Zhang, lunch is on me. The trio did not hinder Old Zhang from foraging, although they felt a twinge of annoyance. Zhao Qin, who was closest, remarked curtly, all right, take whatever you want, just hurry up. Old Zhang was even more enthusiastic than he was. Lacking any container, he repeatedly placed the sea cucumbers he gathered on the higher sand. Zhao Ping, witnessing this, produced a snakeskin bag and offered it to him. Brother, how many bags did you bring? Aside from the 2 bags intended for traps. Zhao Qin had seen his brother bring another bag before their departure, initially believing it to be just one. However, he was surprised to see him pull out 3 or 4. You claimed you wouldn't come prepared, yet you seem exceedingly well equipped. Zhao Ping chuckled awkwardly, but said nothing, lowering his head to continue foraging. In truth, there were still plenty of oysters, clams, and an abundance of large moon snails. Yet Zhao Qin and Ahe had no interest in anything but the sizable sea snails. Zhao Qin's bucket was already filled with sea cucumbers and snails, several of the conchs being quite substantial. While he transferred the contents of his bucket into the snakeskin bag, he glanced at the system panel and noted that his merit points had risen to 125, likely due to the conchs and oysters collected. Surprisingly, His real-time luck value had decreased from 72 to 68, a mere drop of 4 points. There was still great potential ahead. The sea cucumber's substantial size is attributed to the forces of nature, ensuring that no matter how many are collected, one's fortune remains untapped. Just as Ahi's bucket was filled, he ascended to unload his catch, while Zhao Qin assisted in propping open the mouth of his snakeskin bag. With 2 buckets emptied, the 2 men disregarded the need for rest and plunged back into the fray. Old Zhang, observing that there were 3 of them while he was alone, felt an envious pang. However, he was powerless to act. During his search for ducks, the rain had fallen, and he had neglected to bring his phone. Now, wishing to inform his family, he found himself unable to do so. The thought of returning to summon help was equally unappealing, for he feared that the bounty by the sea would vanish if he left. So he resolved to stay and gather more for himself. With old Zhang's presence, Zhao Qin and the others shed their previous lethargy, driven by the fear that old Zhang might outpace them in collection, which spurred them into greater diligence. "Hey, do you have any water?" Ahi inquired, licking his lips. Although they were near the water's edge, who would dare drink the sea? Zhao Qin smacked his forehead, having completely forgotten about it. The waves were still quite formidable, but the rain had ceased. He pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone, carefully wrapped in a plastic bag from his pocket. Unwrapping it, he dialed the landline at his elder brother's house. "Sister-in-law, we're at the beach on the east side of the village. Bring a jug of water quickly. Take the little path up," he nearly shouted, fearing the wind would carry his voice away, while Summer Rong's response was lost on him. Old Zhang glanced enviously at his phone, and Zhao Qin, well aware of his thoughts, decisively stated, "No, I won't lend it to you. Don't even think about it." How was he planning to ask? Old Zhang chuckled awkwardly. "Trust you? That essay stretch." It was vital to keep their numbers few. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for them. He contemplated having his sister-in-law join them, hoping that an additional pair of hands might yield more fines. Aware that if old Zhang had discovered them, others could too, Zhao Ping proved to be the most capable. In nearly 2 hours, he had nearly filled a snakeskin bag on his own. His method of collection differed from Zhao Qin and Ahi. He picked up whatever he encountered. Unlike the latter two, who selectively chose only the finest and most expensive items. "Brother, look what I found," Ahi exclaimed, holding aloft a large conch shell. Zhao Qin glanced over to see Ahi proudly presenting a shell that was significantly larger than his own head, its color a rich brownish yellow, reminiscent of a ripe papaya. "Wow, what a colossal coconut shell. It must weigh 5 or 6 pounds. Zhao Ping remarked joyfully, casting a glance at Ahi. "Ahi, stop showing off and keep collecting, or old Zhang will snatch it all," Zhao Qin urged. Upon hearing this, old Zhang felt as if he had been forced to swallow a mouthful of bitter herbs. "You 3, while I am alone, how can you utter such words?" He lamented internally. Resigned to his fate, he chose not to argue, fearing that Zhao Qin might devise a scheme that would ensnare him. Indeed, many villagers held a similar impression of Zhao Qin, resenting him while fearing to offend him. Previously, during the conflict between the wives of Lai Lin's family, it had been rumored that he was the mastermind behind it. Initially, some had doubted this, but when 2 men publicized his dealings at the mango factory, consensus formed among the villagers to avoid crossing him in the future. Zhao Qin, oblivious to old Zhang's inner turmoil, would undoubtedly have dismissed his concerns, thinking, "What business is it of mine?" On his way, Xia Rong lamented about the blustery weather, expressing discontent with the chaos it brought, fearing that the tumultuous waves might sweep someone away. However, upon approaching the scene, he was pleasantly surprised to see them collecting items from shore and tossing them into buckets. "Is that sea cucumber?" Zhao Ping straightened his back and chuckled in acknowledgement before bending down to continue his work. Noticing his sister-in-law's arrival, Zhao Qin immediately seized the water bottle and took a hearty swig. He had no desire to drink after someone else. Once satisfied, he passed it to Ahi. The moment Xia Rong relinquished the water bottle, he bent down almost instinctively, muttering about old Zhang's presence. Old Zhang, feeling quite dejected, wondered why, despite being known as a good-natured man in the village, he suddenly seemed to irk everyone around him. Chapter 48. The crowded beach. After advancing for over 200 meters, Xia Rong found it necessary to stay behind to guard the 2 large snakeskin bags filled with goods. Meanwhile, Zhao Qin and the others continued their journey along the beach. As they walked and collected, they traversed a distance of at least 2 kilometers. This stretch of beach had already extended beyond the village's borders. Yet, as the saying goes, the sea belongs to the collective, and anyone can gather from it. Occasionally, tourists from afar would be chided by locals, who would declare that the beach was part of the village, daring them to challenge a local. However, as they ventured further east, the 4 of them noticed a dwindling supply of goods. Zhao Qin began to gather various shells, spending minimal luck value while still managing to accumulate some merit points. Ahead, a massive rock jutted out from the shoreline, obstructing the beach. The expressions of disappointment were palpable among the 4, for this colossal stone not only blocked their path, but also hindered their prospects of fortune. Big brother, you stay here and continue collecting. I will climb up with he to see if there's a way around the rock, one of them suggested. Just as they were about to ascend in search of a route, Lao Zhang interjected, let us head back. Faced with the puzzled gazes of the 3, Lao Zhang sighed and explained, unbeknownst to us, we have already reached Jinzhong village. I have been here before. Beyond this rock lies a steep cliff where one cannot find footing. Upon hearing this, disappointment deepened on their faces, though they trusted Lao Zhang's judgment. Zhao Qin glanced at his phone. Having set out at around 6 in the morning, it was now nearly 2 in the afternoon. The passage of time seemed to awaken his body's functions, and the hunger he had ignored since breakfast suddenly made itself known. Brother, I'm hungry, he remarked, patting his stomach. Zhao Qin turned to Zhao Ping, big brother, let us head back. Sister-in-law is here, and Yuan and Miao Miao are at home without food. Though Zhao Ping appeared regretful, he nodded in agreement. Zhao Qin then looked back at Lao Zhang, who had managed to fill nearly a bag on his own. Like Zhao Ping, he would gather anything that resembled valuable goods, and it was estimated that he had at least 20 to 30 pounds of sea cucumbers. Huh, I've made a small fortune following you, Lao Zhang chuckled, noticing Zhao Qin's gaze on his bag. 2 pig trotters, a pair of ears, and, of course, a pig heart as well, he added generously. Though he was typically frugal, Zhao Qin had no leverage over him. Lao Zhang was aware that he truly benefited from the presence of Zhao Qin and his brothers. Had they not been collecting below, he would never have ventured this way. Having been in business for a long time, and with Zhao Qin and he frequently weighing vegetables, he regarded it as a return of favor to a loyal customer. From a distance, Zhao Qin spotted a crowd gathered around Xiao Rong, who was frantically reclaiming the sea goods from their hands, still talking animatedly. What the hell? Zhao Qin exclaimed, rushing towards them, with he trailing closely behind, while Zhao Ping was the last to notice. As they approached, Zhao Qin saw Xia Rong hurriedly snatching back the items from their grasp, and he even noticed a woman stealthily stuffing 2 sea cucumbers into her pants. At that moment, he realized that Ahei's grandmother had also arrived, assisting Xia Rong in fending off their hands. How dare you attempt such blatant theft? He bellowed as he approached. This shout seemed to awaken everyone from their avarice, causing them to reluctantly set down the seafood they clutched, sheepishly insisting they were merely observing. Some made ungracious remarks. After gathering so much, are we not even allowed to look? They continued, even if we merely glance, it won't cost you a thing. You are so miserly. Look here. If you wish to see, gaze at your own. Ahei, more ferocious than Zhao Qin, began to curse while brandishing a sand shovel from the bucket in his hand, swinging it near the 2 bags, prompting the crowd to hastily retreat. You merely got lucky. What is so impressive about that? With such a miserly attitude, you'll never prosper. Zhao Qin observed the woman making these remarks. She was a villager's wife, married to Zhong Yongping, a sailor known for his honesty. However, her reputation was far from stellar, as she was known to take petty advantages, and it was rumored that her relationship with the village's old bachelor, Old Lu, was questionable, with some even suggesting that her children were not Zhong Yongping's. After uttering her words, the woman turned to leave, but Zhao Qin intercepted her, saying, "Hold on a moment. Hand over those 2 sea cucumbers from your pocket." The woman was taken aback, but retorted defiantly, "Who took your sea cucumbers? Don't slander me. Sister-in-law, you should search her. I saw her stuffing 2 into her pocket from afar." Xiao Rong, already seething with anger, stepped forward without hesitation, But Ahe's grandmother was even quicker, advancing to seize the woman's arm. You are assaulting and bullying us. The Zhao family is taking advantage of their numbers. The woman, in response, plopped down on the beach, scattering sand and creating a scene. Everyone stood by, captivated by the spectacle. At that moment, no one was inclined to assist her. Meanwhile, old Zhang's wife, unable to wait at home for her husband's return, had also come, delighted to see her own bounty and grinning widely. Xiaorong found herself in a quandary, but Ahe's grandmother would not indulge the woman. Despite being 63 years old, she was spry, bending down to pin the woman to the sand, and began searching her. Seeing this, Xiaorong rushed to assist. Before long, they discovered 5 sea cucumbers hidden on the woman. Shout again, and I swear I will report you. These people are witnesses and will see you spend a few days in the detention center. Zhao Qin shouted once more, noticing that she continued her tirade. Yes, we can testify. Old Zhang's wife chimed in first. Faced with this, the woman had no choice but to rise and flee towards the village, proclaiming that the matter was not over. Zhao Qin's gaze swept over the others, prompting them to pat their pockets in self-defense. We are not incapable of gathering. And while observing your goods, who knows how many we could have picked up. Although we've gathered once, the waves are still rolling in. The waves were indeed powerful. And he added, let it be known, should any issues arise, do not blame us. I suggest you all return home to rest. His words seemed to resonate with the crowd, prompting them to disperse, while they disregarded the latter part of Zhao Qin's statement as mere background noise. The thoughts of those around us are unfathomable, as they surround us without offering any help. Ahi grumbled, casting a few more bits into the bag, which now contained 3 sacks. Brother, Ahi and I will keep watch here. You and your wife should return first. Take the cart up the hill, and let your wife prepare some food. Simply deliver the dishes to old Zhang's house. He won't utter a word. He then turned to the elderly lady, saying, Granny, you needn't cook lunch. Gather with my brother's family for a meal and lend a hand in sorting the goods. All right, I shall assist you with the collection. She replied, seeing that everything was arranged clearly. Zhao Ping ceased his chatter and headed home with the cart. In that brief moment, more villagers began to flock toward this direction. Zhao Qin was right. Although it was not as bountiful as before, it was still possible to stumble upon a few treasures. And finding a pound of sea cucumbers could fetch a handsome sum, equivalent to a day's labor for someone else. In the time it took for the brother to return with the cart, the entire beach had become bustling with people. Chapter 49. Opening the conch, Zhao Qin opened the system panel, and to his astonishment, he discovered that his harvest from the morning had consumed less than 20 points of real-time luck value. Presently, there remained 53 points of real-time luck, suggesting that he had yet to encounter the system-designated items. Scratching his head, he pondered what these designated items could be. Observing the throngs of people on the beach, he realized that even if he spotted something, it would likely be snatched away by them. At that moment, the wind seemed to have calmed somewhat, and Zhao Qin could still hear their exclamations of joy, as if they had stumbled upon treasures. But he looked at them with a disdainful snort, clearly unimpressed by their naive enthusiasm. When Zhao Ping arrived, he had thoughtfully brought a pack of cigarettes. The two lit one, taking a deep drag, relishing the sensation after several hours of restraint. The 3 of them took turns lifting the 3 snakeskin bags onto the vehicle before hurrying home. Once home, Zhao Qin and He felt too fatigued to move, while Zhao Ping insisted they rest, taking all the bags to the backyard himself. Only then did he feel a sense of security, knowing that these treasures were now his. Has Miao Miao been starving? Zhao Qin inquired, noticing his sister-in-law bustling about. The little girl is asleep. A Yuan noticed we weren't back and made her a boiled egg, replied Zhao Ping. Zhao Qin chuckled as he saw a Yuan squatting in the backyard, watching his father sort through the seafood. Look at you, all grown up. Now you can boil eggs. He teased. After a short rest, they brought a small stool to the backyard to assist in sorting. As they emptied the 3 large bags, the seafood piled up like a small mountain, and a smile returned to Zhao Qin's face. The morning's efforts had not been in vain. We should select 2 sizes of sea cucumbers. Their dimensions likely affect the price, Zhao Ping suggested. You don't need to help. I can manage it. You 2 should go home, shower, and change before coming back, the elderly lady remarked, her hands never ceasing their work even as she spoke. Zhao Qin glanced at his damp clothes and realized that was not suitable, prompting him to turn to he. Let us go. We'll take a quick shower and change. The trip was swift, taking merely 10 minutes for a round trip. Upon returning, Zhao Qin resumed assisting and asked Zhao Ping, Brother, does anyone have a large scale? The old Zhang family has one. I borrowed it while picking up the dishes. Goodness, old Zhang collected 27 pounds of sea cucumbers. He must have already taken them to the dock. That should yield at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan, Zhao Ping replied, excitement in his voice. When I went to fetch the marinated dishes, it was a breeze. His wife, usually stingy, surprisingly let me take more this time. Xiao Rong bustled back and forth, her ears tuned to the conversation in the backyard. Upon hearing Zhao Qin's inquiry about the scale, she chimed in, That doggone old Zhang thinks he loses out whenever he provides a meal of marinated dishes. He muttered a curse under his breath. Enough, he gathered those himself. Sharing food is a sign of decency, so we shouldn't speak ill of him behind his back. The elderly lady gently patted a he on the head. In truth, noodles could be prepared more quickly, but the staple here is rice. When one is ravenously hungry, it feels unsatisfying to eat noodles. Zhao Qin picked up the largest conch he had found, weighing it in his hand. It was his catch, weighing perhaps over 2 pounds. Brother, do you think there might be pearls inside this large one? Zhao Ping shook his head, asserting that there was nothing within. He then pointed to the large conch shell that he had picked up, mentioning that it was rumored to contain something precious known as the Malay pearl, which was quite valuable yet exceedingly rare. Shall we open it and see? He proposed. If you want to, go ahead, Zhao Kun replied, momentarily taken aback by his brother's unusual willingness, without any mention of saving it for profit. The meat is quite tough and not worth much. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Zhao Ping smiled awkwardly and offered an explanation. Zhao Kun was eager to open it because he was uncertain where today's stroke of luck might land. It could very well be on the pearl within the conch. Uncle, may I have the empty shell once you're done? A yuan, having heard about opening the conch, suddenly thought about the shells, though he secretly longed for the sound conch shell but dared not voice it. It's a simple task. I want to be the one to open it. Once I finish, I'll have your father do it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping stood up, retrieved a piece of iron wire from the edge of the courtyard, twisted it a few times, and used its sharp end to hook onto the exposed conch meat. He then bent the other end into a hook, hanging it on a stake against the wall. Is this sufficient? Zhao Kun asked in astonishment. It may be slow, but it's the most efficient method. The conch meat will gradually emerge from its shell without damage, Zhao Ping explained as he resumed sorting through the shells. Dinner is ready. I've simply stir-fried some greens and made a soup. Let us eat first. I imagine you're quite famished. Rising to wash his hands, he realized he was indeed hungry, having eaten nothing since morning. Let us start with some soup to moisten our throats and nibble on the vegetables. Don't rush the rice. It's easy to choke. The elderly lady advised against them serving themselves rice. Heeding her counsel, they each ladled a bowl of soup and then took a pig trotter to gnaw on while sipping the broth. Zhao Kun devoured 3 bowls of rice, yet still felt unsatisfied. However, he refrained from serving himself more rice and opted for another helping of soup, sipping it slowly. Kun, will you bring these to the market to sell? Zhao Kun instinctively nodded, but upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary. Not only was the journey to the market quite the hassle, but previously he had been concerned about being seen and discussed by others. This time, however, it was likely the whole village was already aware of their find, leaving little to hide. I'll make a call to inquire. He first contacted Mr. Liu, who collected crabs in the city, to inquire about the market price for sea cucumbers. After a brief wait, Mr. Liu returned his call after gathering the information. He then dialed Chun Shue's number, which rang twice before she answered, her voice laced with playfulness and laughter. Zhao Kun, you're not buying unripe melons, are you? No. I've gathered quite a lot of sea cucumbers today. I wanted to ask if your brother is interested in buying? Isn't there a typhoon coming? You all went to the shore anyway. How much did you get? Over 100 jin, all wild, with sizes ranging from 1 to 2 yang. Chun Shui asked him to hold on, and soon there was a hurried sound of her descending the stairs, followed by her excitedly calling for her brother. Moments later, Chun Dong's voice came through the receiver, Brother, do you really have over 100 gene? It should be. I'm sorting them now, and there are quite a few sound conchs as well. What price are you looking at? Chen Dong was contemplating a quotation when Chen Shui softly reminded him that Zhao Qin had connections in the city. After a brief moment of reflection, he proposed a highly reasonable price. The price is acceptable, Mr. Chen. Might I trouble you to collect it in person? I only have a cart, and it would take over half an hour to transport it myself. Upon ending the call, Zhao Qin met the gazes of those around him and remarked with a smile, "They will come to collect around 4 o'clock this afternoon." Although everyone was eager to inquire about the price per pound, they hesitated, feeling it might be too forward. Soon, they completed the sorting process. Using a large scale, they found that there were not many items over 2 taels, totaling only 51 pounds and 6 taels. The quantity below 2 taels amounted to 103 pounds and 3 taels, while the conch weighed in at 33 pounds. The more abundant sea oysters totaled 79 pounds and a half, and miscellaneous items added up to over 40 pounds. After nearly 6 hours of work, the three of them gathered approximately 300 pounds of goods. Yet, Zhao Qin remained troubled, pondering where his luck had truly landed today. The coconut snail had already opened, yielding nothing but the snail meat, which was quite frustrating. Chapter 50. News from Jin Shaogong after distributing the goods. Zhao Qin felt somewhat drowsy. Although he and T stayed up late the previous night, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of today, as luck, and had not slept well. He had risen early, around 5 o'clock. Glancing at the clock on his elder brother's mantle, he noted it was nearly 4. He estimated that Chen Dong would soon arrive to collect the goods, so he didn't dare to fall asleep. He took out a cigarette and lit it to invigorate himself. Xiao Rong occasionally stood at the door, peering out and muttering about the delay. "Qin, do they know our village? Should we ask your brother to go to the town to greet them?" After standing at the door for the 3rd time, Xiao Rong expressed her impatience. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping eagerly agreed and rose to fetch the motorcycle. Zhao Qin grabbed his brother's arm, urging him to sit back down. "Sister-in-law, they must know our village. Even if they aren't aware of our exact residence, they can always ask around." "Is that a motorcycle coming?" Xiao Rong exclaimed, noticing a motorcycle approaching from the distance. Her excitement mingled with uncertainty. Sure enough, moments later, the motorcycle halted in front of their home, but it was not Chen Dong who dismounted. It was Jin Shaogong. Officer Jin, what brings you here?" "Come in quickly," Zhao Qin greeted with a smile as he stood up to welcome him. Jin Shaogong chuckled and replied, "You mentioned it was fine to drop by, so I took a day off today. I'll have dinner at my aunt's house tonight. Since I was passing by your village, I thought I'd stop in for a visit." He gestured at his attire. "I'm not in uniform, as I came casually. It was merely a jest. You're always welcome, regardless of your attire. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea." Jin Shaogong waved his hand dismissively, signaling him not to fuss. After a brief exchange of glances, Zhao Qin led him to the backyard. "Officer, do you have something to discuss? Let us drop the formalities. Call me Shaogong or Ugong, and I'll refer to you as a Qin. We are of similar age, so let's not adhere to brotherly titles." Zhao Qin was indifferent and pulled out a cigarette, which Jin Shaogong declined. "Qin, you are aware that yesterday we apprehended Lai Yuwei and Zhao Haidong from your village, correct?" Zhao Qin nodded. Lai Yuwei, known for his notorious reputation, had been penalized for overpopulation, unable to pay the fine. The village had taken a bag of grain from his household, hence his nickname, Lai Yibao. Now that the situation is clearer, I can share this without breaching protocol. The individual who reported you was Zhao Haidong, quite ironically, a thief calling out a thief. Zhao Qin was taken aback. He had merely written a letter to irritate Zhao Haidong, but now it seemed there was a genuine issue at hand. "Zhao Haidong is my cousin. How could he be involved?" Zhao Haidong would certainly deny any wrongdoing. Yet Lai Yuwei insisted that he had learned about the crab sales in the neighboring village from Zhao Haidong, who had promised a 70-30 split after the sale. What is the current state of affairs? Zhao Qin was perplexed about whether his cousin was indeed involved, or if Lai Yuwei was merely attempting to shift blame. If his cousin was complicit, his letter could be seen as an inadvertent stroke of luck. According to Lai Yuwei, he had only stolen a total of over 100 pounds, yet the original owner adamantly claimed a loss of 260 pounds of crabs. I surmised that the owner, perhaps fearing our lack of seriousness, exaggerated the quantity of losses incurred. However, this matter is indeed beyond verification, as both individuals have tarnished hands and thus deserve their fate. Is compensating the other party sufficient? Zhao Qin inquired. It is not that simple. Each of them must compensate for the 260 jin of goods, and additionally, each should face a fine of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, perhaps even a 3-day detention to instill a lasting lesson. However, this is merely a preliminary intention, for our office only possesses the authority to impose fines of up to 500 yuan. Therefore, the director intends to escalate the matter to a higher authority. Zhao Qin understood, naturally refraining from disclosing specific regulations. I merely passed by this time, intending to brief you on the situation. My previous haste was unwarranted, for the moment. Do not publicize this, as it has yet to be finalized. Rest assured, he added. After concluding their discussion, Jin Xiaogong prepared to depart, but Zhao Qin, noticing the seafood in the bucket, called him back. He retrieved a convenient bag and filled it with approximately 10 jin of oysters. He hesitated to offer anything more expensive, fearing it might impose pressure on the recipient. What is this? I cannot accept it, Jin Xiaogong protested. Your family is gathering for dinner tonight. It is only fitting to bring an additional dish. Let it be known that my gesture is not motivated by your status, but rather by our camaraderie as brothers and friends. Upon hearing this, Jin Xiaogong smiled and nodded. All right, if it is from a brother, I shall accept it. After escorting him to the door and watching him right away, Zhao Qin returned indoors. Brother, has there been news from Lai Bao? He inquired with a hint of excitement on his face, while Xiao Rong and Zhao Ping cast curious glances. Yes, it is likely that they are indeed responsible. Lai Bao has already confessed. Now, it remains to be seen how this will be handled, he replied vaguely. I knew that family was devoid of integrity. They even caused you to make a trip to the office, Xiao Rong remarked. Zhao Ping, meanwhile, sat in silence, sighing repeatedly, lamenting how a good life could be disrupted by such greed. Is this Zhao Qin's residence? A person at the door inquired, and as soon as the question was posed, Zhao Qin stood to greet him, smiling. You're not late. Not at all. I appreciate your effort in coming here. This is my elder brother's home. The visitor was Chun Dong, who had not been heard arriving due to the commotion outside. Before they could enter the courtyard to inspect the goods, another individual entered. Zhao Qin, I came with my brother to visit. Are the watermelons ripe yet? Indeed. Not only are they ripe, but they are also exceptionally sweet. I will visit the entrance of your supermarket soon to help promote them. Please have a seat. Chun Shui chuckled, covering her mouth at Zhao Qin's playful banter. Upon seeing the young woman who had just entered and noticing her familiarity with the Qin, Xiao Rong's eyes lit up as he scrutinized her. She stood around 165 meters tall, with a delicate appearance and fair skin, quite rare for a girl from the seaside. Her figure was pleasingly full, and she exuded an air of gracefulness. You must be a friend of Zhao Qin's. Please come in and sit down, Chun Shui said, glancing at Zhao Qin as if inquiring about the identity of the speaker. This is my sister-in-law. Greetings, sister-in-law. My family runs a purchasing station in town. The conch that this gentleman brought last time was sourced from our place, she added, gesturing towards Zhao Ping. Seeing the other party so unreserved, Xiao Rong felt an even greater delight and approached to take Chun Shui's arm, urging her to sit down. Meanwhile, Chun Dong sensed something was amiss, yet he could not identify the issue at that moment. Just then, Zhao Qin pulled him to inspect the goods, effectively redirecting his attention. Good heavens, is there truly this much? The moment Chun Dong beheld the merchandise, his eyes sparkled with evident excitement. He first glanced at the sea cucumbers, casually selecting 2 from the basket to weigh in his hands. Have we made the right choice? We are merely estimating, but rest assured, there will undoubtedly be several weighing 2 liang within, and while I cannot claim there are none weighing 1 liang among those weighing 2, they are certainly rare. This is not our first business transaction. The last time, you were so meticulous in selecting I trust you. As Chun Dong spoke, he turned his gaze with uncontained joy towards the conch, which varies greatly in price. If it is small, it might be worth only 40 to 50 yuan per jin. Yet for one weighing 2 jin, it would certainly exceed 180 yuan. Chapter 51. Chun Dong was quite pleased. After inspecting the goods, He turned to Zhao Qin and said, "Brother, you truly have an eye for quality. Could you share what goods you brought from the city last time?" Zhao Qin pondered for a moment, deciding there was no need for secrecy. He revealed, "I brought back abalone, with 2 heads weighing around 30 pounds, and the rest were somewhat smaller, totaling less than 200 pounds. Chen Dong's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. "What, 30-plus pounds for 2 heads?" After a moment of contemplation, he expressed his regret. "Rest assured, my channels are even better than those in the market. As long as the goods are good, we can negotiate the price later. Let's handle today as transaction first, and I will call you when I have more quality goods." "Sound good." Chen Dong retrieved an electronic scale from his vehicle, and as soon as they entered the house, Zhao Ping promptly took it and moved it to the backyard. "We will weigh the sea cucumbers according to your selection," Chen Dong instructed, pointing to the conch. "Divide these into 3 categories, under 1 pound, 1 to 2 pounds, and over 2 pounds. Zhao Ping nodded and began sorting. It was a straightforward task with only about 40 pieces in total. After weighing the sea cucumbers, Zhao Qin noticed the weights were consistent with his previous measurements, which eased his mind. He had been apprehensive that Chen Dong might adjust the price while weighing. Once everything was weighed, Chen Shui recorded the weights, confirming each with Zhao Qin. Aside from the sea clams, which he had gifted to Jin Shaogong, the rest were quite consistent. "The miscellaneous items can be kept for our own consumption. They are reasonably priced," Chen Dong remarked, observing the last basket of goods, which included several varieties, most of which were inexpensive, with only a few scallops being pricier. The mussels, although sizable, were very low in price, making it difficult for him to calculate a fair total. "All right, we will keep those," Zhao Qin agreed. Next came the accounting. Xiao Rong and the others had been anxiously waiting, as Zhao Qin had yet to announce the prices. They all perked up their ears to hear Chen Dong quote the unit prices. For sea cucumbers over 2 taels, the price was 135 yuan per pound, which certainly did not reach the price previously paid by Mr. Yi, but it was still acceptable. For those under 2 taels, the price was 80 yuan per pound. The prices for the conch in 3 categories were 180, 100, and 55 yuan, while the sea clams were a bargain at 9 yuan per pound. Chen Shui retrieved a calculator from the vehicle and, after some calculations, announced the total price as 19,013 yuan. Zhao Qin proactively suggested rounding it down. Chen Dong opened the pouch tied around his waist and pulled out 2 bundles of cash, first handing 1 bundle to Zhao Qin, then extracting 1,000 yuan from the other and passing the remainder over. "Brother, you and he help carry the goods to Mr. Chen's vehicle. Don't worry about the baskets. We can collect those on another trip to the town." As they began moving the goods, Zhao Qin started counting the money. Outside, onlookers noticed them transporting goods and began to engage, realizing Chen Dong was the one receiving the products. Upon inquiring about the prices, Chen Dong quoted the sea cucumber prices, each 10 yuan lower than before, which excited the villagers, as it was still higher than what they received at the village dock. "Don't leave. We have gathered some. There will surely be more soon." Zhao Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, momentarily forgetting this matter. He could sell whatever he had gathered wherever he pleased, but if he involved the villagers and let Chen Dong take them, it would surely create enmity with several collection stations at the village dock. After all, cutting off someone's livelihood is akin to taking their life. "I'm sorry, we only accept bulk goods. Anything under 200 jin I cannot take. Your village has a dock, let them handle it." Chen Dong smoothly set a threshold, refusing to accept the villagers' small quantities. Naturally, if someone from the village brought small items to the town, he would accept them, but to seize these small goods from the villagers would be utterly unethical. "Why is your collection process like this? We have plenty to offer," one villager complained. "I find it troublesome. My apologies," Chen Dong replied, glancing at Zhao Qin, confirming that the payment was settled. He then started the engine, intending to return to town. Chen Shui waved at Zhao Qin and climbed into the passenger seat, watching as the vehicle turned away. The villagers peered in, chuckling. "Ah, Ping, you all made quite a profit this time. Uncle Luo, come in for a glass of water?" Zhao Qin invited, attributing their good fortune to the divine protection of Ma Zhu, as he had helped avert disaster just the day before. No, I still want to check the beach," old Luo grumbled as he left, lamenting why it wasn't him who got struck yesterday. After finishing his sales, Zhao Qin suddenly realized the value of sea cucumbers. How had he not thought to keep a few, even if he wouldn't consume them? He had two younger ones to consider. However, he had no desire to rush to the seaside and join the villagers in their scavenging, especially since he had already gathered more than most of the village combined. Qin, how do you know that girl? His sister-in-law inquired as soon as they sat down. I sold goods at her house a couple of times. Oh, and her family owns the supermarket in town. I happened to run into her when I bought incense and pastries last time, he explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rong swallowed her thoughts, revealing a hint of regret on her face. She hadn't anticipated that the girl came from such a well-off family. Given Zhao Qin's current situation, they were worlds apart, and it was unlikely that the girl's family would approve of such a match. If only Qin hadn't dropped out of school. A graduate of Peking University wouldn't be a poor match for anyone, she mused. Unfazed by his sister-in-law's musings, Zhao Qin began to count the money he had earned. 2 portions amounted to 800 yuan, and he reiterated to the elderly woman what he had discussed with his brother and sister-in-law earlier. Grandma, I have always taken the lead on our fishing trips. I don't want a single cent from Ahi for going out alone. If you think sharing 2 portions is unfair, we can all just focus on our own endeavors from now on. What is the point of saying that? Though I am old, my eyes are not blind. If you don't take him along, he won't gather anything. You two enjoy each other's company, and I'm holding a debt of gratitude in my heart. Then let us not argue about who benefits from whom. We should continue sharing as we have before. Zhao Qin stated, sliding 800 yuan towards Ahi, who didn't even glance at it and pushed it straight to the elderly woman, before offering another share to Xiao Rong. Naturally, everyone was pleased to receive their portion, and Zhao Ping beamed broadly, finally managing to cover the losses from the fruit trees. If the damage to the trees was minimal, they would indeed reap significant rewards. In my heart, I felt relieved that I had not stopped acting in the morning. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to earn this sum of over 3,000. Madam, why not join us for dinner tonight? We have leftovers from lunch, and those snails can simply be blanched in 2 plates, Xiangrong suggested as he turned to return to his room to put away the money, quickly re-emerging with his proposal. No, we cannot dine here every meal. Your family's provisions do not materialize out of thin air. We must return home. There are chickens and ducks that require our attention. As they bid farewell to the 2 departing guests, it dawned on him that their household had truly become a family now. Wow, Uncle, you've made a fortune today, Zhao Qin exclaimed. All right, I will bring you a gift next time I go to the city. As he spoke, he pulled out another 500 from his hand and handed it to his sister-in-law. What is this for? She inquired. You spent 3 to 4 hours at the seaside today, taking risks. I couldn't possibly give you something for nothing. This is your wage, Zhao Qin insisted. Enough of that. Just put it away. 3,000 is already far too generous. Xiangrong adamantly refused, while Zhao Ping continuously blocked his hand, urging him to take it back. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qin instead handed the money to Yuan, saying, This will cover your tuition for the next semester. Your uncle has taken care of it for you. Chapter 52. Kindling fire at eldest brother's home, Zhao Qin handed a sum of money to a yuan, then swiftly departed, while casually informing Xiao Rong, sister-in-law, I shan't be cooking tonight. I'll dine here instead. Xiao Rong replied, Very well, you may return and rest. I shall have your brother summon you. Zhao Qin suggested a phone call would suffice, and with that, he made his way to Old Zhu's small shop at the dock, realizing that he was down to just a single pack of cigarettes and needed to purchase another carton. Upon arriving at the shop, he discovered that the door was unexpectedly locked. Old Zhu, it seemed, had begun to lose his sense of propriety, abandoning his business to grumble and head homeward. Soon, it dawned on Zhao Qin that Old Zhu was likely at the beach, for the act of selling goods incurs a cost. Yet, gathering items from the shore requires no monetary expenditure whatsoever. At that moment, the wind had calmed considerably, suggesting that it would soon cease entirely. Upon returning home, he conducted a brief inspection and found that the roof tiles had successfully withstood the recent tempest, with no signs of leaks apparent within his abode. As he reclined on his bed, his mind wandered to the matter of today's fortune. He pondered where it had settled. This confounded system of his offered no hints, compelling him to deduce everything on his own. Exhausted, He soon succumbed to a deep slumber. After an hour's rest, he awoke to discover it was already 7 o'clock. Not having received a call from his elder brother, he surmised that his brother wished for him to enjoy a bit more sleep. After freshening up, he intended to head over. Just then, he rushed in, exclaiming, "Brother, brother, the beach was quite lively this afternoon. I heard there were several altercations." "Why was that?" Zhao Qin, unable to resist the allure of gossip, inquired with curiosity. "They were fighting over goods. It seems a grouper weighing over 10 pounds was pushed ashore by the waves, and 3 families vied for it, leading to a scuffle. There was another fracas over conch shells. Were there any injuries?" Zhao Qin asked. He shook his head. It was merely the women squabbling, at worst. There was some shoving and hair-pulling. "Well, as long as no one was hurt. Even if there were, it bears no consequence to me." He then continued, "I am heading to my elder brother's for dinner. Would you care to join? I've already eaten. My grandmother and I just got home, and Ping Ge brought a considerable number of conchs, but they are quite a hassle to eat." Zhao Qin playfully tapped a he on the head. "Having something to eat is already a blessing. A he, please advise your grandmother that keeping too much cash at home is unsafe. She should head to town tomorrow to deposit it." Having just returned, he had exerted considerable effort to conceal over 10,000 yuan, ultimately wrapping it in a plastic bag and stashing in the rice jar. In this day and age, 10,000 yuan represents an entire year's salary for many. It is certainly no trifling sum. My grandmother mentioned the same thing this afternoon. She intends to go early tomorrow. Although he claimed to have already dined, he nonetheless trailed behind Zhao Qin to Zhao Ping's residence. "I was just about to suggest you give your brother a call," Xiao Rong remarked with a smile upon seeing him enter the house. Noticing a he's presence, she invited him to sit, as the dishes had yet to be served, and she placed a bottle of wine on the table. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Ping emerged from the backyard, saying, "The weather is too hot for the conchs. I thought to extract the meat and store it in the refrigerator, so we can enjoy it for a couple more meals." Zhao Qin lamented that his elder brother was indeed the most diligent and earnest individual one could find. Were he to seek employment, any factory would undoubtedly appreciate his steadfastness and dedication. Who could resist such qualities? After taking a seat, he remarked to Zhao Qin, "Your sister-in-law and I have discussed it, and it wouldn't be ideal for you to cook alone at home. It's rather troublesome, so you might as well dine here." Xiao Rong, who was in the midst of serving dishes, chimed in, "We are all family. It merely means there will be more chopsticks at the table." Zhao Qin, not particularly eager to prepare meals, suggested, "I can contribute 200 yuan for the monthly food expenses. There is no need to prepare special dishes. We can continue with our usual fare. I will purchase whatever I desire, and my sister-in-law can assist with the cooking. What do you need?" Xiao Rong began, but Zhao Ping interrupted, saying, "Let us proceed as a Qin has proposed. For this month, we want to charge you for these last few days. We'll start counting from July." Zhao Qin took out 200 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table, expressing his gratitude to his sister-in-law. Were it not for Xiao Rong's agreement, Zhao Ping would not have been able to make such a decision. His sister-in-law was indeed quite understanding, for it is no easy task to prepare meals for an additional person. Zhao Ping voluntarily took the money and handed it to Xiao Rong, insisting, "Take it. If you don't accept it, a Qin 1T come over. It's quite fair for brothers to settle accounts." "Fair accounts?" Zhao Qin retorted. "Wasn't it a Qin who has been looking after you and helping you prosper these past few days?" "Sister-in-law, my brother is far more capable than I am with a he. Without my elder brother, our harvest would have been reduced by 40%. Seeing the two brothers supporting each other, Xiao Rong smiled and gestured towards the table, saying, "You both enjoy your meal. There are still 2 dishes on the way. Uncle, once you leave, my money is confiscated by my mother. It's to prevent you from losing it. When it's time to pay your tuition, you can't spend it as you wish. If you want anything, just tell your uncle. But let me warn you, if you don't apply yourself in your studies, you'll end up with nothing. I will definitely surpass you." Zhao Ping chuckled as he patted his son's head, saying, "Once you manage to get into Peking University like your uncle, then you can boast." He, having seemingly forgotten that he had already dined, unceremoniously seized the wine bottle and poured drinks for everyone. The trio chatted amiably while sipping their drinks. "Brother, I noticed the wind has calmed considerably. The tide should return to normal tonight," Zhao Ping noted, initially nodding before shaking his head. The wind should pass by evening, but I suspect the beachgoers won't disperse easily. I just want to check again, hoping to gather a few shells for dinner, but several people were either arguing or fighting. I think it's best we avoid the commotion tonight. Had it not been for the influx of income earlier that day, Zhao Ping would never have uttered such words. Now, seeing the abundance, he felt somewhat disdainful about competing with others for a mere few shells. I even tossed out 10 traps, didn't I? Once the tide recedes a bit, I intend to search for them. If I can locate them, they should have something worthwhile inside. At the mention of the traps, Zhao Ping's expression clouded with concern, regretting the decision to discard them amidst such tumultuous waves. Who could tell where they had been swept away? Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement, recognizing that finding even one would be a fortunate outcome. Before long, Xiaorong had finished preparing the dishes. Wiping her hands, she smiled at everyone at the table, saying, "Meow meow is still asleep, so there's no need to serve her food. I shall indulge in a glass myself." He immediately poured another glass of wine. After finishing his meal, Yuan retreated to his room to complete his homework. This young lad is truly commendable when it comes to summer assignments. He requires no prompting. He knows when to play and when to study. Zhao Qin contemplated the idea of finding some third-grade practice books for him, believing that a slight head start could significantly widen the gap in knowledge. After all, collecting the fishing nets would take until around 9 o'clock, so there was no rush for the four of them. Qin, I heard that the old Fu family's plot is up for sale. I didn't pay much attention back then, but it suddenly crossed my mind today. It's only about 40 meters from my home, and you've saved quite a bit. How about purchasing that plot? Xiaorong suggested subtly. It wasn't that she hadn't been concerned. Rather, it was a matter of being unable to act on her concerns. Previously, Zhao Qin was akin to a lump of mud that could not be propped up. Perhaps we could have your sister-in-law inquire tomorrow. I estimate it would cost around 20 to 30,000, which isn't too much. If you find it insufficient, you could always build 2 stories. Speaking of this, Zhao Ping also became animated. Brother, sister-in-law, please do not worry about the house. I have my own plans. Chapter 53. Collecting the fish traps a few days prior. Zhao Qin contemplated joining forces with Ahe's family, as the daily chore of cooking had become rather tedious. Preparing 2 dishes often resulted in leftovers, while a single dish felt monotonous and was not conducive to a balanced diet. When his elder brother brought it up, he readily agreed. Declining his brother's suggestion and then teaming up with he might lead his sister-in-law to harbor unspoken thoughts of alienation. As for purchasing land to build a house, he genuinely harbored intentions rather than offering mere excuses. He aimed to save a bit more to eventually acquire a larger plot of land, with plans to construct a villa, an endeavor he felt compelled to undertake. After their meal, as the 3 prepared to depart, Xiaorong inquired if they would like her to boil a few eggs for them to snack on later. "No need. We are merely going to collect some fish traps and will return shortly," Zhao Ping replied. Nevertheless, he took 3 snakeskin bags with him, 2 for the traps and 1 for potential cargo. Zhao Qin had forgotten to bring a headlamp, so he hurried back home to retrieve 3. His household now possessed several lamps. He had purchased 2 himself, and previously, when Luo Tian caught crabs by the sea, he had been given 1 as well. With 3 lamps in hand, they donned 1 each and made their way towards the beach. The wind was reminiscent of usual conditions, and the 3 of them smoked as they observed beams of light shooting skyward from a distance. "Are there really so many people out there?" He remarked, eyeing the illuminated area. "Only Zhao Qin has had the fortune to come here early today. Had it not been for the morning's groundwork, I suspect that my sister-in-law and I would also be down by the shore contending with others." As they conversed, they headed towards the beach, opting not to take the upper path this time. They had no intention of visiting that section of the shoreline. Instead, they followed the route previously taken by the ants collecting oysters. At this moment, the tide had indeed receded, although the water level remained higher than before. The rocky tidal flats were fully exposed. "Brother, I believe we may need to enter the water," Zhao Qin noted. Zhao Ping was already aware, but it was fortunate that the waves had calmed. Otherwise, entering the water could have been perilous. "I will lead the way. You follow closely behind and be cautious with each step." The distance to the location of the fish traps was approximately 200 meters, and they needed to wade through the water. "Let us form a line. I will walk in the deepest part, and he will take the upper edge, and you stay in the middle. The traps might have been washed closer to this side, Zhao Qin suggested. Zhao Qin, being somewhat negligent, had not thought to mark the traps with a buoy while deploying them. Given the morning's waves, even securing a weight would likely prove futile. Zhao Ping concurred. Recognizing the uncertainty of where the traps might be, they decided to feel their way eastward first, planning to search westward if necessary. Hey, what are you all doing? A villager happened to pass by, and, noticing 3 lights, grew curious. In the night, it was difficult to illuminate faces with their lights, leaving them unaware of who was below. Upon hearing his voice, the 3 recognized it was old Luo from the house next door to Zhao Qin, the same person who would later attempt to stop Qindong's vehicle. It's us, Uncle Luo. Zhao Qin tossed a few traps out this morning, but he wouldn't listen to me about checking on them. Now that the waves have calmed, we've come to search for them, Zhao Ping called out loudly. Did you say you tossed the traps out early this morning? The morning breeze was quite strong, making it difficult to toss things about. Where could one find them now? Although Lao Luo expressed such sentiments, he did not leave, but rather settled on a nearby stone, lighting a cigarette and observing as they searched. After all, there was little left to scavenge on the beach, and he had intended to return home. At this moment, he felt no urgency. Perhaps those 3 youngsters might indeed find 1 or 2 items, and he was curious to see what they would uncover. Zhao Qin, however, was not keen on Lao Luo's presence, yet he found himself unable to send him away. Brother, I think I found something, he exclaimed with delight. In his excitement, Zhao Qin forgot that he was still amidst the rocky tide pools. He reached towards the water, only to find himself in the deepest part, where the water rose above his knees and concealed numerous unseen stones beneath. In his folly, he accidentally struck his knee against a rock. Damn it, he cursed, plunging directly into the sea. Zhao Ping, startled, hurried over to his side. Zhao Qin managed to rise, shouting for them not to approach, insisting that he was fine. He could endure the injury himself, but did not wish for the others to suffer a similar fate. A sharp pain throbbed through his knee, nearly causing him to wince, as he gently rubbed the area, cursing inwardly. What happened? Zhao Ping inquired with a hint of reproach. I got too excited and kicked a rock. I'm fine. Zhao Qin replied. Be careful. Let us switch positions. You go to the center, and I'll move to your side. Let us hold off on that for now and check on Ahi and the situation with the trap. Ahi remained silent, having discovered that the trap would not budge when he attempted to lift it. He suspected it was stuck but dared not apply excessive force. Damaging the trap would be one thing, but if it contained any catch, it would only end up back in the sea. Therefore, he cautiously moved to one end, planning to gradually retrieve the trap from the front. As Zhao Ping approached, he too found the trap and shared Ahi's thoughts, seeking the other end. By the time Zhao Qin arrived, the 2 had managed to free the stuck portion. Each grasped an end. Ahi held the lower side, while Zhao Ping elevated his end, beginning to shake out the contents, collecting a segment at a time. The sea trap was generally longer than those used in freshwater, with Zhao Qin's system providing each at a length of 9 meters. Featuring steel rings measuring 35 centimeters by 50 centimeters, a common model for such traps. Wow! Exclaimed Ahi as the 3 headlamps illuminated the trap, revealing its contents to some extent. Zhao Qin quickly cleared his throat, interrupting Ahi before he could continue. Did you find something? Is there any catch? From a distance, Lao Luo, upon hearing the exclamation, also turned on his flashlight, but at that distance of several dozen meters, he could barely make out the trap, let alone its contents. Just some crabs and the like, Zhao Qin shouted back. He then glanced at Ahi and Zhao Ping, who had also realized the need for discretion, muttering to themselves about the find. Damn it, they're all stone crabs, Ahi added. Ahi, toss that trap onto the stones over there. We'll continue searching, Zhao Qin instructed. Ahi agreed, straining to lift the trap and place it onto the stones. The trap itself was not heavy, but the catch within was substantial. Qin, we're short on snake skin bags. Zhao Ping felt a mix of joy and frustration as he muttered softly, let us search. Perhaps this is the only one we can find. He shot a displeased glance at his brother, irritated by his nonsensical chatter so soon after their arrival. Zhao Qin, realizing his elder brother was indeed serious, helplessly spat a couple of times. while Zhao Ping continued to murmur about how bad omens seemed to hold no weight against good ones. There was little to be done. The coastal folk were undeniably superstitious. Or perhaps it was more accurate to describe it as a custom or belief. Much like one would refrain from discussing car accidents in the presence of a driver. Is your knee still bothering you? It no longer aches. All right then, you take the middle path while I venture deeper. If we found one, surely another will follow. Chapter 54. Why only 10 traps? The trio continued their search. After all, it was just the 3 of them, and they could not stray too far apart, maintaining a distance of roughly 15 meters from one another. Thus, they needed to advance while also scanning their surroundings, resulting in a notably slow pace. It was estimated that it would take over an hour to locate the previously set traps. This time, Zhao Qin was fortunate. He stumbled upon the second trap and urged He to keep searching. He called his elder brother for assistance, and together they cautiously unfastened the snagged area before shaking the trap free. The sight of the catch within evoked an unmistakable smile from Zhao Ping. Judging by the yields from the first 2 traps, he felt confident that the total catch from all 10 would not be inferior to what they had gathered that morning. "Brother, have you noticed? The sea cucumbers in this trap are evidently larger," he remarked. Indeed, the conchs seemed to be larger as well, Zhao Ping concurred, recalling that the first trap had 3 conchs, each weighing around a pound. This one contained 2, with one weighing at least 1 pound and 7 ounces. Zhao Qin weighed the trap in his hands, and, considering the weight of the trap itself, he estimated it to be around 40 to 50 pounds. A snakeskin bag could accommodate at most 2 traps, and since his brother had brought 3 bags, it seemed inadequate. "Brother, I found another one." Ahi's voice brought them joy once more. After a moment of thought, Zhao Qin suggested, "Brother, perhaps we should see if sister-in-law has time to bring the cart over. She could also keep an eye on the traps we've collected. Otherwise, it's rather concerning to leave them unattended while we're so far apart." "Right, but I didn't bring my phone. Do you have yours?" Zhao Ping suddenly slapped his thigh, remembering he had forgotten it. "Of course, get out quickly. It's bound to have water damage after falling into the sea. That phone was newly purchased, costing 2,000 to 3,000. Zhao Qin cast a sidelong glance at his brother, thinking how unreliable he could be. "I secured it in 2 layers of plastic bags, so it should be fine. I'll carry the trap to the shore. Brother, you go help Ahi retrieve that trap." The 2 brothers divided their tasks, with Zhao Qin hauling the trap towards the shore. The shallow water offered little buoyancy, making it quite heavy to transport. Once ashore, he fumbled with his phone for quite some time before managing to untie the plastic bags and dialing the landline at his brother's house. At that moment at home, Xia Rong had just finished feeding the younger child and bathing him. Upon hearing the phone ring, a surge of instinctive joy welled up within her. Embracing the child, she hurried to the living room and answered the call, asking, "Is this a Qin? Do you need anything? Sister-in-law, can you step away for a moment?" "Yes, of course. Do you want me to come over? What have you found, and where are you?" The uncontainable excitement in Xia Rong's voice hinted at the discovery of something significant. "Sister-in-law, I'm uneasy leaving Yuan to watch over Meow Meow at night. Please go to Ahi's house and bring the old lady over. She doesn't need to do anything. Just rest at home and keep an eye on the child. Also, bring the cart and a jug of water to the rocky shore where we are gathering oysters." "All right, I'll lock the door and head out. The back wall is too low, and besides, you still have that money at home from today as catch, right?" Upon hearing these words, Xia Rong was taken aback. With so many people encountered today, it was indeed possible that someone might have taken a fancy to them by nightfall. After all, there were undoubtedly numerous individuals with the same inclination, as evidenced by the theft of 100 or 200 pounds of crabs by Lai Bao. Contemplating this, she mused that a Qin was more meticulous. Thus she hung up the phone and pulled a Yuan up from within the house. "Look after your sister. Grandma, he will be coming over shortly. Don't be afraid at home. I'm going to the shore." Zhao Junyuan, still in a drowsy state, perked up at her words and exclaimed, "Mother, has Uncle discovered some treasures again? I'm grown now, and the waves aren't too fierce tonight. Can I come along to help? Are you going too? What about your sister? Let Grandma. He take her to sleep." Xia Rong pondered. The old lady was quite tidy and should be capable. "All right, you wait for me at home. I'll go fetch the old lady." Just as she was about to leave, a Yuan grasped her arm once more. "Mother, I run fast. Let me go. Give me the flashlight. A Yuan feared that if he went alone, he might vanish without a trace. The old lady arrived promptly, running all the way, still panting heavily upon reaching their home. Old lady, I apologize for troubling you so late. Why say that? Has something good been discovered again? The old lady inquired with delight, as she had only heard that Xia Rong was going to the shore and needed her to help keep an eye on the house. Little did she know, a Qin had called for her to push the cart over, and not wanting to leave the children unattended, Xia Rong had summoned her. Oh, it must be a good catch then. Quickly, you must hurry. Do you need to bring water? Xia Rong had already loaded the cart when she suddenly smacked her forehead. She had forgotten about the water. She instructed a Yuan to grab the water jug, and together they rushed toward the seaside. At the beach, Zhao Qin hung up the phone, tucked his mobile securely into his pocket, and returned to the water, first retrieving the net that he had previously thrown into the sea. What is there? Let me see. Lao Luo, unable to discern the details from above, felt a sense of suspicion towards the three brothers. He believed a Ping alone could be trusted, but a Qin and he never spoke a truthful word. Driven by curiosity, he decided to circle around and head down to the shore. My heavens, it's filled with sea cucumbers and conch, not to mention large blue crabs. Goodness, we're going to strike it rich. This net must hold dozens of pounds. Uncle Luo, this matter must remain confidential. I'll keep my lips sealed. You needn't worry. Mother, how can there be so many? Qin, you truly are sharp. Everyone else only thinks of fighting over the spoils at the beach. Yet you thought to set a net. Zhao Qin dug in his pocket. Oh no, I fell and my phone is fine, but my cigarettes are all soaked. Uncle Luo, may I have one? I don't smoke. No, I meant to ask you for one. All mine are wet. Lao Luo let out a soft sigh and finally pulled a cigarette from his pocket, handing it over. I'll replace it tomorrow. Why say that? In the future, just bring Uncle along when you find good treasures. Old Zhang has certainly profited handsomely by following you three today. Zhao Qin chuckled lightly in response, just as Zhao Ping returned with the third net he had found. Goodness, why is there so much? This is truly a windfall. One person working with a net for an entire month wouldn't earn this much. Hey Ping, how many did you catch? Zhao Ping laughed foolishly. Only 10. After saying this, he lamented, why only 10 nets? We should have bought dozens more. Upon hearing this, Lao Luo and Zhao Qin exchanged exasperated glances. Lao Luo was irritated by Zhao Ping's thoughtless remark, as his family had gathered a considerable amount that day, yet none of it was of any real worth, likely totaling less than a fifth of the value of a single net. Zhao Qin, on the other hand, recalled the frustrated look in his elder brother's eyes that morning when he cast the nets, a clear indication of his displeasure, almost as if to say he had not heeded the wise counsel of elders. Is that a Ping? This stretch of mudflat is level enough for the cart to be pushed down directly, Xia Rong called out upon seeing the lights. Sister-in-law, it's here. Xia Rong quickened her pace noticeably, while A Yuan had already rushed ahead. Wow, Uncle, there's so many sea cucumbers and large conchs. Keep your voice down. No one thinks you're mute. As Xia Rong approached and beheld the catch, she initially intended to be somewhat reserved, yet her smile was impossible to conceal. Sister-in-law, I'll leave my phone with you. You and A Yuan can keep an eye on the net here while I continue searching. Uncle, I'll help you look. Stay on the shore. There are many rocks down there, and it's not safe. A Qin, perhaps we should let A Yuan. Sister-in-law, you shouldn't go into the water either. The three of us can search just fine. Chapter 55. Surprised Zhao Qin descended into the water once more, and the group formed a cohesive formation, gradually advancing forward. The fourth trap, discovered by the elder brother, contained fewer items but included an eel weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. The larger the eel, the more delectable it is, particularly the flesh around the belly. Zhao Qin mused that this one would surely not be sold. He could either steam it with fermented black beans or braise it directly. After searching for nearly half an hour, they finally located the fifth trap, which Zhao Ping had found. Perhaps due to the lackluster yield from his previous net, he excitedly called Zhao Qin over to help lift the net. You are fortunate. This catch surpasses the earlier nets in quantity, he exclaimed. Elder brother, take it up. I will continue the search, Zhao Qin replied. All right. Upon hearing the astonished shouts of his sister-in-law and a Yuan from the shore, Zhao Qin noticed Lao Luo sitting dismally on the side, smoking a cigarette. Although he watched with interest, not a single catch belonged to him, which was quite frustrating. Zhao Qin had not taken many steps when he stumbled upon the sixth trap, which, as expected, was also abundant. The trio continued their search for a considerable time until they reached the area where he and Ahi had previously thrown the traps, discovering 2 more, both yielding satisfactory catches. However, the remaining 2 traps remained elusive. "Brother, how many are we short?" Ahi inquired, disappointment creeping into his tone. 2. Zhao Ping's face revealed urgency, as the tide was rising, and the waves grew increasingly turbulent. The water reached his waist. "Elder brother, if we can't find them, let us wait until tomorrow's low tide to try our luck again. After all, it's just snails and sea cucumbers. Leaving them overnight in the net won't harm them," Zhao Ping suggested, still reluctant. "Finding one of those could be worth 1,000 or 2. Losing one would be a pity, especially with Lao Luo watching. What if they left and someone else came by in the night? Why don't you both head up, and I'll search a bit longer?" Zhao Qin proposed. As the water rose swiftly, he began to speak, but suddenly felt his foot hit something in the net. Unsure, he plunged into the water and felt around, emerging triumphantly. "Elder brother, I've found one. Wonderful. Another catch." Zhao Ping could hardly contain his excitement, rushing through the water to assist him, raising his right fist in a celebratory gesture. However, they could not locate the final trap, as the water level continued to rise. As night fell and the sea breeze intensified, Zhao Ping realized further searching was futile. "Let us head ashore. I will return early tomorrow to check," he reluctantly conceded. Meanwhile, on the shore, Lao Luo observed the increasing haul with growing anxiety, realizing that if he continued to watch, he would likely have a restless night ahead. He decided to turn back home. As Zhao Qin waded towards the shore, he opened the system panel, pausing mid-step when he noticed his real-time luck value was still at 47 points, and it was only 11:40 p.m., nearing midnight. Cursing inwardly, he lamented that today, as luck might end up wasted. Indeed, today he has gathered quite a bounty. Yet when considering the consumption of the system's luck, it appears that most of it stemmed from the fortunate discovery of conchs. The sea cucumbers, he surmises, are merely a natural phenomenon. Typhoons can indeed wash such treasures ashore. Coupled with his permanent luck enhancement, this serendipity has allowed him to collect so many. Since he had previously unlocked the sea cucumber, he did not squander his real-time luck this time. However, he pondered where the remaining 47 points of luck had vanished. "Hey Qin, what are you daydreaming about?" Zhao Ping, who had ventured to the deepest part, caught up with him and inquired as he noticed Qin standing still. "Nothing, big brother, just taking a break. If you wish to rest, then ascend. Lingering in the water for too long is unwise." Zhao Qin sighed inwardly, realizing it was perhaps a waste. He followed closely behind his brother as they ascended, the water now receding to their calves. He turned once more to observe the still murky sea. A wave surged in the distance, about half a meter high. By the time it reached his standing position, it would diminish significantly. "What are you staring at now?" Zhao Ping urged as Qin halted yet again. Meanwhile, he had settled on the shore, beginning to light incense. Nothing. Just as he began to speak, he paused, his gaze caught by a glimmer of yellow. Was it just his eyes playing tricks? Remaining still, he awaited the arrival of another wave, and after some time, he confirmed that it was indeed not an illusion. A streak of yellow danced with the ebb and flow of the surf. He couldn't help but wade further into the sea. "Qin, come back. Why are you venturing further?" Zhao Ping called out, noticing Qin's disregard for his warning. Rising from his resting place, he waded into the water to approach Qin. Following the direction illuminated by Qin's headlamp, he too spotted the yellow hue. "Qin, can you discern what it is?" "Not yet. It resembles a fish." "I see it as well. Perhaps we should move a bit closer," Zhao Ping suggested. But Qin halted him. The water now reached their thighs, and venturing further posed a danger. "Brother, do not rush. Let us wait for the wave to come in." Zhao Ping paused, his face revealing a mix of anxiety and excitement, occasionally glancing back to ensure no one else approached, as if fearing a rival would snatch their find. Finally, after several waves, the silhouette of the fish came into clear view, rising and falling with the currents, appearing and disappearing. The two brothers could no longer contain their eagerness and stepped forward simultaneously. With swift reflexes, Zhao Qin lunged as the fish surfaced once more, plunging into the water to secure it. It was substantial. He cradled it with both hands, feeling no struggle indicating it was already lifeless. Breaking the surface, his eyes still shut, he whispered, "Brother, I have caught it. Let us head back to shore." "Yes, quickly. Hold it tightly so it does not escape. It's dead. It's all right." Zhao Qin freed one hand to wipe the water from his face, gradually making his way back to the shore. Within a span of mere meters, Zhao Qin felt as though he had traversed to the ends of the earth. Finally reaching the shore, Zhao Ping had already grasped a snakeskin bag in his hand. Without pausing to examine their catch, they swiftly placed the fish into the bag. It was only at this moment that Zhao Qin realized the fish was not entirely lifeless. Its fins were still gently fluttering. "What have you two discovered?" Xiao Rong, intrigued by their secretive demeanor, hurried over for a glimpse. "Let us discuss it later." The snakeskin bag was left untied as Zhao Ping carefully transported the fish onto the cart, preparing to depart. "Brother, did you catch a fish?" He squinted, unable to see clearly. "Yes. What kind of fish?" "It looks rather sizable," Xiao Rong exclaimed, though she couldn't discern the species. The volume and weight Zhao Ping carried were unmistakable. "Uncertain. I didn't take a good look either. Eldest brother likely has a clearer view." Zhao Qin had indeed seen it well, yet he was hesitant to identify it. He had watched videos of coastal fishing before, but many sea fish bore similar appearances, and he feared misjudging it, leading to unwarranted excitement. "I couldn't see it well either. Let us hurry and discuss it at home," Zhao Ping urged, his voice trembling with anticipation. If this was indeed the fish he imagined, its size was beyond what he dared to envision. Turning around, he noticed Zhao Qin had ventured once more into the sea. Chapter 56. The astonished crowd upon witnessing his companion heading back towards the sea. Zhao Ping assumed he had stumbled upon another treasure. He hastily set aside his cart and inquired, "What are you up to now?" "My brother. When I just pulled the fish up, it seemed I kicked something that was entangled in the net," Zhao Qin replied. Hearing this, Zhao Ping quickened his pace through the water, his voice laced with excitement as he exclaimed, "Are you certain? Why didn't you call me over earlier?" For Zhao Ping, the only regret of the evening thus far was the inability to locate the last net. The prospect of having encountered it again filled him with joy. Indeed, it must be so. Zhao Qin had been too caught up in the thrill of catching fish to remember to summon his brother for confirmation when he had inadvertently disturbed the net. The net had become scrunched up and obscured, nestled tightly against a large rock, which was why it had eluded them until now. Soon, Zhao Qin made contact with it once more, and this time he could ascertain that it was indeed his net. He carefully untangled the snagged sections before retrieving it. "Give it to me. I will carry it," Zhao Ping said, snatching it from Zhao Qin's grasp before he could relinquish it. Once ashore, Zhao Ping unloaded the bag containing the fish and placed the net atop it, wary of crushing the catch. This time, he did not linger, hastening homeward. "Brother, let us take a detour and enter through the backyard," Zhao Qin suggested. Heeding the advice, Zhao Ping opted against the main road, instead maneuvering the cart up a slope towards the dock, where a path led to their backyard, likely devoid of any passers-by at this hour. Though it was deep into the night, many individuals would undoubtedly remain awake along the shore, foraging for marine treasures. "A Yuan and I will head home first to open the door for you," Xiao Rong announced, pulling a Yuan along the main road toward their residence. As Zhao Qin walked, he opened the system panel, discovering that his luck had been entirely depleted for the day. It seemed that fortune had been bestowed solely upon the large fish he had caught earlier. "Wow, what is wrong, brother?" He asked, intrigued by Zhao Qin's exclamation, while Zhao Ping turned to glance at him. "Nothing, I almost tripped again. Watch your step. If you can't keep up, just sit on the cart." "No need, brother." Zhao Qin's astonishment stemmed from the sight of his merit points on the system panel. Previously, they had only been a little over 200, but now they had surged to an impressive 305 points. The incremental increase was undoubtedly due to the fresh catches in his net, and the large fish had contributed a staggering 1,000 points of luck, which filled him with delight. He could now purchase dozens of nets. However, He resolved that he must ask his brother tomorrow if there were any broken boats for sale, as it would suffice to paddle along the shore, even if the vessel was somewhat worn. Upon arriving at the backyard, they found a Yuan waiting at the back door, and smoke was beginning to waft from the chimney, likely indicating that Xia Rong was preparing a meal. After such a busy evening, the group was indeed quite hungry. "The child is asleep. I will take care of it," he called out as they approached the door, seemingly engaged in a culinary duel with Xia Rong. Hearing the commotion, both rushed to the back door, one wielding a knife and the other a fire poker. "Did anyone see us?" The three individuals shook their heads in unison, disregarding whether the other two were watching, and began to move the fish traps to the backyard. "Eldest brother, hold on for a moment. Let's set up the light in the backyard first. The previous lamp has dimmed, and we'll need to work hard tonight to sort through the catch," Zhao Ping replied, entering the house to retrieve some electrical wiring. "Be careful with the water on your hands," Xia Rong cautioned, her concern evident. In just a few minutes, they unloaded 10 fish traps and a snakeskin bag. The entrance to the backyard was narrow, necessitating that the empty cart be maneuvered around to the front. "Let me handle it," he offered, but quickly dashed inside to grab a cigarette from the table before dragging the empty cart away. Zhao Qin casually closed the back door and approached the snakeskin bag. The busiest among them were still Ahe's grandmother and Xia Rong, as the two prepared a meal while intermittently checking on the proceedings. "How did you catch so many? It looks just as busy as this morning," Ahe's grandmother remarked, reaching to inspect the fish traps before recalling her culinary duties and retreating to the kitchen with a spatula in hand. Once Zhao Ping set up a 100-watt bulb and switched it on, he joined Zhao Qin. The two brothers exchanged glances. "Qin, your luck is not as good as mine. Be cautious when pouring them out. Don't damage the scales," Zhao Qin chuckled, realizing that if he had previously been uncertain, the significant increase in the system's merit points now left little doubt. Carefully, he poured the fish out, the golden hue shimmering under the light, almost blinding. Zhao Qin had always believed that pink was his favorite color, but now it seemed that yellow was equally captivating. He noticed his elder brother's breathing had grown noticeably heavier. "Eldest brother, is that so?" Zhao Ping did not respond verbally, but swiftly returned indoors to fetch a cigarette, handing one to Zhao Qin before igniting them both. After a couple of deep puffs, Zhao Ping crouched down to inspect the tail fin, then unfolded the pectoral fin near the head, ensuring it could reach the fish's eyes, completely covering them. After a thorough examination, his hand gently brushed over the golden scales, confirming this is wild yellow croaker, not farmed. In truth, both were apprehensive about celebrating too early. They had been almost certain, yet feared misidentifying it as a spring fish. As for its wild nature, there was no doubt. Who could rear a yellow croaker of such size? "My heavens, what is this?" When Xia Rong could no longer contain her curiosity and ventured out to check, she discovered the two brothers secretly squatting there smoking. As she approached, she spotted the magnificent golden fish lying on the ground. Her exclamation drew the attention of the elderly lady, who, having finally plated a dish and poured some water into the pot, rushed into the yard. Upon seeing the fish, she gasped, "Such a large yellow croaker. Is it really a yellow croaker?" Xia Rong, initially skeptical, soon recognized it too. Indeed, it is a yellow croaker. It must weigh at least 20 to 30 pounds. Xia Rong exclaimed, momentarily speechless from astonishment. After a while, she added, "I've never seen one this big. How much could it possibly be worth?" "Don't mention it. I've never seen one either. I've only heard tales of someone catching one over 30 pounds, the elderly lady replied, her voice trembling with excitement. Although the two were filled with astonishment, they spoke in hushed tones, fearful of being overheard. If word this got out, it would surely attract an uproar from the villagers at this late hour. What on earth is this? Ahe circled around and, upon entering through the front door and catching sight of the fish, gasped in surprise. "Keep your voice down." "Oh, right. Brother, is this a large yellow croaker?" "It should be." "What do you mean should be?" "Ping, is this not it?" "Enough. Arong. Let's continue cooking." "Aching, given the heat. It's likely that by the time we reach the dock, we won't be able to find any ice. If it sits overnight, it will spoil. You must think of a solution." The elderly lady, having experienced much in life, was the first to regain her composure and reminded everyone with a single remark. The two brothers exchanged glances, and Zhao Ping, while searching for a scale, said, "Aching, see if you can contact someone for the purchase. If you can't reach anyone, we'll have to head to the city overnight. The seafood market opens around 2 or 3. The phone is with me." Xiao Rong stepped out again, handing the mobile phone, still in a convenience bag, to Zhao Qing. Chapter 57. A night of excitement and activity. Zhao Qing tore open the bag, retrieved his phone, and hesitated as he scrolled through his contacts. Whom should he reach out to? Should he ask Mr. Yi? It was the dead of night, and, given the value of the catch, would it be too extravagant to involve someone of Mr. Yi's stature? Mr. Liu and Mr. Yang were in the city, likely resting at this hour. One dealt with snails, the other with crabs. Contacting them would not only require an additional arrangement, but might also disturb their peaceful slumber, leaving them in an irritable state. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping and He had weighed the catch. A staggering 19. For pounds. Goodness, this must be worth quite a fortune. Zhao Ping trailed off when it came to discussing money, uncertain of the exact value. Based on current market trends, wild yellow croaker could fetch over 200 yuan per pound, with prices potentially soaring beyond 400 yuan for anything above 2 pounds. Just how much this particular fish could be sold for remained a mystery. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Qin decided to contact Chen Dong to ascertain his interest. He only had Chen Shui's number. When he dialed, it took a while for her to answer, her voice laced with a hint of languor. "Hello, who is this? Apologies for disturbing you at such a late hour." Upon recognizing his voice, she paused, her tone shifting to one of alertness. "Is this Zhao Qin? It's quite late. Why are you still awake?" Zhao Qin nearly responded with a playful remark about missing her, but their acquaintance was not at that level. Instead, he opted for honesty. "I caught a large yellow croaker weighing 19 for pounds and wanted to check if your family would be interested in purchasing it. If not, I'll head to the city right away." "What weight? Is it 9 for pounds?" "No, it's 19 for pounds." "Wow, that's impressive. Hold on. I'll have my brother call you back within 5 minutes. After hanging up, Chen Shui swiftly got out of bed, crossed the living room, and knocked on her brother's door. Moments later, she heard her sister-in-law's voice ask who was there. "Sis, wake my brother up. Someone wants to sell goods." "Coming." "Who is it?" came Chen Dong's voice. Shortly thereafter, Chen Dong emerged into the living room, questioning, "Who is calling at this hour? What goods are we discussing?" "It's Zhao Qin. He may not have your number. He mentioned he caught a large yellow croaker. Is he bringing it tomorrow?" "No, he said it weighs 9 for pounds. If you don't buy it, he'll take it to the city tonight, likely because he lacks proper preservation facilities at home." "How much? Is it truly 9 for pounds?" After confirming, he resolved to head downstairs but glanced at his attire and hurried back to change clothes. "Brother, do you want it? If so, call back and tell him not to take it to the city." "Yes, indeed. We must not let it slip away." Chen Dong rushed out, urging his sister to dial the number. Once Zhao Qin answered, he quickly said, "I'll take that fish. We can negotiate the price. Just wait for me at home. I'll be there in about half an hour." Upon hearing Zhao Qin's agreement, Chen Dong's expression brightened. He hung up, swiftly changed, grabbed his car keys, and hurried out the door. Indeed, Chen Shui desired to accompany her elder brother, yet in the dead of night, she found it inappropriate to voice her wish. With a soft huff, she retreated to her room and lay back on her bed, contemplating sending a message to Zhao Qin. "Zhao Qin, my brother has already set off. You are truly remarkable. How did you manage to catch such a large one?" "Thank you. I am busy now. We can chat when I have time." Upon reading Zhao Qin's reply, she huffed again and began to toss and turn on her bed, eventually grumbling, "Humph, a phone call woke me up, leaving me unable to sleep, and now you won't even chat with me." After Zhao Qin set her phone down, she conveyed the situation regarding Chen Dong's request. Why not ask him to come a bit later? The catch in the fish trap hasn't been sorted yet. Everyone had been preoccupied with their joy, neglecting the goods in the trap. Upon hearing that a buyer was coming, Zhao Ping became anxious. "Brother, there is no need to worry about the catch. We can leave it overnight and collect it tomorrow. When the time comes, Chen will surely be pleased to make another trip for good products." At that moment, the elderly lady addressed the three of them. "Dinner is ready. You all eat first. Arone and I will sort through the fish trap." Yes, eat first. I'm sure you're all hungry." Xiao Rong, having finished her tasks in the kitchen, gleefully glanced at the large yellow croaker. "Brother, Let us eat. You all eat first. I will empty the cash from the trap to make it easier for your sister-in-law to sort through. Zhao Qin and He rose to assist in emptying the trap, completing the task in no time. The three of them, disregarding their dirty hands, quickly washed up, filled their bowls with rice, added some vegetables, and sat in the backyard, eating while observing the sorting process. A Yuan, being quite the clever one, was genuinely tired. Upon seeing their return, he decided to wash up and go to bed, fully aware that if he displayed too much excitement, his mother would surely catch him trying to take a share of the goods. After finishing his meal, Zhao Qin, reflecting on the previous night, opened the system panel to check his luck for the day. He found he had only 2 points. Undeterred, he felt satisfied with the day as harvest, especially since there was no need to go fishing the next day, allowing him a day of rest. Suddenly struck by a thought, he produced his house keys and said to He, "Go home and fetch a clean change of clothes, and while you're at it, bring me a set as well." Zhao Ping paid little mind to his words. All 3 of them were soaked and certainly needed a change. Since the goods had not yet arrived, he could not let the others return home to rest just yet. He took the keys and left, only to turn back at the door and call out, "Brother, I see headlights. It seems someone is coming." Zhao Qin stood at the doorway and noticed the distant headlights drawing nearer, soon coming to a halt at their entrance. "The yellow croaker, is it fresh?" Chun Dong jumped from the car, eagerly inquiring, having worried during the journey that it might not be fresh, regretting not having asked more clearly earlier. It was still alive when caught, and it has only been about an hour since then. "That's good. That's wonderful." As they entered the backyard, Chun Dong beheld a mountain of seafood and exclaimed, "Goodness, how come there is so much? You didn't mention this clearly over the phone." "Chun, there's no rush. We can sort it out tonight, and you can make another trip tomorrow. I'm just concerned that if we leave the yellow croaker out, it might lose its freshness." "Indeed, it weighs 9 jin and 4 liang, does it not?" "Correct. It is 19 jin and 4 liang. Did you bring a scale?" Chun Dong turned to Zhao Ping and with a smile said, "My friend, could you kindly help me unload the scale from the vehicle? I would like to inspect the goods first." The two were of similar age, with Chun Dong being a few years senior. "Where are the fish?" Zhao Qin led Chun Dong to a corner, lifting the snake skin bag that covered the fish. Although the large yellow croaker was deceased, it had a tendency to change color. Generally speaking, the more vibrant the yellow, the better the quality. Today, due to the murky seawater, it initially appeared as a gleaming chunk of gold. Concerned that the bright light might cause the fish to lose its color, Zhao Ping covered it back up with a snake skin bag once everyone had finished inspecting. "Is this really 9 jin and 4 liang?" "Yes, indeed. It is 19 jin and 4 liang. We have weighed it." The two stared at each other, both wearing expressions of utter bewilderment. Chapter 58. Difficult to price. After a considerable moment, the two finally realized that something had gone awry, and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You mean 19 jin and 4 liang, right?" "Yes. I may not have articulated it clearly, leading to some confusion over the phone. 19 jin and 4 liang. My goodness, how is it so large? I've been receiving fish for over 15 years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a massive yellow croaker. Just a glance at it feels like a worthwhile encounter." Zhao Qin found his exaggerated remarks quite amusing as well. "Oh no, merely not losing out is not sufficient. We must find a way to sell it at a high price for a win-win situation. Wait your look." Picking this up by the seaside is equivalent to a day's income from a distant fishing vessel, perhaps even more. Today is indeed a fortunate day. After Zhao Qin finished speaking, he lent a hand and carried the fish back onto the electronic scale, which registered a total of 9.75 kilograms, a full liang heavier than their previous measurement. Heavens, it really is that heavy. If we take this to the city, the entire seafood market will surely be in an uproar. Perhaps even the television stations will come to interview you. "Mr. Chun, I'm a low-key person. Aside from my family, no one in the village knows about this fish. If you take it, please do not spread my name indiscriminately." Chun Dong paused for a moment, then gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you are indeed one of a kind. Only a fool would seek fame without tangible benefits." "Ah, that is a profound statement." The two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter once more. Meanwhile, the three bystanders were growing increasingly anxious, urging them to discuss the important matter. How much per gene? After weighing the fish, Chen Dong bent down to inspect it again, using a method similar to what Zhao Ping had done before. He pressed his hand gently against the fish's body to check for elasticity and lifted the gills to observe their vibrant red hue. In truth, Chen Dong had been assisting his family with fish procurement since his teenage years, so he could easily discern freshness. Given the exceptional value of this particular fish, he was meticulous in his examination. Once satisfied, he retrieved a foam box from his vehicle. "Do you have any red plastic bags at home?" "Yes, let me find some." One bag would not suffice, so Zhao Ping searched for several. Tearing them open to wrap the fish securely before placing it in the foam box and surrounding it with ice packs. Once they finished, Chen Dong said, Qin, I want to hide it from you. I truly find it difficult to quote a price. Previously, the largest fish I received weighed over 5 gene, but it had some scale damage, and last year I offered a price of 720 yuan per gene. This is the largest I've ever seen. What do you think about this? I'll take the fish first, and tomorrow morning you can come by. I'll contact a few clients and see what price they offer. I'll take a small cut. What percentage? 5%. Is that acceptable? Chen Dong calculated that this fish could sell for at least 20,000, and 5% would yield 1,000 yuan. It was merely a matter of making a few phone calls in the evening. Although the profit seemed modest, the exposure from this transaction would likely attract more clients in the future, effectively serving as indirect advertising for his procurement business. All right, then I shall trouble you, Mr. Chen. Everyone is destined for prosperity. It is only fitting. As for this assortment, you may choose as you please. If it is convenient for you tomorrow morning, bring it along when you come. If not, after our midday tasks, I shall return in the afternoon to collect it. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for making this trip at such a late hour. Once arrangements were made, Zhao Ping assisted in loading the fish onto the vehicle, unable to resist asking, Mr. Chen, as an expert, could you enlighten us on the minimum price we could sell for? Anything below 20,000 yuan, I shall take it. This is my guarantee to you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping's mouth widened in astonishment. Goodness, that means 2,000 yuan for a single fish. However, Zhao Qin remained indifferent, noting that it was merely 1,000 yuan per pound, and given its size, Old Chen would certainly stand by his word. After bidding farewell to Chen Dong, Zhao Ping conveyed his words to the group, which invigorated their selection process. Goodness, with the goods we are selecting today, we could easily earn 50 to 60,000 yuan. Summer Rong exclaimed, mentally calculating. The elderly lady nodded repeatedly and turned to Zhao Qin, saying, It's fortunate for you, Qin, that he is reaping the benefits as well. Indeed, we owe much to Qin. Zhao Qin replied, A strong man is supported by 3 others. My luck has been good, but without the help of my brother and he, I wouldn't have acquired so much. Dividing several thousand yuan in a day, and with a shout, the villagers would kneel and plead for your assistance, the elderly lady remarked. A grandmother, that large yellow croaker was spotted by me, but had it not been for my brother and he, another person might have led me into a perilous situation. Yes, it's far more reassuring when brothers are together. There are many these days who would value money over their lives. The elderly lady resonated with this sentiment. Having experienced the chaos of the past, in the 1980s, during the dissolution of the collective, boats would rob others at sea, sometimes even throwing people overboard. Once at sea, death went unseen. Noticing he holding clothing, Summer Rong finally realized, you should bathe first and change out of those dirty clothes. Wearing them will surely lead to illness. Zhao Qin glanced at his dry attire and shook his head, insisting, let us divide the goods first. Once completed, I will take my brother and he to the bathhouse in town. Showering at home is of little use. Why waste that money? Zhao Ping expressed his discontent. Brother, heed my advice. Soaking in the bath will drive out the chill from your bones. Otherwise, in a few years, we may all suffer from rheumatism. Summer Rome was aware of the town's bathhouse and had heard whispers of unsavory occurrences there. Although she hesitated to let the 3 go, she acknowledged that after spending several hours in the water, a bath would indeed be beneficial. Despite the abundance of goods, their sizes were substantial, particularly the conchs, with the smallest weighing at least 5 or 6 taels. In just over an hour, the 5 managed to sort everything. Once done, Zhao Ping insisted on weighing the items. The sea cucumbers weighed a hefty 71 pounds, significantly more than during the day, while the smaller ones were just over 70 pounds. The conchs exceeded the daytime count, with over 40 pounds weighing more than a pound each. Come, brother, bring a change of clothes. We are heading to town. I want to gather some seawater to nurture these. Otherwise, you might as well accompany Ahi. I have heard that things are rather chaotic there, and it would be unwise for you two to get involved. Zhao Qin surveyed the sorted goods and decided to call Chen Shui once more. Let us simply take the goods along. It would be courteous to trouble General Chen, as we have already disrupted him once, and he stands to benefit from this. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rong, who had initially been reluctant to let the men go, nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, let us transport the goods overnight. Otherwise, if we deliver them tomorrow, the villagers will surely take notice, and I shudder to think how many will succumb to envy." Zhao Ping also found the idea agreeable and ceased to oppose it. While Zhao Qin was on the phone, he returned to the house to pack some clothes. Xiao Rong followed closely behind, her hand swiftly resting on his waist, warning him, "I must caution you against mischief." He replied, "Come now. You know what sort of person I am. It is precisely because you understand me that I express my concerns. I fear you may be ensnared by that group, forsaking everything." He leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "Shall you wait for my return to inspect my arsenal?" Chapter 59, Brother. You must not engage in wrongdoing. Zhao Qin dialed Chen Shui's number. The girl was almost beside herself with worry. The previous call had kept her awake for quite some time, and when her elder brother returned home, the entire family was roused from their slumber, all of them going downstairs to marvel at the large yellow fish. She felt little inclination toward the spectacle, unlike her father and brother, who sat there smoking and occasionally chuckling in delight. Just as she finally began to feel drowsy, her phone rang again. This time, she glanced at the caller ID. "Zhao Qin, are you doing this on purpose? You've robbed me of my sleep. Accompany you to sleep?" Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback by her boldness. "I apologize. I'll treat you to a meal another day." He then relayed the matter at hand, and Chen Shui instructed him to hold on for a moment. After a brief pause, she said, "I've spoken to my brother. He wants you to bring it over now, as he isn't gone to bed yet." After hanging up, Chen Shui set her phone down, her small fists flailing in excitement. She thought about how Zhao Qin had tormented her throughout the night and suddenly found herself laughing at the unintended ambiguity of her statement. On the other end, Zhao Qin hung up and informed his brother that they could proceed. Zhao Ping, eager to leave, suddenly had a realization. He approached the bags of sea cucumbers, selecting the largest ones, and picked out 10, one for each adult and a little extra for the children. "Let us sell them." Zhao Ping had initially entertained the thought of gathering a few for themselves from the beach, but now, seeing Zhao Qin's determination to keep some, he hesitated. "Isn't earning money meant to enhance our living conditions? Brother, don't be stingy." Once selected, he handed them to his sister-in-law, instructing her to place them in the tank to keep for tomorrow's meal, and then he joined his brother in pushing the cart onto the main road. "Be back early." Summer Roan couldn't help but remind them as they hit the thoroughfare. Zhao Qin turned to the elderly lady and said, "Grandma, you should head back and rest. We'll be late returning. When we get home, I could take a short nap at my place." "Very well. I shall take my leave then," the elderly lady replied, following behind the cart until they reached the fork in the road near the old homestead, where she turned to return home. The three men each lit a cigarette, the smoke flickering intermittently in the night air, a sight that could be quite eerie from a distance. "Ah Qin, don't you think this typhoon isn't entirely negative?" Zhao Ping mused, pulling the cart along the path, with Zhao Qin and Ahi flanking him. They helped push the cart whenever they encountered an incline. "Brother, everything has two sides. Some people can view matters objectively, thus living more easily, while others fixate solely on the negative, making life burdensome. Brother, I don't quite understand. With your disposition, understanding isn't necessary." Zhao Ping grasped some of the wisdom in Zhao Qin's words, realizing he was being advised not to dwell too much on the fruit trees on the mountain. The three chatted and laughed, finding the journey not exhausting at all. Upon reaching the purchasing station, they spotted the lights still glowing at Chun Dong's shop from a distance. As they approached, Chun Dong, hearing their approach, opened the door with a smile. "You've arrived quite swiftly. Apologies for disturbing you at such a late hour, Zhao Ping said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Compared to you all bending over at the beach, my task is far easier. It's all for profit, and a little toil is only to be expected. Mr. Chun, let us weigh the goods first and settle the account tomorrow. Shindong naturally had no objections. The three of them assisted in weighing the catch. The sea cucumber weighed a total of 147 jin in 2 sizes. The conch was 53 jin and 4 taels. The blue crabs only totaled over 20 jin, and the oyster surpassed 61 jin. Of course, the catch from the crab trap included more than just these items. There were also some shrimp and scallops, albeit in small quantities, which Zhao Qin decided to keep for himself. Just as they finished weighing, Chen Shui came down from upstairs. Haven't you finished yet? She inquired. I'm sorry to disturb your peaceful dreams tonight. I'll treat you to dinner another day. You know, you could at least show some sincerity, Chen Shui remarked, unable to suppress a laugh. No worries, you called me, which means you trust my family. Mr. Chun, is it all right if I leave this cart at your doorstep? Zhao Qin asked. Aren't you heading back now? He shook the bag he was holding. I soaked in seawater for quite a while and planned to relax at the bathhouse for a bit. Chun Dong's eyes brightened, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Qin. Understanding the implication, Zhao Qin invited, Brother Dong, why don't you join us? Don't worry. It's on me as a token of gratitude for your help tonight. I must honor this favor. Chun Dong began his performance, feigning reluctance, to the point where Zhao Qin almost suggested he not go. How can I let you pay? You have connections in the city, and you've already entrusted me with the goods. That large yellow croaker was left with me without negotiation, so out of respect for this trust, I should treat you. Clearing his throat, he addressed Chen Shui. Sister, you should head back to sleep and let your sister-in-law know. Y me entretening clients, and I'm not sure if there's a buffet inside. I'll invite a few friends for a drink. Chen Shui looked at the two with suspicion. She was not easily deceived. Brother, I'll tell sister-in-law that you're going out to do something mischievous. Sister, that's not right. We're just going for a bath. You know, soaking in seawater for too long can lead to internal dampness, as traditional Chinese medicine says. If it lingers, the mildest outcome could be rheumatism. Just look at those old fishermen. They're always complaining of aches, especially when it rains. They can hardly get out of bed. It's for this reason we should take care. Zhao Qin rambled on, while Chun Dong nodded in agreement. Chen Shui's face flushed slightly as she retorted. I don't even know if I'll be missed. You're just making things up. You can go, but don't get carried away. Who among us is not prudent? By the way, what do you mean by getting carried away? Isn't a bathhouse for bathing? Zhao Qin's question momentarily stumped Chen Shui, who shot a glare at the grinning Zhao Qin and huffed. I'm going to sleep. Just remember, brother, you can't lead them astray, especially him. He is already troublesome enough. She pointed at Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin replied, Miss, could you clarify? Where have I gone wrong? Chen Shui smirked and turned to head upstairs. Chen Dong gave Zhao Qin a thumbs up. Brother, you sure know how to talk. Brother Dong, do you need to bring any clothes? I changed clothes after bathing before you arrived. Let us go. Zhao Ping felt somewhat bewildered. You have already bathed and changed your clothes. What more do you seek at the bathhouse? Upon reaching the outer room, Chun Dong offered each of the three a cigarette. Zhao Kun accepted it and lit it, casually inquiring, which floor? Oh, brother, you're quite knowledgeable. Haven't you been to the town's establishments? Pray, do tell where you have washed, and how is the service? In human relations, one should not become overly familiar. Otherwise, the baser qualities of individuals are bound to surface. Just as now, upon hearing Zhao Kun's question about the floor, Chen Dong immediately regarded him as a kindred spirit, throwing an arm around his shoulder, eager to delve into discussions about regional disparities. I haven't been just heard. Understood. We all rely on hearsay, Zhao Kun replied. The two engaged in lively conversation, leaving Zhao Ping and Ahe utterly perplexed. What was this all about? It was merely a bath, was it not? Chapter 60. The unconventional foot bath, although it is merely a bathhouse in the town. This dock serves as the largest in the vicinity, bustling with numerous visitors. Many ocean-going vessels frequently dock here, and sailors who have been away for 1 or 2 months naturally wish to indulge in a bath and unwind. Thus, this bathhouse is not only spacious, but also exquisitely decorated. Is this a bathhouse? Zhao Ping and he exclaimed in unison as they stepped into the lobby. A kun. This must be quite expensive, right? Otherwise, Zhao Ping mused, noting the lavish decor and the bowing staff upon their entrance, which certainly implied a hefty price. Fear not, my brother, it's quite affordable. Merely the price of a sea cucumber. Chen Dong, who was nearby changing in his slippers, chuckled at Zhao Kun's comparison to the bathing fee. At a young age, his words reflected the true essence of a fisherman. Zhao Ping shot Zhao Kun a disapproving glance. A sea cucumber costs several dozen yuan. It's not exactly cheap. After changing their footwear, each took a tag and entered the men's bathing area, opening their respective lockers to undress. They blissfully submerged themselves in the pool, enjoying the solitude of the late hour. Isn't this delightful, brother? Zhao Kun teased. Observing Zhao Ping reclining in the bath with a contented expression, his legs sprawled and head resting on the ledge, emitting pleasurable sighs. It's indeed more comfortable than shower at home, but it is rather pricey, Zhao Ping replied. My brother, what is the purpose of earning money? To hoard is to be a miser. As men, we must treat ourselves well. Zhao Kun gave Chen Dong a thumbs up. His words resonated deeply. After soaking for half an hour, Zhao Kun even requested a scrubbing service, while Zhao Ping and He, perhaps feeling shy, declined despite encouragement. Once they finished bathing, Zhao Ping contemplated returning home, but thought to check the upstairs for late-night snacks included in the bathing ticket. After all, one should not pass up a free meal. Hearing that there would be no extra charges, he decided to join the others on the second floor. Despite having eaten prior, the running around and the bath had whetted their appetites. Each indulged in a bottle of beer, which they had to pay for themselves, and it was not inexpensive. Brother, let's not head back. There's a common resting area on the third floor. We can sleep until dawn and return with Dong Gu to check the situation. Zhao Kun suggested. Is it going to cost money? Brother, are you ever not annoying? Zhao Ping replied with an awkward smile, as thoughts of money were his first instinct. Upon reaching the third floor, the four found a row of reclining chairs. After settling in, Zhao Kun summoned a waiter to bring 4 cups of green tea. Brother, shall we take a stroll on the 4th floor? Chen Dong urged as he settled down, knowing full well that Zhao Ping would decline. So he called only to Zhao Kun. Chen Dong, what's on the 4th floor? He inquired curiously. A place for foot baths. Upon hearing this, Ahi's eyes brightened. He had longed for a foot bath, having heard tales of its soothing effects, claiming that one would feel light as a feather afterward, and even enjoy some gentle touches. I'll pass, Donggu, you go ahead. I'm too tired. Hearing his refusal, Chendong felt a tad awkward about going alone. Don't worry, brother. We can all rest together in the lobby tonight. The 3 of us can vouch for each other. All right, you all take a rest. I'll head upstairs for a massage and come back down. My back has been feeling a bit uncomfortable these past few days. After Chen Dong left, Zhao Qin scoffed inwardly, guessing that the massage would only exacerbate the discomfort. However, he genuinely did not feel like engaging in conversation, so he closed his eyes, intending to drift off to sleep. Suddenly, someone nudged him. Brother, I also want to wash my feet. Next time, I'll take you to a proper place. Here, they don't even touch your feet. Then where do they touch? Where else? They go up the pant leg. Really? Zhao Ping, intrigued by the conversation, turned to his side, curious. I've never been, so I can't vouch for its authenticity, but judging by Chen Dong's anxious demeanor, he certainly doesn't seem like someone who just want to wash his feet. All right, let us sleep. We don't want to accidentally catch something. Zhao Ping felt quite reassured by this statement. He, however, was eager to explore the 4th floor, but he wouldn't dare without Zhao Qin's consent. Well, when you have time, take me to a legitimate place. Before long, the 3 of them fell into a deep slumber. Upon waking, Zhao Qin glanced at his phone and saw it was already past 8. He turned to look around and noticed Chendong lying nearby, prompting him to rouse the others. Upon hearing it was past 8, Zhao Ping grew anxious. My sister-in-law must be worried sick. I intended to call her first thing. He checked his phone and found 5 missed calls, which only intensified his panic. He would have to explain for quite a while when he returned. Zhao Qin could somewhat comprehend his older brother's feelings. As the 4 exited the lounge, he dialed his brother's home. Sister-in-law, last night we had a bath, and there was a buffet at the bathhouse. Chen was being overly courteous and insisted on sharing a drink with us. I didn't want to go back at night. and I genuinely didn't feel comfortable with my brother returning alone. Rest assured, my brother won't get involved in any nonsense. Everything is above board. Brother? Oh, he just woke up. I'll hand the phone to him. After saying this, she passed the phone to Zhao Ping, who exchanged a few words before hanging up, chuckling softly as he handed the phone back to Zhao Qin. Let us go wash up. They have breakfast here. We'll eat before heading out, Chun Dong suggested, leading the way downstairs. After the four finished breakfast and stepped outside, Chun Dong insisted on paying the bill. Zhao Qin knew that when it came to how Chan would explain the expenses to his wife, one of his brothers would undoubtedly be pushed forward to take the blame. It didn't matter. It was quite normal for friends to occasionally smooth over such matters. Men, after all, can sometimes lack ambition. Brother, if you don't want to go back, I contacted 2 or 3 people last night. I'll make a few more calls. And you can come to my house for tea while you wait. They should arrive before noon. Zhao Qin looked at Zhao Ping, who waved his hand dismissively. You and Ahi stay here. I can't be of much help, and I can still go back and check on the fruit in the mountains. I was too busy yesterday. Fine, then you go back and I'll stay. What about you? Zhao Qin turned to Ahi. Brother, I want to visit my aunt. Zhao Qin understood that he was referring to Qian Kuan's family and nodded. Then don't go empty-handed, since Brother Dong hasn't settled the payment for the goods yet. Take a few sea cucumbers and a conch over. If I bring something, my aunt will scold me. You little rascal, it's time to grow up. Your aunt may scold you with her words, but she will be pleased in her heart. Trust me. Upon arriving at the acquisition station, one finds Chun Shui with a furrowed brow, casting skeptical glances at the four. Sister, who wronged you this early in the morning? What mischief did you engage in last night? Would you care to know? I have no interest in your tales. It is evident that you were up to no good. Taking a shower, enjoying a buffet, and then sleeping. Tell me, which of these could be deemed wicked? Chun Dong interjected with a snort. What nonsense are you spouting so early? Has father returned? His family owned a supermarket, necessitating his father's late-night procurement of fruits and vegetables. He had just finished his meal and was catching up on sleep. Zhao Ping pushed the cart away, while Zhao Qin selected 6 sea cucumbers and a somewhat larger conch from last night's goods for weighing, instructing Ahi to carry them off. Shen Dong invited Zhao Qin to sit down and began to brew tea. Just as he sipped his first cup, Chun Shui descended the stairs once more, holding 2 fruits. Here for you. Oh, the cherimoyas are in season? Chun Dong took one, pressed on the stem, and then deftly pulled the center fiber. Here, take it. Noticing Zhao Qin's reluctance, Chun Shui promptly placed it into his hands. Chapter 61. Seal bid auction. The fruit, known locally as fondly, is scientifically named Annona squamosa, also referred to as custard apple. Currently, it is not cultivated in the mainland, with nearly all of it being imported from Taiwan, resulting in a rather steep price. Zhao Qin felt embarrassed to ask for it. Yet once it was offered to him by Chun Shui, he found it difficult to decline. Qin, what are your plans moving forward? Relying solely on foraging along the beach seems overly dependent on chance, and the income remains precarious. Noticing that Zhao Qin was not consuming the fruit, Chun Dong set aside his own piece and engaged in casual conversation. I lack significant resources, but I've had some good fortune recently and am considering acquiring a boat. Nothing extravagant, just something suitable for setting traps along the shore. I'll take it slow. Chun Dong nodded, realizing this was merely idle talk. He had no authority to advise Zhao Qin. As they conversed, customers began to enter, seeking seafood, although much of their catch was destined for the city or other regions. They also catered to retail. A customer inquired about wild sea bass, the local favorite known for its delectable taste and reasonable price of 32 yuan per jean. Gradually, more people arrived to buy and sell, and business was moderately brisk. Someone asked about sea cucumbers. Chun Dong quoted 115 yuan for under 2 liang. The customer hesitated but ultimately settled for a full jean. Qin, don't be misled by my high prices. I too bear the risk. If the catch dies, it is worth nothing, and there are also deductions. Chun Dong was concerned that Zhao Qin might accuse him of being unscrupulous, especially since he had charged Zhao Qin only 80 yuan per jean for catches under 2 liang, allowing him a profit of 35 yuan per jean, which was quite substantial. Zhao Qin remained indifferent. He believed that profit was profit, regardless of whom it benefited, as long as he felt he was not incurring a loss. Dongyi, when more customers arrive, What do you intend to do? Simple. We shall engage in bidding. This is a matter of chance. I will sell to whoever offers the best price. Zhao Qin pondered this approach and expressed his reservations. Dongge, this could lead to discord. If we each raise our bids, it could escalate into conflict. They may not hold grudges against each other, but might resent you for being overly profit-driven. Brother, what do you propose we do? Hearing this, Chun Dong realized he had perhaps been overly simplistic in his thinking. It's straightforward. We shall employ a sealed bid method. We will establish a minimum price and clearly inform everyone that we will not sell below this threshold. Then, we allow them to submit their own bids. We will provide a round of opportunities and sell to the highest bidder. At first glance, this method appears to eliminate competition, yet introduces greater uncertainty. Those who genuinely desire the product and are less concerned about the price may offer sums even higher than in a traditional bidding scenario. This way, without open bidding, no feelings are hurt, and as the prices are submitted voluntarily, any regrets over high bids are not our concern. This approach is excellent. Qin, your mind works swiftly. Chun Dong reflected, realizing the merit in this strategy. It is unfortunate that many are unfamiliar with such bidding methods, having only seen the typical raise-the-paddle auctions on television. While encounters with sealed bids are rare, just as they finalized their discussion, they heard a voice from the entrance. Is there a large yellow croaker? Are we certain it weighs 9 jin and 4 liang? Mr. Wu, you're quite early today. Laughter erupted as the weight of the yellow croaker exceeded 9 jin. Had I not arrived earlier, I might have missed this fish entirely. Chun Dong did not clarify the weight, but led the group into the cold storage to witness it for themselves. As the foam box was lifted, a visitor gasped in astonishment. Such a large specimen. This cannot be merely over 9 jin, can it? The true weight was revealed to be 19 jin and 4 liang. Perhaps I had not articulated it clearly last night, and you misheard me. My goodness, nearly 20 jin? Where did such a massive catch come from? Chun Dong glanced toward Zhao Qin, who stood at the entrance of the cold storage, only to see him shake his head. With a smile, he explained, "This was acquired last night from an old fisherman, an acquaintance of mine. I haven't paid yet, as I am waiting for several bosses to help me with the pricing." Several? Little Chun, that is rather unkind. I was the first to arrive. I must have that fish. Wu Zong's expression shifted from delight to a hint of annoyance. Wu Zong, please forgive me. My modest business relies entirely on the support of several esteemed patrons. I cannot conceal this fish. If I sell it to you, the others will surely come to my door, berating me. You wouldn't want to witness that, would you? Wu Zong raised a finger to chastise him, yet found himself amused by Chun Dong's audacity. It's cold inside. Shall we step out for some tea? Wu Zong waved his hand and crouched down to examine the fish. After a moment, he remarked, "This is purely wild-caught, not a farmed escapee. It is remarkably fresh. A 5 jin fish requires over 8 years to mature. This one is likely nearing 20 years of age. Even if it were not caught, it would probably die of old age soon." The yellow croaker is known for its slow growth, inhabiting most coastal regions of our country, with varied lifespans. As for Wu Zong's assertion of it being purely wild, there exists a semi-wild variety that escapes from farm cages and survives in natural conditions for a few years. While its quality is superior to that of purely farmed fish, it still falls short of true wild specimens. While they discussed, another individual entered, inquiring about the yellow croaker. Upon sighting the fish, he couldn't help but exclaim, "By your mother, what a size!" Zhao Qin recognized the accent as that of the Cantonese region. As notifications had been sent at different times and distances varied, it was not until 11:30 that everyone had gathered. "Esteemed patrons, it is nearing noon. Let me arrange a light meal." Before Chun Dong could finish, several voices interrupted in unison. "Little Chun, let us clarify the terms first. You called us here for a bidding, did you not?" "Let us commence," Wu Zong stated, offering a respectful gesture to the others. "Gentlemen, please be merciful. I must have that fish. Coincidentally, I am looking to present it to an important friend. Everyone, allow me to express my gratitude." The group exchanged glances, understanding that they had all come and would not easily relent due to one or two remarks. Their attention turned entirely to Chun Dong. "Gentlemen, harmony brings prosperity. This is my belief." Chun Dong shared his thoughts, and the others found them agreeable. Zhao Qin assisted by distributing paper and pens to each boss. and they dispersed, contemplating their bids while observing the expressions of their peers. Just a moment ago, I believed that submitting a hidden bid would be more advantageous, as the competition would be less fierce. It suddenly dawned on me, however, that this approach could be quite detrimental, for we are unaware of the amounts others might submit. And with only one opportunity to bid, submitting a lower figure could mean forfeiting our share altogether. What appears to be a simple task of entering a number left us pondering for over 20 minutes. Even Zhao Qin felt compelled to urge us on, prompting Chun Dong to finally collect our bids. As Chun Dong opened the papers, Zhao Qin hesitated to lean in for a closer look, but judging by Chun Dong's expression, it seemed that our bids were relatively promising. We extend our gratitude to the esteemed patrons for their support. It appears that today S-Catch has found its rightful owner. Enough of the pleasantries. Who submitted the highest bid? Mr. Wu inquired with evident dissatisfaction. Chapter 62. Striking it rich at the urging of General Manager Wu. Chun Dong broke into a smile and replied, I apologize, General Manager Wu. I made an error on my form. I shall fill it out anew. Upon hearing the initial words, Wu immediately realized he had quoted a price too low and hurriedly interjected, No, we agreed on one round. Indeed. Everyone only has one chance. Several others chimed in hastily. If one person withdrew, the remaining individuals would have a greater opportunity, so they naturally opposed Wu's decision vehemently. General Manager Wu, let us treat this as a game. You must adhere to the rules, they insisted. Of course I abide by the rules. You just need to procure me a big yellow croaker weighing over 10 pounds, Wu retorted. Chun Dong could only smile awkwardly, acknowledging that it truly depended on fate. After all, it was his first encounter with such a large fish, and who could predict when he might encounter one again? Wu was merely venting his frustrations, aware that the fish was not his, yet he remained to see who would ultimately win the bid. Ladies and gentlemen, this fish has been secured by General Manager Feng at a price of 888 yuan. Wow, that's really me, ha ha ha. The previous Guangdong businessman suddenly burst into joyous excitement. The expressions of the others darkened, silently cursing the Guangdong man for being excessively wealthy, especially when it came to dining. He was indeed quite generous. At this moment, Zhao Qin was also elated, having anticipated a price exceeding 30,000, but never daring to imagine it would surpass 50,000. Such an exaggeration. After his initial delight, Chun Dong noticed the other business owners were leaving with dark expressions and thought to himself, Gentlemen, why not stay for a meal? A meal of dust. What meal? We're heading home. It's a wasted trip, truly unfortunate. Chun Dong positioned himself at the door, preventing their exit, and with a respectful gesture, he said, Gentlemen, it is I, Chun Dong, who has been inconsiderate this time, but circumstances compelled me. I accepted goods from others and must assist in selling them at a fair price. Your presence here is a favor to me, and if I let you leave empty-handed, it would be most unbecoming of me. Please allow me a moment. Having spoken, Chun Dong tore open a convenient bag from the wall and instructed Zhao Qin, Qin, pack the sea cucumbers, choosing the larger ones, 10 per bag. Zhao Qin marveled inwardly, recognizing that not only did Chun Dong speak beautifully, but he also executed his tasks with finesse. Regardless of how displeased those who attended might have been, they could find no fault and instead regarded Chun Dong as generous. The two swiftly packed the items, and Chun Dong handed a bag to Wu, saying, General Manager Wu, please calm down. These are all purely wild and fresh. Do take some home to savor. How can I accept this? These goods are worth quite a sum. Perhaps I should. One of the gentlemen began. Gentlemen, please do not slap my face. My business is modest, and I cannot compare with you esteemed leaders, but treating you to some seafood is within my means. Very well, then, I will accept this gift. But please also weigh out 10 more pounds for me to take home for a gathering, one of the business owners suggested. Everyone quickly agreed, requesting 10 or 8 pounds each. This time, Chun Dong did not object, as the prices were fair market rates. He assisted them in loading the goods onto their vehicles, settling the accounts, and seeing them off. The group also reminded him to keep in touch for any future good deals, to which Chun Dong readily promised. Zhao Qin had never engaged in business, yet from Chun Dong's demeanor, it was evident that he was not one to be swayed by petty profits. Indeed, He deserved to thrive financially. Ultimately, it was Mr. Feng who meticulously settled the accounts. As Chun Dong not only selected 10 sea cucumbers for the other party, but also handpicked a comparable conch. "Ah, I have a share too," he remarked. Such words. Everyone else has no share. What would Chun Dong be without it? Mr. Feng chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "I shall visit you for a drink another day. Today, I must take this fish on a flight. Safe travels." After bidding farewell to everyone, the two exchanged a glance and erupted into hearty laughter. "Dongge, you truly are remarkable." Zhao Qin sincerely commended him with a thumbs up. "Your idea is splendid. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to wrap this up without offending at least one person." Upstairs, Chen Shui peeked her head out and inquired, "Brother, did we sell it?" Indeed. Shortly thereafter, Chen Shui descended with a man in his 50s who bore a striking resemblance to Chen Dong, unmistakably father and son. "How much was sold?" the man asked, nodding at Zhao Qin with a smile. 50,888 yuan. "Ah, that is quite substantial. Mr. Feng took it, correct?" "Father, let us discuss that later. First, I need to settle the accounts with Qin." The man acknowledged with a slight hum and turned to Zhao Qin, saying, "You look somewhat familiar. Is your father Zhao Onghua?" "Oh, you know my father?" Zhao Qin was taken aback, unaware that their families were acquainted. "Indeed, when you were accepted into university, I dined at your house. You might not have paid attention back then. Peking University, the pride of our town. Is it vacation time now?" Upon hearing Peking University, both Chen Shui and Chen Dong gasped in unison. The current Peking University did not hold the same unfavorable reputation as in later years. Rather, it was still regarded as the epitome of aspiration and achievement. "For various reasons, I withdrew from my studies. Uncle, how did you know my father?" "Oh, it was many years ago. We went out to sea together at night." Zhao Qin suddenly understood. It seemed Chen's father had also been involved in smuggling, perhaps possessing a keen intellect, or maybe he had simply quit early, unlike his own father who had been ensnared in a sewing machine. Why withdraw from school? It's such a challenge to gain admission. What a pity. Chen Dong lamented for him. Chen's father assumed it was due to the death of his mother and his father's irresponsibility leading to financial struggles. Thus he added, "If one possesses skill, success will follow. Even in fishing, great wealth can be earned." "Father, how come I was unaware that our families were acquainted?" Chen Shui's tone carried a hint of playfulness. Her father, gazing at her fondly, replied, "Perhaps we have not been in touch enough. However, we can certainly remedy that in the future." Zhao Qin smiled and nodded, proceeding to settle the accounts with Chen Dong. The large sea cucumbers weigh 69 jin, while the smaller ones weigh 76. The large sea cucumber deducted 10 jin, which the other bosses took, and he also took a few earlier. These should not be counted against you. "It's me. Let us go with what I suggested, Dongge. Let us not drag this out too much." Chen Dong scratched his head, realizing that he was doing a good deed while expecting Zhao Qin to foot the bill. "All right, let us proceed as you say." In the night, a total of 124 pieces of goods were delivered, which was over 2,000 more than what was sold yesterday afternoon. Among them, the large yellow croaker amounted to 50,888 pieces, with Chen Dong's share being 544. In total, Zhao Qin could receive 69,468 pieces, but Chen Dong rounded it up to 69,500 pieces. Zhao Qin, having no reservations, counted the money and prepared to leave. Qin, ride your motorcycle home. You can bring it over when you have time in the next couple of days," Chen Dong said, emptying his wallet to hand over for the money. Zhao Qin expressed his gratitude, packed the money, and took the key Chen Dong offered before riding off on his motorcycle. Instead of heading home, he went to a supermarket, where he purchased 2 bottles of fine Luzhou Laojiao, 2 packs of dried longan, and 2 bags of koik seeds. He then visited a tea shop, spending 300 to buy a pound of quality tea. Upon returning to the collection station, he found that Chen Dong had gone upstairs to catch up on some sleep. Only Chen Shui was there to tend the shop. "This is for Uncle Chen. I'll take my leave now," Zhao Qin said, setting down his purchases before heading out again on his motorcycle, despite Chen Shui's attempts to call him back. The high price of the large yellow croaker was largely thanks to Chen Dong. After all that effort, the profit was just over 2,000. Zhao Qin didn't want to directly offer a discount. but since Chin's father knew his own, he felt it fitting to present a small gift. Chapter 63. A joyful family at home. Zhao Ping ascended the mountain in the morning, and upon his return, he was in high spirits. The fruit trees had not been uprooted. The pomelo suffered minimal damage, while the loquat experienced a loss of 70%, leaving 30% intact, which exceeded his expectations. At this moment, the couple was in the backyard extracting meat from snails. Yesterday's catch yielded a greater number of common snails, which held little value and were perfect for their own consumption. Xiao Rong occasionally glanced towards the direction of the town, pondering the return of their son, Qin. He should be back soon, Zhao Ping remarked, as his hands deftly worked to extract the meat from a snail, placing it into a small basin. As they conversed, their son entered with a displeased expression. Zhao Ping furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is wrong? Did you not perform well on the exam? Every day you boast, yet your uncle consistently achieves perfect scores, even in compositions." Recognizing that his son had likely returned with his exam results, and seeing his glum demeanor, he understood the news was not favorable. Surprisingly, a Yuan remained silent, sulking in a corner. Noticing his distress, Xiao Rong, unable to bear his disappointment, offered gentle encouragement. "You stumbled this time. Strive harder next time. What did you score?" "Math, 100. Chinese, I didn't T-check thoroughly, and I made an error on a question I knew how to solve, losing 1 point, so I ended up with 99, a Yuan mumbled, his head bowed. At that moment, the sound of a motorcycle echoed from outside, but the three paid it no mind until Zhao Qin entered. Observing a Yuan's forlorn expression, he asked, "What's wrong? You look as if frost has touched you." "I didn't T-score 100 in Chinese. I lost a point," a Yuan replied. "Let past failures serve as lessons. We must learn from them. However, do not let one setback dishearten you. When your uncle visits the city next, I will ensure he brings back 2 sets of review materials for you." As Zhao Qin spoke, he felt an impulse to chastise himself. Although he had once been an academic prodigy, he was not the same now. In his earlier years, he was quite the slacker and had never even seen what a perfect score looked like, despite 12 years of schooling. While others displayed their accolades on their walls, his home remained devoid of such evidence. Seeing Zhao Qin return brought radiant smiles to Zhao Ping and Xiao Rong. Yet they refrained from interrupting the exchange between him and their son. A Yuan viewed Zhao Qin as a role model to aspire to, making Zhao Qin's words resonate far more than those of his parents, and he soon ceased to dwell on his disappointment. "Here, take this, but save some for your sister," Zhao Qin said, producing a cherimoya he had previously hesitated to eat. A Yuan grimaced slightly, muttering, "It's not as good as the jujubes." But upon seeing Zhao Qin's outstretched hand, he quickly responded with a smile, "It's delicious. I love it." "Where did you get the cherimoya?" Zhao Ping asked, eyeing the fruit. Zhao Qin offered an explanation and then turned to Xiao Rong, saying, "Sister-in-law, is there still lunch?" "Yes. We haven't eaten yet. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" "The food is ready. I'll warm it up for you," she replied, heading off to tend to the meal. As she busied herself, Zhao Qin took out his phone and called a he, inviting him to join them. "How much did you sell?" Zhao Ping could no longer contain his curiosity and posed a question, prompting Xiao Rong, who had just entered the kitchen, to perk up her ears attentively. Zhao Qin chuckled, amused at how long he thought his elder brother could restrain himself. It appeared that even temperament required practice. "You could distribute 13,800 yuan. So much?" Zhao Ping exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He immediately began to calculate the total amount sold. But before he could grasp the figures, Xiao Rong joyfully interjected, "Did we sell a total of 69,000 yuan? And how much did that large yellow croaker fetch?" "A boss from Guangdong took it for 50,888 yuan. Why is it so valuable? I thought it would be worth at most 25,000 yuan. Goodness, that's double the price." Zhao Qin sniffed the air and, with a wry smile, remarked, "Sister-in-law, I smell something burning." "Oh dear, my dish." Xiao Rong quickly withdrew her head. "You don't need to help. Go outside and rest." As Zhao Qin prepared to sit down and sort through the shells, Zhao Ping gestured for him to take a seat in the living room instead. Just as they settled in, the home phone rang. Busy with his tasks, Zhao Ping called out for Zhao Qin to answer it. "Hello, who is this?" "Elder brother, it's me, May." The voice of Zhao Qin's elder sister crackled through the receiver. This is a Qin, your brother. Sister, what brings you to call at this time? Upon recognizing his voice, there was a brief pause, followed by a hint of reproach. Have you gone to disturb elder brother's home again? Why are you so thoughtless? Her voice softened slightly as she continued. Elder brother may not mind, but surely sister-in-law feels differently. Do you find joy in causing discord between them? Qin, dinner is ready. Just make do with a bite. I'll be slaughtering a chicken this evening. Just then, sister-in-law entered with the dishes. Sister-in-law, please take this call. It's my sister. Sister-in-law set down the plate, wiped her hands on her apron, and answered the phone with a smile. May, why are you calling at this hour? It's nothing. We are family, and Qin should eat well at home, especially since he contributed to the meal expenses. Even without hearing the conversation, Zhao Qin could sense that his elder sister was criticizing him. He chose not to interject, focused instead on the importance of dining. Once the meal concluded, and with Ahi still absent, he rose to brew a cup of tea. As he savored it, a yuan emerged, cradling Meow Meow. My sister is so heavy, I can barely carry her. Though Zhao Qin had never had children before, he harbored no aversion to them. In fact, he quite liked them. He took Meow Meow into his arms, but the little girl squirmed, eager to be released, wriggling in his embrace. Hold still, little niece. Let your uncle play with you. The next moment, Meow Meow burst into tears, forcing Zhao Qin to set her down. Watching her stumble away, he followed closely, bending down to protect her with outstretched hands. You smell quite fishy. Perhaps the little one is not accustomed to it. Indeed, as Zhao Ping had predicted, Meow Meow approached her father, sniffed, and promptly ran away. What is Ahi up to? Just as Zhao Qin voiced his inquiry, Ahi and the elderly lady entered in succession. By the way, no need to cook tonight. I came just to inform you that we're having dinner at my place. The elderly lady, eager to dispel any notion that she was merely impatiently awaiting her share of the profits, immediately clarified her purpose upon entering. No trouble at all. This evening, I intend to slaughter a chicken, and you can join Ahi. I have already prepared the chickens at home. Fearing there wouldn't be enough to eat with too many people, I decided to kill two. Thus, this matter is settled. Zhao Qin did not involve himself in the entanglements between the two women. As long as there is food to eat tonight, that suffices. Brother, wash your hands. Let's first settle the accounts. When Zhao Ping stood up to wash his hands, he chuckled softly to himself. Seated around the table, Zhao Qin produced 2 bundles of money from his bag and placed them before his brother and Ahi, then proceeded to count out another bundle. Brother, this bundle is mine. You wouldn't miscalculate, would you? How can there be so much? In total, it amounts to 69,500 yuan. I have already spent the small change on gifts, so each person shall receive 13,800 yuan. Ensure you count your own share accurately. Zhao Qin stated as he placed the counted 3,800 yuan before Ahi, and then another 3,800 yuan before his brother, leaving himself with over 41,000 yuan. When Ahi pushed the money towards the elderly lady, her hands trembled slightly, seemingly hesitant to accept it. Grandma, just take it. Find a moment to deposit it, as keeping it at home is unsafe. Prompted by Zhao Qin's reminder, the elderly lady finally responded, repeatedly affirming her understanding. Shall we go deposit it right now? Zhao Ping suggested, considering that keeping such a sum of money at home without a safe was precarious. Zhao Qin was truly reluctant to run around. He had only slept 4 hours the night before, but leaving the money at home made no one feel at ease, himself included. Brother, I will give you my card. After all, it is not necessary for the account holder to be present to deposit money. Please help me with the deposit. If the bank refuses, simply deposit it into your own account and transfer it to me later. Very well. You can accompany me, he replied. That works perfectly. You can ride the motorcycle to return it to Mr. Chun. Chapter 64. The matter of purchasing a boat, Zhao Qin invited Ahi to accompany him home. Clutching his bank card. Oh, Qin, how much did you earn from a seafood you collected yesterday morning? Qin inquired, excitement evident in his tone. Qin, aren't we heading to the sea today? Where can we find seafood today? Take me along. As Zhao Qin surveyed the faces of those he encountered along the way, he was struck by the abundance of cheerful expressions. Their friendliness compelled him to respond in kind. Not much, just over 3,000 yuan. I'm too exhausted today to go out. Right, right. I heard from Lao Luo that you all stayed up late last night checking the traps. He mentioned that every trap was overflowing with sea cucumbers and conchs. Did you sell everything? Don't listen to Uncle Luo's nonsense. Only the first haul was decent. The rest were all empty. We've even lost 2 traps. Have you truly lost 2? Zhao Qin nodded and decided not to engage further with the group, sauntering home. However, as he distanced himself, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Just a stroke of luck. Look at how smug he is. The heavens are blind. How could they let such a person prosper? After all, he did help Ma Zhu avert disaster. That must be her blessing. I see Qin has changed quite a bit lately. At least he is not causing trouble anymore. Haven T, you noticed how his sister-in-law seems to favor him now? Ah, why can't I have such luck? Is that kid speaking the truth? Did he really lose 2 traps? The group fell silent, quickly finding excuses to disperse. Upon returning home, Zhao Qin entrusted the money to He, cautioning him not to boast about it outside. After He left, he took a shower and collapsed in a bed. In a dream, a fantastical encounter unfolded, where he grappled with a mysterious being, though their features remained obscured. Just as he was about to unveil their disguise, he was abruptly awakened. Brother, brother, ha ha, I can only imagine what everyone in the village is up to now. Zhao Qin felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand the young man, though he found it difficult to rise, as he sensed a certain tension in his lower abdomen. Ahi, what time is it? 6:30. My grandmother sent me to wake you for dinner and said you needn't bring anything. What did you just say? Zhao Qin, feeling the tension ease, rose to wash his face. Oh, you nearly made me forget. Brother, it's so amusing. You mentioned that 2 traps were still missing this afternoon, right? Ha ha ha, they believed you. Now there are dozens of people on the flats searching for them. Zhao Qin paused, scratching his head. Lao Luo should know about that. Lao Luo was the most eager. We spent a long time looking for the last 2 traps last night, but he couldn't wait and left. I heard through the grapevine that 2 were indeed lost, and he believes it more than anyone. Ahi, is it wrong for me to lie like this? Ahi scoffed lightly. Brother, don't worry about them. If they weren't so greedy, they would help us find the traps. Come on, I need to tell sister-in-law about this. She'll surely find it amusing. Zhao Qin locked the door, and the 2 walked side by side toward Ahi's home. Ahi's here. Come in and sit. Your brother and sister-in-law arrived earlier. I told them not to busy themselves, but they insisted on helping, leaving me with nothing to do. Perfect timing. You could take a break now. The elderly lady's face was adorned with wrinkles that crinkled into a smile. In these past few days, she has finally grasped the essence of the adage that distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Before long, the dishes were served. The lady first took a soup spoon to transfer 2 chicken legs from the chicken broth into 2 small bowls, remarking, I've added only a pinch of salt. It's just right for the children. She then offered 2 chicken legs from the braised chicken to Zhao Qin and Zhao Ping, and passed a piece of chicken liver to Xiaorong. Grandma, if you keep serving more dishes, we might just leave. Zhao Qin could no longer endure the serving and preferred to eat at his own leisure. All right, everyone can help themselves. Zhao Qin transferred the chicken legs from his bowl to Ahi's, and then poured himself a bowl of soup to sip. He filled everyone's cups with wine, and upon noticing the chicken legs in a bowl, he chuckled and immediately began to nibble on one. You certainly aren't shy, the elderly lady remarked with a smile, observing his greedy demeanor. Oh, is this eel the one we caught in the trap last night? Zhao Qin, seeing the fermented black beans steamed eel beside him, picked a section from the middle and popped it into his mouth. The eel contained numerous small bones, making it unsuitable for children, and while the flesh on the back was somewhat tough, the belly portion was rich in collagen, delightfully sticky to the teeth. Your sister-in-law prepared everything. She said she would come here for dinner tonight and brought this along. After a few rounds of drinks, he recounted how everyone had been fishing for the trap in the water, prompting Xiaorong to burst into laughter. Several people had even come to the house, subtly inquiring about it, to which he had played along, claiming that 2 had not been found. Zhao Ping, being straightforward, could not help but join in the laughter as the conversation grew lively. Ah Ping, I heard that the old Fu family is selling that piece of land? The elderly lady inquired, her gaze sweeping over the couple. Zhao Ping and Xiaorong exchanged glances, and it was Xiaorong who spoke up, Grandma, to be honest, I was hoping to have a Qin buy that land. Zhao Qin quickly waved his hand and turned to the elderly lady. You wish to purchase that piece of land? He is almost 20 now. I'm quite comfortable in this old home, but I should start planning for his future. I didn't have enough money before, nor dare to dream, but having been fortunate to be in your company these past few days, I've saved a little. However, if you have your eye on that piece, I will look for another place. If you're keen on it, feel free to negotiate with old Fu. Having property is certainly advantageous. And what about you? I'm thinking of saving a bit more to see if I can buy a place in town. He did not speak the whole truth, for expressing a desire to build a villa might startle his elder brother. Indeed, a Qin will surely become a city dweller in the future. Should I go and negotiate for that land? By all means, but old Fu is rather shrewd. It would be wise to find someone persuasive. His uncle seems quite capable. Zhao Qin referred to Qian Cohen, a businessman who would certainly ensure he would not suffer any losses. I believe you are the most suitable. You are certainly more eloquent than they are. Was the elderly lady praising herself or criticizing herself? Yet, seeing the smiles on their faces and knowing he was his brother, he replied, Very well. You may initiate contact, and I shall be present when it comes time to discuss the price formally. Upon hearing his agreement, the elderly lady proactively raised her cup, prompting Zhao Qin to hastily lift his own, lightly tapping the bottom of her glass. After consuming the beverage, a sudden thought struck him regarding his earlier intentions. He turned to Zhao Ping and said, Elder brother, I wish to purchase some fish traps. In the future, we can set them while we gather seafood. Both my wife and I can assist. Since the fruit is not yet ready for harvest, if you procure the materials, we can help you create them, potentially saving you 2 or 3/10 of the cost. Elder brother, there's no need for you and sister-in-law to be burdened with the fish traps. I am contemplating purchasing a boat. It could be a bit worn, as long as it is operational. By a boat, everyone, including he, displayed expressions of astonishment. But soon smiles emerged, for acquiring a boat signifies an investment, an auspicious venture. Very well, I shall inquire on your behalf. Zhao Ping began, but was interrupted by Xiao Rong. Qin, if you truly intend to buy a boat, consider acquiring a new one. An old vessel comes with uncertainties regarding its past and may require constant repairs, accumulating considerable expenses over the year. Zhao Qin pondered for a moment, recognizing the wisdom in his sister-in-law's words. Yet he ultimately shook his head. Sister-in-law, a typical 12-meter fishing boat, along with the necessary equipment, would cost at least $130,000 to $140,000. I cannot afford such an amount at present. I do not aim to achieve my desires all at once. I plan to start with a modest, perhaps dilapidated boat that can suffice for half a year to a year. Even if I were to dismantle it for scrap metal later, my losses would be minimal. Qin's reasoning was sound. Being young, it is indeed wise to tread carefully and steadily. The elderly lady and Zhao Ping, embodying a sense of prudence, were in full agreement with Zhao Qin's sentiments. P.S. There are 2 more chapters to follow. I am currently drafting them. I spent the entire day at the hospital and did not manage to write a single word during daylight hours. My apologies. Chapter 65. Luo Xiaoyi's call regarding the matter of the boat. Zhao Ping and the elderly lady both promised to assist in making contact. And then they resumed their conversation about the dispute over the bag. In the afternoon, when Zhao Ping went to deposit some money, he encountered the wife of the bag owner and his cousin. The two had just emerged from the station and were embroiled in a heated argument at the entrance. Had it not been for the intervention of the police, who came out to defuse the situation, it was likely the two would have ended up in a full-blown brawl in the town. What's going on? Zhao Qin inquired curiously. Although Jin Xiaogong had shed light on the matter, he had only mentioned the possibilities without detailing the specific penalties. It was rumored that a fine had been imposed for the cost of crabs, with each woman penalized 2,000. Xiao Rong chimed in, noting the village's small size. Once the 2 women returned, it was impossible for everyone not to be aware of their quarrel. They deserve it. They brought this upon themselves. We are good people, living our lives in peace, the elderly lady remarked, causing Zhao Qin's face to flush slightly as he realized he had not been much better himself. After indulging in a bit too much drink, Zhao Qin collapsed on his bed, turning on the television to induce sleep. To his surprise, his phone, which he had left aside, rang. These modern phones are indeed remarkable. Even after a night without charging, they function normally the next day, and after 2 nights, they still hold up well. Zhao Qin, are you out at sea? It was a call from Luo Xiaoi. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Zhao Qin was not as aloof as before and responded, Sister, there's a typhoon here, and the cows are being swept away. I'm helping the villagers find their cattle. Really? You're still going out? Aren't you afraid you'll get blown away as well? Zhao Qin suddenly recalled a joke. A female reporter went to the mountains for an interview and met an old man. She asked, Grandfather, is there anything in your life that you find unforgettable? The old man lit a cigarette and replied, 1 year, old Zhang's donkey went missing. We gathered over 20 people to search for it, and after 3 days and nights, we finally found it in a cave. Unfortunately, that day there was a strong wind and heavy snow, so we had to stay in the cave. Bored and restless at night, we took turns entertaining the donkey. It was quite exhilarating. Feeling embarrassed, the reporter asked, was there anything happier? The old man took a puff of his cigarette and said, 1 year, old Wang's wife went missing. We gathered over 20 people to search for her, and after 3 days and nights, we found her in a cave as well. Sadly, it was the same day with strong winds and heavy snow, so we set up a tent in the cave. Bored at night, we all entertained old Wang's wife. That night was even more exhilarating. As the reporter became increasingly uncomfortable, she shifted the conversation, asking, what was the most terrifying experience of your life? Upon hearing this, the old man dropped his cigarette, trembling as he replied, yes, 1 year, I lost recalling the joke. Zhao Qin chuckled heartily, though he had no way to share it with Luo Xiaoi. What are you laughing at? Nothing, just watching television at home. They happen to be showing a skit. Zhao Qin, why don't you buy a computer? Then we could video chat on QQ. Sister, I've fallen ill, so I can't buy a computer. Oh, what illness? Is it serious? Why not come to the capital? The medical resources here are better. Zhao Qin could hardly suppress a laugh. This girl was even more naive than Qin Shui. At least Qin Shui was aware of the subtleties of the bathhouse, while this girl seemed blissfully ignorant. My condition manifests intermittently, sometimes severe, sometimes completely absent. For instance, lying at home now, I feel fine, but as soon as I enter a restaurant or a large shopping mall, it inevitably flares up, and quite severely at that. What is this affliction? It is the malady of poverty. Luo Xiaoi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a peal of melodious laughter, and after a brief pause, she playfully complained, Yet you still refuse the money my brother offered you. I merely feared that material possessions would tarnish our pure friendship. After a moment of silence, Luo Xiaoi inquired, Zhao Qin, could you sing that sea-catching song from that night again? Of course, but it will cost you 10 yuan per song, fair and square. All right, you sing first, and I shall pay you when we meet next, with interest included. I shall sing then. Just a moment. Luo Xiaoi seemed to have stepped onto the balcony. After saying this, she re-entered the room and added, Now you may sing. Zhao Qin, not intending to exert much effort, reclined on his bed, placed his phone on his pillow, and softly began to chant. After finishing the first rendition, Luo Xiaoi insisted he sing it again, saying, Please, just one more time. Otherwise, next time we meet, I shall grant you a small request. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qin perked up and promptly hummed it once more. Zhao Qin, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall hang up. By the way, are you going to catch the sea tomorrow night? I cannot say for certain. Oh, then I will message you tomorrow night. If you're busy with the sea, you need not reply. However, staying up late is not advisable. You should try to be productive during the day. The young lady seemed to feel she had spoken too much, so she decisively ended the call. Zhao Qin paid it no mind and continued to watch television, flipping through channels until he finally found a drama titled The Frog Prince. The title alone disinterested him. He would rather watch commercials. This year, no gifts are accepted. If you must give a gift, I'll forget it. After hanging up, Luo Xiaoi remained lost in thought. All right, young lady, who has captivated your heart, it's time to wake up. A girl slightly older than her teased, waving her hand in front of Luo Xiaoi's eyes. Yeah, you're being ridiculous. By the way, what do you think of this song? Seeing the eager expression on Luo Xiaoi's face, Miao, he appeared conflicted. It's passable. I could collect at least 100 or 80 such songs in a year, and I usually wouldn't include them. However, since it comes recommended by our esteemed Miss Luo, I shall begrudgingly make an exception. Don't overthink it. As long as I find a good, that's all that matters. Who is this person? Meow, he asked, her curiosity piqued. Just an ordinary friend I met at the beach. He taught me, yes, he taught me how to catch crabs. Yeah, let me tell you, I am quite adept at it. You must first hold down its shell. Observing the girl's deliberate change of topic, Meow, you rolled her eyes. All right, enough of the pretense. Anyone can see the spring in your step. The song is delightful. This is not mere flattery. It is genuinely wonderful. Please inquire with your friend regarding the compensation for the copyright. How much do you typically charge for a song? Asked Luo Xiaoi cautiously. For novice composers, we generally accept fees ranging from 3,000 to 8,000. For renowned lyricists and composers, the fee is between 30,000 and 50,000, came the reply. Is it really that low? She exclaimed. My dear, the risks we undertake are substantial. Should the piece reach the market and fail to attract buyers, I would be in dire straits. You are well aware of the rampant piracy these days. Producing an album often results in financial loss while merely gaining reputation. And there is no guarantee of profit. Then let us settle on 50,000 for him. Any higher, and I fear he may grow suspicious. Rest assured, the amount you are willing to offer is your prerogative. I shall cover the remainder, he responded. You. Why not simply pay him the full amount? She retorted. You do not understand. Though he appears laid back and somewhat disheveled, he possesses a strong sense of integrity. He would never accept money that is not rightfully his. Suit yourself, but he must ensure that the copyright remains his. Chapter 66. It's truly inexplicable as Zhao Qin awakened to the faint light of dawn. He discovered that the television had been playing throughout the night. He promptly turned it off, opened the door, and felt the brisk morning breeze. After completing his morning routine, he sat down to check his fortune for the day. Yesterday had been dismal, and today fared little better, only scoring a mere 9 points. He surmised that even if he ventured to the sea, he might only earn a couple of hundred yuan. By now, he had begun to grasp the system's nuances. A luck value of 10 did not merely translate to a threefold increase in the prices of seafood. A higher luck value typically correlated with a greater yield. After freshening up, he made his way to his elder brother's house for breakfast, motivated by a desire to bolster his physical health. However, he found that the noodle shop run by Peng Laolu was closed. He hesitated to buy buns to take to his sister-in-law's home, fearing it might set a precedent for her to do the same and impose an additional burden, given that their monthly living expenses were only 200 yuan. Upon arriving at his brother's house, he was pleasantly surprised to see several large meat buns on the dining table, with the yuan already gnawing on one while Xia Rong chastised him. Your uncle hasn't arrived yet, and you're already eating, she exclaimed. It's fine. I'm just testing it for my uncle. Who knows, it might be poisoned, a yuan replied cheekily. Xia Rong, momentarily raising her hand in mock anger, swiftly delivered a playful slap to a yuan's head. Don't hit him on the head, sister-in-law. Uncle, you are the best, a yuan exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Zhao Qin's arrival. Using a stick on the backside won't harm him. If you knock his head, he'll have to gnaw on you for life. A yuan, however, was left speechless. Uncle, I think your whole family. Wait, that includes my parents and myself too. Doesn't he it? Ignoring a yuan's rich inner dialogue, Zhao Ping emerged from the backyard upon hearing Zhao Qin's arrival. The family's breakfast consisted of rice soup and large buns. Qin, are you free today? He inquired. What is up, brother? Zhao Qin responded. If you're not going to the sea, I'll accompany your sister-in-law to gather oysters. If you are going, I'll join you and let your sister-in-law go alone. Considering the abundance of snail meat from yesterday, we have enough to last for several days. Why gather oysters? Xia Rong interjected while clearing the table. Amei loves oysters. Your brother has been thinking about this since morning. Is my sister coming back? Zhao Qin asked, intrigued. Didn't I tell you yesterday, when I received her call? She said she'd return the day after tomorrow, and your brother-in-law is on leave too. They'll come back together to visit. Hearing that his eldest sister was returning delighted Zhao Qin, not merely because he wished to share his changes with her, but due to a genuine fondness for familial bonds. Although his physical form had transformed, the memories of his sister's past care for him were indelibly etched in his mind, bringing warmth to his heart. All right, I'll join you shortly, he said. A yuan felt disheartened. With their parents gone? It meant he couldn't go anywhere and had to stay home to watch over his sister. After tidying up, Zhao Qin returned home to grab a bucket and sand shovel, just in case they might come in handy, especially with his 9 points of luck. The sun was shining brightly, so he wrapped a cloth around his head and donned a straw hat, feeling prepared. The villagers had grown accustomed to his attire. Even with only his eyes visible, they recognized him immediately. "Ah, Qin, are you off to the shore again?" "Well, I'm just wandering by the seaside, hoping to unearth a few clams," he replied casually as he strolled along. However, in the next moment, the other person dashed home to fetch a bucket, trailing closely behind him. "Andy, why are you following me? This path belongs to the village, and it isn't named Zhao, so if you can walk it, I surely can too." Zhao Qin found this reasoning quite valid. Perhaps she, like him, intended to gather oysters, so he chose not to press further. After a few steps, another voice called out, "Ah, Qin, why are you out at this hour? I've been waiting since dawn." This person was even more unreserved, dropping a bucket beside him before joining the procession. Before they reached the shoreline, more than 20 women had amassed behind him. If not for their mismatched attire, he might have mistaken them for an early bird marathon team. "Look, I'm merely going to collect oysters. Why are you all following me? Qin, if you can help old Zhang prosper, why can't you do the same for us?" Old Zhang had mentioned how he managed to collect so many sea cucumbers and conchs, all thanks to you. Indeed, old Luo said that if you casually toss out a few traps, it could equal half a year's work for someone. "Ah, Qin, I'm related to your family. It wouldn't be fair to only bring outsiders along." Zhao Qin felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Fine, he thought. Once they reached the destination and found nothing, they would likely stop following him. With this in mind, he arrived at the tidal flats, specifically the rocky area he had visited before. His elder brother and sister-in-law had already arrived, and they were enthusiastically engaged in their tasks. As Zhao Ping looked up to light a cigarette, he caught sight of Zhao Qin and was about to call out when he noticed the large crowd following him, prompting him to frown. "Brother, pass me an oyster hook." The so-called oyster hook resembles a small axe. One side is a hammer while the other is sharp-edged, with one side flat, like a screwdriver, and the other a pointed hook, making it quite convenient for opening oysters. "Why so many people?" Before Zhao Qin could respond, a woman exclaimed, "Oh my, look at all these conchs. They're everywhere on the rocks, densely packed. I told you, following Qin is a sure thing. He is the grandson of Mazu, and there is always seafood wherever he goes. Oh heavens, I must call my husband to come and join us in gathering." The scene of dozens of women clustered within a small area resembled a mix of a marathon and a square dance, their chatter incessant. As though they were renting their voices, to say a word less felt like a significant loss. The two brothers exchanged glances, and Zhao Qin could distinctly see disappointment in his brother's eyes. Initially, it was just him and his wife collecting. Now, with so many more joining and calling their friends, it seemed there would hardly be any space left to stand. Zhao Qin was equally frustrated. How was he to know there would be so many conchs in this area? It was a situation he could not articulate clearly. The thought of having a troop of Andes trailing behind him every time he went to the shore felt as bitter as consuming a mouthful of bitter herbs. "Brother, where did all these conchs come from? How would I know? They were here yesterday afternoon, and after half a day of searching, they didn't mention anything. How is it that overnight the rocks have become infested? What is this commotion? Why are so many people following along?" Alas, fame can be burdensome. It is none other than Lao Zhang and Lao Luo making a fuss that has drawn all these onlookers. As I carry my bucket, they simply flock behind me. "What are you two brothers discussing? Even the bitter clams have been snatched away." Xiao Rong, noticing the sudden influx of people, felt a pang of anxiety, only to look up and see the two brothers standing there vacantly. "Sister-in-law, do refrain from competing. The three of us have been at it for quite a while, and will be lucky to gather a mere couple of hundred yuan. Let's change locations and hunt for oysters instead." Xiao Rong, observing the throng vying for the bitter clams, felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet, upon hearing Zhao Qin's remark about the meager reward, she immediately realized the futility of the endeavor. Indeed, what is there to fight over for just a couple hundred? It can only be said that in recent days, Zhao Qin has not only elevated his own perspective, but has also, unwittingly, begun to influence his family. Chapter 67. A sense of disgust, Zhao Qin felt utterly speechless. He had initially thought that this group of individuals would simply follow along, and once they reached the tidal flats without any goods, they would naturally disperse. However, to his astonishment, they stumbled upon a cluster of bitter snails. As Zhao Ping and Xia Rong rejoiced, a sense of foreboding crept over Zhao Qin. Sure enough, it wasn't long before another group of people caught sight of him and began to pursue him. Goodness, there are so many bitter snails here too. Qin, your luck is unparalleled. Wherever you go, there is always something to be found. Qin, why not consult with Ma Zhu for some sea cucumbers or something? These bitter snails aren't particularly valuable. Damn it, finding anything at all is fortunate, and yet you're being picky. Zhao Qin felt a mix of frustration and despair at the scene before him. You lot, when will this end? It seems today is not suitable for me to go clam digging. Zhao Ping watched the throng of people descending like locusts with a frown and nodded in agreement. All right then, let us head back. I might as well go up the mountain to tend to the fruit trees. Xia Rong followed closely behind, muttering incessantly. Zhao Qin could not discern her words clearly, but suspected she was cursing the crowd. Upon returning to the shore, his phone rang. He retrieved it from his pocket and unfastened the convenience bag he had developed a habit of using whenever he went to sea. He had considered tying a rope to it for his belt, but deemed it too unsightly. The call was from Jin Xiaogong. Qin, did you get into a fight the day before yesterday? What? No. Zhao Qin was momentarily taken aback. The day before, he had been selling goods. And the day before that, he had been collecting sea cucumbers. Where would he find the time to engage in a conflict? It's like this. Yesterday, Brother Zhong was off, and relatives came over. One of them claimed to be from your village and said she was bullied. She specifically named you, alleging that you not only hit her, but also stole her sea cucumbers. Today, when Brother Zhong returned to work, he initially intended to have me investigate in the village, especially since he couldn't ask you to come after the last incident. So, I thought I'd call and ask first. Zhao Qin immediately recognized the source of the trouble. It was the wife of old Zhong, who had been caught stealing sea cucumbers from his home just the other day. He never expected her to turn the tables on him, had it not been for the witnesses from the last incident, and the fact that Brother Zhong knew he was a student from Peking University. He would surely have faced the police again this morning. Agong, I suggest you come and investigate. Just ask the villagers. Everyone in our village knows what happened the day before yesterday. What you hear from me is merely one perspective. Are you certain you didn't hit her? Rest assured, I didn't even touch her. There was indeed a minor altercation, but there were many villagers present. They can confirm the truth. Very well, if someone is raising this issue, we must follow protocol. What is going on? Just as he hung up, Zhao Ping, who had been lagging 2 steps behind, inquired. Nothing. Let us head home, brother. Upon returning home, Zhao Qin encountered he and his grandmother. Brother, my grandmother is looking for you. We thought you were at Ping Ji's place. Why didn't you call me for clam digging? Today might not yield much, but I wanted to gather some oysters for my sister, who is coming back. I explained briefly, not wanting he to feel abandoned. Just as I was about to inquire what the elderly lady wanted, I heard how he solemnly asked, Brother, how many traps did we throw out the day before yesterday? 10. Why? That's not right. Did you perhaps buy 11? Or did the kind-hearted shopkeeper gift you one unbeknownst to you? Zhao Qin shook his head, then realized that someone had indeed found a trap yesterday afternoon. He nodded vigorously. Yes, the daughter-in-law of the Zhong family stumbled upon one, and I've heard it's filled with plenty of goods. Zhao Qin was taken aback. Damn, what a coincidence. Why is it always that woman? As for how she managed to find a trap, it's likely that the waves brought someone else's trap to that spot. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhao Qin. The other party was no saint, having dared to accuse him falsely. He decided to turn the tables and, after formulating a plan, exclaimed, We're missing 2. So the one she found must surely belong to us. How shameless of her to take it home. She helped us find it, so we can thank her by sharing half of the catch, right? What gives her the right to keep it all to herself, while she claims our net? Upon hearing this, the elderly lady and Xia Rong immediately understood, and they took off running. You two stay back. It's a matter for the women to handle. They called out. Yes, you stay at home. No matter what happens, the elderly lady and I will get her net back. Zhao Qin admired the elderly lady's quick reaction, which was even swifter than that of his own sister-in-law. She grasped the situation immediately and moved swiftly. "Elder brother, why are you just standing there? Come along. If a fight breaks out, it's the elderly lady and sister-in-law who might suffer." Only then did Zhao Ping snap out of it and follow suit. Upon hearing that family members had returned, a Yuan's face brightened. He intended to hand over the girl to his parents to ensure everything was in order before heading out to play. However, when the girl was brought out, his parents had already left. Not a single reliable one among them. "They give birth but leave the responsibility to me." Yet, his words went unheard. At the entrance of the Zhong family, Zhao Qin watched as the elderly lady and sister-in-law pointed and scolded the Zhong family daughter-in-law. In no time, a crowd gathered, mostly comprised of older men, while most of the women had gone to the beach to collect sea snails. "Return our traps, you vile thief. You've stolen from us." The elderly lady, usually gentle, unleashed her fury, her combativeness soaring as she berated and stomped towards the Zhong family daughter-in-law. "Nonsense. I found that trap by the sea, so it rightfully belongs to me. You're the one talking nonsense, with your head so far up your rear that every word is foul. We are all fishermen. Everyone knows that the nets and traps belong to the ones who set them. Only you, with your darkened heart, would stoop to theft." Xiao Rong chimed in support. This remark garnered the support of many present. After all, this was a fishing village where livelihoods depended on the sea. The greatest fear was having one's nets or traps stolen or maliciously cut, causing them to sink to the bottom and become lost. There was truth in her words. While seafood along the shore might be ownerless, the tools for fishing belong to those who use them. Where is Zhong? The actions of your family in this matter lack integrity. After accepting someone else's fishing net, you remain utterly silent. Upon witnessing the nearby individuals rallying to support the Zhao family, the daughter-in-law of the Zhong family felt a surge of discontent. "How dare you interfere in matters that do not concern you? Have you nothing better to do? You are all welcome to leave my home at once." As she unleashed her verbal onslaught, the surrounding crowd grew increasingly agitated, with some quick to retort, escalating the commotion. "Do not seek trouble where none exists. I assure you, my family has connections. Do you believe I won't summon the authorities to apprehend all of you? You ought to leave immediately." Upon hearing her words, the crowd's frustration only intensified. "We will remain here. If you have the courage, call someone to arrest us. You claim to have found our belongings, yet you have no right to complain. Zhong, come forth and manage your wife. What our fishing net?" The elderly woman seized a moment to once again demand the return of the net, and the seafood contained within it must also be returned to us. "You must be delusional. Which of you saw me pick anything up? I did not take anything." Just then, a police car approached with its siren blaring, causing a stir among the crowd. Could it be that the Zhong family wields such influence? The daughter-in-law of the Zhong family, however, bore a triumphant expression, proudly addressing the onlookers. "Do not presume that my husband is the only one who can be easily bullied. I have stated before, my family has connections." Chapter 68, A Minor Punishment Before Long. Jin Shaogong and a similarly youthful companion leaped from their vehicle, their faces marked by confusion as they approached the gathering of people. It turned out that Zhong Yongping was indeed a distant relative of Brother Zhong from the precinct, sharing familial ties within 5 generations. The previous day, Brother Zhong had hosted a celebration for the full moon of his child, which attracted numerous relatives. Due to infrequent interactions, it was only recently that Zhong's wife became aware of this police connection, which she regarded as a significant advantage. Without considering the appropriateness of the occasion, she embellished the tale, eager to share the news. Today, Brother Zhong was at work and feeling it inappropriate to ignore the matter entirely, especially since it involved family. He sensed he could not allow his kin to be mistreated. However, he was also aware that women often tend to exaggerate, and hearing the name Zhao Qin made him suspect that the reality might diverge from her account. To avoid any conflict of interest, he refrained from directly participating in the investigation and dispatched Jin Shaogong and his team instead. Upon arriving in the village, Jin Shaogong noticed an unusual silence. Every household appeared deserted. After a circuit around the village, he discovered the source of the commotion. Everyone had congregated at this location. As he drew nearer to the crowd, he spotted Zhao Qin standing a short distance away. They both simultaneously shook their heads, silently signaling each other to refrain from making any greetings. And upon recognizing their mutual understanding, they exchanged a brief smile before averting their gazes. "Police officer, these people are on my doorstep trying to steal from us. Please arrest them," a woman implored. "Please remain calm. I must ascertain the situation," Jean Xiaogong replied, gently extricating his arm from her grasp. "Just ask me. They are targeting my family because we are few in number in this village, and they assaulted me the morning before last. Meng, I kindly ask that you do not obstruct our duties. Oh dear, I am cooperating with you. Do you even know how to speak? My husband is a close cousin of your instructor Zhong." Jean Xiaogong found himself at a loss for words, while the young man beside him impatiently interjected. "Then let us summon your husband as well. I need to understand the situation." Jean Xiaogong addressed the crowd. "We will handle this matter with impartiality, relying solely on evidence rather than familial ties. I wish to inquire about the incident that occurred on the beach the morning before last. Specifically, was there a confrontation involving someone named Zhao Qin and a woman named Peng Yuxiu? Did such an event take place? Under ordinary circumstances, the townsfolk might have refrained from speaking ill of one another in the presence of Zhong's family. However, Peng Yuxiu's recent actions had thoroughly incensed them, and they were collectively harboring their frustrations. Consequently, several voices rose in unison, recounting the events of the previous day. It was she who first accused him. Clearly, she was caught stealing sea cucumbers from Qin's home. Indeed, Qin is a cultured individual and chose not to stoop to her level. Yet she had the audacity to counter-accuse. "Officer, we are stating the truth, and we are willing to testify." Jean Xiaogong turned his attention to Peng Yuxiu, who immediately leaped up indignantly. "They are lying. I did not steal anything. I was assaulted. Zhao Qin is the guilty one." Jean Xiaogong swiftly quelled the rising clamor, asking the gathered individuals, "What is the situation here?" Upon listening to the entire account, his brows furrowed deeply. "Peng Yuxiu, have you stumbled upon crab trap?" "No. I hope you speak the truth. We will verify it. Surely, if you found it, someone must have seen it at the time." I did find one, but I cannot prove it belongs to Zhao Qin. It belongs to Qin. We witnessed him placing it there." "Indeed, Qin mentioned losing two. You should return the one you found. Simply returning the trap suffices, but it contains seafood worth at least several thousand. Officer, please inquire whom she sold it to. A quick check at the purchasing station will reveal everything." Hearing their words, Peng Yuxiu gradually became fearful, not of being caught, but of them discovering how much she had sold, compelling her to repay it. She thought it would be better to slice her own flesh than face that reality. She immediately sank to the ground, crying and rolling about. At this point, the matter had become quite clear. Jean Xiaogong called out Zhong Yongping, who had been hiding in the house, to negotiate a resolution. "Comrade Zhao Qin, while Peng Yuxiu has slandered you, it has not caused you any substantial harm. I suggest we have her apologize to you." Zhao Qin graciously replied. "Let us proceed as the officer suggests." Next came the question of the ownership of the crab trap, as well as how much seafood lay within. Zhao Qin glanced at Zhong Yongping, sighing inwardly. He felt no pressure facing Peng Yuxiu, as he considered neither of them to be virtuous, thus feeling no guilt. However, old Zhong was a man of integrity. His life had been marred by marrying such a woman. As the saying goes, one knows their own hardships. If they believe their life is satisfactory, even if the wife is unfaithful, who are outsiders to judge? Qin, I apologize on behalf of my wife. Given the situation, we must continue to live in the same village. I will ensure the trap and the value of the seafood are returned. Brother Zhong, I will take the trap. But I've heard that the seafood sold for several thousand. That is not true. After hearing me out, I know they must have exaggerated. Here's the deal. The trap was indeed found with your wife's assistance, and I cannot dismiss the effort she put into this. I will not demand a significant amount. How about you compensate me with 2 chickens and 2 ducks? This will settle the matter. Jean Xiaogong turned to Zhong Yongping. It would be best if I can mediate this here. Do you find this request reasonable? Reasonable. If not, perhaps add another chicken, as the seafood did indeed bring in quite a sum. Very well, you arrange it. Let us apprehend them now. Considering your wife's character, we should act on sight. Who knows what she would feed the chickens and ducks? I would dare eat them if we brought them home. Zhao Qin would undoubtedly accept the few chickens and ducks as a slight punishment for Pang Yuxiu's wrongdoing. All right, I will go catch them now. Once the sea opens, I will venture far out and bring you some deep-sea delicacies upon my return. Thank you in advance, Brother Zhong. It was said that 3 chickens and ducks were to be captured and compensated to Zhao Qin. Pang Yuxiu once again let out a cry, albeit this time with noticeably less fervor, showing no intention of stopping her man from catching them. She feared that if the commotion continued, the police would conduct a formal investigation into the profits from the seafood sales. Meanwhile, the onlookers remarked on Zhao Qin's generosity, suggesting that if it were them, they would demand the return of the money earned from the seafood caught in the fish trap. Zhao Qin chuckled, lighting cigarettes for the crowd. Even after finishing 1 pack, he found it insufficient and borrowed cigarettes from De Gu and He to continue sharing. He expressed gratitude for their candidness, insisting there was no need for formality. After all, they were all from the same village, and this was only to be expected. Qin, there's another fish trap. If we find it and sell the seafood, shall we provide you with chickens and ducks as well? Certainly, but I doubt we'll find it, so let us not dwell on it. After all, prolonged exposure to seawater can be quite uncomfortable. Zhao Qin engaged in casual conversation for a while, and, noticing that he and De Gu had received the chickens and ducks from Zhong Yongping, he called for the old lady and sister-in-law to return home. There were too many people around, making it difficult for him to walk closely with Jin Shaogong. He decided to thank him later with a phone call upon their return. P.S. This chapter may leave some brothers feeling uneasy. Let me clarify that the protagonist is not a paragon of virtue. On the contrary, he possesses a somewhat mischievous disposition. Even if Zhong's daughter-in-law did not report him for the assault, he would still act this way simply out of spite for the incident involving the stolen sea cucumbers. Chapter 69. A glimmer of hope for the ship on this day. For the women of the village, apart from Pang Yuxiu, the rest were filled with joy. Some gathered dozens of pounds of bitter snails, while others collected 1 or 200 pounds. Regardless of the quantity, they could earn at least several dozen to 100 coins. At the dock, carrying a load all day would only earn one about 60 coins. Zhao Ping, however, earned 80 coins due to his skilled craftsmanship. Unskilled laborers made only around 40 to 50 coins. Such a bountiful harvest further solidified their resolve to follow Zhao Qin, knowing it would lead to better sustenance. They planned to keep a close watch on him, ensuring they would accompany him wherever he went. Zhao Qin, oblivious to their intentions, would have felt quite distressed had he known. Upon returning from the Zhong family, Zhao Qin looked at the chickens and ducks and said to his sister-in-law, "Let us keep 2 for ourselves and let Grandma take the rest home to prepare." He added, "You can keep everything I want." Zhao Qin dreaded the hassle of distribution and simply asked his sister-in-law to manage it. He then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Grandma, you mentioned you wanted to talk to me about something. What is it?" "Oh dear, how could I forget? Do you know the Shui family? They own a 12-meter iron boat, which I believe they purchased in 1992 or 1993. It has been in operation for over 10 years. Now, their son has become a chef and opened a food stall in the provincial city, leaving the boat too much for them to handle alone. They intended to rent it out, but due to its age, no one is willing to lease it, so they are considering selling it. After all, a boat left unused only depreciates in value. I thought the price might be reasonable, especially if you just want to use it for setting traps by the seaside." Hearing this, Zhao Qin's face brightened with excitement. He was pleasantly surprised by his grandmother's efficiency. They had only discussed it the night before, and she had already gathered information by morning. "You mean the Shuizheng family, right?" "Yes, their second son seems to be named that," she confirmed. Zhao Qin recalled that Shuizheng was his classmate, a small-framed boy who had developed a bit late and was often teased about his lack of facial hair, leading him to avoid public restrooms. However, after middle school, they lost touch, as Shuizheng went to technical school while Zhao Qin entered high school. "Thank you, Grandma. Shall I go speak with him this afternoon?" "Don't rush into this. It's better to let them come to you rather than waiting for them to strike the deal. I will spread the word and inform the old Shui family that you are interested in purchasing an old boat. This way, we can negotiate better." Zhao Qin gave his grandmother a thumbs up, praising her cunning. "Grandma, you are truly astute." Just as he finished his compliment, he playfully tapped her on the head, teasing, "Can't you choose your words more wisely? If you can't, perhaps it's best to remain silent." The old lady shot him a glare, retorting that Zhao Qin hadn't hit him hard enough. "Grandma, I am your beloved grandson," he replied, as the family shared laughter, putting thoughts of Pang Yuxiu behind them. When the old lady returned home, she and Xia Rong haggled for a while before she finally accepted the chickens and ducks. She realized that when the time came to prepare them, she could simply invite Zhao Qin over for a meal. In the afternoon, Zhao Qin intended a stroll by the seaside. With 9 points of luck for the day, he hoped to discover something valuable, even if it meant keeping it for a hearty dinner later. As it turned out, just as in the early hours, all he needed was a direction towards the beach, and a throng of people would promptly follow. Bored at home, he seized the keys to his older brother's motorcycle, contemplating a trip to the town to inquire about obtaining a boating license, for he truly lacked the knowledge, and even by the seaside, one cannot navigate without a license. Zhao Qin firmly believed that having money and connections made matters easier. While he was somewhat reluctant to part with his funds, he decided to seek assistance instead. Upon arriving at Shundong's purchasing station, he found Chen's father tending the shop. Upon seeing him, Chen's father launched into a tirade of complaints. "You could have simply brought me wine and tea. Why purchase such fine quality? Uncle Chen, under ordinary circumstances, I wouldn't be so generous, but thanks to Donggo, I made a tidy sum," Zhao Qin replied. Chen's father paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "You speak so candidly, indeed. Are you here for something specific today?" "Uncle Chen, spending all my time at the beach isn't ideal. I was hoping to acquire a boat to set traps and fish with lines, but I still lack the boating license. I wanted to ask Donggu about how to obtain one. Is it difficult?" Chen's father waved his hand dismissively for this matter. "Consult him. He wouldn't know either." Zhao Qin felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed he would have to seek out Qian Kuan, and if that failed, perhaps ask Jin Shaogong. Yet, just as he pondered this, Chen's father retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Sheng, I have a nephew who needs to get a boating license. Could you advise him on how to proceed?" "Oh, come now. The person has been accepted into Peking University, and doesn't he even care to study there? I'm not exaggerating. Just take this matter seriously, and I'll have him reach out to you in the next couple of days." Zhao Qin was elated. It seemed Chen's father had feigned the uselessness of consulting Chundong merely to showcase his own connections. After hanging up, Chen's father told him, "The Maritime Bureau in the county is where you need to go. You can't take the test in our town. I'll give you the number. Just call them and mention that I sent you. Bring a couple of bottles of wine, nothing too extravagant." "I truly appreciate it, Uncle Chen. No need for thanks. It's merely a phone call. Your father is still in the provincial capital, right? That old rascal enjoys wandering about. Let us see if he returns for the Mid-Autumn Festival. If he does, tell him to come here for a drink." Though spoken lightly, he understood the obligation that came with such favors, a fact Zhao Qin was acutely aware of, especially after having just gifted something the day before. He decided to bide his time until he obtained the license, at which point he would present a suitable gift. After a few more exchanges with Uncle Chen, he expressed his gratitude once more and took his leave. However, as he stepped outside and mounted the motorcycle, ready to depart, he noticed a car parked nearby. Assuming it was someone there to purchase seafood, he paid little mind until the window rolled down, revealing Qian Kuan's head. "Ah, Qin, what brings you here?" "Mr. Qian, have you just returned from outside? I had some business in the county around noon." He mentioned that the sea cucumber and conch you brought last time were your teaching. "Indeed, he has chosen well in befriending you. Those were his own idea. Since the harvest was a partnership, he felt awkward about it, so I merely encouraged him." "Very well. It seems that he has grown considerably more sensible. By the way, we're heading out to sea early tomorrow. With me included, there will be 3 of us. Would you care to join?" Zhao Qin's mind stirred with a thought. This indeed seemed feasible. If he were by the seaside, regardless of the system's luck value, he would likely be surrounded by a crowd. Accompanying Qian Kuan on a sea excursion would alleviate any pressure. As for tomorrow's luck value, it mattered little. If fortune smiled upon him, it would yield a bountiful harvest. If not, he could always return to that solitary island to harvest oysters, which his elder sister adored. "Mr. Qian, may I bring 2 companions?" he inquired. "What is the fare for the boat? If you say it's free, then we shall not continue this discussion." "Ha ha! Very well. I shall charge a nominal fee, merely to cover fuel costs. Each of you can contribute 50 yuan, totaling 100 yuan for the 3 of you. I shall waive Ahi's portion. Thank you, Mr. Qian. There is no need for such formality, Zhao Qin replied. Then let us meet at the village dock at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. We shall not wait for latecomers. With the arrangements finalized, Zhao Qin noted that it was still early. He made his way to the butcher's, purchasing several pounds of meat and ribs before returning home on his bicycle. P.S. A later chapter will follow. I am currently working on it. Chapter 70. Inviting my elder brother to set sail. Upon returning home, my elder brother ascended the mountain to inspect the fruits, while Zhao Qin faced a deluge of complaints from his sister-in-law regarding the meat he had purchased. He found it tedious to explain himself and opted for silence. Uncle, isn't my mother rather bothersome? After Xia Rong departed, a Yuan lowered his voice to inquire. One ought not to speak ill of others behind their backs, especially one's own mother. Alas, I know you must think this way in your heart, uncle. You have also become quite hypocritical. What is this? Are you seeking punishment today? Noticing Yuan raising his hand, he chuckled and dashed toward the backyard, shouting, Mother, I want sweet and sour ribs for dinner. Then help with the vegetables, came the response. My uncle is free. I'll call him to assist. Zhao Qin smiled, exchanged greetings with his sister-in-law, and made his way back to the old residence. As he passed by Ahi's home, he called out, and soon the elderly lady emerged. Granny, where's Ahi? He mentioned going out to catch oysters this afternoon. I'm too busy in the vegetable garden to leave. What does he need to do? When he returns, tell him to meet at the dock by 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Oh, so you're going out to sea, are you? The old lady's mind was remarkably quick, and she continued, Indeed, the villagers are rather envious. When one person earns money, they all wish to follow suit. How will they accompany you out to the open sea? Granny, that was precisely my thought. I shall take my leave now. Will you join us for dinner tonight? No, Granny. My sister-in-law has already prepared the meal. Upon returning home, he found himself at a loss for activities and contemplated purchasing a computer. Playing World of Warcraft would certainly alleviate his boredom. However, he soon remembered the impending expense of acquiring a boat and constructing his own house. With land being a significant expenditure, ultimately, it seemed that this was not the time for indulgence. He had barely settled in when his elder brother called, inviting him over for dinner. On his way to his brother's house, he encountered villagers with snakeskin bags slung over their shoulders, filled with conchs, their faces beaming with smiles. They paused to exchange pleasantries with him, a stark contrast to how he had previously been regarded. At his brother's home, the dishes were already laid out on the table. He stopped his brother from pouring him a drink, explaining that since they had not gone out to sea today, there was no need for alcohol to dispel the body's humidity. It was better to abstain. Elder brother, we are setting sail with the boat tomorrow morning. Zhao Ping looked taken aback and asked, What is the purpose of going out to sea? Whose boat will we take? Zhao Qin recounted the invitation from Qian Kuan to join him at sea. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Ping responded, Perhaps I won't go. The boat fare is 50 yuan, nearly a day's wages. I will cover the fare, elder brother. I believe that after the storm 2 days ago, we could find plenty along the shore. The small island I discovered must harbor even more treasures, and it is uninhabited. Surely no one has ventured there these past few days. At this revelation, Zhao Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he replied with a smile. Then I shall accompany you to see it tomorrow morning. With the plan settled, Zhao Ping considered the early start and finished his drink without refilling before beginning his meal. The locals' approach to drinking is quite intriguing. They often serve their meals alongside their drinks, unlike Zhao Qin's former hometown, where drinking and dining were strictly separate affairs. Zhao Qin has now learned to face his daily fortune with composure, no longer feeling compelled to check it in the middle of the night. At 4:30, he turned out of bed, activated the system, and discovered that today's fortune was rather promising, boasting a score of 33 points. After a quick wash, he organized his gear, placed his sand shovel into a bucket, and set off carrying 2 buckets and 2 iron shovels. Who knows what treasures await him on the island today? Thus, he prepared his tools, while he was confident that his elder brother would not forget the snakeskin bag. As he secured the door, he noticed Ahi rushing towards him. What is the rush? Were you chased by a dog? No. My grandmother insisted I eat breakfast before leaving, so I was worried you might leave early. Ahi replied, taking the iron shovel Zhao Qin was carrying. Brother, Yesterday, I collected 2 or 3 pounds of oysters, enough for Mei Jie to enjoy when she returns. Well, I don't consider you an outsider. I won't be polite about this. When my brother-in-law comes, you're welcome to join us for a meal. All right, he said, pulling 4 eggs from his pocket. My grandmother was worried you wouldn't have breakfast, so she asked me to bring these. He took the bucket, allowing him to peel and eat while walking. After finishing the 4 eggs, he took a sip from the water bottle, feeling quite satisfied. An adequate breakfast indeed. The free-range eggs, though smaller in size, had an exquisite taste, especially when boiled. One bite was enough to discern their quality, far superior to hormone-injected eggs. Upon reaching the dock, Zhao Qin, his elder brother, also carried a bucket, which contained not only a water bottle, but also several snake skin bags. As he approached, Zhao Ping retrieved a bag of boiled eggs from the bucket. Here, have 2 to tide you over. We'll save the rest for lunch. Your sister-in-law was concerned we might go hungry, so she prepared them early while they're still warm. I just had some from Ahi, so I'll save these for lunch. Having a woman at home is invaluable. He reflected on how, had he not teamed up with his brother and sister-in-law, returning late from a sea would mean cooking for himself, leading to a rather stressful existence. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Qian Kuan's boat arrived. Once aboard, they exchanged introductions. Qin, are you still going to gather shellfish today instead of fishing with us? Qian Kuan inquired, noticing their fishing gear. Zhao Qin felt a twinge of desire to fish. In fact, he had considered purchasing a fishing rod from the system the previous night. However, he ultimately resisted the urge, deciding that the remaining 1,000 points of merit should be entirely invested in traps, which he deemed a more prudent choice. Let us stick to gathering shellfish. My fishing skills leave much to be desired. Sea fishing isn't that difficult, but gathering shellfish is also appealing. Remember, we found sea cucumbers last time. Zhao Qin turned to Zhao Ping. Brother, you're not seasick, are you? Have you forgotten that I used to work on larger vessels? Zhao Qin then recalled that before his brother's marriage, he had been a sailor on ocean-going ships, but after tying the knot, their mother forbade him from going far, leading him to work locally at the dock. Today, the boat was manned by 2 young individuals. Although Qian Kuan had previously stated that he was only renting the fishing spots and not the boat itself, he still intended to bring along some companions. However, the arrival of 3 additional people left him somewhat displeased. Zhao Qin lit 2 cigarettes, engaging in casual conversation with the youngsters. Their initial discomfort quickly dissipated, as they were all young men. Qin, how has the harvest been at the shore? One asked. Just the usual. Gathering some snails and shells, he replied. No fish, came the inquiry. Generally, we don't spot any fish, Zhao Qin answered, and upon hearing this, the enthusiasm of the 2 young men visibly waned. Zhao Qin, not only accompanying the youngsters in their banter, but also sharing occasional remarks with Qian Kuan, seemed to possess an effortless ability to connect with anyone. In contrast, Zhao Ping and he remained notably silent, merely observing the conversation. He admired Zhao Qin's knack for engaging with anyone, feeling somewhat hesitant to initiate dialogue with those who appeared to belong to a significantly higher social class. Meanwhile, Zhao Ping wore a knowing smile, confident that once his younger brother found his footing, he would undoubtedly surpass him in prospects. Arriving at a rocky outcrop on a deserted island, they agreed with Qian Kuan on a designated time and disembarked the boat, carrying their belongings. Brother, should we first explore those crab holes or collect some shells along the shore? Zhao Qin suggested, glancing at the tide. I suspect it will be another 2 hours before the water recedes. I doubt the mudflat is exposed yet. Let's gather some shells by the sea for now. P.S. My energy is depleted. Let us continue tomorrow. I humbly seek your support for my new book. Thank you, my friends. Chapter 71. The whale bestows fortune. The tides rise and fall twice a day, with each low tide separated by 12 hours. The exact timing varies, typically following a 15-day cycle, meaning that each day's tide points differ, with the subsequent day occurring approximately 40 minutes later than the previous evening. Today, the ebbing tide is expected around 8:30. The mudflats are relatively elevated, so as long as it is not high tide, they should be exposed. Zhao Qin has been observing these patterns over the past few days, gaining a basic understanding of them. Should I follow the previous plan and explore one side? He asked, carrying a bucket. Zhao Qin placed 2 shovels on a flat rock, deeming them unnecessary for now. After all, if another person were to appear on this island, one could not rule out the possibility of supernatural occurrences, so he was not concerned about losing them. Hearing Ahi's suggestion, he nodded and turned to his elder brother. Are you coming with me or with Ahi? Either is fine. I'll go with you. The trio split into 2 groups and began to stroll along the beach. After taking a few steps, Zhao Ping furrowed his brow. Akin, it seems there is nothing of value here. Zhao Qin felt a twinge of disappointment as well. He had anticipated this deserted island to resemble the beach near his home, teeming with sea cucumbers and conchs. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Those creatures were alive, and after the typhoon, they had ample time to retreat into the ocean. Akin, look quickly. Zhao Ping's voice brimmed with excitement as he pointed to the sky nearby. Zhao Qin glanced upward and noticed a multitude of seabirds congregating in the direction his brother indicated. Not quite understanding the significance, he asked, Brother, are we catching seabirds? They have wings, and without tools, it would be difficult. Catch seabirds? Generally, when seabirds gather, it signifies there is something beneath. Depending on the situation, they might be circling around a small island. Let us hurry over to take a look, Zhao Ping replied, already striding towards the spot. Zhao Qin paused, surprised by this perspective, yet knowing his brother's experience in foraging was superior to his own, he followed along. After rounding a bend, Zhao Qin noticed his brother suddenly halted, staring intently at the distant beach. Curiosity piqued, he approached and exclaimed, Goodness! Which scoundrel threw so many small plastic bags onto the beach? Zhao Ping, initially in shock, found humor in his brother's remark. Indeed, from afar, they did resemble white plastic bags gently dancing in the wind. Those are octopuses, Zhao Ping clarified. Are they valuable? Zhao Ping shook his head and resumed his pace, leaving Zhao Qin uncertain whether the gesture indicated ignorance or a lack of worth. Upon reaching the site, Zhao Ping bent down to start collecting them, exclaiming with excitement, These are long-legged small octopuses. We struck it rich. Zhao Qin surveyed the small creatures, estimating them to weigh no more than 2 or 3 tails, and expressed his disdain. Brother, aren't they a bit too small? What do you know? These long-legged small octopuses are typically this size. The best ones weigh around 1 or 2 tails, just enough for a single bite. They are worth far more than those red and black varieties. What is the price per pound? The smaller ones sell individually. I've heard they can fetch 5 yuan each, while the larger ones are sold by weight, usually around 30 yuan or more. That is not overly expensive. Zhao Ping chuckled, acknowledging that while they may not compare to sea cucumbers or conchs, the fact that they could collect such treasures was indeed a blessing from Mazu. Isn't it a blessing from the typhoon? He retorted. Nonsense. The typhoon brings calamity. It's Mazu's protection that has delivered these oceanic delicacies to us. Hurry, gather them quickly, and don't let your hands idle. Naturally, Zhao Qin did not genuinely disdain the catch. Each piece, worth 5 yuan, was a delightful addition to their earnings. Damn it, these seagulls are infuriating. They've snatched away my money, he exclaimed. Quick, or they'll consume everything. Unconsciously, the two hastened their movements, and soon Zhao Qin spotted several items being whisked away by the birds, while a few others began to crawl back towards the sea. Brother, do octopuses also live in groups? He wondered aloud, having never heard of such a thing. Moreover, during the season, these long-legged little octopuses were not typically found near shallow waters. It was indeed peculiar, especially since the tide had not receded significantly. As Zhao Qin turned his head, he suddenly noticed a column of water erupting in the distance, followed by a fleeting glimpse of a dark dorsal fin. Brother, I think I just saw a whale spouting. Zhao Ping glanced in the direction Zhao Qin pointed, realization dawning upon him. That must be a pygmy sperm whale, the octopus's natural predator. It must have driven the octopuses ashore. We are indeed fortunate to witness this. Although Zhao Qin was not well versed in such matters, he smiled and waved at the spot where the water had erupted, shouting, Thank you. To his surprise, 2 more columns of water shot up in response, further elevating his spirits. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up and collect, Zhao Ping said, bemused by his brother's childish antics. Brother, Why are you using foul language? I rarely heard that from you before. This godforsaken place has only the three of us. No one else can hear us. Besides, it's not like you and Ahe don't drop expletives from time to time. Zhao Qin replied, slightly exasperated that he was being blamed. In truth, the occasional exclamation felt rather refreshing. Yes, swearing is fine, provided one knows their audience. Otherwise, one risks getting hurt. You're still a university student. You should try to curb that habit. I notice you speak quite normally with Chun and the others, yet you change when you're with Lao Zhu and his crew. Zhao Qin glanced over and noticed that his brother's speed in collecting was even quicker than his own, despite having been single for over 20 years. Zhao Ping's bucket was already half full, while his own was barely covered at the bottom. He quickened his pace, retorting, Lao Zhu and his friends are worse than I am. If I were to speak to them nicely, I'd be taken advantage of. Moreover, someone once said that while swearing dirties the mouth, swallowing it taints the heart. So though my words may be coarse, my heart remains pure. Zhao Ping paused, momentarily taken aback by his brother's words. After a long moment, he laughed. Is there such a saying? Ha ha ha. You can consider that just nonsense. The two brothers shared laughter, and Zhao Qin noted that his elder brother was particularly talkative today. As they both stood to stretch, he spotted Ahe in the distance, who had also made his way to this area and was bending down to collect as well. Just as he lifted his head, he caught sight of Zhao Qin gazing at him, smiling as he waved his hand. He then lit a cigarette and resumed his task. Brother, do you think this thing could be crushed? In truth, octopuses occasionally possess a vitality that surpasses that of crabs, yet they cannot be long deprived of water. He planned to place the creature in a snakeskin bag and keep it in a nearby puddle for safekeeping, intending to retrieve it when it was time to leave. At that moment, the number of circling birds above increased, seemingly incensed by Zhao Qin and his companions pilfering their food. Remarkably, even a seagull had the audacity to swoop down and peck at the bucket Zhao Qin had set aside. Get away. Don't think that just because you're a protected species, I won't take action against you. The intruder was a seagull, a species that was designated as protected as early as 2000. Yet on this deserted island, should Zhao Qin truly manage to shoot one and prepare it for a meal, who could say what happened? Ha ha, brother, you're truly unfortunate. Zhao Qin turned his head just in time to witness a droplet of bird droppings land squarely on his brother's head. Having just finished laughing, he suddenly felt something strike his back. Damn it, I've been hit too. Chapter 71. The white eel, no matter how abundant the marine bounty, there comes a time when it is exhausted. The trio had gathered merely 1/3 of the treasures, while the remaining 2/3 had either fled or been claimed by the seabirds. Nevertheless, their haul was quite impressive, filling 3 buckets to the brim, amounting to over 100 pounds. Brother Ping, how could there be so many little octopuses here? Ahe exclaimed, having just been struck by bird droppings, cursing the fowl above as he approached Zhao Ping for an inquiry. The mysteries of the sea often elude even the most seasoned fishermen. It is said that octopuses do not congregate, and having just spotted a small sperm whale, it was likely that it had driven the fish towards the shore. The three exchanged glances, and despite the disgusting circumstances, laughter bubbled forth. The droppings rained down upon them, unavoidable as if from a divine hand, leaving them in a rather unpleasant state. All right, let us strip off our clothes and wash them. They will dry on the rocks in half an hour. After all, it's just the 3 of us on this island. Wearing just our shorts will suffice. Zhao Qin suggested, eyeing the sun, now high in the sky, not wanting to be scorched. Yet, washing was imperative. Otherwise, old Qian might refuse him entry onto the boat. After the wash, he resolved to don the damp attire. Zhao Ping had already poured the 3 buckets of octopuses evenly into a snakeskin bag, promptly securing it with a rope, and slung one over his shoulder to lead the way. Take this, Zhao Qin said, noticing Ahe's petite frame was even smaller than his own, handing over an empty bucket for him to carry while he slung another bag over his back to follow his elder brother. Ahe, could you fetch the 2 shovels as well? After a brief search, they indeed discovered a puddle. Zhao Qin, relieved to unload the snake skin bag from his back, gasped for breath and addressed Ahe, damn it, this body is out of shape, too slender. I need to consciously supplement my nutrition. Exercise can wait for now. The daily activity is already sufficient. Any more might be detrimental. The puddle was quite fascinating, surrounded by stones of various sizes, seemingly arranged by human hands. Measuring over 2 meters in length and width, it was oval-shaped with a depth of about 1 meter. The elevated terrain suggested it could only fill during high tides, while normal tides likely did not reach it, providing a sense of security. After placing the bag in the water, the trio proceeded to bathe and wash their clothes in the puddle. During this time, Zhao Qin opened the system panel for a glance, discovering that the little octopuses had granted him an increase of 70 merit points, pushing his total merit reserves beyond 1,400 points, a delightful surprise. However, due to collecting the little octopuses, his once 33 real-time luck points had dwindled to 19, yet he remained hopeful of finding more treasures. Once they had finished washing, Zhao Ping inquired, "You are more familiar with this island than I am. The beach has yielded nothing. Where is the mudflat you mentioned earlier?" Zhao Qin assessed the water level, deeming it safe, and led the way, climbing over several large rocks until the mudflat came into view. "Ah, this island is intriguing. It even has a mudflat in the center," Zhao Qin exclaimed. "Brother Ping, last time my brother and I dug up numerous crab tigers here, and interestingly, there is a freshwater ditch running through the middle, suggesting a nearby spring." The three individuals descended into the muddy expanse, their intentions clear as they advanced toward the freshwater ditch at its center. Upon arrival, the marks left by the previous two had been erased by the repeated tides. Following the ditch downward, he exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, the crab eel hole we didn't finish digging last time is still here." Zhao Qin, equally thrilled, noted that these creatures fetched nearly $100 per pound, certainly more valuable than the long-legged octopus they had previously encountered. "Ahi, take your time with the sand shovel, while my brother and I will use the spades." The trio divided their tools, each selecting a hole to excavate. However, it was not long before disappointment swept across their faces, for they had all come up empty. The hole yielded nothing. "How can it be empty? There was plenty last time," Ahi lamented. "It's normal if there's nothing," Zhao Ping explained. "Crab eels feed on crabs, and it seems the crabs here have been exhausted. We might need to change locations." Although Zhao Ping attempted to rationalize the situation, he too could not hide his disappointment. Yet, he quickly reconciled himself, realizing that having collected so many small octopuses during this outing was still a considerable gain. Zhao Qin, unfazed by the banter, continued to ponder, believing that according to the day's luck, they should still uncover something of interest. Moments later, he stumbled upon a hole the size of an infant's fist, vertical, round, and unlike the flat crab holes, its entrance was remarkably smooth. "Brother, what kind of hole is this?" Zhao Ping, who was lighting a cigarette, turned to glance, uncertainty in his eyes. "It resembles a sea eel hole." "Let us find out, brother. You rest while I dig." He tossed his sand shovel into the bucket and swiftly seized the iron spade from Zhao Qin, commencing his excavation. Given that they were on an island rather than true marshlands, the thickness of the mud was limited, and the soil was harder compared to the muddy banks near the village, making it easier to dig. At least the mud did not cling to the spade. "I have found one too." Rather than watching Ahi work, Zhao Ping began to search nearby, and after a few steps, he discovered an identical hole, which appeared to be slightly larger than Zhao Qin's find. "It must be a sea eel. It could sell for around $10 to $20 a pound," Zhao Ping remarked as he began to dig. Seeing himself idle, Zhao Qin also resumed searching, and soon enough, he uncovered another hole. At this point, he was convinced that his remaining luck was destined for the sea eel hidden within. "Oh no, Brother Ping, it's not a sea eel," he exclaimed, his excitement growing as he hastened his digging, sensing that something below was attempting to flee. After several vigorous thrusts of the spade, he quickly bent down to investigate, and in the next moment, 3 fingers of his right hand clasped around a lengthy object. Exultantly, he called out, "Brother, look at this. Goodness, such a large white eel." Zhao Qin could not contain his astonishment. "It's a loach. Remarkably valuable. Ah Qin, dig faster, do not stop," Zhao Ping said with palpable excitement, his own spade moving more swiftly. Zhao Qin leaned in for a closer look, noting that it closely resembled the white eel, puzzled as to why his brother referred to it as a loach. Indeed, there are distinctions. The head is somewhat more pointed, and the physique exhibits subtle differences. Under the same weight, the earth dragon is shorter. Currently, without a comparison, Zhao Qin naturally assumes they are identical. Brother, is this quite expensive? I estimate the larger one could cost over 100 per pound. And as for Ahi's specimen, its value remains uncertain, so let us expedite the digging. Upon hearing such a price, Zhao Qin could no longer maintain his composure, yet he was using a sand shovel, which impeded his speed. Meanwhile, Ahi carefully placed the earth dragon into a snakeskin bag and secured the top with a bucket, as this creature possesses considerable vitality and could leap out if not attended to, leading to potential complications. Goodness, mine is even larger, weighing around 2 to 3 pounds. Zhao Ping remarked, bending down to secure another specimen. Chapter 73. A bountiful harvest, the scientifically known as is a species of eel. Unlike the sharp teeth of ordinary eels, its dentition resembles that of human molars, appearing granular or molar-like. Its nutritional value and flavor far surpass those of common eels. Locally referred to as, this name signifies its rarity and preciousness, rendering it a coveted treasure of the sea. It is widely believed to strengthen bones and muscles, with people resorting to consuming medicinal dishes or liquors made from when suffering from injuries, fractures, or muscular pains. Some families even prepare liquor in advance for their daughters or daughters-in-law to nourish them during their confinement period, a time when it is customary to consume rice wine or medicinal liquors. Please refrain from criticism. Despite its expense, the labor involved is considerable. Zhao Qin lamented, reminiscing about the ease of catching the small octopuses earlier, which only required bending down to pick them up. Now, however, the task required digging, and sometimes a shovel would strike a stone hidden in the mud, causing pain to his arms and hands. Those who desired to exert themselves would find it challenging. A single could equate to several days' wages, prompting eager competition. Zhao Ping worked with remarkable speed, having already bagged his first catch and was on the hunt for a second. He was nearly at the same pace, while Zhao Qin, armed with a sand shovel, was still grappling with the first hole. Damn it, I miscalculated. Had I known, I would have purchased an additional iron shovel from a system. Now it's too late. The sand shovel was not only less efficient than an iron one, but also more exhausting, for while the iron shovel allowed for standing and using one's full strength, the sand shovel required squatting, relying solely on the arms. At last, he spotted a tail, but it quickly slipped away. "You little demon, where are you fleeing?" he muttered, hastening the movement of his sand shovel. After a couple of minutes, perhaps the had grown weary, for it resigned itself to being captured by his hand. "Brother, this one is quite sizable," he exclaimed. Although smaller than the one Zhao Ping had previously caught, it was noticeably larger than Ahi's catch. "Not bad. It should weigh around 2 pounds. It seems these have never been caught before and are well fed, all appearing quite plump." Zhao Ping merely glanced at it before fervently swinging his shovel, eager to bring in his second catch. "Brother, there's another hole here. We can't stop now. Dig quickly." Zhao Qin thought to himself, "Damn it, why do I feel like the one lagging behind with all eyes on me?" He silently grumbled, but turned his attention to the hole. He pointed out and resumed wielding his sand shovel. "Brother, these creatures are precious. Let us leave a couple for ourselves. The old lady is getting on in years and could use some nourishment, and you should have a bit to bolster your strength as well." Zhao Ping did not oppose this suggestion, nodding slightly, but immediately retorted, "My back is perfectly fine." "Well, mine is not. I'll keep one to bolster my own strength." "You're just a child. Where did you get it back?" Zhao Qin chose not to engage further, reflecting on how, since his transformation, his brother had become more mischievous. Previously, when he was a mere lump of clay, his brother supported him without hesitation, often refraining from harsh words. Now that he had become more industrious, it seemed his brother's tongue had grown sharper. "Bro, look at this massive catch." Ahe exclaimed with delight as he pulled out a sizable eel, likely weighing around 3 to 4 pounds, the largest one so far. "Indeed, the tide is set to rise in a little over 2 hours. We need to dig in the deeper holes, or we might miss out." "Yes, I understand. This is a genuine tide-chasing adventure. After all, we're racing against the rising waters. No matter how much bounty we find, it would be futile once the tide comes in." Zhao Ping had initially intended to pause for a smoke, but upon hearing his brother's words, he resolutely continued digging. Once they got busy, time seemed to fly. Zhao Qin's freshly washed clothes had not dried, but instead became even wetter. The sun was climbing higher, and the heat was unbearable. Although there was a sea breeze, it was not enough to alleviate the sweltering conditions. On the other hand, Ah and Zhao Ping, clad only in shorts, appear to be faring better. Akin, why don't you loosen the cloth wrapped around your face? It must be stifling, Zhao Ping remarked, feeling the heat just by looking at him. That one tea do. I don't mind getting tanned, but the ultraviolet rays are too intense. I certainly don't want to be called old uncle by the time I'm 30, Zhao Qin replied. Haha, a Yuan already calls you uncle. Ah chimed in, sensing that Zhao Qin as precaution was somewhat exaggerated. Come on, there's no bird poop on this cloth. I've been wearing a hat the whole time, Zhao Qin retorted. Ah how about we swap tools? Brother, I'm fine. I can handle it, Ah replied. Zhao Qin thought to himself, damn, I can't hold on much longer. Digging with this sand shovel is exhausting. After a while, his arms felt not only sore but also swollen. However, with both his companions reaping more than he was, he felt compelled to press on. Never mind, as long as I'm not dead, I'll keep going. A little extra sweat one tea hurt. Youth is an asset. After a good sleep, my strength will return. They toiled for over 3 hours, and when the tide finally surged in, they had no choice but to call it a day. Akin, ask Mr. Qian when he'll be back. We can go together on the boat then, Zhao Ping suggested as the three ascended the rocks, watching the sea swiftly inundate the entire mudflat. What a pity. It's $50 a person, Zhao Qin mused, recalling his elder brother's attitude from the previous day. With this haul, even if it were $100, it would be worth it, Ah remarked, glancing at the snakeskin bag. How much do you think we have, Pingu? Probably several dozen pounds. The number of fish isn't high, but they're all quite plump. Let us pick a couple of smaller ones to take home for ourselves. Why choose the small ones? If we're selecting, let us go for the big ones. Let us take 4 out, 2 for eating and 2 for making liquor, Zhao Ping suggested, aiming to set the tone for their catch. Zhao Qin, however, still interjected, insisting on keeping the larger ones and wanting 4 altogether. 2 will suffice. Let us reserve them for the liquor. For big ones would weigh over 10 pounds. That is over $1,000. How can we swallow that? What is there to swallow? To say it, ouch my arm. Zhao Qin reclined against the rock, inadvertently pressing down on his sore arm. It wasn't too painful, just immensely achy. Are you all right? Yeah, Mifine. What time is it? After Zhao Qin inquired, he realized it was a futile question, given his elder brother's composed nature. He certainly did not have his phone on him. Meanwhile, he treasured that phone as a prized possession. Zhao Qin had no choice but to retrieve his phone from his pocket. There was no need to open the convenient bag to check the time. It was already 2 o'clock. Zhao Ping took out the 8 eggs he had set aside earlier. Initially, he had intended for Qin to consume 2 in the morning, leaving 6 for the 3 of them to share at lunch. However, upon taking them out, he distributed 3 to each of his younger brothers and kept 2 for himself. After they finished eating, Zhao Ping instructed the 2, "You both rest here. I see some sea oysters on the rocks over there, and I shall gather a few. Brother Ping, allow me to assist you. Elder brother, there's no need to fuss. Without an oyster hook, using a sand shovel would be quite cumbersome." Zhao Qin truly wished to remain idle, but it felt inappropriate for him to be the only one slacking off. Thus, he attempted to persuade the others not to exert themselves either. Noticing his elder brother's disregard for his suggestion, he reiterated, "Elder brother, you might as well fetch the small octopus. When the boat arrives, we shall depart. P.S. I need to step downstairs for a while. I'm uncertain if I'll manage to complete another chapter. If I do, I shall post it. If not, I will continue tomorrow. My apologies." Chapter 74. Unlocking new varieties. Upon hearing Zhao Ping mention the bag for the small octopus, Zhao Qin hesitated momentarily before acquiescing, instructing Ahi to remain behind. He took a shovel, proclaiming that he would retrieve it with the tool and would also bring back Ahi's clothing. Once he departed, Zhao Qin opened the system panel, discovering that the Earth Dragon had bestowed upon him 100 merit points, bringing his total to 1,500 points, sufficient to purchase 50 traps. His luck stood at 4 points, indicating that his speed had been inadequate and he had failed to fully maximize the last vestiges of value. The sun blazed mercilessly, with no shade to be found. Even the rocks were scorching. After a brief, uncomfortable rest, he felt compelled to rise, contemplating a sit in the sea instead. "Brother, I've finished the water I brought. Do you have any left? Zhao Qing shook his own flask and asked Ahi to pass him his, sharing half of its contents. Ahi, has your grandmother spoken to old Fu about the foundation? Not yet. She first inquired at the village committee to ascertain the current status of the remaining foundations. It would certainly be cheaper to purchase from the village. However, there aren't many good options left. The ones by the roadside are either from our old home or from the row belonging to my elder brother. I suspect Grandma hopes old Fu will come to her first, which is why she approached the village. I don't quite understand. Brother, why is Ping Gu returning empty-handed? Following Ahi's gaze, Zhao Qing indeed saw his elder brother running toward them, waving as he approached. It seems he is beckoning us. Let us go. Zhao Qing strained to carry his tools, while Ahi lifted the earth dragon, which had been resting in the water, and placed it into 2 buckets. What is the matter, big brother? Hurry, grab the buckets. I just discovered that there are fish in that puddle I visited earlier. They must have been attracted by the scent of the octopus, as they all gathered near the bag. However, when I approached, they scurried into the crevices of the rocks, making it quite a challenge to catch them. Upon hearing of the fish, Zhao Qing felt the soreness in his arms lessen slightly. The 3 of them hurried to the puddle. Let us place the earth dragon, along with the bag, into the water. It won't perish immediately. But left on the shore, it would surely die from exposure. Clear the buckets. We must quickly drain this puddle. Zhao Qing yearned to express that lifting his arms had become a laborious task, yet witnessing his brother and Ahi clearing the buckets, he resolutely joined in. He sighed internally, forcing himself to endure. The puddle appeared modest, yet draining it manually proved to be quite time-consuming. After nearly 40 minutes, they finally succeeded in emptying it. Though it was evident that Zhao Qing had lagged behind, his arms were truly on the verge of giving out. Your arm is injured? Zhao Ping seemed to realize this only now. Brother, I was using the sand shovel. It required considerable effort from my arms, and now they ache terribly. Why didn't you mention it sooner? All right, you can rest over there. Ahi and I will handle the catching. Zhao Qing. This is rather unfair. The most enjoyable part is being denied to me, akin to spending a fortune and go to great lengths to marry a wife, only to have someone announce that my mission is complete and they shall take over from here. Nonetheless, with his right hand truly unable to grasp fish, Zhao Qing resigned himself to sitting and watching them catch. Brother, there's a yellow fish, Ahe exclaimed with excitement, while Zhao Qing scoffed lightly. With his keen eyesight, he could see clearly. There are fish splashing in the crevices of the rocks. Ahe, come help me turn over this stone. The 2 of them worked together to flip the stone, and in the next moment, even Zhao Qing, who was merely observing, was taken aback. Wow, there's a whole nest here. Brother, what kind of fish is this? Zhao Ping's face broke into a wide grin. Black hair, indeed, it's black hair fish. These are quite rare and, I've heard, quite expensive. I know, they say steaming them brings out the best flavor. Ahe replied, clearly having never tasted them himself. Within the nest, there were both large and small fish. The larger ones weighed about a pound, while the smaller ones ranged from half a pound to 1 or 2 tails. The black-hair fish, scientifically known as the spotted grouper, is rarely farmed, which is one of the reasons for its high price. Additionally, it inhabits shallow, coastal rocky areas, making it difficult to catch using traditional fishing nets from boats or through sea angling. Furthermore, it feeds on seaweed in winter and small marine creatures at other times, maintaining a balanced diet, and its vitality is remarkable, resulting in exceptionally tender and flavorful flesh. Ahe, catch the smaller ones as well. We'll release them back into the sea. If we leave them in this pit, they die from the sun exposure when the tide doesn't come in. Zhao Ping instructed. Understood, Brother Ping. Before long, they had caught the entire nest, but upon flipping another stone, they discovered yet another nest. Ahe beamed with delight, while Zhao Qing felt an itch of impatience. There were also several sizable red crabs and stone crabs. Zhao Ping had initially intended to keep them, but since they had 3 buckets for the fish, placing them together would be problematic, and he wore a look of regret. Zhao Qing, aware of his brother's thoughts, wandered along the beach and suddenly smacked his forehead. He untied a convenient bag from his pocket, produced a larger one, and handed it to his brother, saying, Use this to pack a few for our evening drinks. All right, I'll select the larger, plumper ones, Zhao Ping replied, his face lighting up at the sight of the convenient bag. Then Zhao Qin remembered something and said, "Ah hey, save a few black-hair fish for me. There are only 2 small ones left. Don't move. Let me handle it." Zhao Qin halted Ahei's outstretched hand, decisively leaping into the water. With a somewhat awkward left hand, he managed to catch both fish and soon noticed that his last bit of luck had been depleted, while his merit points had increased. His face broke into a joyful smile, proving his success. The two watched in confusion as he laughed foolishly, thinking, it's just 2 black-hair fish that are destined to be released. Is there really a need to be so ecstatic? After catching the fish, Zhao Ping turned over a few more nearby stones and exclaimed in delight, "Oh look, there are blue crabs too." Zhao Qin glanced at the time on his phone and said to his brother, "Don't turn over any more stones. I believe Manager Qian's boat will arrive soon. It wouldn't be right to keep him waiting. All right, let us go. We've gathered quite a bounty today." With 2 shovels, Ahei carried the soil dragon, while Zhao Ping carried a small octopus, holding 1 bucket in his hand, while Zhao Qin bore the remaining 2 buckets. He struggled greatly over a short distance. Eventually, they arrived at the rocky area where they would board the boat, timing it perfectly as Manager Qian's vessel approached slowly in the distance. "What is all this? Bags and buckets. What have you caught, sea conchs?" Upon witnessing such a bountiful harvest, Qian Kuan instinctively presumed it to be nothing more than worthless sea snails. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "What is this?" Black-haired. Upon catching sight of the fish within the bucket, he casually reached in with his hand, only to find himself utterly taken aback in the next moment. As per the request of the viewers, here is the image of the magnificent black-haired fish. P.S. Never mind, the burden of debts is heavy. It is best to settle them. I appreciate your understanding, for now. It is indeed time to venture down and take a closer look. Chapter 75. A fortunate encounter. Upon spotting the black-haired fish, Qian Kuan exclaimed in surprise. His reaction mirrored by the 2 young companions who accompanied him on the fishing trip. One of them, visibly irked, remarked, "Hey Qin, did you not say we would only catch shellfish? Yet here we are, with so many black-haired fish." "Indeed, my friend, who can predict the whims of the sea?" Another chimed in, "Qin is right. The water today is exceptionally clear. I feared you 2 would return empty-handed, but it seems your fishing skills are quite impressive." Achieving a notable catch, Qian Kuan possessed a remarkable talent for conversation, effortlessly tapping into the youthful exuberance of his companions. As his words resonated, the young men's faces lit up with pride. "Ah, brothers, it appears today has been fruitful for you." Zhao Qin echoed in agreement. "Just average, really. We had a good run. Enough for a meal," one of them replied, gesturing towards the refrigerator and a live well for Zhao Qin to observe. Their haul was indeed impressive, particularly a striking fish weighing around 27 to 28 pounds, which nearly filled the refrigerator. Other catches included several rockfish and gilt-head bream. As for the contents of the bags, Qian Kuan, having caught Zhao Qin's earlier glance, wisely refrained from inquiring further. It was not out of fear, but rather a desire to avoid deflating the 2 young men's egos with the potential value of their hidden catches. With a live well conveniently empty, Zhao Qin placed the black-haired fish inside, while he and his brother took turns submerging the contents of the 4 snakeskin bags for a refreshing soak. "Mr. Qian, are we stopping at our village dock or heading to the town? We will pass by your area anyway. If you wish to disembark, I can dock at the village. However, I must serve my clients diligently, as you have already compensated me today." Qian's latter remark was directed toward the 2 young men, mindful that a detour might prompt their complaints. Time is precious for these esteemed gentlemen. We should not waste it. I propose we all continue to the town together, Zhao Qin suggested, eliciting smiles once more from the young men. One of them even produced a cigarette, offering one to Zhao Qin, and after a moment's hesitation, he extended the same courtesy to Qian Kuan and Zhao Ping. "Hey Qin, you're quite admirable. We seem to have a connection. Let us exchange numbers so my brothers can contact you in the city." Embracing the notion that expanding one's network is always beneficial, Zhao Qin readily exchanged phone numbers with them. For those who cherish their pride, it is often best to maintain a supportive relationship, ensuring they do not falter. When a genuine need arises, they're less likely to refuse assistance, motivated by their sense of honor. Reflecting on this serendipitous connection, Zhao Qin recalled this saying, "It takes a century of cultivation to share a boat together," and he engaged the two young men in light-hearted banter about various humorous anecdotes, such as the legendary summer lotus of Daming Lake being likened to a character from folklore. Laughter ensued, even drawing a smile from Qian Kun, who secretly admired Zhao Qin's adeptness in bridging the gap with the younger generation. Acknowledging other strengths can be a challenging endeavor, yet Zhao Qin skillfully navigated the dynamics, elevating the spirits of his companions while maintaining his own dignity, showcasing a remarkable level of social acumen. He firmly believes that should these two young individuals charter a boat again, they would likely take the initiative to include Zhao Qin, even offering to cover his expenses. This epitomizes true capability. As they journeyed, they shared laughter and stories, and it was revealed that they had consumed eggs for lunch. The two youngsters even presented the remaining marinated delicacies they had brought along. Naturally, the trio did not hesitate to partake, though the eggs were merely a modest sustenance, leaving them all still quite hungry. By around 6 o'clock, the boat docked at the town's pier. Upon disembarking, Zhao Qin and the two youths felt an instant camaraderie, nearly ready to perform a ritual of brotherhood. As the two young men boarded their vehicle, Zhao Qin retrieved 100 yuan from his pocket to settle the total fare for the boat. "Do you require my assistance with this?" Mr. Qian inquired politely, noticing the abundance of their haul. "There's no need. I'll have the collection station send a vehicle," Zhao Qin replied, instructing Ahe to make a trip to Chundong's collection station for a cart. Not far off, Ahe soon returned, accompanied by Chundong. "Qin, what treasures do you bring?" Chundong glanced at the 4 bags and inquired, "Are they all snails?" "Brother Dong, I'm utterly exhausted. Let us just take them to your shop first." Chundong acknowledged with a slight nod, assisting in lifting a bag onto the cart. He squeezed one of the bags, mumbling to himself that it felt like fish. However, upon seeing the fish in the tub, he gasped in surprise. "Black hair? Let us discuss this at the shop," Zhao Ping said as he pulled the cart. Arriving shortly thereafter, upon unloading the goods, Chundong eagerly fished out a black hair fish from the tub. I'll save one for steaming at home tonight. The flavor of this fish is truly exquisite." Hearing this, Zhao Ping felt a surge of anxiety, and indeed, the next moment his younger brother spoke up. "Is it really delicious? Then I shall save too." Upon noticing his elder brother's vexed expression, he added, "Brother, our sister returns tomorrow. We ought to reserve some vegetables." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping relented, acknowledging the rarity of their sister's visits throughout the year and the necessity of preparing some fine dishes. "What else in the bags?" Chundong began to open one. "Eels. How did you manage to catch so many?" However, a moment later, he seemed to comprehend, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness, these are loaches, and quite sizable ones at that." He promptly grasped one of the larger specimens, inspecting it closely. Purely wild. These are not easy to catch. Digging one out requires immense effort. You all are quite impressive. Surely all 4 bags contain these?" "Not quite. The other 2 bags hold small octopuses," Zhao Qin clarified. Chundong released the loach he held and examined another, laughing. "My father mentioned suffering from back pain just a few days ago. I was contemplating cooking a loach for him, and unexpectedly, you've brought these." "Excellent. Brother Dong, let us not dwell on that. We're quite fatigued. Let us weigh the catch so we can return home for dinner and rest," Zhao Qin suggested just as Chundong's father descended the stairs. "What treasures do you possess? I heard your exclamations from upstairs." Qin has arrived." "Hello, Uncle Chun." "Father, Qin and the others have dug up quite a few loaches. I'll prepare one for you tonight and save another for wine infusion. You can enjoy a cup whenever you please." Mr. Chun first glanced at the goods, his face brightening with delight, only to furrow his brow moments later, exclaiming, "This is exorbitantly priced. What purpose does it serve?" Zhao Ping, seemingly having found a kindred spirit, nodded in agreement and then cast a glance at Zhao Qin. "Uncle Chun, you may select a couple of pieces. We shall forego the weighing, as a token of my respect for you." Upon hearing Zhao Qin's words, Mr. Chun broke into a smile, yet promptly waved his hand, stating, "Excavating these is labor-intensive. You must have exerted considerable effort. I cannot simply accept them without recompense. Let us weigh them. Ah, Dong, please check the current market price. With that, Mr. Chen reached into another bag and casually pulled out 2 small octopuses. Oh, how remarkable to find these at this time of year. How have you gathered so many? These small octopuses are typically common along the shore in winter. If the winds are strong at night, one might find them washed up on the beach come morning. Though encountering such a large quantity is indeed unusual. Zhao Ping then recounted the sighting of a small sperm whale hunting, which prompted Mr. Chun to nod in understanding, stating, "That makes sense. In the past, when we ventured into the open sea, we would often follow the larger fish like dolphins for where they were spotted. Schools of fish were generally nearby." Chapter 76. A banquet hosted by Father Chun. After emptying the barrel, Zhao Qin began to sift through the contents. Pouring everything into the basket, he set aside 4 similarly sized soil dragons, each weighing around 7 to 8 gene, along with a few small octopuses of the same weight, and 3 black hares weighing about a gene each. He placed these into the barrel, and then grabbed a convenient bag from the side, filling it with 2 gene of small octopus and 1 black hare, which he handed to a he. "Take this to your uncle," he instructed. "Brother, is that really necessary?" He replied, "Just take it. It's not worth much. There aren't many soil dragons this time, so I won't be giving any more away," Zhao Qin insisted. He scratched his head, "But why not just give it to him at the dock?" Zhao Qin lightly tapped his head, exasperated. "How foolish can you be? If I give it to him at the dock, it becomes my favor. By sending it separately, it's your favor, understand?" He seemed unfazed, while Father Chen smiled and subtly nodded, recognizing that this young man possessed a certain erudition and considered those around him thoughtfully. "Uncle Chun, let us not weigh this largest one. You can keep it for brewing a pot of wine. Let us weigh it. After weighing, I'll choose," Father Chen replied. "You've been a tremendous help with the maritime examination. Initially, I planned to bring something over later, but this is perfect. What I've harvested myself saves me the expense of buying it, and it will suit your needs as well. If I'd spent money, it might not have been to your liking, so let us not complicate things." Father Chen raised his hand and laughed heartily, realizing he was growing fonder of this young man who spoke so openly and straightforwardly. "All right, I'll keep this one. You 3 should stay here tonight and share a drink with me." After weighing the goods, Father Chen leaned in to whisper a few words to his son before heading upstairs. "Let us not fuss over the selection. It's quite cumbersome. I'll price the small octopus at 45 per gene, the soil dragon at 120 per gene, and the black hare. Let us also set it at 120. The market isn't plentiful, and I'm not too familiar with recent prices, but at 120, I'm sure I won't incur a loss." Zhao Qin glanced at his elder brother, who seemed to have no concept of these prices. To his surprise, his brother was nodding vigorously, evidently quite pleased with the figures. Zhao Qin began to understand that Father Chun's earlier whispers were likely a signal to Chun Dong to raise the prices a bit, ensuring that the money for the soil dragon will be passed on to them through the pricing. Reciprocity and camaraderie are indeed commendable. Zhao Qin chose not to spell it out, feeling that the emotion was appreciated as they would have plenty of time to interact in the future. Before long, everything was weighed. There were still 36 soil dragons remaining, totaling 59 gene 7 liang, while the black hare was the least, weighing only 12 gene 6 liang after the leftovers were excluded. The small octopus was the most abundant, weighing a whopping 146 gene 3 liang. Remaining were a few green crabs and yellow croakers, which they decided to keep for tomorrow's meal. After settling the accounts, totaling 260 yuan, both parties counted the money clearly. Just as Zhao Qin was about to leave, Father Chen leaned out from upstairs and said, "If you leave today, don't bother coming back again. My family isn't in need of such a trivial amount from you." Zhao Qin chuckled awkwardly, feeling it inappropriate to bring up leaving again. He took out his phone and handed it to his elder brother, suggesting he inform his sister-in-law. Before long, Ah-He returned, astonishingly carrying something in his hands. "Brother, my uncle gave me some shrimp, and they are enormous, their shells a vibrant red, a sight I've never encountered before." Zhao Qin took a glance at them, and in the next moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, red magic shrimp. They are renowned as the Hermes of shrimp. Incredibly expensive. What is Hermes?" Zhao Qin had never tasted red magic shrimp, yet he recognized them. Many food bloggers on Douyin had showcased them, each one more exaggerated than the last, claiming that a single bite felt akin to savoring the essence of dragons and phoenixes. Chen Dong leaned over to take a look. Nodding slightly, "I've had this shrimp before. Its flavor is truly delightful. However, we don't have them in our country. They're typically imported. I've heard they can cost hundreds per pound. So pricey. My uncle mentioned they're imported too. Just the other day, a friend gifted him a box containing about 40, and he gave me 10. He. Zhao Qin's cheeks flushed slightly. Those 10 shrimp weighed at least over a pound. He observed how generous others were, while he couldn't even part with a single common fish. However, it was not the right moment to express such feelings. All right, you can save them to enjoy with your grandmother for a couple of meals. I'll keep 2 to taste, and the rest can be saved for tomorrow when Sister May returns. Your family is large. There should be enough for everyone to have one. My uncle mentioned that a few were meant for you." In Chen Dong's establishment, Zhao Qin felt it inappropriate to decline further, so he allowed Ahe to place them in a bucket. That evening, they planned to dine there, with 2 common fish and some black-haired fish placed in the pond, while the others were stored in the cold storage for later. Without further ado, Chen Dong first caught the common and black-haired fish and transferred them to an empty pond, taking the remaining bucket into the cold storage. He then invited everyone to relax and enjoy tea. Noticing Zhao Qin holding his cup of water with his right hand for an extended period without taking a sip, he burst into laughter, saying, "You are quite the trooper. Do you have any tea oil at home? Apply some when you return. It will help you recover quickly." Feeling a bit dejected, Zhao Qin switched to holding the cup with his left hand. Shortly after, Chen's father changed his attire and descended the stairs once more, accompanied by Chen Shui, who had yet to make an appearance. Upon seeing Zhao Qin, she stuck out her tongue and made a silly face. "Wow, you really have black-haired fish. Dad, I want to eat black-haired fish." Chen's father, net in hand, was fishing when he heard his daughter's comment and replied with a hint of reproach. "You certainly know how to indulge." Nonetheless, he selected the largest fish and scooped it into the bucket, followed by a few other seafood items. He addressed the group. "Adong, I'm heading over to your Uncle Qin's place. You all take a moment to sip tea. Later, have your mother come down for a bit. No need to bring any wine. I'll have Chen Shui pick some up from the supermarket." "Got it, Dad." Chen Shui supported her father and exited the door. "Akin, I heard you plan to buy a boat? Just something modest, perhaps a second-hand one to store fishing hooks and nets. Take your time." When Zhao Qin had caught black-haired fish before, he began to ponder further. Along the seashore and nearby islands, there were numerous varying-sized puddles. They could pump water from those. Currently, everyone was either collecting on the beach or fishing at sea, and indeed, few noticed those puddles on the islands and along the coast. With a stroke of luck, they might catch something worthwhile. After a brief exchange, Chen Dong summoned his wife and led several companions to a modest eatery. The establishment was small, featuring 2 adjoining 2-story buildings. The ground floor housed a few small tables, while the upper level was partitioned into 3 private rooms, 2 smaller ones and a larger one. At the rear, a kitchen constructed of steel was bustling with activity, predominantly attended by family members. Upon their arrival, Chen's father was engaged in conversation with a portly, middle-aged man. Chen Dong, spotting the man, greeted him warmly. "Uncle Qin, it's me, Dong. These must be your friends. It seems quite remarkable that your father is entertaining guests on your behalf. You may have it wrong. Today, I'm the host, while my father is treating us." He replied, "Please take a Qin and the others upstairs for some tea. By the way, Qin, do you have any dietary restrictions?" The elder, Chen, inquired, glancing at Zhao Qin. "Uncle Chen, let us keep it simple. We are not outsiders here," came the reply. "Old Qin, in this humble place, you won't find anything too extravagant, haha. Old Chen, that is unkind of you. Just say what you desire, and I shall certainly procure it for you. How about some earth dragon? It bears a striking resemblance to white eel. P.S. 2 more chapters will follow shortly." Chapter 77. Division of goods in the largest private room upstairs. Upon their arrival, Chen Shui took the initiative to rise and pour them some water. "My father has come. Uncle Qin has brought out his treasured tea for you to taste." "Thank you, sister, but I can manage myself," he interjected, pouring water for several individuals. Chen Shui, not one to be overly formal, smiled and said, "You must be Ahi." Ahi nodded in response. Shortly thereafter, Chen's father arrived. unceremoniously taking the seat of honor and patting the chair beside him, beckoning Zhao Qin, "Come, sit next to me. Join me for a couple of drinks shortly." "All right, I'll listen to you, uncle." Although it was technically inappropriate for him to occupy the seat of honor with Chun Dong and his elder brother present, Chin's father had spoken, and he saw no reason to decline. Looking at the others, Chin's father remarked with a grin, "Learn from this. When it's time to accept, do not indulge in needless politeness, lest you create distance. If you continue to praise me, I might indeed have to toast you with a few extra cups." Zhao Qin replied with a chuckle. "Those who can gain admission to Beijing University are indeed exceptional. You have a sharp mind. Do you not consider venturing beyond?" "Never mind. I lack the capital to afford failure. Besides, our hometown is blessed with splendid mountains and waters. It may not be inferior to the outside world." As they spoke, the dishes were served, and Chin's father merely made casual remarks about his son's future, recognizing that everyone has their own path in life, and it is difficult to determine right from wrong. Come, let us eat. You have all been busy and must be famished. Do not hold back," Chin's father said, taking the initiative to pick up his chopsticks. Zhao Qin, feeling frustrated, found it difficult to grip his chopsticks with his right hand and reluctantly switched to his left, which was still not very adept. Chun Shui had already noticed his awkwardness when he had served the water, and seeing this, she stepped out only to return shortly with a spoon for him. "Use this, otherwise I fear you won't manage to get a single bite into your mouth, and will claim my family's hospitality is lacking." Zhao Qin expressed his gratitude and accepted the spoon, finding it much more convenient. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, and everyone was satisfied, having indulged in both food and drink. They returned to the buying station, and after thanking each other, Zhao Qin and his companions headed home. This time, they did not call for a car, although the three were exhausted. They had just enjoyed a hearty meal and strolled back leisurely. "Ah Qin, what do you think of Chin Shui? I feel she keeps glancing at you," Zhao Ping said with a smile during their walk. "Yes, brother, I noticed that too. Sister Shui occasionally casts a glance my way. All right, let's not get carried away. My awkwardness in using my left hand while eating might make me seem peculiar. Perhaps she sees me as a joke. Ah Qin, you must have some inkling. Look, Uncle Chun and our father are old friends. Perhaps when our father returns, he can consult Uncle Chun to discern his intentions. After all, you are not a child any longer. In this region, it is common for people to marry at a young age. Previously, there was a man in the village who became a grandfather at 35, having married at 17, and his son followed suit. Brother, I was thinking, why don't we take a day off tomorrow? I can go shopping for groceries early in the morning. You and sister-in-law need not worry." He shifted the topic, as he truly had no thoughts regarding romance at the moment. It was not that he aspired to be a playboy. Rather, he simply had not encountered anyone with whom he felt a connection. Chun Shui is a playful spirit. If the two enjoy each other's company, it is acceptable. Yet it is evident that the other does not share the same enthusiasm. It would be wise for her to refrain from causing distress to others. Well, I wonder at what hour your sister will return home tomorrow. If she departs early and takes the first bus, she should arrive in the city by 9 o'clock, reaching the town shortly after 10. By the time they arrive home, it will already be past 9. Xiao Rong approached and inquired, "Why are you still dining at the collection station? Did you have a fruitful day out? How could we be here eating if we indeed found anything?" Zhao Ping replied, casually placing the contents of the bucket down. "Goodness, you actually caught some loaches. These are quite valuable. Why wouldn't the collection station accept them? Perhaps you could ask old Lin about it tomorrow. Oh, and there are plenty of small octopuses. What is the story with these shrimp?" "Sister-in-law, wait a moment. Those are what we've set aside. We sold the larger ones." "Ah, so this is merely what you chose to keep. How much did you actually gather today? That little island must have yielded a substantial amount. Did you not manage to find any conch or sea cucumber?" Zhao Ping briefly recounted the situation on the island. Though Xiao Rong appeared somewhat inattentive, her attention captivated by a wad of cash that Zhao Qin had produced. "Is this what you earned today?" "Altogether, it amounts to 260 yuan. 2/10 of that is 3,052 yuan. The muddy pit doesn't truly concern me, so you both will receive 500 yuan each." "How has it changed again? We had agreed on a specific amount." Zhao Ping frowned, feeling that he had already benefited from his brother during this time. Naturally, he was reluctant to concede to any increase in his brother's share. "Brother, We must adhere to our agreement. None of us should violate our established rules. And besides, 3,000 is already quite generous. No, what I meant was, your intentions are irrelevant. I have the final say on this matter. It will be divided as per the 2/10. Zhao Ping interrupted him directly. Qin, your brother has a point. He has already gained ample advantage from working alongside you these past few days. If you feel the distribution is too generous, we could take a smaller share with Ahe. Xiaorong chimed in, expressing her concerns. While she understood that the fortunes of tide gathering could not be relied upon daily, she was content with the occasional harvest once a month. Qin, who valued familial bonds, would bring his elder brother along. But if their group were to become discontented, he might find himself abandoned. And how much would their family's tide gathering yield then? It was rare to hear of anyone collecting 10,000 yuan from the seaside in just half a month. Fine. Let us stick to the previous distribution. Zhao Qin could not articulate his feelings clearly. He pondered that the small octopuses and loaches might be linked to his own luck. However, the black-haired creatures were indeed discovered by his elder brother, and he had contributed little to their capture, as it was they who had drained the water to catch them. These thoughts remained unspoken. Desiring to allocate a larger share to them only stirred their anxieties, so he resolved to leave it as it was. Here, the money is here. Count yourself. He did not even bother to give the change, leaving each person with 3,050 yuan. As he pushed the money towards them, he noticed his sister-in-law counting it and said to Ahe, Talong, take 2 back with you, 1 for your grandmother to cook and another to soak in liquor. Include a black-haired fish and a few small octopuses, and if you don't mind, take all the red magic shrimp. Tomorrow, the vegetables at home will be sufficient. There's only 1 blue crab. Take it and let your grandmother add some codonopsis to make a nourishing soup for you. We'll keep the remaining several miscellaneous fish for tomorrow's meal. Ahe merely glanced at the money, and Zhao Qin harbored deep suspicions that this lad hadn't counted properly and was merely putting on an act. He then stuffed the bills into his pocket, picked up a bucket, and began to divide the goods as per Zhao Qin's instructions. Talong, I only need 1 for my grandmother to soak in liquor. I'll take 2 of the large shrimp, the black-haired fish, and the small octopuses. Let us reserve the blue crab for a yuan. As he spoke, he carefully selected his items, while Tulong adamantly refused to take 1 particular fish. Ahe understood that with just himself and the Zhao brothers, it would be impossible to evenly split the remaining goods, which would leave his brother at a disadvantage. Therefore, he resolutely decided not to take that particular fish. Never mind. Sister-in-law, if he doesn't want it, then so be it. Tell your grandmother not to cook tomorrow at noon. She should come over to eat together. Yes. Remember to definitely inform the old lady. After a moment's contemplation, Ahe decided to leave the 2 red shrimp behind as well, assuring that he would indeed come over for lunch the next day. Chapter 78. The Village Chief. As the clock struck 10, Zhao Qin rose to depart, reminding his sister-in-law, I will head to the town tomorrow to procure the ingredients for our meals. I'll come by early. Think about what you would like me to buy. Very well. Do hasten back to rest, she replied. However, just as he approached the door, Zhao Ping called him back, handing him a small bottle. This is sesame oil. Apply it after your bath tonight. If you find it difficult to reach your back, just call Ahe for assistance. I understand, elder brother, Zhao Qin acknowledged. Once he had left, Xiaorong, intrigued, inquired, What's the matter with Qin? Today, while I was digging with Ahe using a shovel to conserve energy, he was using a sand shovel. He must have felt too embarrassed to stop, pushing through despite his discomfort. Earlier, he could hardly hold his chopsticks during dinner. This lad can be terribly lazy at times, but when he decides to be industrious, he takes it to an extreme. That's splendid. Tomorrow, when May returns, she will surely be pleased. I must tell you, I suspect May will be borrowing money from us this time. Zhao Ping, who had initially intended to take a shower in the backyard, paused at her words. Has something happened in her family? It's a good opportunity. Your brother-in-law has been transferred to teach in the city. When she called, she mentioned wanting to purchase a house there for the entire family to relocate. She didn't elaborate much, but it seems they might be facing a shortfall. What are your thoughts? Lending to her isn't an issue. They are both sensible individuals. It's merely a matter of how much to lend. We could discuss it when she arrives, but please, let us keep this from my side of the family. 2 years ago, when my brother and sister-in-law built their house, we only contributed 2,000 yuan. If they found out, I lent them May more. I would never hear the end of it. With a sigh, Zhao Ping extracted a cigarette and lit it. 2 years ago, we just acquired that mountain. We spent a fortune on all those trees, so we truly are short on funds, I understand, and I do not blame you. However, people can be suspicious, especially with my sister-in-law being quite astute. I would want her to overthink things. Now, do go take your shower. You've had a long day. Come help me scrub my back. I shall not. I just bathed, and I do not wish to get wet again. Zhao Ping closed the door with a chuckle, stepping forward to embrace his wife. You've been busy all day. Surely you must be tired. We ought to clean up now. Are you not exhausted after such a long day? Please, don't be ridiculous. It's quite warm. Upon returning home, Zhao Qin called for Ahi. While he could manage to apply the oil on his arms, his back remained a challenge. Brother, my grandmother just mentioned that this afternoon, the daughter-in-law of the old Fu family came by with a foundation quotation of 22,800 yuan. Have you looked at their foundation? Is there room to build a small courtyard behind? If not, that price is excessive. Locals often encroach upon public land when constructing homes. It is naturally impractical to enclose a yard in the front, so they typically establish a courtyard behind and build a low structure, either for livestock or as a kitchen. The village committee is generally aware and tends to turn a blind eye, perhaps scolding you lightly, claiming that such structures won't be counted during relocations. Those who understand the nuances of social dealings often offer a few bottles of liquor and a pack of cigarettes to committee members, securing a letter of approval. Even without such gifts, the committee is unlikely to enforce the demolition of your property. It is indeed feasible to use the excavated soil from the foundation and fill in the back. My grandmother means that it would be satisfactory if we can secure it for 20,000 yuan. Whenever the time comes for serious discussions, do inform me in advance, and I shall assist you in gathering the necessary personnel. My brother in real estate must support this matter. By the way, do you have sufficient funds? If not, you can borrow some from me. I have managed to save quite a bit over the years, although I have been frugal and cautious, fearing unforeseen circumstances. Lately, my earnings have also increased significantly. He suddenly recalled something and lowered his voice, saying, Brother, my grandmother mentioned that the old secretary plans to retire. If you're not inclined to venture elsewhere, you might consider vying for the position. At worst, it would only require some financial investment. You are educated and a party member. Even if you do not succeed in this election, there will certainly be opportunities in the next. Zhao Qin, indeed a party member, had joined shortly after turning 18 during his senior year, largely due to his teacher recognizing his potential, as no educator dislikes diligent and high-achieving students. Contemplating Ahi's words, he mused, hasn't T's secretary Lin always wanted his son to succeed him? While old Lin wishes for his son to take over. If you strive for it, his son may not necessarily outshine you. Even if he dropped out of school, you have still been admitted to a prestigious university. Zhao Qin instinctively raised his hand to stroke his chin, but halted midway, his arms sore from fatigue. Ahi, this information is invaluable to me. I owe you a drink another day. What are you saying, brother? If you wish to drink, I can buy it now. It's too late. I must rise early for the town tomorrow. After applying the tea oil, he advised Ahi to return home and rest early. Lying carefully on the bed, his thoughts began to flow. If he were to contend for the position of village chief, old Lin would surely feel the pressure. While it is not mandatory for the village chief to be a party member, being one would undoubtedly be advantageous. Furthermore, even if he dropped out, his educational qualifications surpass those of old Lin's son, who, if memory serves, only graduated from middle school. Of course, he wouldn't aimlessly pursue a position as a village official, as it would invite meddling from family matters, which would be quite bothersome. The salary is meager, and although there are side earnings, they could be constraining. However, he could subtly inform old Lin, proposing a small transaction, such as needing to lay the foundation for a villa. He believed old Lin would be inclined to use public resources for personal favors, potentially saving him a considerable sum. There's no rush. This matter requires careful planning to avoid any mishaps. After an exhausting day, he soon fell into a deep slumber. In the middle of the night, as he turned in his sleep, he inadvertently pressed down on his arm, causing him to sit up abruptly, a reflexive reaction to the increasing pain. In the early morning, he awoke and forced himself to move about, feeling somewhat improved. Whether it was merely psychological, he felt the tea oil had indeed been effective. Previously, he had not heard of tea oil having the benefits of promoting circulation and relieving muscle tension, but both Chun Dong and his elder brother vouched for its efficacy, prompting him to give it a try. His fists could barely close, and he was still unable to exert much strength. He estimated it would take another 2 to 3 days for full recovery. Upon activating the system, I discovered that my fixed luck value had long since exceeded 2,000 points, now reaching an impressive 2,622 points. It remains uncertain whether there exists an upper limit to this phenomenon. However, it is evident that with the increase in my fixed luck value, I have encountered a greater diversity of marine catches, and it appears that the real-time luck value has become increasingly valuable, though I cannot discern if this perception is merely a figment of my imagination. Today's real-time luck value stands at 17 points, which is rather satisfactory. If I venture to the shore, I could expect to gather at least over 1,000 in rewards. There is no rush. I shall wait until noon to enjoy a meal with my sister before finding time to head to the coast in the afternoon. As I enter my elder brother's home, I was surprised to find guests present. Achin and Uncle Shui had arrived, having heard of my intention to purchase a boat. Coincidentally, he has a spare vessel at home, and the two of you can discuss it. Zhao Ping conveyed the purpose of their visit. Additionally, I must share a delightful image. The long-legged little octopus, though not large in size, is considered one of the finest in taste among octopuses. P.S. This is my new book. I endeavor to produce updates diligently. If my dear friends find it appealing, I would greatly appreciate your support. There is no need for extravagant gifts. Simple gestures, such as encouraging comments or free promotions, would be immensely helpful. New works require such support, and I express my gratitude in advance. Chapter 79. Didn't T reach an agreement? The old lady remains quite formidable. Just 2 days ago, news was released, and today, remarkably, the other party has come knocking. Uncle Shui, is Ajing still in the provincial capital? I've heard the restaurant business is thriving. Zhao Qin settled down and offered Uncle Shui a cigarette. Thriving? It barely makes ends meet. When I was studying, I didn't realize it would be such a struggle. I suggested opening a restaurant in the county, but he insisted that the county's market is too small and that the provincial capital offers greater opportunities. Recently, he mentioned wanting to buy a house, which indicates he plans to settle there and wants to bring me and his mother over. But we want to go, out of sight, out of mind. Let him have his way. Zhao Qin was at a loss for words. Uncle Shui, is it really necessary to flaunt like this? You even brought up your school days, clearly implying that although your son may not be as scholarly as I, he is still doing better than I am. He genuinely yearned to ask, has Ajing matured yet? Huh, that would indeed be amusing. Our village is quite similar, but I suspect he is faring better than most. Uncle Shui, what about that boat? Oh, it's about the same. I've also heard that he plans to open a branch tomorrow and wants to renovate this one. Oh, you meant the boat, right? Uncle Shui felt a bit frustrated. He and T finished boasting when this young man abruptly changed the subject. Uncle Shui, my sister's coming back today, and I need to go buy some groceries early. I'd like to know about the boat first. You know, I'm a bit strapped for cash. Certainly not comparable to a big boss like Ajing. If the price is too steep, I'll have to pass. The price will be reasonable. We're from the same village, and I've known your father since childhood. It won't be high. How does 35,000 sound? Were it not for the rust, I truly wouldn't want to sell it. This boat has been with me for over 10 years. How could I not have some affection for it? I've taken good care of it, and you could use it immediately without any repairs. Zhao Qin silently cursed. What fairness! That old hunk of a boat, after over 10 years, still demands 35,000. It's not a transoceanic vessel. It's barely 10 meters long, suitable only for coastal waters. Uncle Shui, I'll make a straightforward offer. If you find it agreeable, we can continue our discussion. Your price is significantly higher than I had anticipated. If you think it's unreasonable, we can simply consider today a casual chat. Go ahead. Zhao Qin hesitated for a moment before stating 12,000. You had a trawler before, right? You can remove the trawling machine and sell it separately. I have no use for it. That's quite a disparity. Can you not raise your offer? Uncle Shui, to be frank, this boat is over 10 years old. You must have recouped your investment long ago. Selling it to me is merely a monetary exchange. Leaving it idle incurs annual maintenance costs, or else it will rust and develop holes. If it sits for 2 years, its value will plummet, and you might only be left with a scrap. Uncle Shue pondered for a moment, but shook his head. I want to sell for less than 20,000. That's all right. Let us both consider it further. You sit and enjoy some tea while I go buy groceries. Wait, you're not negotiating anymore? Uncle Shue grew anxious as he saw Zhao Qin truly stand up. Zhao Qin was somewhat bewildered. How could they continue the discussion now? He smiled and said, "It's all right. I'm not in a rush to purchase a boat. Take a few days to think it over and discuss it with my aunt. If you find it suitable, come to me. If not, that's perfectly fine. Perhaps you could consider raising the price?" Zhao Qin raised an eyebrow, but nodded in agreement. Then let's settle on 13,000. I'll add an extra 1,000 as a gesture of goodwill from a younger generation. However, old Shue still deemed it too low. With little time to dally, Zhao Qin suggested he think it over. This price was quite fair, especially considering the vessel's age. If it were within 5 years, it could easily fetch 50,000 to 60,000, but now it had been over a decade. Although it was a second-class boat with a mandatory scrapping age of 30 years, machinery, much like humans, deteriorates with age. As it ages, maintenance and repair costs escalate. Moreover, with advancements in maritime technology, boats from over a decade ago are seldom regarded with favor nowadays. Is the deal settled? Upon seeing someone leave, Zhao Ping inquired. He knew his brother was resolute in his decisions, so he refrained from participating in the negotiations, fearing his interjections might lead to misunderstandings. There was no urgency. Old Shue would find it difficult to sell the boat in the short term. Zhao Ping nodded. Old Shue indeed takes care of his possessions. Although the boat is old, it should still be in decent condition. You decide. Sister-in-law, have you finished preparing the menu? Xiaorong had been busy in the backyard since early morning, slaughtering chickens. Upon hearing his question, she replied, "There's nothing particularly special to buy. The meat you bought the day before is still good. Could you perhaps get some pig liver for soup? As for the pig trotters, let your brother buy them pre-cooked. It's too troublesome to cook them fresh. Oh, and don't forget to buy rice noodles. They would go perfectly with the stir-fried oysters. Do we still have any red mushrooms at home? All right, then weigh out 2 tails of dried red mushrooms. We can add some to the soup and the rice noodles." Zhao Qin agreed and asked his elder brother to bring out the motorcycle, as his right hand lacked strength and he could barely pull the throttle. "Are you sure you can manage? If not, I'll go buy it." "It's fine. Don't buy any liquor. I'll bring some back from the town supermarket. Be careful." Just as Zhao Qin started the engine, A.R. Yuan rushed out, saying, "Uncle, I'll go with you. Get lost. My hands aren't steady today, so I can't take you. Stay home and help your mother pluck the feathers. Don't think about slacking off." He gripped the throttle tightly, causing the motorcycle to lurch forward, startling him. Ignoring his brother's further comments, he rode off. Upon arriving in town, he parked the motorcycle in front of the supermarket and went straight to buy pig liver. Oddly enough, after checking 2 meat stalls, he found all the pig liver sold out and had to place his hopes on the 3rd stall. There are only 3 butcher shops in town, and fortunately, upon arrival, he spotted a piece of pig liver on the counter. "Boss, I'll take a piece of pig liver." "Sorry, young man, that's reserved for someone else." Zhao Qin felt a pang of frustration and negotiated with the owner, offering to pay extra, yet the man remained unmoved, insisting it was for a regular customer who had placed an order. "Hey, what are you doing here?" He was already feeling vexed when a familiar, melodious voice broke through his thoughts. Turning around, he discovered it was Chen Shui. "Purchasing pig liver is rather peculiar. Why is it so sought after today? How much do you require? Your supermarket does not sell meat." Zhao Qin recalled that her family's supermarket did not offer vegetables or meat, only a selection of fruits and frozen pastries. "Just tell me how much you need. If it's a substantial amount, I cannot assist, but if it's modest, I can manage." Chen Shui responded with a hint of playful arrogance. Zhao Qin, quick-witted, pointed to the remaining piece of pig liver and said, "Is this reserved for you?" "Oh, not too foolish, are you? Speak up. I don't need much. Let us divide it between us. A sufficient quantity for soup would suffice, perhaps 3 or 4 tails. Uncle Zheng, kindly divide this piece of pig liver in half for me." Once divided, it was placed into a plastic bag, and Chun Shui promptly handed him one, saying, "Here you go. How much do I owe you?" 1,000 yuan. You can settle it. Ha ha ha. Chapter 80 here. Take this. It's not worth much. Last time you gifted my father 2 fine bottles of wine, and there were also some tea leaves. Zhao Qin, uninterested in further discussion, accepted the pig liver with gratitude and proceeded towards the supermarket. What else do you need to buy? Some wine, rice noodles, and let us weigh some fruit as well. Come on, I'll accompany you. How is your arm? Is it feeling better? Much improved. It doesn't hurt as much, but I still lack strength. Not far from their location, they soon arrived at the supermarket. Zhao Qin selected the rice noodles, wine, and red mushrooms, and also purchased 2 watermelons and some local lychees. Hey, could you do me a favor? What is it? Chun Shui inquired, standing at the entrance. I'll start the car, and you help me carry the items on the footboard. Can you bag the watermelons and hang them on this hook? Why can't you do it? I can only use one arm effectively, and I need to hold onto the bike. A hint of concern crossed Chun Shui's face, laced with reproach as she remarked, "It's dangerous to ride like that. Should I ask my brother to drive you home instead?" "Don't worry, I'll ride slowly. Even if I do fall, I want to get hurt. Can't you say something nice for once?" Despite her words, she waited until Zhao Qin mounted his bike before placing the items on the footboard. In that moment, as she bent down, Zhao Qin couldn't help but sneak a glance at her neckline. She was truly fair-skinned. However, the next moment, Chun Shui straightened up and shot him a glare. Her cheeks flushed. "You're such a rogue. Don't think I didn't notice you sneaking a peek at me the first time you came to my family's shop." "What? I didn't catch that. How can you say such things, sister? You're always so inexplicably dramatic." Chun Shui, vexed, pinched his arm sharply. "Ouch, that really hurts. All right, let us go. Ride slowly now." Just as Zhao Qin was about to accelerate, he was startled by her insistence on riding slowly. "Sister, do you have something else to say? Was it a good thing or a bad thing to run into you this morning?" "Humph, you think running into me is a good thing? Have had breakfast yet?" Zhao Qin paused, honestly shaking his head. He hadn't eaten anything, as he had gone straight to his sister-in-law's house to discuss boat matters before rushing to the market. "Wait here," Chun Shui said, sprinting off to the side. Watching her run, Zhao Qin felt an urge to accompany her with a tune. "Little White Rabbit." Right before long, Chun Shui returned with several buns, handing them to him. "Eat these at home. Now go. Honestly, I prefer noodles for breakfast." "What? Are you expecting me to feed you?" Zhao Qin conceded defeat, twisting the throttle as he rode away. On the road, he spotted 2 couples ahead, one pair arguing loudly. As he drew closer, he recognized one couple as the live Bao couple and the other as his uncle and aunt. Calculating in his mind, Zhao Qin deduced that the latter pair had likely just been released today. The 2 couples seemed to have heard the sound of his motorcycle and ceased their quarrel. He did not greet Lai Bao, but rode up to his uncle with a smile, saying, "Hey uncle, out shopping today? You're out early, but why are you empty-handed?" The countenance of my uncle was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and with a dismissive grunt, he chose to ignore the situation. However, my aunt, ever quick with her tongue, lamented buying, and now they can't even afford a coffin. They'll have to roll him up in a straw mat. Oh dear, over 3,000 lost, and now a penalty of 2,000 more. Are we even allowed to live? Unable to contain himself, Zhao Haidong interjected. "What is the point of saying all this? You still have the audacity to shout at me. Is being a thief something to be proud of? If you lack the ability to earn, well, you possess the skill to steal. But you should at least be clever enough not to get caught. Honestly, I'd rather take you to feed the bullets. No fines would be incurred then." Before Zhao Haidong could finish his retort, his wife, seemingly offended by his interruption, directly clawed at his face in frustration. Zhao Qin was taken aback, realizing just how formidable his aunt truly was, a fact he had previously overlooked. He glanced at his sister-in-law, silently advising her to learn from this display of strength. Of course, he kept these thoughts to himself, pressing the accelerator to increase their distance until he erupted in laughter, nearly losing control and tumbling into a nearby ditch. Upon arriving home, his sister-in-law took the groceries from him, while Zhao Qin opened the buns purchased by Chun Shui. There were 5 in total. He handed 2 to a yuan and tore off a small piece of the bun skin, which had a hint of meat flavor, to give to Meow Meow, who was standing in the cage. "Why are you feeding them after they've already eaten?" Some are wrong-chided. At a yuan's age, 2 buns would hardly suffice. And as for Meow Meow, the little girl was irresistibly adorable, reaching out with an open hand and drooling as she watched her brother eat. What about my elder brother? He's gone to gather firewood. The supply at home is running low. The household of his elder brother and sister-in-law was modest, typically refraining from burning coal until winter, and meals cooked over a wood fire had a more fragrant aroma. Before long, his elder brother returned, pushing a cart, with Ahi trailing behind. Brother, did your negotiations fall through? Yes. Old Shue's asking price is too steep. No rush. It will only be a few days' delay, and I'm certain the deal will materialize. As he was unable to assist, he and Ahi settled into the living room for tea and idle chatter. When the time seemed right, he retrieved his phone and called 2 men old 2. Will you be home this morning? If so, could you please pick up my sister's family at the bus station? They should be bringing the children. Keep a stool in your vehicle for my brother-in-law to sit on, and don't charge them. I will settle the fare later. After hanging up, Summer Rong, who had been walking by, overheard and chuckled. Your attention to detail is growing sharper. Neither your brother nor I even consider going to fetch them. My sister is just like my brother. She treats $1 as treasure. If we don't arrange transportation, she will undoubtedly walk back. Well, how is it that in your words, the virtues of thrift and frugality are somehow mistaken? Zhao Ping, feeling slightly irked by the implication, responded. Thrift and frugality are indeed traditional virtues of the Chinese people, which is undoubtedly correct, but we must discern when to be frugal. I refuse to scrimp on food. After all, I was raised on 2 meals a porridge a day, and look how well I turned out. Unwilling to engage in a verbal sparring match with his elder brother, Xiaorong stood on tiptoe to peek from the backyard, noting the commotion nearby. It seems the Lai family is at it again. Perhaps Lai Bao has returned, he observed. Who is he arguing with? Ahi inquired, and without waiting for a response, dashed out the door, eager to witness the unfolding drama up close. Zhao Qin intended to reply, but by then, Ahi had already vanished from sight. From this perspective, it appeared that their uncle was unjustly accused. If that were indeed the case, Lai Bao's actions were rather unprincipled. Zhao Ping, only half listening, sighed in contemplation. Brother, if our uncle were truly wronged, this wouldn't merely be an argument. He would have already confronted them. I suspect that Lai Bao's thievery of crabs was instigated by our uncle, though whether he shared any of the profits with him remains uncertain. P.S. As for who the female lead is, you'll find out as the story unfolds. I am not particularly adept at crafting female protagonists. Many oppose ambiguity. However, this narrative does not indulge in it. It merely portrays the light-hearted banter of young individuals, a reflection of my own youthful experiences, which I believe resonates with many of my peers. Let us not misconstrue the casual exchanges and subtle affections of youth as mere ambiguity. My sole aim in writing this book is to provide a sense of ease and relaxation, as real life can be exhausting enough. In this fictional realm, let us refrain from excessive anger or hatred, for such sentiments lack purpose. This is merely my personal perspective. If it does not resonate with you, I ask for your understanding. Chapter 81. The eldest sister returns before long. I dashed back with an expression of exhilaration, addressing the group. Brother, the news about the crabs caught in Qingtang from the neighboring village was indeed relayed by your uncle to Lai Bao. They agreed to split the proceeds 70-30, and Lai Bao has already given your uncle his share. However, Lai Bao claims he only pilfered 100 pounds, while the owner insists that 260 pounds are missing and demands compensation from both parties. Naturally, your uncle is quite displeased and is currently seeking the 3/10 share of the remaining 160 pounds from Lai Bao. Zhao Qin erupted into hearty laughter, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. Lai Bao might be telling the truth, and perhaps the owner exaggerated the loss, yet Zhao Haidong remains unconvinced. Enough of that. Do not concern yourself with such matters, he advised. He nodded, understanding that his brother was reminding him to keep quiet about the incident from that night involving the thrown stones. It must be nearly time to return home, Qin. What time is it? Summer Rong had already begun preparing the meal, with enticing aromas wafting into the front hall. Hearing his sister-in-law's inquiry, Zhao Qin glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece before replying, It's 10:30. I reckon we have another half hour. Barely had the words left his lips when the sound of a car horn echoed. Zhao Ping was the first to reach the door, his voice tinged with excitement. They've arrived. It's two men's car. Zhao Qin joined him at the entrance, and as the vehicle came to a halt, the two brothers stepped forward. Zhao Ping assisted his brother-in-law, Xia Yingwu, in disembarking, while Zhao Qin retrieved the luggage and gifts from the trunk. Go on. When you have time another day, I'll settle up with you. Today, with guests at home, I cannot invite you in, he stated. Once the items were unloaded, the eldest sister and her nephew exited the vehicle. Zhao Qin then leaned against the driver's window and remarked, I have money, but I fear that if I pull it out, my brother-in-law will insist on covering it, which is a hassle. Thus, let us settle it another day. Two men, feeling reassured about him, responded, no rush, and drove away. Upon seeing her relatives, the smile on the eldest sister's face was unceasing. However, when her elder brother engaged her husband in conversation, she approached Zhao Qin and playfully twisted his ear. You are no longer a child. It's time to refrain from bothering your brother and sister-in-law and to act more responsibly. Dear sister, the lunch is ample. My ears cannot accommodate any more. Do you understand the pain? Then perhaps you should take heed. With that, she released him, giving a gentle pat on his arm. Though her grip had not been forceful, Zhao Qin felt no discomfort from his ear, but the slap on his right arm elicited a sharp intake of breath. What's wrong? Is your arm injured? Zhao Omei, noticing the change in his expression, quickly inquired. Yesterday, Qin took us to gather at the beach, and he exerted himself too much while dealing with a nest of sand dragons, causing his arm to strain. Zhao Ping interjected, aware that his sister was likely reprimanding her brother. Seizing the moment, he also mentioned the changes in his brother during this period. Is he still taking you along? With Mei here, you needn't worry about Qin. I barely recognize his industriousness of late, Summer Rong remarked, grasping Zhao Mei's hand and examining her closely. Why are you still so thin? You ought to eat more. Sister-in-law, I'll lend you a hand. The two women exchanged quiet words before heading towards the backyard. Zhao Qin observed his elder sister's son, Xia Hongze, who was born under the belief that he lacked the element of water, hence the name. He seemed to be half a year younger than a Yuan, yet he was notably shorter, with sparkling eyes that hinted at a mischievous spirit. Uncle, I want to catch crabs. Can I use your little chicken to fish for them? Really? Can a little chicken catch crabs? Indeed, and it's particularly effective. Though it pinches. I'm not afraid of pain. I want crabs. As Zhao Qin listened to their playful banter, he couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. While Xia Yingwu laughed heartily, unbothered. Your sister's husband is a good man, Zhao Qin thought. He recalled how, when Zhao Qin dropped out of school, he had been disheartened, having come all the way to persuade Zhao Qin to reconsider. For after all, it was Peking University, a place many aspired to enter but could not. Putting aside the matter of catching crabs, how did your exams go? Uncle, studying is boring. Let us talk about how to catch crabs instead. Very well. It's evident you're not much of a student. Just then, Zhao Qin's elder sister entered from behind and asked the Yuan, how did you fare in the final exams? At this question, a Yuan's expression dimmed as he weakly replied, not well. It's all right, cousin. I didn't do well either. There were many characters on the paper that I didn't recognize. The exam setters were clearly trying to make it difficult. Xia Hongze stated matter-of-factly. Zhao Mei shot him a glare and gently stroked a Yuan's head, asking, tell your aunt, what score did you get? Zhao Qin looked on in silent sympathy for Xia Hongze, who appeared blissfully unaware of the impending reprimand. Indeed, when a Yuan reported a perfect score in mathematics and 99 in language arts, Zhao Mei's expression shifted dramatically. Grabbing Xia Hongze, she delivered 2 light slaps on his backside, exclaiming, look at your cousin, and then at yourself. If you don't study harder when you return home, you can forget about coming back in. I'll pretend I never gave birth to you. She was genuinely exasperated. Having graduated from high school herself, and with a husband who was a teacher, she wondered how her child could struggle to learn despite her best efforts. After delivering her reprimand, she turned and headed back to the backyard. Xia Hongze rubbed his rear and quickly resumed his playful demeanor, declaring, my mother is weak. Her slaps don't hurt. Seeing his carefree attitude, Zhao Qin found himself quite fond of the boy. He was carefree, thick-skinned, and optimistic. It was difficult to predict who would achieve greater success in the future. He or a Yuan, once they entered society. He pulled out 2 5-yuan notes from his pocket and handed them to the boys. As they exited, Zhao Qin turned and made his way to the backyard. But before he reached the kitchen, he overheard 2 women discussing real estate and finances. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to return to the front hall and engage in casual conversation with his brother-in-law. Qin, aren't you considering going out to explore? Xia Yingwu, being of a different social standing than Zhao Mei, found it inappropriate to directly address Zhao Qin's previous indiscretions. However, hearing that Zhao Qin had become more industrious pleased him internally. If Zhao Qin were still in school, he would surely be living in the city, but having dropped out, he could only claim a high school education. With no skills or funds to start a business, working a factory seemed to be the only option, likely earning less than he could by the seaside. Thus, he maintained a normal conversation with his brother-in-law. Indeed, I heard from your brother that you are planning to purchase a boat, which is splendid news. Zhao Qin and Xia Yingwu have few common topics of conversation, and Ahi even less so. Having remained silent since his arrival, he was fortunate that it was now mealtime, with dishes gradually being served. This wine was procured by Qin earlier in the morning. Please, partake. Xiaorong placed the wine on the table. Ahi, where's your grandmother? Zhao Qin inquired, noticing the elderly lady had yet to arrive. My grandmother said she would not be coming, preferring to manage a simple meal at home, he replied. Zhao Qin then returned to the kitchen to fetch another bowl, scooping up some segments of earth dragon and pig trotters, offering them to Ahi. If he was unwilling to eat, it was understandable. He likely would not feel comfortable even if he were here. Please take these dishes to him. After the meal concluded, Zhao Ping suggested that Xia Yingwu take a moment to rest, while Zhao Qin turned to his elder sister, saying, Tonight, you all will stay at the old house. I will squeeze in with the yuan. Please assist me in tidying up a bit first. Always relying on others. Do you not possess your own hands? She teased. Yet she still stepped forward to accompany him to the old house. Shall I accompany you to help? Sister-in-law, you have been busy all morning. You should rest. My sister and I can manage just fine. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Zhao Mei's face. It seems this younger brother has truly matured. Chapter 82. The 2 young brutes, the brother and sister, arrived at the old residence, where Zhao Qin unlocked the door. Zhao Mei's eyes widened as she took in the scene before her. It was utterly unexpected. In the past, she would return alone to tidy up the place, which was not only filthy but also a chaotic mess. This time, however, it was spotless, and even the towels hung nearby were neatly arranged. Everything was in its rightful place, organized and convenient. Did you tidy this up knowing I was coming back? She inquired. Do I care about such superficial matters? Zhao Qin replied nonchalantly. Zhao Mei nodded, realizing that her younger brother had indeed changed over the past couple of years. The thought suddenly stirred an impulse to weep within her. There's nothing much to clean. Just wipe down the mats again tonight and take a seat for a while, she suggested. Zhao Qin poured her a glass of water and sat across from her. Now, tell me, what is this about buying a house? How did you find out? I overheard a bit of your conversation in the kitchen just now. I noticed that when my brother-in-law had lunch, he didn't drink as heartily as before. He must have something weighing on his mind. My brother-in-law has been transferred to the city, and we're considering purchasing a home. We looked at some new developments. They're around 2,400 per square meter. To buy a 90 square meter place would cost over 210,000. My brother-in-law and I have saved a bit over the years, and his parents can contribute a portion as well. We plan on putting down half. Since he is a civil servant, obtaining a loan should be manageable, and repaying it monthly won't be too burdensome. However, I've set my sights on a slightly off-center house, 2 stories with a yard for growing vegetables. It's a 20-minute bike ride from my brother-in-law's school, which isn't far. The price is more affordable than an apartment, only 170,000, but they require full payment up front. My brother-in-law's elder brother has already helped with 20,000, leaving us still needing over 30,000. I thought I might ask if you and my sister could lend a hand. If not, we'll just go for the apartment. What is the size of that private residence? Including the yard, the total land area is approximately 300 square meters. Then you should buy that one. Don't let your brother-in-law ask us for the money. He's too shy. Give me your account details, and I'll transfer the funds to you tomorrow morning. Over 30,000. Do you have that? Don't worry about that. You can check with your elder brother. You've always cared for me since childhood. Now that I've grown up, I naturally want to help. I'll transfer 40,000 to you. There's no rush for you to repay me. Don't be too frugal just to save money. Once you have some, pay back what you owe your brother-in-law first. I'm not in a hurry on my end. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Mei leaned over the table and, before long, started to sob quietly. Oh, dear sister, why are you crying? Mind your own business. After a moment, Zhao Mei raised her head, tears still on her face, but a smile breaking through as she playfully tousled Zhao Qin's hair. So, what suddenly brought about this enlightenment? Don't mess up my hair. It's not a matter of life and death, but my hairstyle must remain intact. Oh, now you're being vain. Before long, the two siblings were chatting and laughing as they made their way to their elder brother's house. Zhao Mei entered a Yuan's room, presumably to discuss the recent matters with her husband, while Zhao Qin was once again cornered by his little nephew. Uncle, you promised to take me crab fishing. The heat is quite oppressive now, and the tide is high. I shall wait a while longer before venturing out. After some contemplation, I took out my phone and sent a message to Ahi, who had already returned home, requesting that he rest for an hour before coming to my elder brother's house. Once everything was settled, I found myself feeling somewhat drowsy. I decided to arrange several chairs in the living room beneath the fan and lay down to sleep. However, to my dismay, slumber eluded me, as Aze would soon come around to inquire if the tide had receded. Just when I finally managed to divert Aze's attention with the help of his mother, my brother patted me on the shoulder, urging me to rise and join him at the door. Following my brother to the backyard entrance, he secured the back door and then produced a cigarette, offering one to me. Your sister just mentioned that you promised to lend her 40,000? Zhao Qin acknowledged with a slight nod as he lit the cigarette. How can you be the sole provider for such a sum? Your sister-in-law is not a miser, she. Brother, I understand that my sister-in-law is quite reasonable. Once my sister makes the request, I am certain she will lend it. This is a trivial matter. Why complicate things? 40,000 is merely a small issue. You have matured and wish to assist your sister. I shall not stand in your way. Here's what we'll do. I'll contribute 20,000, and you shall cover the remainder. It's not as if the money is for my sister. They will repay it regardless of who provides it. So, spare me the lengthy explanations. I'm going to rest in the living room for a bit. Let us proceed as I suggest. Watching him walk through the door, Zhao Ping scratched his head, muttering to himself, that little rascal. I am the elder brother. Just as he was about to rise, his wife peeked her head in, asking, what is going on? Qin advised me to follow his lead on this matter. So let it be. I've calculated that he currently has at least 70 to 80,000 on hand. Borrowing 40,000 will leave him with enough to purchase that boat. If an urgent need arises, we can always provide for him then. That seems reasonable, but I still feel uneasy about having Qin shoulder the entire burden. We are family. Let's not overthink it. I believe we should keep the evening preparations simple. Perhaps just serve some marinated dishes. Indeed, there is still plenty of food left from lunch. After conversing for a while, considering that there were others in the house, they decided to go back inside. Qin, if you intend to go clamming this afternoon, you should set out now. The tide should be receding soon, Zhao Ping remarked, glancing at the time before waking Zhao Qin. As he turned over, he was met with two pairs of eager little eyes. All right, you two, bring my bucket and sand shovel. Brother, you needn't join us this afternoon. By the way, has he arrived yet? The bucket and sand shovel had been left at my brother's house since yesterday, and he hadn't taken them back. I just checked, and they were all cleaned thoroughly. Just then, he walked in. Brother, on my way here, I encountered quite a few women who asked why they hadn't seen you clamming yesterday or today. They're quite diligent, having gone to the beach early this morning, but I heard that there isn't even a trace of bird droppings down there today. Sigh. Why are these people always keeping tabs on me? Zhao Qin lamented. After washing his face, he turned to the two boys and said, Did you hear that? The beach is likely devoid of any finds today. Do you still wish to accompany me? Yes, they replied in unison. Very well, we shall take the back route. It will attract less attention, and no one will see us. Brother, which area shall we explore today? He inquired. Zhao Ping set up a line in the backyard, suggesting that we should gather crabs and proceed westward, where there lies a rugged stone beach. Aside from the occasional crab fishermen, it is seldom frequented by others. If you wish to remain inconspicuous, that is the place to go. However, there isn't much to be found there, so consider it merely a playful excursion. Zhao Qin acknowledged this with a nod and began to head in that direction. Brother, there are indeed a few puddles over there. We could take one, he remarked. Zhao Qin shook his head, feeling a lack of strength in his arms. But in the next moment, he looked at the two youngsters and smiled, saying, "All right, today we shall draw from the puddles, allowing you to experience just how delightful beachcombing can truly be. P.S. There seems to be some activity involving tomatoes, though I'm not entirely certain about it. It appears to be related to gifts. Personally, I do not require anyone to spend money on those. A simple call from each reader after finishing this book would suffice, just to see if it might make it onto a list, though it might be a fanciful dream." Haha, thank you. Chapter 83. The water pit. The four emerged from the back door and headed west. The location Zhao Ping mentioned was somewhat distant, requiring over half an hour's walk even from their current position. Zhao Qin initially assumed that the two boys would lose their nerve after a while, but to his surprise, their enthusiasm only grew stronger. As they approached the seaside, Aze became particularly exhilarated, for his hometown was far removed from the ocean. Upon reaching the rocky shore Zhao Ping had described, the reason for its sparse visitors became evident. Unlike the muddy stone beach at the village entrance, which still bore some sediment beneath the stones, this area was devoid of sand, consisting entirely of hard rock. Scattered across the rocky ground were numerous small water pits resembling meteor craters, varying in size. Zhao Qin was uncertain if his luck would manifest in these water pits. Yet since they had come this far, it mattered little if they returned empty-handed. He decided to take on the role of an afternoon instructor, imparting a vivid lesson in life to the two boys. "Brother, how about this one?" he suggested, pointing to a rather large water pit nearby. Zhao Qin glanced at the sea and shook his head. "This one is too low. We might not have drained the seawater before it rises again. Let's continue uphill and see what we find." Without a pump, the two boys would struggle to draw water, and as he lacked the strength to assist, he remained the sole laborer in this endeavor. They walked for another 10 minutes before Zhao Qin selected a suitable water pit. He jumped in to test it. The deepest part reached his chest, approximately 1.5 meters deep, and there were plenty of stones beneath, likely concealing some fish. "This one will do. Can you both handle it?" "Uncle, aren't you the one drawing water while I catch fish?" Aze appeared momentarily bewildered at the prospect of having to take on the task himself. "Your uncle is currently incapacitated. Did you not notice he had to use a spoon for lunch?" Yuan remarked, pulling out a bucket and moving to the edge, while he had already begun to draw water. "Don't fill it too much, otherwise you won't be able to lift it. Take it slowly, and don't be lazy," Zhao Qin instructed. Seeing Yuan already hard at work, Aze reluctantly took a bucket and stationed himself on the opposite side. "You fool. Water flows downhill. If you draw from the upper side, it'll just flow back into the pit," Zhao Qin scolded, realizing he had underestimated Aze's intellect. "Uncle, the water feels so cool. Indeed, standing in water is refreshing. Hurry up and get to it." Before long, Aze straightened up, a pained expression on his face. "Uncle, my back hurts. You're just being foolish. Use your waist to draw water. Why are you twisting your backside?" "My mother says I have no waist," Aze replied, leaving Zhao Qin momentarily speechless. He, initially feeling fatigued, burst into laughter at the exchange between the two. "Brother, why not choose a smaller one? We'll never finish this." Even though the terrain here was elevated, ultimately, it was only Ahi doing the work, while the other two seemed more engaged in playing than drawing water. As Zhao Qin contemplated agreeing, he noticed a few people approaching from a distance. The elder brother, sister, and brother-in-law had arrived, prompting him to wave them over. Soon, the three were close, and Zhao Ping, familiar with the task, snatched Aze's bucket and joined in. "Dear uncle, you are the best, unlike my little uncle. When I grow up and earn money, I will buy you cigarettes and liquor, but not for my little uncle." Zhao Qin, feeling indifferent towards the young rascal, turned to Ahi and said, "You must be tired, take a rest." Xia Yingwu also jumped into the water, seizing a Yuan's bucket. The speed of the three robust men was markedly different, and the water level was visibly decreasing. "Is there anything inside?" Zhao Mei inquired. "I don't know. I just picked one at random. How can one be certain? There must be something. My brother has been lucky lately. Oh, indeed. Something brushed against my leg. He straightened his back for a moment to rest, but as he spoke, a fish grazed against his leg, prompting him to bend down and work even harder. As the water was nearly drained, fish became visible, and Zhao Qin felt a twinge of disappointment. Today, they had a luck score of 19, yet there were only 2 or 3 fish in the pit, the largest merely weighing over a pound. However, there were plenty of stonefish. In no time, he had caught dozens, enough to prepare 2 pots of soup. He stepped into the pit to assist in gathering the catch, not out of a desire to experience the process, but rather to accumulate merit points, as unlocking more varieties would lessen future reliance on real-time luck. Little uncle, you're just being lazy. I see your arms are fine while catching fish, yet you fall ill when draining water. Did you not notice I use my left hand? It seems your backside is not hurting, but rather in need of a spanking, he retorted. This meager haul left both Zhao Qin and He feeling somewhat dejected, marking their most disappointing outing since they began their partnership in coastal foraging. Zhao Ping, however, remained unfazed, considering it merely a bit of sweat, which would make for a hearty meal back home. How about we drain another? It could be quite entertaining. Xia Yingwu, likely lacking such experiences, felt a lingering desire to capture more fish after finishing in this pit. After a moment's thought, Zhao Qin picked up a sand shovel and walked forward, tossing the shovel into a water pit moments later, declaring, "Let's drain this one." Why throw the shovel? Just drain it, Zhao Ping complained. Wait until we drain it and retrieve it. I just wanted to test the water's depth. This pit was similar in size to the previous one, but evidently deeper. Fortunately, there was room for standing, or it would have been quite challenging to drain. Zhao Qin occasionally glanced towards the sea, mentally calculating the time. After an hour of fervent effort, the pit finally revealed its bottom. What on earth is that? Zhao Qin exclaimed upon seeing a splash, as something with a tail darted back into deeper water, prompting him to leap into the pit. Brother, there's a big one. He's voice resonated with excitement. The previously weary Zhao Ping and Xia Yingwu suddenly found renewed energy, hastening their work with the bucket. Stopped draining and lifted up. The water isn't coming out. He complied, standing at the edge of the pit, while Zhao Ping and Xia Yingwu filled the bucket with water, passing it to him. He would pour out and return the empty bucket, repeating the process. Zhao Qin, unable to contain his eagerness, began feeling around. He had to secure that large fish first, for the sake of his merit points. As his hand grazed the surface beneath a stone, he encountered a substantial creature, its texture coarse to the touch, unlike the smoothness of other fish. Had this been earlier, he would have instinctively recoiled, but now he felt more at ease. The shape of the fish was somewhat peculiar, at least that was the impression he garnered from his exploration. It bore a resemblance to a gecko, with its head too wide to be grasped by a single hand. Continuing his exploration, he soon reached the tail and seized it firmly. The fish writhed, splattering water all over him, yet he maintained his grip. "Brother, it's a cat shark," he exclaimed, glancing at the surface with excitement. He had heard that this fish was quite valuable, and the one he had captured weighed at least 4 to 5 pounds. "Goodness, how large," He remarked, observing the scene above with astonishment. "Uncle, you're amazing. Bring it here. I'll keep it in the shallow waters nearby," Yuan suggested, extending his hand for Zhao Qin to pass it over. "Give it to me, or, if you prefer, lower me down. Want to catch one too?" The younger uncle chimed in. "Be cautious with what lies beneath. You might encounter an eel that could cost you your hand. Just stand still up here." Chapter 84. The joy of fishing. Zhao Qin gazed at the system panel, noting the addition of 80 merit points. Coupled with the previous gains from catching the likes of a stone 9, he had amassed a total of 150 points today. With 5 traps set, his spirits soared. However, the capture of a cat shark had caused his luck to plummet to a mere 11 points. The cat shark was quite vigorous, requiring considerable effort to hold onto with one hand, and he naturally refrained from passing it to the younger ones. Instead, he entrusted it to He, placing it in a small pool formed by the water he had drained, for if it perished, it would lose its value. After a brief interval of drawing water, it had risen to his ankles, and he could extract no more. His brother-in-law and elder brother had also filled their buckets with some water and commenced gathering their catches. Zhao Qin, still probing, felt assured that with 11 points of luck remaining, there must be more treasures to uncover. Ah, another one, Zhao Ping exclaimed, having discovered a cat shark beside a stone. Although smaller than Zhao Qin's catch, it still weighed over 2 pounds. Wow, uncle, you're amazing. Give me the fish. It bites. A Yuan interjected with a smirk, causing a Zay to flinch at the remark. Nearby, Zhao Mei couldn't suppress her laughter. Her naive son had truly fallen for it. While cat sharks could potentially bite, their feeble attack did not inflict harm, and to date, she had never heard of anyone being bitten by one. Before long, Xia Yingwu caught a yellow snapper, while the elder brother netted several stone 9. Elder brother, there's a fish beneath this rock. Could you help me move it? Zhao Qin had just spotted it, but the fish was cunningly wedged within the crevice of the stone. Zhao Ping approached, assisting in lifting the stone, only for a fleeting glimpse of a brownish spine to dart swiftly away beneath the surface. Are you capable of this? Zhao Ping remarked, exasperated. This creature was already incapacitated, yet fiercely protective of its territory, insisting he move the stone while preventing him from catching it. Of course, a man mustn't admit defeat. Zhao Qin replied casually, pursuing the rippling water in hot pursuit. The joy of fishing was palpable, yet his primary objective was to develop new species and accumulate merit points. Since the fixed increase in luck, beachcombing had transformed. The diversity of species caught had broadened significantly. This would expedite the rise of his merit points, a thought that filled him with delight. In the confined space, one person and one fish engaged in a playful chase, while Zhao Ping and Xia Yingwu, witnessing the spectacle, refrained from intervening. Uncle, one must recognize their own capabilities. Uncle, you're quite pathetic, unable to even catch a fish. I'm better than you. The two little rascals, already disgruntled at not being allowed to enter the water, seized the moment to mock Zhao Qin. In the next instant, both of their heads received a gentle tap from Zhao Mei, prompting them to silence. Zhao Qin continued to circle the fish in the pit, feeling his temper rise. Let us see who tires first, you or I. Suddenly, he felt as though he had stepped on something alive. He plunged his hand into the water, searching beneath his feet. Moments later, a smile broke across his face. It resembled a shoe sole, but it was indeed moving. Gritting his teeth, he extended his right hand, which he found difficult to use. The fish had an unusual shape, making it challenging to grasp with one hand. As he finally managed to catch the fish out of the water, he exclaimed with delight, "Brother, what a large sole fish!" The term sole fish is a local name. It refers to a type of flatfish that resembles both a shoe sole and a tongue, possessing a flattened body, a short head, and exceedingly small eyes located on the left side of its head. This species inhabits shallow coastal waters, often hiding in the sandy seabed. Its flesh is delicate and flavorful, providing a rich yet non-greasy taste, and it is highly nutritious. The fish Zhao Qin caught measures approximately 35 centimeters in length and weighs around 2 pounds, making it one of the larger specimens of its kind. Wow, that's truly impressive, he exclaimed in astonishment. Hey, uncle, you're amazing. Does this fish bite? All right, I'll hand it to you, but make sure you catch it properly and don't let it fall. At the mention of this, Zay's spirits lifted, and after a moment's consideration, Zhao Qin decided to place the fish into a bucket and handed it to Zay. They then resumed their search for targets, as the previous fish had managed to escape. Do you want to catch one here? Zhao Ping pointed to a nearby shallow area where the fish's back was already exposed. Had he not feared Zhao Qin's reproach for stealing the catch, he would have acted sooner. Let go of that. Fish, allow me to take over. What nonsense are you babbling? Can't you utter a few sensible words? Zhao Ping nearly cursed again, but quickly reined himself in, mindful that his sister's family was present. The difficulty in catching sea fish lies in their numerous sharp spines, many of which are venomous. Getting pricked can be quite painful, and even without venom, some spines can penetrate the palm of a hand. Zhao Qin cautiously waded toward the fish, swiftly extending his hand to press its head down into the sand, applying just enough force to subdue it without causing harm. Once he sensed its struggle diminishing, he successfully pulled it out of the water. Your luck is remarkable. This is a green-spotted fish, weighing nearly 2 pounds. Zhao Ping watched intently as the fish surfaced, instantly recognizing it. due to its elongated head resembling that of a mouse. The green-spotted fish is also referred to as mouse fish in some regions and is considered a prize catch in coastal waters. After placing the fish into the bucket, Zhao Qin opened his system and discovered that the two fish had earned him an additional 160 merit points, bringing his total for the day to 300 points. Come on, let's head back. The tide is rising. The three of them quickly ascended, having turned over most of the fish in the pit. Upon emerging, they found the water was only 2 or 3 meters from their feet, a distance that would close in mere minutes. He had already replenished the bucket with water and transferred the fish from the shallow pit into it. As soon as they were back, Zhao Ping grabbed one bucket in each hand and urged, "Hurry, if these fish die, they won't be worth anything." In the ensuing scuffle for the remaining bucket, he and Xia Yingwu contested, but ultimately it was Xia Yingwu who triumphed, seizing it and dashing away. The two young children followed suit, while Zhao Qin cautioned his elder sister to watch her step. "All right, just take care of yourself. I used to go beachcombing often when I was younger. Unlike you who only comes once a year, I dedicate myself to my studies." After walking for a while, Zhao Qin suddenly smacked his forehead and asked, "Brother, did I retrieve the sand shovel I threw away? I did not see it. I had assumed you had picked it up. Did you not? You are so careless, insisting on tossing it in. Alas, how can one find peace of mind with such behavior? Had I known, I would not have inquired. Observing the pained expression on your face, I thought you had suffered a loss amounting to thousands. Fear not. It is likely buried in the sand, which is why we overlooked it. Perhaps next time we have the opportunity, we may still unearth something worthwhile." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ping's expression softened. Indeed, with the sand shovels at the bottom, a pit so deep, it seems unlikely to be lost unless a typhoon sweeps through. As for the fish, what shall we do? With only a few, we should keep some for dinner tonight, while the rest you can take to Old Lin. Wait, let your sister-in-law take them to sell. You are too honest, and I fear Old Lin may take advantage of you. You think I am easily deceived, do you?" Zhao Ping retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Brother, believe me, your sister-in-law will undoubtedly sell them for a higher price than you would. If I were to go, I would certainly fetch an even better price than her. Yet I shall refrain, for I do not wish to attract inquiries from the villagers. The image is too large to capture entirely. Let's all take a look together." The sole fish resembles the commonly seen flounder to some extent. Chapter 85. Persuading eldest sister to open a shop on the journey home. Reflecting on the day's harvest, Zhao Qin felt that the water drainage pit was undoubtedly a sustainable path. Engaging in other ventures might lead to a scenario where one of the three would have to withdraw. Whether it be the eldest brother or Ahi, neither option was favorable. The water drainage pit seemed promising, allowing the three of them to continue working together. Once they acquired the boat, they could explore nearby islands. As long as the ocean remained bountiful, their business would thrive. Previously, he had noted the existence of a water pump in the system, though he had forgotten the required merit points. There was no rush. He would ponder this matter further in the evening. Indeed, he aspired to be a king of the sea. While others raised fish at a cost, he aimed to raise fish for profit. Upon arriving home, Xia Rong initially thought they had gone out for leisure. However, upon seeing their catches, a smile blossomed on her face. "Where did all this come from?" she inquired. "Mother, we fished from the water drainage pit. I caught quite a few, and Aze helped, while my uncle did nothing at all." "Indeed, Aunt. My uncle is the laziest of them all." Zhao Qin, uninterested in their banter, crouched down to sort through the fish. Observing this, Zhao Ping immediately grew anxious. "I'll sort them. Leave about 10 of those stone soup fish." Xia Yingwu stood nearby, and Zhao Ping hesitated to suggest keeping some of the cheaper fish, as he preferred to sell only the expensive ones. "I notice there are still plenty of vegetables left from the morning. We need to prepare anything special for dinner. Brother, let sister-in-law take everything to sell." Zhao may seem to grasp their intentions and offered a suggestion. "Brother, choose between the green grouper and the sole fish." Before Zhao Qin could finish his sentence, Zhao Mei pulled him aside and instructed, "Let us follow my advice. After finishing the soup at noon, reserve some stone soup fish and sell the rest." Zhao Ping was elated. In this exchange of goods, he naturally wouldn't dare to confront his younger brother, who often outsmarted him in conversation. Yet now, someone could temper Zhao Qin's ambitions. Zhao Qin recognized that with his eldest sister present, his desire for a taste of luxury would surely be thwarted. Curse that bloodline suppression. Ultimately, he selected a dozen small stone soup fish to keep, planning to sell the remainder. He had heard that they were to be sold to Old Lin, but Xiao Rong was somewhat opposed. Ah Ping, you can ride a motorcycle. It only takes a few minutes to reach the town. Chun's prices will undoubtedly be better. Zhao Ping also found this to be a sound idea, glancing at Zhao Qin, who was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Whatever, if you don't mind the trouble, then go. What trouble? A few extra yuan per pound can add up to quite a bit, Zhao Ping mused. Shall I deliver it then? In truth, he hoped Zhao Qin would accompany him, especially since Zhao Qin had become quite close with Chun Dong, and it was evident that Chun's father took a liking to this young man. I want to go. Zhao Qin understood his brother's intentions and decisively declined, knowing that even if Zhao Ping went, Chun Dong's prices would remain steady. Father, how about I accompany you? Yes, uncle. I'll go too. I'll help you. Go, just play. Zhao Ping waved his hand, tying the 2 buckets to the back of the motorcycle, with enough space on the platform for additional items. Watching his brother depart, he felt a desire to return home. Wait a moment. Brother will probably be back soon. The seaside truly has its charms. One can venture out and sometimes return with bountiful rewards. There was a hint of envy in Xiao Wu's voice. What you say is not entirely accurate, Xiao Rong interjected with a smile. Those women who scour the shore are fortunate to earn even 20 yuan a day. Only Ah Qin seems to have good luck, as she has been fortunate during this season. Zhao Qin recalled something and turned to her elder sister, saying, Sister, since you have some free time at home, it seems that online shopping has become quite popular. Perhaps you could consider opening a small shop. If managed well, it could be profitable. Opening an online store? Is that really viable? Zhao Mei replied, her expression skeptical. At this time, many were still unfamiliar with the internet, using it primarily for watching films, reading novels, playing games, or chatting. The broader possibilities were lost on most. Zhao Qin wasn't certain when Taobao gained its popularity, but she believed that starting now wouldn't be too challenging. With some investment in marketing and enhancing search rankings on Baidu, it could yield profits. Absolutely. And you can work from the comfort of home. You only accept orders when they come in, so the risk is minimal.